I have heard whispers that the ninja world is rife with behind-the-scenes machinations. Before me, Uchiha Lingyue, do you still wish to scheme? Let all be exposed. Behind Pain's six paths stands the limping Nagato. Behind Nagato lurks the one-eyed Obito, and behind Obito lies the deceased Uchiha Madara. The shadow of Uchiha Madara is cast by the dutiful Black Zetsu. Yet hidden behind Black Zetsu is the sage of six paths himself. Chapter 1. The Prelude to Flight. What would you do if you found yourself transported to the Uchiha clan just a year prior to the night of their massacre in Konoha? Lu Lingyue pondered this question, though he should now be addressed as Uchiha Lingyue. It is the 55th year of Konoha, a time when the Uchiha clan is steeped in turmoil. One cannot deny that despite his transmigration, Lu Lingyue's essence remains unchanged. System loading. The progress bar stubbornly stalls at 99%. What does this signify? Gazing at the frozen progress within his mind, he realizes that this is the price of being a traveler in agonizingly slow system birth. What system it is remains a mystery. When will the progress bar finally complete? All Lu Lingyue knows is that if this golden finger continues to be delayed, his lifespan may parallel the stagnant progress bar, rapidly inching toward its own termination. Life is unpredictable, like a twist of fate. Lu Lingyue once held the modest title of a junior editor at UC Browser, the very entity that has garnered both acclaim and infamy. With the emergence of sensational content, the department's notoriety surged, but such fame is a double-edged sword. As the adage goes, fame is a burden. Once fame is attained, imitation ensues, and imitation means competition for sustenance. Now, the realm is overrun with sensationalism, leaving the audience desensitized to its once novel charm. Having entered the department late, Lu Lingyue felt as though he had arrived when the proverbial flame was nearly extinguished. With a daily quota of over 20 pieces of content, he barely scraped by, his situation akin to a constant struggle for survival. The consequence of such a lifestyle became evident when he met an untimely demise, only to awaken in the year 55 of Konoha as an Uchiha. Damn it, he exclaimed, not again. Graduating from elementary school only to find it rebuilt. Finishing middle school only to see a new media classroom with air conditioning. Completing high school to discover a newly constructed dormitory. And finally, graduating university amidst a pandemic. Good fortune eluded him at every turn, while misfortune shadowed his every step. Now, having traversed realms, he finds himself in the Uchiha clan of Konoha 55, moments before their impending doom. Surprising, is it not? At merely 15 years of age, Uchiha Lingyue is orphaned, wielding wind, fire, and lightning attributes. He has unlocked a single Sharingan, yet remains a mere genin, laboring as a guard within Konoha. Today marks his day of rest, but tomorrow he must patrol. Reflecting on the memories of the unfortunate soul whose life he has inherited, he realizes, oh no, I have taken on this wretched fate. Before my transmigration I toiled, and even after I still toil. What a senseless journey! What shall he do now? With a faltering golden finger, he is nothing more than an inconspicuous genin, merely cannon fodder. He organizes the fragmented memories in his mind. His ninjutsu repertoire consists of but a few basic techniques. The body flicker technique, a single Uchiha fireball, and a rather unremarkable swordsmanship and throwing technique. Aside from his Uchiha lineage and decent appearance, he is utterly unremarkable. Indeed, he confirms once more, he is purely expendable. His life hangs in the balance. He cannot lie idle, nor can he outshine others. The lone silver lining is that he may have a year to devise a plan for self-preservation. Let me take things one step at a time. The slow birth of the golden finger is inconsequential. My greatest advantage is my familiarity with the plot. Well, perhaps just a general understanding of the storyline, for the manga has spanned over a decade, and even Kishimoto himself would hesitate to assert he knows every detail. Lacking ninjutsu is of little concern. I still possess the art of verbal manipulation. I wonder, without the protagonist's halo, how potent my words will be. Lu Lingyue proceeds to tidy his modest abode. 3,000 taels of silver, 2 kunai .2 scrolls left by his parents. One for the fireball technique and another for shadow clone, the latter of which he has yet to master. Coupled with his current living situation, this is all he has to his name. Not too shabby, at least he has a home and a job. This alone surpasses the situation of many in his previous life. He adjusts his attire before gazing into the mirror, preparing to venture into Konoha. He intends to seek out Itachi Uchiha, for one method to avert the impending clan massacre is to confront him, while another is to deal with Danzo. Currently, Itachi is viewed as the foremost adversary for Uchiha travelers, with Danzo following closely behind. However, they are still of the same clan, and Itachi, at least for now, should not be so merciless as to eliminate him on sight, right? At worst, he could adopt a more diplomatic tone, flatter him a bit. After all, he has honed his skills in the workplace. Yet without prior rapport, he wonders if this will affect the efficacy of his verbal manipulation. Regardless, his life is at stake. He must take the risk to survive. Should it fail, I will seek an opportunity to flee. Surely, I cannot hang from a single tree until death. Fleeing carries its own risks, for becoming a rogue ninja is no easy feat. Stepping outside, he is surrounded by the traditional wooden structures, their black-tiled roofs exuding a rich Japanese aesthetic. Lingyue, are you heading out? A voice calls from behind as he approaches the gate of the clan compound, interrupting his plans to explore the heart of Konoha. Yes, I'm going to procure some ingredients, he replies with a gentle smile, turning to face his companion from the patrol team. Uchiha Madara, I wanted to practice with you. I've recently learned a new fire release technique and wish to test its power, but it seems I will have to wait for next time. Don't worry, this time I truly have matters to attend to. Next time, I promise. Lingyue pats Yanhua on the shoulder in reassurance, straightening his clothes before proceeding towards the center of Konoha. Upon entering the bustling market, he observes the vibrant surroundings, villagers bustling about with peaceful smiles, stalls brimming with wares, while merchants enthusiastically promote their Gutsa scene of tranquility. Yet, Lingyue is acutely aware that beneath this serene facade lies an undercurrent of vigilance among the village's shinobi. As he surveys the harmonious scene, a realization dawns upon him. White Fang is dead. Minato is dead. Shui is also dead. My system is dead. The legendary Sannin have departed, some defecting, others perishing. Currently, it can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen reigns supreme. The night of the massacre is but a year away. I must seize the opportunity to gauge Itachi Uchiha's intentions before then. As he immerses himself in the crowd, Lingyue feigns interest in selecting ingredients, while his ears remain attuned to the murmurs of those around him. Have you heard? Recently, several mysterious figures have arrived in the village. Their purpose remains unknown. That a vendor whispers to a nearby customer. Lingyue's heart quickens at the revelation, yet he maintains his composure, continuing to select vegetables with feigned nonchalance. Stop talking nonsense. Our Konoha village is guarded by numerous formidable ninjas, so what could possibly happen? Another person responded nonchalantly. Indeed, Lord Third Hokage is the strongest. With him overseeing the village, we are surely safe from danger. It appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence is quite substantial. His presence in Konoha has become deeply entrenched, making it challenging to confront him. Should I consider leaving the village under the pretext of a mission? However, living as a wandering ninja is hardly a simple endeavor. That if I inadvertently expose my Sharingan, I would be inviting a relentless pursuit. Chapter 2. The Astonishing System. As Lingyue approached the training ground, she could hear shouts and the sounds of ninjutsu being executed from afar. She found a secluded corner to quietly observe the training activities. That a group of youthful ninjas engaged in a practical exercise showcased their agility, their hands swiftly forming intricate seals that dazzled the onlookers. Various ninjutsu, including fire release, water release, and earth release, intertwined to demonstrate remarkable power. Lingyue recalled the ninjutsu knowledge and hand seals in her mind, unable to suppress a remark. Only honest individuals would faithfully perform the seals. Is it appropriate to initiate a battle without a moment's hesitation? Take Senju Hashirama. For instance, with a mere clap of his hands, he could summon what he desired, rendering Madara utterly helpless. The Reikage, wielding lightning release chakra mode, possessed high attack power, robust defense, rapid speed, and relentless frequency. Then there's the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, capable of dispatching enemies with a Rasengan in one hand and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique in the other, effortlessly, eliminating elite ninjas. And let's not forget Might Guy, whose sheer ferocity nearly delivered a climactic blow. Just look at the most formidable figures in the ninja world, who among them is methodically performing seals. Could it be you, Uchiha Madara? Even the most powerful Madara must rely on the seals. I jest, of course performing seals can indeed assist in channeling chakra, which is quite beneficial for mere cannon fodder like myself. What? A low-ranking ninja from Konoha could obliterate the world? How absurd. I am but an ordinary genin, not one of the exceptional 12 ninja guardians. The situation is irrelevant to me. 991, 992.8t that moment. A figure clad in a tight green training outfit passed by, performing a handstand. Wow, this person is the real deal. I always believe that mages should be built for physicality. High offense and low defense are simply heretical. After all, this is not a game, one only has one life. There are no second chances if one missteps and is countered. This individual is a staunch supporter of the Hokage. Before developing sufficiently, they must first tread carefully. My life cannot withstand a single kick. But I am an Uchiha, possessing 2 revival tokens. I must quickly acquire these forbidden techniques. Having purchased the necessary ingredients, Lingyue turned and headed home. The immediate priority is to grow stronger, otherwise, should I become a rogue ninja, I would be entirely on my own. That if my Sharingan is exposed as a mere genin, I would undoubtedly become a target. Regardless of whether Itachi succeeds, having strength is never a disadvantage. I shall first focus on mastering the shadow clone technique. The principle is straightforward enough. The hand seals for the shadow clone technique are Tiger Radox Horse Tiger. This is a relatively basic yet highly practical ninjutsu seal. By forming these seals, a ninja can allocate half of their chakra to create a physical clone. The clone possesses the same abilities and combat prowess as the original, capable of independent action. It is generally used for combat, reconnaissance, learning, household chores, and various other tasks. However, encountering a powerful attack or depleting chakra will cause the clone to vanish. Yet, just because the principle is simple does not imply that the execution is. Lingyue attempted several times, but each effort ended in failure. Controlling chakra is not as straightforward as merely voicing it. It appears I must first practice my chakra control. Lingyue has indeed benefited from her transmigration, instantly identifying where the issues lie and knowing how to target her training in tree climbing and water walking. As half a month swiftly passed, Lingyue had grown accustomed to her current life, working in the guard unit each day. The only downside was the absence of her phone at night. Patrolling was merely a simple physical task, akin to meandering through the streets, which felt like a leisurely stroll to Lingyue. This job is far less taxing than my previous editing work, mindless and requiring no cognitive effort. If it weren't for the threat of extermination, life would be perfect. During this month, Lingyue encountered Uchiha Itachi twice within the Uchiha clan grounds. But alas, there was never an opportunity to converse. After all, Lingyue remains an inconspicuous genin, hardly worthy of Itachi's attention. There is still time if necessary. She can always flee, there's no rush. Following half a month of focused chakra control practice, Lingyue's chakra manipulation had significantly improved. She could now barely manage the shadow clone technique. Though the clones took a bit longer to form, at least she could create them. Seated cross-legged on the tatami, Lingyue found kneeling to be a waste on her knees. Sitting cross-legged was far more comfortable. Across from her sat another Lingyue, also in a cross-legged position. Observing the Lingyue before her, after half a month of diligent practice, she mused, "Lying down feels so wonderful. Compared to my previous life on Earth, where I toiled from dawn till dusk, burdened by loans and mortgages, this truly is a divine existence. Rest assured I shall become the true Uchiha Lingyue from now on. You can entrust your future to me." Having mastered the shadow clone technique, her chances of escape increased. Though she lacked confidence in outsmarting Itachi, for her lives' sake, she must give it a try. However, preparations for defection must be addressed first. Lingyue has come to terms with the identity of Uchiha Lingyue, and the counterpart nods in agreement. "Very well, I leave it to you." The clone then dissipated. System loading complete. Wow, 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 wow. The long-awaited system has finally awakened. It turns out that the final hurdle for the system was the acknowledgement of her identity. Lingyue was instantly filled with excitement and promptly checked the system panel in her mind. Did I ask this the system? No, it is a life-saving elixir. the system adopts a minimalist design. The astonishing system releases messages that, when seen or heard by someone, will yield emotional points. The more intense the emotions provoked, the higher the points awarded. These points can be utilized to enhance oneself or purchase items from the system's shop. The messages that are released must be truthful. Having grasped the general concept, Lingyue examined the enhancement options and system shop in detail. It was remarkably straightforward. At the top, her points displayed. 0. Below, two major categories were listed: enhancement and shop. Under enhancement, there were 4 options: chakra volume, physical strength, mental strength, and natural affinity. Each enhancement costs 5,000 points. In the shop, there were also 4 items: Grand Fireball Technique, 1,000 points; Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, 1,000,000 points; Lightning Attribute Chakra Nature Change, 100,000 points; Explosive Tags, 300 points. The Sharingan was framed in gold, the Lightning Attribute Chakra Nature Change in purple, while the remaining 2 items bore white frames that in the lower right corner. A countdown timer read: 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. She couldn't find a refresh button. Then, there was an empty item storage space, designated solely for items purchased from a shop. Friends who frequently traverse dimensions are well aware that the simplicity of a system often correlates with its potency. That a clear and concise system has even accounted for Lingyue's primary responsibilities. Liftoff. Only with a system can one be deemed a traverser. Without a system, one is merely an unauthorized entrant. If one lacks a system, it is evident they have not genuinely crossed over. Aside from the 2 trivial items in the shop, all are valuable treasures. I just need to decipher how this point system operates and devise an effective method for testing it. Just as Lingyue was about to rest, she found herself compelled to return to her former expertise. Could it be that disseminating information impacts the audience's emotions, with heightened emotions yielding more points? What could be more fitting than an expression of shock? Yet, the stipulation that only authentic news may be published severely constrains Lingyue's creativity. After all, her previous strategy relied on the art of fabrication, where nonsensical narratives thrived. Now, with the mandate for authenticity, it truly requires thorough investigation. To accrue points, it is essential that the information reaches a broad audience, with emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and astonishment being particularly pronounced. Expose Danzo's Sharingan. No, it is unwise to provoke Danzo should he feel cornered. The consequences could be dire. It is preferable to proceed cautiously and develop steadily. Moreover, to ensure a wide audience, celebrity gossip would be most suitable. Celebrity gossip? Who could be more fitting than you? It is decided. Our most formidable Hokage. Chapter 3. Astonishment, the Hokage actually. On the tranquil streets of Konoha village, Lingyue and Uchiha Lingyue were diligently fulfilling their patrol duties. The gentle sunlight of Konoha gracefully bathed the cobblestone path, while the shops along the street thrived with business, and villagers passed by, creating a scene of serene harmony. Lingyue, have you heard? The 3rd Hokage possesses a crystal ball. Through this crystal ball, the Hokage can secretly observe women bathing at the hot springs. Lingyue's voice, though soft, exuded an air of mystery and excitement. It was said that there were countless whispers behind the Hokage's back. Yet a mere piece of gossip hardly seemed to warrant concern from the Umbu. What? Is that true? The Hokage would do such a thing? I thought only Jiraiya-sama would sneak a peek at women in the hot springs. Lingyue, previously drowsy, was suddenly revitalized by this startling news, his eyes widening in disbelief. I heard it from someone else. Perhaps Jiraiya-sama learned it from the 3rd Hokage. After all, Jiraiya-sama is the 3rd Hokage's disciple. Lingyue continued to embellish, wearing a serious expression. That makes sense. It could very well be true. Lingyue, swayed by Lingyue's words, nodded unconsciously, his mind conjuring absurd images. I've only shared this with you, so please don't tell anyone else. If the 3rd Hokage finds out, I'll be in trouble. Lingyue suddenly fixed Lingyue with a serious gaze, worry evident in his eyes. Don't worry, we are good friends. I won't tell a soul, Lingyue assured Lingyue, patting his chest with righteous fervor. As the day's patrol came to an end, Lingyue enjoyed a dinner before lying on his bed to rest, focusing his attention on the system panel in his mind. Total points, 24. This method of passing information is too slow and prone to exposure. I need a more effective approach, Lingyue muttered to himself while pacing his room. Today, Lingyue had tested verbal information sharing, which proved effective but sluggish. Yinhua had only managed to relay the news to 7 individuals in a whole day. He needed to devise a more efficient and discreet method. When he had watched the anime, it was filled with passion and bonds. Now, he felt only the imminent threat of extermination looming over him. He needed a way to rapidly increase his points, or he wouldn't survive the night of the massacre. Should I resort to my ultimate secret technique? Perhaps a grand proclamation would allow the villagers to witness it themselves, thus ensuring swift dissemination. With determination, Lingyue seized a pen, dipped it in ink, and feverishly wrote on the paper. Astonishment. The Hokage, in solitude, engaged in such actions with the crystal ball. Recognizing that this section might not captivate the audience, Lingyue refrained from elaborating further. He exaggeratedly depicted the so-called crystal ball peeping incident involving the third Hokage, meticulously including numerous details to ensure that anyone who glimpsed the flyer would be utterly convinced. Once finished, he carefully reviewed his writing, ensuring there were no clues that could reveal his identity. Under the cover of night, clad in dark attire, he wrapped himself tightly and summoned a shadow clone. To be candid, using a shadow clone carries the risk of exposure. However, as a mere genin, Lingyue had few alternatives. Enlisting others or summoning a beast could lead to his capture and a memory search, rendering him powerless. At least the shadow clone could disperse itself. And given his current chakra levels as a genin, he had enough to manage without drawing attention. The shadow clone flitted through the streets and alleys of Konoha like a wraith. Cautiously, it affixed the flyers at conspicuous locations, such as the entrance of the hot springs and the walls of residential homes. After posting 5 flyers, it vigilantly scanned the surroundings to ensure it had not been noticed, before retreating to a hidden spot to disperse itself. This technique primarily risks chakra exposure, yet since no confrontation had occurred, the traces would likely vanish by the time the news broke. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced Konoha village, the villagers, as usual, set out for the day. Before long, someone discovered the posted flyers. "Come and see what this says," an early rising villager exclaimed. The surrounding crowd quickly gathered, and upon reading the content of the flyers, a commotion erupted among them. "My goodness, I can't believe the third Hokage would do such a thing. This is unbelievable. We have always placed our trust in him." As word spread, the rumors multiplied exponentially, reaching more and more villagers. The shocking revelation about the Hokage's actions with the crystal ball, as meticulously pinned by Lingyue, successfully captured the attention of countless Konoha residents. This cannot be. The third Hokage has always been our revered leader. How could he engage in such disgraceful acts? An elderly man, filled with disbelief, clutched the flyer, grappling with doubt. "Humph. It seems what we've seen is merely a fade. Who would have thought him so hypocritical?" A fiery young ninja, eyes wide with anger, crumpled the flyer and hurled it to the ground. There was little he could do. His family owned a hot spring, and this scandal would surely ruin their business for the foreseeable future. The gossip spread like a terrifying plague, swiftly eroding the villagers' trust in the third Hokage. By the time the Umbu arrived, several hundred villagers had already seen the content of the flyers, and the scandal was unstoppable. As the rumors continued to ferment, calls for accountability surged throughout Konoha. A throng of villagers gathered before the Hokage Tower, brandishing the flyers and demanding an explanation from the third Hokage. Most of them were owners or employees of hot spring establishments, along with ninjas whose wives enjoyed bathing at the springs. "Third Hokage, come out and give us an explanation." The rising tide of anger grew louder, threatening to engulf the Hokage Tower. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in his office, a grave expression on his face as he surveyed the mountain of reports before him. Umbu ninjas scurried about, yet they had been unable to locate the source of the flyers. One Umbu ninja knelt, urgently reporting there were only 5 flyers at 5 locations. And in just one morning, the crowd has swelled to hundreds. With such a multitude involved, especially concerning scandalous news about the Hokage, it was inevitable this information would spread throughout Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this was a deliberate act aimed at destabilizing the village and undermining his authority. "Hiruzen, the villagers are becoming increasingly agitated. If this continues, it may lead to greater chaos. We must devise a plan," anxiously urged Tsunade. "Have the Umbu investigate who is spreading these slanderous rumors about the Hokage." Mito Kazama added, her expression one of fury. "It must be the nefarious Uchiha clan. I have always said they cannot be trusted, and we must eradicate them swiftly. Danzo Shimura growled vehemently. Slowly, the third Hokage rose, casting a silent glance at Danzo. The gaze conveyed both determination and helplessness. After all, it was his own reputation that was at stake. An investigation was inevitable, but first, he needed to clarify matters with them, for the village must not succumb to division due to these rumors. Chapter 4. The Pot. When the third Hokage appeared before the Hokage building, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes were fixed upon him, filled with skepticism and anticipation. The third Hokage took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Villagers, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hereby solemnly declare that these rumors concerning me are entirely unfounded. I have dedicated my life to the village of Konoha and have never engaged in any misconduct. Are the claims written on these flyers all false? How do you explain that?" A voice from the crowd demanded loudly. The third Hokage found himself momentarily speechless, unable to produce irrefutable evidence to prove his innocence. After all, the truth was out, but the identity of the one who exposed it remained a mystery. It must have been someone who frequently visited the Hokage building. Was it Danzo, Itachi Uchiha, or perhaps Kakashi? Danzo seemed the most likely suspect, as he had long desired the position of Hokage. Hiruzen's heart filled with suspicion. Yet he knew he must first navigate through this immediate crisis. Furrowing his brow, the third Hokage realized time was of the essence. Decisive action was necessary to uncover the mastermind and restore his honor. Listen to me, everyone. These are mere rumors. A fortnight ago, a group of merchants visited Konoha. Besides conducting business, they toured many places in our village. The locations where these flyers were posted aligned perfectly with their itinerary. There must be spies from other villages among them, deliberately spreading these rumors to divert our attention. They certainly harbored deeper conspiracies. Standing on the steps of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his voice, attempting to quell the villagers' anger and doubts. As they heard his words, the previously chaotic scene quieted slightly, and many turned their gaze towards him, their faces etched with uncertainty and contemplation. Sensing this shift, Hiruzen continued, "I have instructed the Umbu to investigate these merchants, and their activities have proven to be highly suspicious. Their movements within Konoha coincide with the emergence of these flyers, and after the rumors began circulating, they vanished as if they had never existed." Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, and some villagers' expressions revealed a flicker of doubt, as if they were beginning to believe the Hokage's assertions. Yet, one villager boldly stated, "But that does not entirely exonerate Lord Third Hokage." His doubts remained unshaken. Hiruzen cast a glance at Nara Shikaku beside him. Shikaku nodded slightly and stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, Lord Third Hokage has devoted his life to Konoha, and his contributions are evident to all. He does not employ surveillance jutsu against our village. To suspect him based solely on a few dubious flyers plays right into the enemy's hands. Konoha has long faced the covetousness and schemes of other villages. This rumor may well be their tactic to undermine our unity." At that moment, an elder stood up and addressed Nara Shikaku, speaking slowly. "Shikaku, we all wish for this to be false, but we need more concrete evidence." Shikaku replied firmly, "Rest assured, Elder. The Umbu are tirelessly tracking the whereabouts of these suspicious merchants, and I believe results will manifest soon. In the meantime, I urge everyone to remain calm and not be swayed by the enemy's schemes." Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, declaring, "Please disperse for now. I will uncover these spies and ensure the safety of our village and its people." His voice echoed across the plaza before the Hokage building, his gaze sweeping over each villager, filled with reassurance. The villagers departed with complex expressions, their steps imbued with a mix of hope for the third Hokage and lingering doubt. As the crowd gradually thinned, only Sarutobi Hiruzen's solitary figure remained in the plaza. He watched the villagers retreating, lost in profound contemplation. Under Nara Shikaku's command, the Umbu intensified their search for the suspicious merchants. Following residual chakra traces, they divided into several teams to conduct a thorough sweep of Konoha and its surrounding areas. Yet ultimately, they uncovered nothing. The chakra was too ordinary, and with the multitude of Konoha's ninjas and their mixed auras, tracking proved exceedingly difficult. In the dimly lit Hokage office, sunlight filtered through the partially open window, casting dappled patterns upon the wooden floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, cluttered with documents. Puffing on his pipe, the smoke curled slowly from his lips, enveloping him in a haze. while the smoke obscured the wrinkles etched by time upon his face. It could not conceal the composure and resilience forged through experience. As the office filled with thick smoke, his gaze penetrated through the swirling haze. Observing the bustling streets of Konoha, contemplating, could it be you, Danzo? Seated in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The so-called merchant spies were mere fabrications, a ruse to placate the villagers. The Umbu had found no leads regarding the flyers. All of this compelled Hiruzen to direct his suspicions toward his longtime friend, Shimura Danzo. The merchants were merely a facade. Gaining access to the Hokage building and knowing his preferences could not simply be the work of random merchants. To possess such intimate knowledge of his private details was beyond the capacity of an ordinary outsider. The Umbu had failed to uncover any leads. The most probable culprit was his old friend Danzo, orchestrating this entire charade. Danzo had always harbored a fervent desire for the Hokage position. Believing that his ideals and methods were the best means to protect Konoha, he had established his own root organization, even placing his subordinates within the Umbu. How could the Umbu investigate the Umbu? As he reflected on the myriad experiences shared with Danzo over the years, a wave of conflicting emotions surged within him. They had fought side by side in countless battles, united for the future of Konoha. Yet as time passed, Danzo grew increasingly radical, believing that any means were justified for the sake of Konoha's interests. If it is indeed you, Danzo, why would you resort to such treachery? Is the Hokage position truly more significant to you than the stability of Konoha and the trust of its people? Meanwhile, Danzo sat in the secret base of the root organization, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his face. He perused the reports presented by his subordinates regarding the current state of Konoha, feeling a surge of delight. He did not need to know who disseminated the flyers. The chaos he had successfully instigated was all that mattered. He had effectively disrupted the order of Konoha, causing the villagers' trust in Sarutobi, Hiruzen, to waver. He felt he was one step closer to achieving the Hokage position. Hiruzen, you always remained so naive, believing that your benevolence can safeguard Konoha. Only I possess the capability to make Konoha truly strong, Danzo murmured, his eyes glinting with a hint of ruthlessness. Chapter 5. Adding depth to the deep blue. One cannot attain wealth without taking risks, and horses do not thrive without nighttime fodder. Indeed, this was the correct approach to unlocking the system. Lingyue gazed intently at the system panel, which displayed over 23,000 points, quickening his heartbeat. Only honest individuals would earnestly cultivate. True men rely on fortuitous advantages. Lingyue reveled in his thoughts, taking the recent rumors surrounding the acting Hokage as an example. The tale began with oral transmission and later expanded through the distribution of flyers, causing the truth to spread like a virus throughout the Hidden Leaf village. The system, generous as it was, rewarded him with points that surged into his account as the rumors intensified. Even now, points continue to trickle in, indicating that the news is still circulating far and wide. However, outside the village, it is likely that people merely regard this as a source of amusement. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique can only observe the affairs of Konoha. It poses no threat beyond its borders. Thus, it is probable that many view this as mere gossip. Chuckling it off, other than the damage to Hiruzen's reputation, there appears to be little impact on Konoha's strength. He secretly rejoiced that his fabrication of these rumors remained undiscovered. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, the outside world is now likely swarming with Umbu operatives, and attempting to distribute flyers again would entail the risk of being caught. He understands that amidst this tempest, any reckless action could plunge him into irretrievable peril. After all, his small limbs cannot contend with the might of a powerful adversary. The path is vast, yet survival is paramount. For now, it is wise to remain low-key and focus on strengthening his abilities. Resolute in his determination, Lingyue's gaze returned to the system panel. With 23,000 points accumulated, it was evident that enhancing his affinity would be the most beneficial in the long run, especially since it would enable him to learn sage techniques, maximizing his potential. However, while aspirations may be grand, reality often proves starkly challenging. Time is of the essence. He cannot afford the luxury of gradual development, nor does he possess methods to cultivate natural energy. In this perilous environment of Konoha, the immediate priority must be to enhance his combat capabilities swiftly. Otherwise, it is possible that Shimura Danzo may come knocking to reclaim his eyes one day. The most pressing need is an increase in chakra. As a mere genin, he finds himself unable to utilize more than 2 jutsu before exhausting his chakra, which is exceedingly frustrating. Each battle leaves him constrained by a lack of chakra, a feeling that weighs heavily on Lingyue's spirit. Moreover, his ability to control chakra and enhance his ninjutsu skills requires improvement, yet he currently lacks avenues to pursue these enhancements, which is genuinely vexing. He muses that increasing his mental strength might aid in bolstering his chakra control and resistance to genjutsu. In the realm of ninja combat, formidable mental fortitude not only allows one to remain lucid amid illusions, but also enables more precise manipulation of chakra, resulting in the execution of more potent and stable ninjutsu. As for learning ninjutsu, once his chakra control is sufficiently refined, self-study will become feasible. While complex techniques may elude him, surely he can master the basics. The Rasengan, though not overly complicated, requires exceptional chakra control. Nevertheless, it stands as a viable avenue for enhancing his power. With this in mind, Lingyue resolved to commence his enhancement. He allocated 2 points to chakra and 2 points to mental strength. Although a balanced approach may yield greater longevity, extreme specialization offers the highest immediate gains. Spending 20,000 points, a sudden, intense pain surged through his mind, compelling Lingyue to clutch his head and groan in agony. The abrupt influx of mental power surged through his consciousness, striving to fortify his mental faculties. In contrast, the additional chakra coursing through his body felt remarkably gentle. Lingyue gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. He had been careless, failing to proceed incrementally. He recognized that this was a necessary ordeal on the path to growth. As his awareness began to blur, he fought to maintain clarity, guiding the burgeoning power within him. Before long, the sharp pain began to wane, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity. Lingyue gradually opened his eyes, feeling his thoughts sharpen, and the world around him seemed to crystallize into focus. He had succeeded. A wave of joy surged within him. The enhancement of his mental power would most significantly elevate his ocular prowess. Eager to test his new abilities, he silently summoned chakra and opened his eyes wide. Before him, a pair of blood-red eyes, adorned with 2 spinning tomo, glimmered with an enigmatic radiance. He had successfully upgraded to the double tomo Sharingan in one attempt. Lingyue understood the formidable dynamic vision that the Sharingan bestowed. It was undoubtedly a powerful trump card. This was merely the beginning. With a few more enhancements, he would no longer fear the night of the massacre. Once the excitement subsided, he quickly contemplated whether his chakra control had improved. Rising to his feet, he concentrated and began to gather chakra. Previously, this process was often accompanied by subtle fluctuations, akin to taming a wild stallion. Now, however, the chakra flowed seamlessly, as if it were an extension of his will. To further confirm his progress, he swiftly formed hand seals and chanted shadow clone technique. What would normally require gradual concentration was accomplished instantaneously. Indeed, strengthened mental faculties greatly enhanced chakra control. As he mentally assessed his abilities, he realized his chakra level had reached that of a competent chunin, yet his ninjutsu remained at the level of a genin, an undeniable shortcoming. Coupled with exceptional chakra control and the double tomo Sharingan, his overall strength could be considered on par with that of a chunin. Lacking advanced ninjutsu to study, his next step would be to master the Rasengan. After all, as a powerful technique that requires no hand seals, mastering it would significantly bolster his combat capabilities. Although he still lacked sufficient strength, time was on his side. This was merely the beginning. With a few more enhancements, he could distribute flyers openly. Currently, the buzz surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen's scandal had not yet subsided, and the area outside was undoubtedly teeming with watchful eyes. If only he could find a way to exit Konoha judiciously. His stage should be the world of ninjas, not confined to this small village. Lingyue pondered his next course of action. Undertaking missions outside of Konoha was out of the question, as that would lead him directly to Danzo's doorstep. Given Danzo's influence, he would surely be privy to the details of any mission, making it impossible for Lingyue to escape undetected. The notion of defection was also premature. Considering his current lack of strength and the ever-watchful Danzo, the risk of failure loomed large. If he failed to escape, his situation would be dire. It was best to remain under the radar for a while until the storm passed. This would provide an opportunity to learn several new ninjutsu techniques. Lacking any techniques of his own, he could always seek assistance from Uchiha Inka. Chapter 6. Uchiha Itachi in the ensuing half-month, Lingyue's life operated like a finely tuned clock, precise and unyielding. He attended work during the day, but once the sun set, he transformed, swiftly heading to the secret training ground agreed upon with Uchiha Anka for their sessions. Lingyue had discreetly acquired several common ninjutsu from Uchiha Anka, including the fire styles, Phoenix Fire and Fire Dragon techniques, as well as the Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. He later purchased the Lightning Release, Chidori from the updated shop inventory. With potential battles lurking around every corner, acquiring powerful skills served as a prudent safeguard. The system points continued to accumulate gradually, after which he spent an additional 5,000 points on Chidori, leaving him with just over 2,000 points remaining. Each evening, upon returning home, he practiced forming the Rasengan. Although Lingyue had yet to successfully create the technique, he noticed steady improvement in his chakra control as he adapted to his augmented mental strength. He could distinctly sense the chakra within him behaving like an obedient spirit, becoming more docile and manageable under his command. Though he had not yet reached the standards for forming the Rasengan, this minor progress filled him with exhilaration. He is aware that his efforts are gradually bearing fruit. As long as he remains persistent, mastering the spiral sphere is merely a matter of time. The 12 young ninjas of Konoha are on the brink of entering the Ninja Academy, signaling that the impending crisis of clan extinction is drawing near with the passage of time. It was during Sasuke's first year that Itachi Uchiha commenced the massacre, leaving Sasuke as the sole survivor, who continues to live each day consumed by hatred. Amidst his training, Tsukiyomi finds his mind often drifting to the thoughts of Itachi's heinous act, grappling with the enigma of what could possibly be going through Itachi's mind. The Uchiha clan has always revered strength, with the entire culture and belief system revolving around power. To Tsukiyomi, considering Itachi's formidable abilities, if he could execute such a massacre, why not attempt to subdue his kin instead? In many instances, the threat of force can compel a group to submit, and Itachi possesses that capability. Even if he deems his clan difficult to tame, it hardly justifies the complete annihilation. If all else fails, he could eliminate the ninjas while sparing the defenseless civilians, who include the elderly and children, completely uninvolved in the power struggles between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha. Indeed, the Uchiha seem to be plagued by madness. Except for himself. Now, Tsukiyomi must devise a method to swiftly enhance his strength while attempting to engage Itachi, seeking to delay the impending doom of his clan. Though Itachi may be mentally flawed, he is nonetheless a remarkably useful tool. With a single application of Tsukuyomi, 1 second could be transformed into 3 days, and the scene could be altered at will. Now that Tsukiyomi has a system at his disposal, it is preferable to retain such a valuable resource rather than eliminate him. After all, verbal persuasion comes at no cost. It is worth a try. If he can postpone the night of the massacre, that would be a success. And even if he fails, Itachi surely would not dare to act against him on clan territory. He must find a way to connect with Itachi and ascertain his views on the Uchiha clan, seeking any potential points of entry. Once he has matured, Itachi will no longer be a concern. A chance encounter on the road seems the best approach, though a cliché plot, classics never fade. Resolute in his decision, Tsukiyomi begins passing by Itachi's residence precisely at the end of each day. The hours of the Umbu are unpredictable, but after a week, he finally has his moment. Young clan leader, please wait a moment. I have a question regarding a ninjutsu that I would like to consult you about. Do you have time to guide me? What is the question? Speak. Itachi appears indifferent, yet responds nonetheless. Thank you, young clan leader. I have been practicing the shadow clone technique, but for some reason, the clones I create dissipate very quickly. What seems to be the issue? If your chakra control is unstable, the shadow clones will dissipate swiftly. Is that the reason? Young clan leader, could you please observe what I am doing wrong? Tsukiyomi quickly conjures a shadow clone, then feigns instability as it vanishes. Itachi observes in silence, studying Tsukiyomi intently. Follow me, he says, leading the way back to his home. Tsukiyomi trails behind, entering the Uchiha clan leader's residence. Brother, you're back. Upon entering, Tsukiyomi hears a clear, youthful voice. He then sees a small child hurriedly running towards Itachi, grasping one of his hands. The young Sasuke is quite adorable. It is perplexing how he later becomes so distorted. However, growing up amidst such profound hatred is a context that makes the distortion understandable. Watching the small child, Tsukiyomi cannot help but reflect. One Uchiha Itachi, one Uchiha Sasuke. The father of Yuan Fei Raizen is said to be Yuan Fei Sasuke, and it is rumored that Shimura Danzo's father is Shimura Itachi. I wonder if there is truth to it. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku has chosen an exquisite name. Brother, who is this? Sasuke finally notices Tsukiyomi lingering behind. This is a friend of mine who needs to discuss a matter. You may go and play. I will join you shortly. Itachi sends Sasuke back inside before returning to the courtyard. I sincerely apologize for delaying your time, young clan leader. No matter. Please articulate your question. Thank you, young clan leader. I wish to know how to maintain the stability of my shadow clones. Tsukiyomi disregards Itachi's apparent disinterest and decides to pursue his own approach. Itachi's gaze remains fixed upon Tsukiyomi, who maintains a demeanor of earnest inquiry. They share a brief silence. Once a shadow clone is created, it can act independently or be controlled by you. Thus, the clone contains a part of your spirit and will. Calm your mind and perceive the spirit within the clone, then attempt to stabilize its chakra. Following Itachi's guidance, Tsukiyomi tries once more and indeed succeeds on the first attempt. Wonderful. I have succeeded. Thank you, young clan leader. Truly, you embody the will of fire. Having you as our young clan leader is a blessing for the Uchiha clan. I firmly believe that under your leadership, our clan will flourish and prosper. One should not strike a smiling face. Showering praise is certainly a wise move. Without awaiting Itachi's reply, Tsukiyomi hastily inquires, by the way, young clan leader, what kind of person do you aspire to be? Itachi softly repeats, what kind of person do I wish to be? His thoughts gallop back to the haunting memories of the past. He recalls the time at the age of 4 when his father took him to the battlefield. A scene of utter devastation. Corpses litter the ground, blood staining the earth of vivid crimson, shattered weapons scattered about, and dismembered limbs in disarray. A gentle breeze carries the acrid scent of blood. Despite being shielded by his father, the horrific sight is forever etched in his heart. He witnessed individuals struggling in agony, their faint cries for help silenced moments later. This brutal imagery introduced him to the grim reality of war. He then recalls his father cradling him, his mother holding Sasuke. The family gathered around a warm hearth, his father's smile kind, his mother's gaze tender, and Sasuke laughing in her embrace. His father would recount the glorious history of the Uchiha clan, while his mother lovingly prepared sweet treats for them. He also remembers the solemn moment when Shisui entrusted him with his eyes, filled with trust and expectation, passing the burden of protecting Konoha and the Uchiha name to him. Itachi, the future of the Uchiha clan and the stability of Konoha rest upon your shoulders, Shisui's voice echoes in his mind. Emerging from his reverie, Itachi's gaze grows resolute. At this moment, tensions rise within the village, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher-ups intensifying. Many within the clan are restless, contemplating a coup to reclaim what they believe is their rightful place. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konoha are clandestinely plotting how to counter the threat posed by the Uchiha. He must navigate through this complex situation and make difficult choices, to protect Konoha or to safeguard the Uchiha. Chapter 7. The failure of verbal persuasion. I knew it couldn't be this simple. Look at that fierce expression. Goodness, this young man. Tsukiyomi feels utterly perplexed. Having merely posed a question, yet Itachi's expression suggests he is ready to devour him. What could have prompted such a reaction from Itachi? I aspire to be a person who can protect the peace of the village, even if it means sacrificing everything. Itachi snaps back to reality, his gaze fixed on Tsukiyomi, determined and fervent. I am acutely aware of my choice. Every individual in this village, their smiles, their lives, are treasures I hold dear. In order to safeguard peace, I would not hesitate to stand against the entire world, relinquishing all for this cause. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon him, outlining his resolute form, as the conviction to protect the village blazed within him like an unquenchable flame. Indeed, confronting an enemy without first subduing them renders mere verbal persuasion ineffective. One should not harbor any illusions. It is evident that Uchiha Itachi chose to protect the greater good over his clan and Konoha. Currently, lacking sufficient strength puts one in a passive position. Thus, it is prudent to first enhance my own abilities. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure Itachi receives a thorough thrashing, after which I shall let him and Sarutobi Hiruzen engage in their own conflicts. Protecting Konoha should be prioritized without resorting to violence against one's kin. What kind of child is taken to the battlefield at 4 years old to witness the carnage of others? Look at how Uchiha Itachi has been shaped by this environment. Truly, Your clan's annihilation is not at all unwarranted. The failure to educate rests upon the shoulders of Uchiha Fugaku. He must bear full responsibility for Itachi's upbringing. Fortunately, Itachi's desire to protect lies with Konoha, not the Hokage. Eventually, I will unveil the truth about the Sarutobi clan's hidden schemes, revealing how Sarutobi Hiruzen has secretly drained the village's vitality. He is the true threat to Konoha. This will certainly incite conflict between him and Itachi. After all, Itachi possesses the power of the Sharingan. It should be utilized effectively. After articulating his unwavering determination to protect the village, Itachi was met with a radiant smile from the moon-faced individual who leaned forward with evident delight, exclaiming, "The young clan leader is truly a remarkable ninja." As he spoke, he raised his thumb in a gesture of exaggerated admiration, his eyes brimming with respect. In the entire village, who is unaware of the young clan leader's noble heart? For the sake of the village's peace, he is willing to sacrifice everything. Such awareness and responsibility inspire my utmost admiration. In the future, should there be any way I can assist, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall willingly face any peril for you. As he spoke, his eagerness to ingratiate himself was unmistakable, as if the very words of flattery were inscribed upon his visage. This was the essence of what Lingyue had learned in the world of employment. For now, since he lacks strength, it is wise to adopt a humble approach. Oh, to have been a subordinate before my journey began, and to continue in such a role now. What a futile endeavor. Alas, it seems that Lingyue, as a newcomer to the ninja realm, is expected to play the subordinate role. Without a little flattery, one might risk incurring Itachi's wrath, which would be most troublesome. Upon hearing Lingyue's unabashed praise, a rare flicker of warmth graced Itachi's typically austere countenance. For long, he had borne the weight of his clan's misunderstandings and skepticism. In his quest to protect his people, he had to align himself with Konoha, often met with opposition and distrust from his kin. Their uncomprehending gazes pierced his heart like icy arrows. Yet, at this moment, Lingyue's simple acknowledgement that he is a great ninja felt akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, dispelling the long-standing shadows within his soul. Finally, someone understood his persistence and recognized his beliefs, filling him with a sense of comfort. With a slight nod and eyes alight with gratitude, he softly replied, "Thank you for your understanding. This recognition holds great significance for me. And what about you? What kind of person do you aspire to be?" "Me?" Lingyue mused. "In my past life, I toiled endlessly. Now, I merely wish to lie back and see my story reach its conclusion. Saving the world? What relevance does that have for me? Even when the Otsutsuki arrive, there will surely be others who rise to save the day. I desire to become powerful enough to protect those I wish to safeguard. Indeed, I must grow stronger and ensure my own protection. If possible, I would like to marry 2 wives, but no more than that, lest my body cannot bear it." Lingyue contemplated quietly. "Is this your friend, Itachi?" Suddenly, a gentle sound of footsteps reached his ears. Lingyue instinctively turned to see Uchiha Makoto gracefully entering the courtyard. Clad in a simple yet elegant kimono, she radiated an enchanting charm. Her long black hair cascaded smoothly down her back, with playful strands framing her fair visage, enhancing her allure. Every gesture exuded elegance. Truly, she epitomized the type he admired. Unfortunately, such a remarkable woman had already been claimed by another. It seemed Uchiha Izumi had also been reserved by Itachi. The thought of Uchiha Makoto being bound to Uchiha Fugaku, sharing both life and death, filled Lingyue with sympathy for her. "Uchiha Fugaku, you truly deserve condemnation." Lingyue silently cursed within. As the clan leader, Fugaku had driven his family toward an irreversible abyss. His indecisiveness and poor guidance had not only cost him his life, but had endangered his entire clan. "Madam, this is Lingyue, a friend I recently made," Itachi introduced. "I have met the matriarch. I am Uchiha Lingyue, here to seek guidance from the young clan leader." Lingyue glanced at the gentle and graceful Makoto, relieved that he had transcended into this world, ensuring he would not follow the path of clan destruction. Uchiha Makoto approached with light steps, her face adorned with a warm smile as she softly spoke. "Ah, so you are Lingyue. I am delighted that Itachi has found a friend like you. He has few companions. I hope you can spend more time with him." Her voice was gentle and warm, akin to a soft breeze on a spring day. Lingyue quickly bowed respectfully, expressing earnestly, "Yes, matriarch. The young clan leader possesses extraordinary talent and strength. He has always been a figure I admire." Raising his gaze with evident reverence, he added, I will frequently seek guidance from the young clan leader. It is a privilege to befriend him. Should you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command me, and I shall exert my utmost effort. Makoto nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting satisfaction as she observed Lingyue, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Matriarch, young clan leader, the hour grows late. I must prepare to return. I am sincerely grateful for the young clan leader's guidance. I wish to practice diligently and will return soon for further instruction. Lingyue respectfully bid farewell to Makoto and Sasuke. Itachi nodded slightly, a hint of youthful pride gracing his features. Yes, feel free to seek me out anytime. I hope to see greater progress next time. Makoto smiled gently, saying, Be careful on your way, Lingyue. As Lingyue turned to leave, he quickly began to reflect on his conversation with Uchiha Itachi, contemplating how to further address the looming crisis of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Thus far, he had only established a positive rapport with Itachi and gleaned his current thoughts. Regrettably, he had chosen to support Konoha. It seems that resolving the Uchiha crisis will ultimately depend on my own strength. The path with Itachi appears closed. I must first deal with Danzo. Chapter 8. Hatake Kakashi. Now, the area is swarming with Umbu sentinels. It is impossible to stealthily distribute flyers. My training efficiency is too low. A moment of invincibility is fleeting, yet sustaining it is paramount. A new shipment has arrived at the store, the perfect Hashirama cell solution. Alas, my current points are insufficient. I can only gaze longingly at it, which means I must save more points in the future. Lingyue silently calculated how to find an opportunity for another round of flyer distribution. Half a month has passed since the sensational news about Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the surface, Konoha has returned to tranquility. However, the watchful eyes of the Umbu remain vigilant. The sun shone brightly as Lingyue accompanied Uchiha Enka to Ichiraku Ramen. The inviting aroma filled the air, and the laughter and chatter of patrons echoed throughout the establishment. This time, Lingyue genuinely invited Enka for ramen, having benefited greatly from the practical ninjutsu he had acquired from him during this time. The two found a vacant spot, and steaming bowls of ramen were swiftly served to their table. As I watched the flames dance before me, the figure of Yanhui devoured his noodles with abandon, not caring as the broth splashed onto the corners of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction, radiating a refreshing clarity. Lingyue couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. How endearingly naive the Uchiha clan is. Such innocent souls as Madara, Obito, Shisui, and Itachi, how easily one could deceive them. If only they would consider downloading an anti-fraud app. It is essential to pursue knowledge. I am grateful for the nation's 9 years of compulsory education. However, it seems that even university students are susceptible to scams. One cannot become foolish through study alone. Yanhui, relishing his meal, glanced up and noticed Lingyue seated across from him, motionless, her lips murmuring softly, her bowl of noodles untouched. Lingyue, what are you mumbling about? He inquired after swallowing a mouthful of noodles, perplexed as he waved his hand before her eyes. He was baffled by her sudden distraction. She had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Realizing she had drifted off, Lingyue offered an awkward smile, scratching her head as she hastily changed the subject. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking of something amusing. With that, she promptly picked up her bowl and took a generous bite of noodles. This ramen is truly delicious. Next time, I shall treat you again, she said, gazing longingly at the remaining broth in her bowl. You've treated me twice already. Next time, it's my turn to treat you to ramen, Yanhui replied, sitting up straighter, resolutely contesting her claim. No, that won't do. It cannot always be you footing the bill. You've already treated me so many times. It's my turn now. With a clever glint in her eyes, Lingyue suggested, how about this? Next time, you can treat me to barbecue instead. She could already envision the sizzling, succulent meat, and she couldn't help but lick her lips. Yanhui paused for a moment and then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, it's a deal. Next time, I will ensure you have your fill of barbecue. The two exchanged smiles, their laughter resonating throughout the ramen shop. In the bustling ramen eatery, Lingyue and Uchiha Yanhui were joyfully discussing their next dining arrangement. Boss, one large bowl of ramen, please, came a voice that was slightly lazy yet unmistakably distinctive, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. They turned to see a man clad in Umbu attire striding into the ramen shop, his white hair standing defiantly like unruly grass, echoing his untamed spirit. The black mask on his face obscured much of his features, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes, truly the epitome of deadpan. An undeniable presence emanated from him, suggesting he was the very center of the universe. Ah, the aloof, stoic type has its allure. Young ladies seem to be drawn to such an archetype. The unique silhouette made Lingyue instantly recognize him as Kakashi Hatake. She paused briefly, recalling the legendary ninja Kakashi, a figure she had admired in the original work before her transmigration. Memories of his dazzling raikiri and his gallant stance on the battlefield flooded her mind. A peculiar question suddenly surfaced in her thoughts. Is the lightning from raikiri direct current or alternating current? Yenhua nudged Lingyue, attempting to lower his voice. Look, that's Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja. I wonder why the clan hasn't reclaimed the Sharingan. Lingyue followed his gaze, momentarily lost in thought before softly agreeing. It truly is him. I never expected to encounter him here. I've heard he has undertaken countless high-difficulty missions, his strength unfathomable. Her gaze remained fixed on Kakashi, as if observing a rare genius. She was curious about how he managed to eat ramen with that mask on. It was said that Kakashi's true face was one of the 3 great mysteries of Konoha. The other 2 were, just how long is Orochimaru's tongue? And why does the moonlight gale always appear so ethereal? Kakashi seemed accustomed to the attention, unfazed by the gazes directed his way. He walked directly to the counter, seating himself with practiced ease, his long fingers lightly tapping on the table. Upon seeing him, the proprietor's familiar smile emerged as he promptly placed a steaming bowl of ramen before him. Kakashi received the bowl with minimal words, merely nodding in gratitude. The chatter and clamor of the other diners faded into a mere background hum in his ears. Lingyue watched him intently, eager to uncover the mystery beneath the mask. She had heard that his Sharingan was a gift from a member of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Yenhua gently touched Lingyue's hand and whispered, yes. It was his good friend Obito Uchiha who gave it to him, allowing Kakashi to witness the world that Obito never got to see. Lingyue quickly summarized the poignant tale of the bond between Obito and Kakashi, her curiosity unyielding as she continued to gaze at Kakashi, yearning to glimpse what lay beneath the mask. Suddenly, she was jolted back to reality. Kakashi had set down his chopsticks and was preparing to leave. To her astonishment, the bowl of ramen before him was empty, broth and all. Lingyue thought to herself that in the brief moment she turned to speak to Yenhua, mere seconds had elapsed. This was not right. Could Kakashi possess the ability to pause time? Surely, if he had such a power, he wouldn't waste it on trivialities. Yenhua, you've thwarted my grand endeavor. In the end, I still couldn't get a glimpse of Kakashi's face beneath that mask. Lingyue lamented, watching Kakashi's retreating figure. Well then, I suppose I shall write the story of the White Fang this time. After all, to save the Uchiha, if one lacks strength, it becomes a matter of rallying the lords and sowing discord. Surely, once all of Konoha learns the truth behind the White Fang's demise, Kakashi will no longer wish to serve the village. Chapter 9, Absurd. A ninja's duty and the will of fire can only choose one. Beneath the prosperous facade of Konoha Village, turmoil brewed. Hatake Tsukumo, the legendary ninja revered as the White Fang of Konoha, found himself ensnared in an unprecedented dilemma. The cloud of failure loomed over him like a storm. During a pivotal S-rank mission, Tsukumo faced an excruciating choice. Should he adhere to the ninja's code, prioritizing the mission above all, even if it meant forsaking his injured comrades to ensure success? Or should he uphold the will of fire, rescuing his companions and accepting the repercussions of failure? I cannot see clearly. I truly cannot see clearly. Tsukumo's heart wrestled between the will of fire and the ninja's duty, each second stretching into eternity. He knew that, as a ninja, the mission's precedence was paramount. Yet witnessing the agony of his comrades and hearing their feeble cries for help tore at the fabric of his humanity and compassion. Ultimately, he chose to save his comrades, embracing the guiding principle of the will of fire, returning to Konoha with his injured companions and the bitter taste of failure. However, steadfast in the will of fire, Hatake Tsukumo found no recognition from the village. In a mere day's time, rumors surged like a tidal wave, inundating him with scorn. The ninjas he had rescued stood to accuse him. The villagers, once filled with admiration for him, now cast glances of skepticism and anger. He has transgressed the sacred codes of the ninja. He is deemed a failure. Does such a person still deserve to be called a hero of the hidden leaf? These words struck like daggers, piercing deeply into Shomo's heart. The villager's disappointment and the estrangement from his comrades left him enveloped in profound solitude. Those once steadfast ninja allies, who had fought valiantly by his side, now whispered behind his back, as if he had become the pariah of the village. His young son Kakashi, though still oblivious to the unfolding turmoil, could sense the anguish radiating from his father's spirit and the oppressive atmosphere within their home. Gazing upon his son's innocent visage, Shomo was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of guilt. He felt utterly at a loss on how to explain the situation to his child or confront the uncertain future that lay ahead. A future intertwined with the very ninja way he had pursued throughout his life. On a tranquil night, Shomo sat alone in the courtyard, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon his weary face. He gazed at the blade that had accompanied him through countless battles, which now felt like a shackle binding him. Memories of his former glory flooded back, his valiant figure on the battlefield, the blood he shed to protect his village and comrades. Yet now, all of that seemed to have vanished into oblivion. He is acutely aware of what lies behind the rumors. Is this the darkness of politics? In the relentless torment of day after day, Shuo Mao's spirit gradually unraveled. Once the spirited and ambitious Konoha White Fang, he has now become taciturn and emaciated. He feels as though he has plunged into an abyss of darkness, from which no amount of struggle can liberate him from this interminable agony. Finally, on a tranquil night, Shuo Mao sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the waning moon in the night sky. He recalled his former dreams and the ideals he once held as a warrior. Yet now, everything has transformed beyond recognition. He slowly drew forth the short blade that had accompanied him for many years, the moonlight cascading upon its surface, reflecting a chilling glimmer. Perhaps, he mused, it was only through this act that he could bring an end to it all. Shikubo Sakujo murmured, his eyes filled with despair. He aimed the blade at his chest and plunged it down with fervor. In that fleeting moment, blood gushed forth, as if it were his final denunciation of this world. Amidst the torment of pain and despair, Sakujo chose to conclude his own life. Question: on one side lies the will of fire, and on the other, the duty of a ninja. How can Kakashi Hatake make the right choice? What decision can he make to leave no room for excuses? Lingyue sat in the dimly lit room, her gaze fixed intently on the news release in her hands, scrutinizing it word by word under the faint yellow light. She nodded with satisfaction, convinced that its publication would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar in the Hidden Leaf village, igniting widespread discourse. This press release was crafted specifically for the unsuspecting lower-class villagers. While the higher-ups in the village were well aware of the truth behind the death of White Fang, the ordinary citizens remained blissfully ignorant. Lingyue believed that White Fang's sacrifice should not be obscured. The villagers had the right to know the truth. Only by encouraging the lower-class villagers to think critically and investigate could the long-concealed darkness within the village be illuminated. It was essential to provide the Hidden Leaf with tasks to divert their attention from the Uchiha clan. The next step was to devise a method for disseminating this information. Given the recent period, posting small advertisements would certainly prove ineffective. Not only would it be a challenge to evade the watchful eyes of the Umbu, but even if the advertisements were posted, they would likely be torn down before the villagers had a chance to notice. Alas, it seems I am truly burdened with concern for the Uchiha. On the following dawn, the village of Konoha gradually awakened under the gentle caress of the morning light. Early risers began their daily toil along the streets. Lingyue and Uchiha Yenhua, clad in their customary ninja attire, embarked on their patrol duties, strolling side by side along the familiar thoroughfares. As they approached a public restroom, Lingyue suddenly called out to Yenhua. "Yenhua, wait for me a moment. I need to visit the restroom," he said with a nonchalant demeanor, as if merely attending to a trivial physiological need. Yenhua nodded, leaning against the nearby wall, idly toying with the kunai in his hand while awaiting Lingyue's return. Lingyue entered the somewhat dilapidated public restroom, an acrid odor assaulting his senses, yet he remained unfazed. This particular facility had been meticulously chosen, as it attracted the largest crowds in the vicinity, providing the perfect cover for him to execute his clandestine plan. He swiftly slipped into a small stall, locking the door behind him. The cramped space seemed to amplify the oppressive air. Lingyue took a deep breath, calming his anxious spirit, and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. In an instant, accompanied by a burst of smoke, 3 shadow clones materialized before him. Fortunately, my chakra reserves have increased significantly. Otherwise, summoning 3 clones would have completely drained me. When will I ever reach the level of chakra mastery akin to that of Tsunade? Lingyue sensed the emptiness of chakra coursing through her body, overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue, and could not help but exclaim in exasperation. The utilization of shadow clones demanded an immense expenditure of chakra. Had it not been for her diligent training, she would have been utterly incapable of sustaining this endeavor. This time, Lingyue had devised a plan imbued with purpose, with the 3 clones serving as its linchpin. They would employ transformation techniques, remaining in the restroom until noon, thereby affording Lingyue ample time to fabricate an alibi. When the crowd swelled, the trio would emerge sequentially, dispersing in different directions to distribute the flyers. Chapter 10. Let the shocking body rise again to greatness. Each individual possessed merely 20 flyers, totaling 60. This was the fruit of the relentless toil of Lingyue's 3 shadow clones, who had labored late into the night. With no access to a printer, the only means to reproduce the flyers was through painstaking manual transcription. Fortunately, the shadow clones served as a human photocopier. The shadow clones employed transformation techniques, morphing into 3 ordinary members of the Shimura clan. These 3 clones would distribute flyers at the peak of the noon crowd, executing their task with utmost swiftness before dissolving back into nothingness. With 60 flyers disseminated simultaneously, as long as they remained undiscovered by the Umbu for over 3 minutes, the information would be irretrievably exposed. Time ticked away, the sun ascended higher in the sky, and the restroom became increasingly bustling with patrons. At noon, the traffic was at its zenith. The restroom echoed with the sounds of constant movement and chatter. The 3 shadow clones exited the stalls in succession, departing from the restroom and dispersing in different directions. They would converge in 10 minutes at 3 of the most crowded locations, where they would act in unison. The marketplace of Konoha Village was a scene of vibrant activity, the calls of vendors and laughter intertwining to create a symphony of urban life. One shadow clone melded into the throng of bustling humanity, surveying the surroundings with an air of nonchalance. He feigned the demeanor of an ordinary villager, strolling casually with relaxed shoulders, seamlessly blending into the crowd without a hint of suspicion. At the moment he brushed past an elderly man. His hand stealthily slipped into his cloak, moving with such subtlety that it went nearly unnoticed, before swiftly placing a flyer into the old man's hand. The elder was momentarily taken aback, his gaze lifting in bewilderment towards the shadow clone, his eyes wide with astonishment. However, before he could utter a word of inquiry, the shadow clone had already melted back into the crowd, continuing on his way. The elder's attention was drawn to the contents of the flyer, which boldly proclaimed in striking letters, "Outrageous. One must choose only between the ninjutsu of destiny and the essence of fire." His curiosity was instantly ignited, and his footsteps unconsciously halted as he stood by the street, slightly squinting his eyes to read intently. The throngs of people around him continued to flow incessantly, yet he seemed to find himself in an entirely different realm, engrossed in the profound impact of this small flyer. The shadow clones moved with unwavering determination, their objective clear as they swiftly approached an individual. Each time they distributed a flyer, they seized the perfect moment, either amidst the bustling crowd or during a moment of distraction and conversation. Their movements were fluid and practiced, with each passerby serving as a pivotal node in the transmission of information. Their task was to connect these nodes, allowing the truth to ripple through the village like waves. According to the plan, distributing half of the 20 flyers would suffice to complete the mission. The remaining half could be released into the air at the opportune moment, followed by the dissolution of the clones. Lingyue mused that whoever picked up the flyers would bear the misfortune, for those who saw them would undoubtedly be taken away for questioning. In just a minute, the 3 shadow clones accomplished their mission, while the first recipient of a flyer had yet to finish reading Lingyue's carefully crafted tale of White Fang. As the flyers ascended in 3 locations, they fluttered down like snowflakes, capturing the attention of the surrounding crowd. The 3 shadow clones simultaneously dissipated. Children leaped with excitement to catch them, while adults gazed in bewilderment at the unexpected shower of flyers. Curious onlookers began to pick them up and examine their contents. With the simultaneous dissolution of the 3 clones, a surge of memories flooded into Lingyue's mind while he was having lunch. His body jolted violently, nearly causing his chopsticks to slip from his grasp and his bowl to topple over. The 3 clones had spent the entire morning in a cramped restroom, and now the overwhelming stench assaulted Lingyue's senses through the flood of memories. He felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat, his stomach churning violently. His hands trembled uncontrollably, almost spilling the noodles before him. The once aromatic dish instantly lost all appeal in his eyes. It was as if he were truly in that foul restroom, the nauseating smell permeating his nostrils. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, he furrowed his brow. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression contorting in agony as he inwardly exclaimed, "Good grief. This is no memory, it's a nightmare." Now, he awaited the consequences as the situation unfolded, knowing the Umbu would soon have their hands full. He decided to keep a low profile for the time being. The streets of Konoha bustled with life, vibrant and animated. Suddenly, an unexpected shower of flyers began to fall, capturing the attention of every passerby. The pristine white flyers twirled gracefully through the air, resembling delicate snowflakes. Before they could completely settle, the vigilant Umbu had already noticed a gathering of people drawn by the flyers. In the blink of an eye, two Umbu ninjas clad in black bodysuits and fearsome masks appeared among the crowd, their movements agile and silent. The Umbu ninjas scanned their surroundings with caution, their hands resting on their weapons, prepared for any potential danger. Once they confirmed there was no immediate threat, they exhaled, their tense bodies relaxing slightly. One of the Umbu ninjas curiously bent down to pick up a flyer, unfolding it to read its contents. Initially, his expression remained calm, but as his gaze shifted, his eyes widened in shock. The other Umbu, noticing his reaction, leaned in to see as well. The flyer revealed hidden truths, each word detonating like a bomb, stirring turbulent emotions within them. The shocking truths were once again brought to light in Konoha. What? It can't be. How is this possible? The gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, affirming their disbelief. The two Umbu exchanged a glance filled with shock and incredulity. White Fang, the legendary figure who had once served as their Umbu captain, was someone they had revered and aspired to emulate. His formidable strength and noble character had been the driving force behind their perseverance in the Umbu. Yet, who could have anticipated that this hero would inexplicably choose to take his own life, a mystery that had haunted them for years? Now, gazing at the dark secrets unveiled by the flyer regarding White Fang's death, they felt the ground shift beneath them, their hearts plunged into confusion. Everything they had once believed and began to waver in that moment. What should we do? So many people have seen it. The voice of the younger Umbu trembled with a hint of panic as he helplessly looked to his companion. This sudden turn of events far exceeded his ability to manage. You take this to report to Lord Hokage, and I will gather all the remaining flyers. The older Umbu, clearly more experienced, swiftly made a decision. The situation was grave. They needed to report this matter immediately while minimizing the spread of the flyers. Meanwhile, at two other sites where disturbances had arisen due to the flyers, the Umbu and the security forces rushed to the scenes. They quickly cordoned off the surrounding areas in an attempt to regain control. Chapter 11. Regret and fire. In the afternoon at the Hokage building, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a serene glow on the ancient wooden floor. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at his desk, sifting through a mountain of documents, occasionally pausing to massage his weary temples. The weight of the village's affairs rested heavily on his shoulders, a burden he had long grown accustomed to. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the hurried sound of footsteps. An Umbu burst into the Hokage's office, kneeling before Hiruzen with urgency, momentarily forgetting his usual composure. His chest heaved with exertion, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clearly having rushed to deliver this news. He raised his hands high, presenting a seemingly ordinary flyer that concealed deeper implications. Report to Lord Hokage. Someone released flyers in the street. The Umbu's voice trembled, breaking the stillness of the room. Upon hearing the word flyer, Hiruzen felt a jolt of unease. A sense of foreboding washed over him. His hand instinctively froze midair, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. Not again, he thought, memories of the previous chaos incited by flyers flooding his mind. Quick, bring it here. Hiruzen nearly shouted, his voice rising with urgency. He understood that each flyer could harbor immense danger. The Umbu hurriedly presented the flyer. Hiruzen snatched it, quickly unfolding it. The moment his gaze fell upon the contents, his expression froze. A blend of surprise, anger, and worry flickered across his face, his eyes widening as the gravity of the situation set in. His hand trembling slightly as he gripped the flyer. Who distributed this flyer? How many people have seen it? Hiruzen could not contain his roar. The potential uproar this flyer could incite in the village was unimaginable. It was a shadow clone. By the time we arrived, the clones had already dispersed. and a sensory ninja is currently investigating. The Umbu responded, his head bowed, his tone laced with guilt and helplessness. There are many people in the streets who have seen the flyer. Our team is still out collecting them, but progress is minimal. The spread is too extensive. He reported cautiously, unable to meet the Hokage's furious gaze. Hiruzen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Rising from his seat, he began to pace the office, his mind racing. This flyer incident was clearly a meticulously planned scheme aimed at disrupting the village's order and revealing hidden secrets. He needed to devise a countermeasure swiftly. Issue orders to intensify the collection of flyers. We must retrieve every last one. As the dark forces and the guard troops intensified their patrols, they closely monitored the villagers' movements to prevent any potential disturbances. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly issued orders with unwavering resolve. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor regarding the rumors surrounding White Fang. Moreover, a thorough investigation was mandated to uncover the puppet master behind these events. Regardless of their identity, they must not evade justice. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes, revealing his determination to uphold the village's peace and stability. Upon receiving their orders, the Umbu ninjas promptly rose to depart. Hiruzen, observing their retreating figures, reiterated, "This matter is of utmost importance. Proceed with caution. Summon Shimura Danzo." The Umbu nodded solemnly before hastily exiting. The office once again fell into silence, and as Hiruzen gazed out at the bustling Hidden Leaf village, his heart was heavy with worry. He understood that this was merely the onset of a tempest, with greater challenges looming ahead. Half a month later, the forces behind the turmoil struck again. Until they were apprehended, peace would remain elusive for Konoha. Meanwhile, Lingyue, who had been enjoying a bowl of noodles, found his appetite diminished, the lingering foul odor from his earlier thoughts still haunting him. However, this was not the primary reason for his loss of appetite. The real cause lay in the meteoric rise of his system points, which had surged dramatically after a prolonged absence. Lingyue no longer needed to infiltrate the scene for information. He merely needed to count his points in tranquility. His initial score of around 4,000 had instantaneously escalated to over 5,000. As night descended, the true potency of the rumors would manifest. The shadows of Konoha would finally be unveiled to its denizens, and the roots hidden in darkness would be exposed to the light for the first time. It remained to be seen what excuse Hiruzen would conjure to explain White Fang's tragic demise. Simultaneously, within the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was deep in contemplation. Seated at his desk, he clutched the flyer tightly, his brow furrowed. He recognized that this crisis was more severe than any encountered previously. The death of White Fang had long been a source of anguish for him, a taboo within the village. Little did he expect that, years later, these past events would be resurrected. "Danzo, what have you done?" Hiruzen sat alone in the Hokage office, filled with a tumultuous mix of anger and helplessness, unable to suppress a silent outcry within. His aim had been to suppress the villagers and strip Kakashi of his Hokage candidacy, transforming him into a mere instrument of the village's will. Who could have foreseen that Danzo would drive White Fang to his death? He was acutely aware of the truth behind White Fang's demise, yet amidst the swirling rumors, he was forced to consider how to quell the ensuing storm and explain everything to the villagers. While lost in thought, the office door swung open with a resounding crash as Danzo stormed in, supported by his cane, his expression as dark and fierce as ever. "Hiruzen," he barked, urgency lacing his tone, his eyes glinting dangerously. "This is undoubtedly the work of the malevolent Uchiha, who have long coveted the village's power. We must eradicate the Uchiha clans swiftly to prevent future calamities." Hiruzen regarded Danzo with palpable disdain, recognizing this as Danzo's opportunistic maneuver to suppress the Uchiha. He was indifferent to the truth. All he sought was any chance to undermine the Uchiha clan. "How will we eradicate the Uchiha? Who will carry out this task? Your roots, perhaps?" Hiruzen's frustration surged. It was an inappropriate time for such reckless ambition. "Allow me to lend you my Umbu, combined with my roots. Together, we shall be sufficient to eliminate the Uchiha," Danzo insisted vehemently. "Hiruzen, trust me, I can accomplish this," Danzo asserted without hesitation. Silence. "And what after the Uchiha are eradicated? What of the casualties? What of the enemies beyond the village? What will the other ninja clans think?" Hiruzen roared in response. "Once the Uchiha are eliminated, casualties are an acceptable price. We have nothing to fear from mere ninja clans or enemies." Danzo's resolve remained unshaken. "Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage." Hiruzen declared, his voice resonating with authority. You will come to regret this. With that, Danzo stormed out, leaving Hiruzen alone in the office. Chapter 12. The rumors fester as night enveloped the village. Konoha seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery. The daytime clamor gradually faded, replaced by an eerie tranquility. As dusk fell, villagers returned home after a day's toil. However, the atmosphere within their households felt markedly different. The revelation of the truth behind the heroic White Fang's death detonated like a series of heavy bombs within their hearts. Have you heard? There are hidden truths surrounding Lord White Fang's death. A young ninja exclaimed, astonished, his voice instinctively rising in pitch. His words ignited a spark, triggering a flurry of discussions among those nearby. Indeed, I always thought someone like Lord White Fang would never take his own life so easily. Who would have guessed there were such dark secrets behind it? An elder furrowed his brow, reflecting on his past criticisms, realizing only now that he had been manipulated into condemning Konoha's hero. Rumors spread like wildfire throughout the village, whispering through every corner. The villagers, once filled with trust in their home, were now consumed by doubt and unease. They began to reassess the place they had called home for years, questioning everything that had once seemed self-evident. In the shadows of the village, countless eyes were observing this unfolding chaos. Members of the Root organization found themselves in unprecedented tension. Hidden in darkness, they had long manipulated the village as fate, but this time, their calm was shattered by a mere flyer. Calm yourselves. A low voice resonated. It was Danzo, the leader of the Root organization. His face concealed behind a signature mask, revealing only one cold eye. This is merely the work of a schemer. We must swiftly identify this individual and silence them. His tone was laced with severity, as if he yearned to consume the puppet master whole. Danzo had never regarded the villagers as significant. As long as the instruments of death remained under his control, he feared no repercussions. It's just rumors. I am not a narrow-minded individual like White Fang. Have we uncovered any leads? Danzo inquired, reporting to Lord Danzo. We have investigated eyewitness accounts from the villagers at the scene. The enemy's shadow clones took on the appearance of your clansmen, reeking of a foul odor. Through the chakra traces left behind, we traced the 3 shadow clones to a single restroom. However, given the number of people who visited the restroom, we are currently unable to pinpoint a suspect. The 3 shadow clones must have been at least Chunin or Jonin level. However, so many Jonin passed through that restroom in just one morning, over 20. How do we trace this? If we cannot find leads, we will investigate the Uchiha. This must be the work of the evil Uchiha. Keep a close watch on every Uchiha that leaves the village. Report any discoveries immediately. Yes, Lord Danzo. The Root ninjas bowed and exited, leaving Danzo alone in the darkness. Evil Uchiha, just wait. I will cleanse your clan one day, leaving not a single one behind. That day is not far off. As night deepened, an inky darkness blanketed every corner of Konoha, enveloping the courtyard of the Hitaki household in an oppressive stillness. Kakashi Hitaki knelt alone upon the stone slabs of the courtyard, the moonlight cascading down upon his somewhat frail form, casting a solitary silhouette. Resting steadily upon his knees was a short blade, its long, slender body glinting with a chilling radiance beneath the cold moonlight. The hilt bore the marks of time, its patterns worn and faded, yet it held within it a multitude of memories from the past. Kakashi's gaze was magnetically drawn to the blade, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, confusion, anguish, and uncertainty intertwined like an inextricable knot. For a long time, Kakashi had firmly believed that his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, had taken his own life out of guilt from a failed mission. Those who failed missions were deemed worthless. He had often harbored resentment towards his father, perceiving him as one who had violated the ninja code and betrayed the village's trust. This resentment took root within him, eventually leading him to forsake the swordsmanship passed down by his father. He embarked instead on the path of ninjutsu, honing his remarkable talent through relentless effort, traversing perilous tasks, and continuously learning and replicating the techniques of his enemies. Ultimately, he gained renown as the copy ninja, Kakashi, becoming a standout among the younger generation of ninjas in Konoha. However, today, everything was turned upside down. The truths concealed within the shadows surged forth like dust swept by a tempest, striking him without warning. When he beheld the flyers revealing the truth surrounding his father's death, it felt as though his world had collapsed in an instant. He had never imagined that the father he had always viewed as a failure had chosen to save his comrades in the name of the will of fire. In steadfast adherence to his own sense of justice, he had endured the village's misunderstanding and oppression. Those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. His father sacrificed everything for the village, even his reputation and life, only to be met with relentless scorn from it. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was tumultuous. Unlike other ninjas, who might have doubted whether this was a conspiracy from a rival village, he was consumed solely by profound guilt towards his father and confusion about his own future. Memories of his childhood flooded back, the warmth of his father's embrace and the encouragement reflected in his eyes, the idolization he once felt, followed by the resentment that arose from the so-called truth. Those recollections surged upon him like a tidal wave, overwhelming him entirely. He could not help but ponder, his father, so great, met with such a fate. What then of himself? As the son of the White Fang, he had always taken it upon himself to uphold the peace and order of the village. Yet now, the village's treatment of his father made him waver in his beliefs. He had adhered to the rules of a ninja, diligently completing every mission, often at the cost of many comrades' lives. But was this truly the right path? He recalled the missions he had undertaken, the days spent navigating darkness and teetering on the edge of life and death, and a bitter taste welled up within him. The night deepened, silence enveloping the world, occasionally broken by the distant chirps of insects, disrupting the stillness. Kakashi remained kneeling in the courtyard, the short blade shimmering with cold light in the moon's glow. His gaze was vacant and lost. He found himself at a crossroads, the path ahead shrouded in obscurity. Chapter 13. The unending surge of power. Who was spreading these rumors? The higher-ups of the village pondered this question. Was the information true? The villagers deliberated on this matter. Was their ninja way correct? Kakashi wrestled with this dilemma. How should one strengthen oneself? Uchiha Lingyue was lost in thought over this concern. Currently, Lingyue lay in bed, examining her system interface. Her points were rapidly increasing. In just one afternoon, her points had soared from 5,000 to 40,000. And this was not the limit. The following day, the news would continue to spread, and her points would grow further. Lingyue gazed at the incessantly ascending figures on her system interface, her heart a mix of emotions. Each rapidly accumulating number felt like a hammer, striking at the undercurrents hidden beneath the tranquil facade of Konoha. As the former hero of the village, Tsukumo Hatake had remained in many hearts. Now, the truth of his death had been unveiled, casting a shadow over the village with significant repercussions. This was not a trivial piece of gossip that could be easily dismissed. Throughout the streets and alleys of Konoha, whispers began to circulate. Those villagers privy to the truth of Tsukumo's demise wore expressions of shock or anger, exchanging hushed words, hastening the spread of this revelation. With a population of around 30 to 40,000, only a fraction had become aware of this news. A substantial influx of points was forthcoming. With over 40,000 points already accumulated, tomorrow's total could reach 100,000. Lingyue needed to contemplate how to enhance her abilities. She suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to spend her points wisely. The first priority was to devise a plan for increasing her survival chances. The second was to facilitate the subsequent dissemination of information. The third was to find a method to bolster her combat prowess in the short term, primarily focused on survival. She realized that a formidable strength would allow her to justify undertaking ninja missions outside the village, alleviating concerns of Danzo's interference, which was the most cost-effective strategy. Next, she needed to ensure her continued existence, while also allowing for the continuation of her subsequent endeavors. Gazing at the 4 options available in the shop this week: 8 gates for 200,000, water release, water severing wave for 10,000, dust release, bloodline limit for 1 million, and 5 element seal for 20,000. The valuable items in the shop were beyond her current means. She decided to save her points for next week's refresh. For now, she would focus on strengthening herself. Primarily, she aimed to enhance her physical and mental strength, aspiring to achieve a state of sanctity through her physical form, proving her worth through sheer might. Chakra was indeed a valuable asset, but unfortunately, in the ninja world, chakra was already claimed. While it could serve her in the short term, it would become ineffective as time progressed. Naturally, her affinity for nature had yet to yield a means of absorbing natural energy, and she feared becoming a madman like Jagon. Lingyue stood in the corner of her room, her resolve firm. Recalling the severe consequences of her previous reckless attempts to enhance her abilities, she felt trepidation. Having learned from her past mistakes, This time, she decided to proceed gradually, step by step in her strengthening. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind and cautiously infused a modicum of mental strength into herself. In an instant, a refreshing sensation washed over her like a gentle spring breeze, invigorating her spirit, awakening her previously weary mind. Unlike the intense discomfort she had experienced last time, this enhancement was remarkably gentle, akin to a long-awaited rain nourishing her spirit. Feeling this favorable effect, Lingyue's confidence surged. After making slight adjustments, she resolved to increase her chakra volume. With the prompting of her will, a warm current emerged, flowing into her body like a gentle stream. Wherever this warmth coursed, her muscles tightened, as if her cells had been infused with newfound vitality, brimming with strength. She could distinctly sense her body's acceptance and fusion with the chakra, a wave of joy swelling within her. Surely, her abilities should now reach the level of a Nin, at least on paper. In terms of actual combat capability, that remained uncertain, as she currently lacked a suitable sparring partner. It was best to keep her strength hidden for now, avoiding confrontation with Uchiha Anka. Tomorrow, she would spend the day acclimating to her newfound power, observing how many points she could accrue by nightfall before continuing her enhancements. Lingyue is filled with anticipation for the upcoming enhancements, while also cautiously contemplating her next steps for improvement. She must reserve a portion of her points for the possibility of acquiring valuable items when the store refreshes. If any treasures akin to Flying Thunder God or Divine might appear, it would be a significant boon. Presently, it appears that a powerful bloodline limit would require around 1 million points, while advanced secret techniques might range from 100,000 to 200,000. Common ninjutsu varies between 2,000 to 50,000, alongside some ordinary items. In Lingyue's inventory, she has previously purchased 5 blades of nothingness, 10 explosive tags, and 10 soldier pills, all acquired during the last 2 refreshes. After all, the system's space allows for convenient transport, potentially proving useful in critical moments. Especially since these items are quite inexpensive. While Lingyue joyfully allocates her points, a meeting has commenced in the Uchiha clan's territory. The atmosphere in the assembly hall is charged with intensity as a fervent debate unfolds. The elders of the Uchiha clan are gathered, the tension palpable enough to ignite the air. The radical elder, Uchiha Tiehua, rises first, slamming his hands on the table with a deep, resonant sound that disrupts the hall's brief tranquility. Today, the higher-ups of Konoha dared to push Hatake Saku to his death. Tomorrow, they may well seek to annihilate our Uchiha clan. His voice, laden with indignation and resentment, reverberates throughout the assembly. We can no longer remain idle. We cannot allow ourselves to be slaughtered like sheep. We must resist. Our people must infiltrate the village's upper echelons, or else we shall remain perpetual victims, languishing in the shadows of this village. In response, the conservative elder, Uchiha Dawa, furrows his brow and stands slowly. He gently shakes his head, his tone steady yet imbued with concern. This blatant distribution of flyers is clearly an enemy ploy. His gaze sweeps over every individual present, attempting to instill calm. We must exercise greater caution. Once we embark on the path of resistance, we may fall into the enemy's trap. We must deliberate carefully. We cannot impulsively jeopardize the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Dao's voice, though low, carries the weight of profound significance, prompting deep reflection among the assembly. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, sits quietly at the head of the table, observing the discord with a countenance marked by helplessness and conflict. He understands that the Uchiha clan has long been targeted by the village. The invisible pressures and discrimination weigh heavily, suffocating his kin. The limitations imposed by Konoha on the Uchiha clan's power and their marginalization in various affairs have long fostered resentment among the clan members. However, he is acutely aware that a rash rebellion, given the clan's current strength, would render them no match for the entirety of Konoha. Should conflict arise, it would spell utter disaster for the Uchiha clan, marking the end of their illustrious legacy. Chapter 14. The Uchiha clan meeting. Everyone, let us take a moment to compose ourselves. Fugaku finally speaks, his voice low yet commanding, infused with the authority of a clan leader, temporarily silencing the heated exchanges. Elder Tiehua's concerns are not unfounded. Our Uchiha clan has indeed faced unjust treatment, and our rights must be safeguarded. He pauses slightly, directing his gaze towards Daohua. Yet, Elder Daohua is correct. Without clarity regarding the enemy's true intentions, We cannot act rashly. Clan leader, you are mistaken. We can no longer afford to wait. Elder Tiehua, agitated, stands abruptly, his hands striking the table forcefully. The oppression from Konoha is intensifying. They are driving us to the brink. At this rate, our Uchiha clan will be slowly consumed, leaving us with no opportunity to resist. Behind Elder Tiehua, several impassioned young Uchiha clan members echo his sentiments. Indeed, we can no longer endure. We must fight for the rightful status of our clan. The eldest elder, Uchiha Shana, sits at the forefront of the radicals, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Elder Daohua, with a furrowed brow, gradually rises to address Elder Tiehua and the fervent clan members, speaking earnestly. I understand your feelings, but impulsiveness will not resolve any issues. Konoha is deeply rooted. If we rely solely on fervor to initiate resistance, it would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. We must proceed with caution and devise a comprehensive strategy. A comprehensive strategy? By the time you devise one, we will already be trampled underfoot by Konoha. Elder Tiehua retorts vehemently, his eyes wide with outrage. Fugaku, observing the escalating tensions, feels a surge of frustration. Rubbing his temples, he speaks slowly. Everyone, let us cease the quarrel. Our Uchiha clan has endured countless trials throughout history. We cannot allow it to be undone in our generation. He rises, sweeping his gaze across every individual present. Continuing, I have decided to send some trustworthy clan members to investigate the reasons behind the shifting attitudes of Konoha's leadership towards us and to ascertain whether other forces are instigating discord behind the scenes. Meanwhile, we must enhance our ninjutsu training within the clan to bolster our strength, but it must be done discreetly to avoid alerting Konoha. Upon hearing Fugaku's plan, Tiehua glances surreptitiously at Elder Shana, noting his silence. Though dissatisfaction lingers within him, he refrains from openly opposing the decision, merely grunting before sitting down. Elder Daohua slightly nods in agreement. After the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku, burdened with worries, returns to his study alone. He paces back and forth within the room, hesitating for a long while before ultimately summoning his son, Itachi. The moonlight spills through the window, casting a gentle glow across the study floor. Fugaku gazes at his son, who has gradually matured, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Itachi stands tall, exuding a maturity and composure that belies his years. Fugaku understands that the future of the Uchiha clan may heavily depend on this child. Itachi, you have witnessed the current predicament within the clan. Fugaku sighs deeply, his tone grave. I hope you comprehend the unprecedented crisis facing our Uchiha clan. Fugaku's gaze is filled with expectation. He yearns for his son to grasp the family's plight and to discover a path forward. Itachi nods slightly, his eyes resolute, responding without hesitation. Father, I understand. I have been observing the escalating tensions between the village and our clan. I will do everything in my power to protect both the village and the Uchiha clan. His voice is steady, imbued with an undeniable determination, as if, in that moment, he has shouldered the weight of both family and village upon his shoulders. Uchiha Fugaku gazes at his son, filled with a profound sense of emotion. After joining the Umbu, Itachi has silently taken on the challenging role of serving as a bridge between the clan and the village. In the clan, many misunderstand his actions due to a lack of comprehension, but despite enduring numerous grievances, Itachi has never once complained or faltered, steadfastly fulfilling his responsibilities as a junior clan leader. At this moment, though he has not yet fully matured and still retains a hint of youthful innocence, his eyes reflect an extraordinary resolve and maturity. Fugaku recognizes Itachi's exceptional talent, showcasing remarkable comprehension and learning abilities across ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other disciplines. Given time, Itachi is destined to become an indispensable force within the village. When that day arrives, the Uchiha clan will have the opportunity for equal dialogue with the village, and the long-standing grievances and misunderstandings may find resolution through fair communication, allowing the family to emerge from its marginalized state and regain the respect and status it rightfully deserves. In the early morning, the village of Konohagakure was bathed in soft, golden light, casting a delicate veil over its ancient streets. Lingyue commenced his day as usual, walking alongside Yinhua, steadily following their designated patrol route. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the fresh scent of the village. Yet what captured Lingyue's attention more were the rising murmurs of conversation surrounding him. How could Lord White Fang encounter such a fate? How can the village treat a hero like this? Two villagers stood by the roadside, their faces etched with confusion and indignation, their voices involuntarily rising. Indeed, who would have thought there were so many hidden truths behind this? This matter must be clarified. Another chimed in, frowning deeply. As Lingyue walked nonchalantly, he listened intently to their dialogue. His gaze inadvertently swept across the system panel, where he noticed his points rapidly increasing, igniting an uncontrollable sense of glee within him. This was solid progress. He felt a swell of pride within, envisioning a more formidable version of himself, free from the cautiousness that once plagued him. With sufficient points, he could unlock more powerful abilities, fundamentally altering his standing in this world. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, the atmosphere was notably somber. The dutiful son, Uchiha Itachi, knelt in a dark umbu cloak before the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting the events of the Uchiha clan meeting from the previous night. His voice was low and steady, clearly articulating the intense debates between the radicals and conservatives within the clan, as well as the various dilemmas and frustrations of their leader, Fugaku. Sarutobi listened intently, his gaze gentle as it fell upon Itachi, and with a weighty tone, he remarked, "Itachi, you are a ninja imbued with the will of fire. Your loyalty and wisdom are evident to me. I trust you will find a way for the Uchiha and the village to coexist peacefully. Please inform Kakashi to come here." He nodded slightly, indicating that Itachi could take his leave. Itachi rose, respectfully bowed, and turned to depart. His silhouette was tall and resolute, gradually fading down the corridor of the Hokage building, yet his heart was filled with confusion. Chapter 15. Toby takes the blame. Kakashi, the Hokage summons you. When Uchiha Itachi found Kakashi at the Hitaki residence, Kakashi was still enveloped in the haze of confusion from the previous night. Sitting beneath the eaves, he stared vacantly at the aged tree in the courtyard. The lingering fog of uncertainty enveloped him, and the hidden mysteries behind his father's death pierced his soul like sharp blades, robbing him of sleep. What was more significant, the will of fire or the duties of a ninja? Hearing Itachi's words jolted Kakashi back to reality from his distant thoughts. He slowly raised his head, and a complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes. Questions about the Hokage's summons, anger regarding his father's fate, and a resolute determination to uncover the truth. The Hokage, yes. I must confront him for clarity. Kakashi stood, brushing off the dust from his attire and adjusting his forehead protector. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to appear composed, suppressing the tumult within him, not wanting to display excessive vulnerability before Itachi. "Let us go," he said to Itachi, his tone laced with undeniable determination. The two walked side by side through the streets of Konohagakure. Villagers passed by, casting curious glances at them, particularly at Kakashi. However, he paid them no mind, his thoughts consumed by the impending conversation with the Hokage. His father's visage, once filled with laughter and teachings, now morphed into an endless source of pain and questions. His father's death was partly his fault. Why could he not have trusted him more? Before long, they arrived at the Hokage's office. The building, under the sun's radiance, appeared imposing, yet to Kakashi, it cast long shadows. As he pushed open the door, a musty air enveloped him. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, peering through his reading glasses, warmly regarding the two who entered. "Kakashi, you have arrived." The third Hokage's voice remained gentle, yet filled with the tumult of anger and confusion. Kakashi could not afford to appreciate this kindness just yet. "Hokage-sama." Kakashi stepped forward, struggling to contain his agitation. His voice trembled slightly. "Why was my father driven to his death by the village? Why did the village act this way?" His gaze was piercing, fixed intensely upon the third Hokage. With a gentle sigh, the third Hokage removed his glasses and rubbed his nose. A flicker of guilt and helplessness crossed his eyes. "Kakashi, your father's fate is a wound upon the village and a failure of mine. The war's tense situation and the failure of missions placed immense pressure on the village, causing the villagers to lose their reason. I could not halt the spread of those malicious rumors in time." A flicker of remorse crossed his countenance, as if he were transported back to those dark days. Kakashi bit his lip, glaring at the third Hokage. Is this the justification? To allow a hero to bear the brunt of scorn and die unjustly? His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Sarutobi found himself in a difficult position. Toby had dug a pit, and now he was left to fill it. Toby had always taken the blame, but now the tables had turned. Unfortunately, as Hokage, he had no choice. His fingers lightly tapped the desk as he pondered how to organize his thoughts. Kakashi, war blinds people's eyes, leading them to make erroneous judgments. He spoke slowly, his tone laden with helplessness, but that is no excuse. Trust me, the village will provide an explanation for your father. I do not seek that. I demand to know who is responsible for driving my father to his death. Kakashi's gaze bore into Sarutobi, refusing to relent until he received a definitive answer. Sarutobi felt the weight of the situation heavily. Kakashi's father had been forced to abandon his mission for the will of fire, which complicated the dialogue. The will of fire could not be invoked now, rendering his previous indoctrination ineffective. Kakashi, you must remain rational. It is evident that someone is deliberately inciting the villagers' emotions. We cannot fall into the enemy's trap. Kakashi remained silent, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the man he once revered as Hokage. Tobi, I regret to inform you, but you must bear the consequences now. Everything he did was for the sake of the village, which would remember your sacrifices. Observing Kakashi's resolute expression, Sarutobi felt the pressure mounting. He feared that without an adequate explanation, Kakashi might declare himself a rogue ninja. This matter required accountability. Regrettably, Tobi would have to endure further hardship. It was Tobi's oversight that leaked the news of the mission's failure. Upon hearing that the hero White Fang had failed, the villagers found it difficult to accept, leading to their outrage. Nobody anticipated that Shumo would take his own life to make a statement. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, filled with a sense of helplessness and remorse as he explained to Kakashi. Shimura Danzo. Kakashi murmured, disbelief flooding his eyes, as if he could hardly accept the words he had just heard from the Hokage. In an instant, the somber visage of Danzo Shimura surfaced in his mind, igniting a fury within him like kindling catching fire. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to utter further words, the door to the Hokage's office was thrust open with a resounding bang, allowing a chill breeze to sweep inside. Danzo entered, leaning heavily on his cane, his steps brisk. His face bore the habitual ferocity and rigidity, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Indeed, it was I, Danzo Shimura, who undertook this. He strode directly to Kakashi, his voice booming, as though declaring a trivial matter. His countenance was fierce, yet a fleeting hint of panic flickered in his eyes. Danzo cast another glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, one imbued with a complex tapestry of emotions, defiance, wrath, and perhaps a trace of provocation. He continued, Shikaku Nara's failure in his mission has inflicted tremendous losses upon the village. As a ninja, he has forsaken even the most fundamental principles of our kind, and I must ensure he comprehends his error. His voice crescendoed, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Who would have anticipated that the illustrious Konoha White Fang was, in fact, a coward, unable to withstand even the slightest rumor? Culminating in his choice of suicide, Danzo's words struck Kakashi's heart like daggers. Chapter 16. Only I, Danzo, am fit to be Hokage. He is not a coward. Kakashi roared, the term coward piercing him like a sharp needle, abruptly yanking him back to reality. His eyes reddened, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. If he is not a coward, why did he take his own life? The village painstakingly nurtured him. He did not perish on the battlefield, yet chose to end his own life. Danzo, unyielding, stepped forward, glaring at Kakashi. Kakashi returned the glare, his chest heaving, a torrent of rebuttals swirling within him. He recalled his father's teachings, the valorous figure of his father on the battlefield. Those images flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. My father faced countless life and death situations. His contributions to the village are immeasurable. And yet, because of a single failed mission, you so readily defame him? Kakashi's voice trembled with anger, shifting his gaze from Danzo to Hiruzen, seeking support from the Hokage. Sarutobi sighed slightly, hesitating to speak. He understood Danzo's character and methods, and he recognized Kakashi's anguish in this moment. Yet, amidst this intricate situation, he was at a loss for how to defuse the conflict. A failed mission? That was a mission vital to the safety of the entire village. His failure has endangered countless villagers, leading to significant strategic disadvantages for the village. Do you comprehend that? Danzo pressed on aggressively, a cold smirk gracing his lips, as if mocking Kakashi's naivete. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly to the side, observing the unfolding scene. He held little recollection of the Konoha White Fang, as the latter had taken his own life when Itachi was still very young. However, from his perspective, suicide indeed represented a form of escapism. Kakashi opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. A coward? Kakashi, disheartened, walked towards the door. It was evident that Danzo's words had inflicted tremendous emotional damage upon him. Kakashi was now ensnared in a dizzying state of negativity. After Kakashi's departure, Sarutobi glanced at Danzo and then at the silent Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, you may leave as well," he said, his voice laden with fatigue. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Itachi bowed and exited the Hokage's office. Once the office was left with only Sarutobi and Danzo, the latter stood in silence, his eyes fixed on Sarutobi. Danzo's silence was deafening. "Danzo, the village is in turmoil due to this news. Someone must step forward to accept responsibility. This person cannot be the Hokage, as it would severely tarnish the village's reputation. Danzo, this is all for the sake of the village." Sarutobi attempted to elucidate his previous actions, having just betrayed someone, only to be immediately caught in the act, leaving Sarutobi feeling somewhat awkward. Danzo remained silent, continuing to regard Sarutobi intently. "Danzo, it is imperative to uncover the individual behind this. We can no longer remain passive." Sarutobi tried to redirect the conversation. Danzo continued to hold his silence, unwaveringly staring at Sarutobi. "Danzo, I must ask you to bear the brunt of this responsibility. I will compensate you from other resources. I will allocate funding for you to expand your root personnel. Remember what you just said." Danzo finally reacted to this, turning to leave the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi alone to ponder the intricacies of life. Fuming, Danzo returned to the root base, and upon stepping into the dimly lit and mysterious chamber, he violently slammed his cane against the wall. The loud crash startled the surrounding root ninjas, who glanced over but dared not make a sound. They could only lower their heads and feign busyness, fearing to become targets of Danzo's wrath. "Humph." Danzo snorted coldly, his chest heaving, the bandages on his face quivering with his movements, revealing an eye ablaze with fury. He paced the room, each step heavy, as if to release the pent-up frustration through the sound of his footsteps. "For so many years, how many unspeakable tasks have I undertaken for Konoha, risking life and limb, pouring my heart and soul into my work. And now, when a crisis arises, I am expected to bear the blame?" His voice brimmed with anger and indignation. Recalling the scene in the Hokage's office where Sarutobi had pushed him forward to take the blame, Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He believed he had made significant contributions to Konoha's stability and growth. Which of those covert missions had not been completed under his leadership? Assassinations, intelligence gathering, eliminating threats. He executed these clandestine operations without hesitation, all to ensure that Konoha could stand resilient amidst the complex dynamics of the ninja world. The things the Umbu dare not do, I Root, have done. The individuals the Umbu dare not eliminate, I Root, have eliminated. Yet now, merely due to the fallout from a single failed mission, I am to shoulder all the blame and become the target of public scorn. How can I possibly accept this indignity? Sarutobi, do you truly believe you can suppress me in this manner? Danzo halted, casting a cold, steely gaze toward the Hokage building, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "You are too naive." The resentment within him surged like wild grass, and his yearning for the Hokage position intensified. Only by becoming Hokage, wielding absolute power, could he avoid being manipulated by others and genuinely protect Konoha in his own way. That detestable Sarutobi. Danzo slammed his fist on the table, his fury threatening to erupt. "I have devoted my life to Konoha, risking everything, engaging in the most arduous and unsavory tasks, only to be so easily thrust forward to take the blame?" His chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Without the silent support of Root, how could new leaves sprout? Danzo continued to pace the room, each step heavy, as if he sought to release his frustrations upon the floor. "Sarutobi, you are too weak, too compassionate. Only by becoming Hokage and ruling with an iron fist can I truly lead Konoha to greatness." At the mention of greatness, the Uchiha clan flashed across Danzo's mind, and his expression twisted into a snarl. The malevolent Uchiha clan, emboldened by their Sharingan, seeks to stir unrest in Konoha, threatening the village's stability. While feigning loyalty, they engage in covert machinations, casting covetous glances at the position of Hokage. Danzo's forehead bulges with veins, and the bandages upon his face tremble slightly with rage as he grits his teeth and utters each word with determination. "I will eventually uproot you all. Not even the Sage of Six Paths could impede my resolve." Chapter 17. He is not plump, He is merely adorable to the point of inflation. In the hidden cloud village, the towering rakeage building stands like a colossal entity piercing the heavens, exuding an aura of authority. Constructed from formidable stones, each brick bears the marks of time, silently narrating the past glories and splendor of the hidden cloud village, showcasing its exceptional status in the ninja world. At this moment, the fourth rakeage, A, sits in his spacious and brightly lit office. The decor is simple yet dignified, adorned with portraits of past rakeages whose austere gazes seem to penetrate time and space, scrutinizing the actions of the current rakeage. A furrows his brow, his face etched with deep lines, as he clutches a report regarding Konoha tightly, the paper crumpling slightly under his grip. The fact that Konoha has fallen into turmoil over such matters presents an opportunity we cannot afford to overlook. Lord Rakeage, I believe we should refrain from intervening. Konoha is engulfed in internal strife, and our involvement would merely provide them an excuse to deflect attention away from their issues. Mabui calmly interjects, her demeanor composed and methodical. As the Rakeage secretary, she is known for her sagacity. What do you propose we do? A questions, his furrowed brow indicating his lack of strategic prowess. Given the recent scandal involving Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems there are factions within Konoha disseminating negative information targeting its higher-ups. We should seek to collaborate with those behind this, aiding them in spreading further discord to plunge Konoha into deeper chaos. A glimmer of shrewdness flashes in Mabui's eyes as she elaborates on her plan. You have a point. The last ninja war concluded only a few years ago, and the village still requires recuperation. A concedes, taking a deep breath, his expression softening slightly. Konoha truly produces exceptional talents. Even a powerhouse like White Fan can be sacrificed without hesitation. A reflects, this is precisely our opportunity. We must seize this time of turmoil to advance our own development, Mabui adds. A nod subtly, a hint of regret in his eyes for the missed chance to take advantage of Konoha's plight. Indeed, we must immediately dispatch our informants to gather intelligence from within, probing every corner of Konoha to identify the puppeteer behind these machinations, ensuring our actions are flawless. In the hidden stone village, encircled by rocks, the village resembles a fortified stronghold. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, reclines upon his throne of stone, a sly smile gracing his features. Konoha has encountered a significant problem. It appears our opportunity has arrived, he remarks. Father, we must not let this chance slip away. Should we cause upheaval within Konoha, they will be too preoccupied to focus on their own growth, allowing our hidden stone village to rise. His son, Kuratsuchi, eagerly asserts. Anoki strokes his beard, contemplating before replying. Yes, you are right. Arrange for personnel to establish contact with the hidden cloud village and simultaneously dispatch scouts to closely monitor Konoha's every movement. In the Wind Village, Raza remains engrossed in mining when he receives news from Konoha. It seems there are those within Konoha who are dissatisfied with the leadership. He muses. White Fang, humph. If only you had lived longer, I would have relished the opportunity to exact vengeance upon you. Chiyo, clad in a long robe to shield against the sandstorms, speaks ominously. Time has etched its marks upon her visage, though she quips, alas, I am not in a swimsuit. Disappointing. Sister, do you imply that this news stems from internal dissent against Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule, deliberately inciting chaos within Konoha? Chiyo's words are met by a timely interjection from Karui. In the world of ninjas, many have an affinity for their younger siblings, yet only Karui harbors such devotion to her elder sister. Indeed, I have long suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen is no benevolent figure. He drove White Fang to his demise and ensnared the fourth Hokage. It is evident that Konoha has never truly been an ally of the Sand Shinobi. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen has stood as our ally. Currently, there are undoubtedly factions within Konoha dissatisfied with Hiruzen's governance, seeking to undermine the third Hokage's authority. Chiyo asserts, demonstrating her astute intellect. What shall we do now, sister? Karui inquires. What shall we do? We shall do nothing. We shall merely observe. That old monkey, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will not be toppled so easily. In a barbecue restaurant, the heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans gather around a table laden with grilled meat. Though ostensibly dining, their minds are evidently preoccupied with matters far removed from culinary delights. The ambience of the restaurant, unsuitable for serious discussions, is disrupted by the clamor and the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Who do you think orchestrated these events? Yamanaka Inoichi breaks the silence, his brow furrowing with concern. As the Hokage's faction, the three clans naturally wished to maintain Konoha's tranquility. Initially, I suspected that Shimura Danzo was behind the last incident involving the third Hokage's crystal ball. But now, with the White Fang affair surfacing, it seems there are others at play, he remarks. Nara Shikaku, recognized as the collective intellect of the three clans, speaks thoughtfully, setting down his chopsticks and crossing his arms with a serious expression. Who do you suspect it to be? Yamanaka Inoichi presses. Whoever stands to gain from this scenario is likely the culprit, Nara Shikaku states calmly. Are you suggesting Uchiha? Yamanaka Inoichi's tone betrays his surprise. I am uncertain, but the likelihood is substantial, Shikaku replies, nodding slightly as he continues. The exposure of White Fang's death has thrust both the third Hokage and Danzo into the spotlight. At present, the Uchiha clan stands to benefit the most. They have long coveted greater power and status within the village, and this incident undoubtedly provides them with an opportunity to suppress their rivals. Could it not be the Hyuga, or perhaps a ruse orchestrated by Danzo? Yamanaka Inoichi questions. The Hyuga clan is unlikely. They prioritize their family's reputation and external stability, and such actions that provoke unrest contradict their principles. As for Danzo, we shall see if the third Hokage shifts the blame onto him, Shikaku explains. The larger clans tend to seek stability, as long as they can develop steadily. Their population and resources will surpass those of smaller clans. What say you, Inoichi? Yamanaka Inoichi turns to Akimichi Choji. Me? I believe Shikaku is correct. Finally lifting his gaze from the meat he has been devouring, Choji responds with his mouth full. Boss, bring us 2 more plates of grilled meat. The Akimichi clan is not merely rotund, they are charmingly plump. Chapter 18. Shadow Clone Hypnotic Drug at 6:30 in the evening, as twilight descends. Master Ling finally returns home after a long day of toil. With recent events plaguing the village, a state of emergency has been declared, prompting Uchiha Lingyue to refrain from idly passing the time. If one is to engage in leisure, it must be done with earnestness. Lingyue remains oblivious to the fact that her actions have led some to suspect the Uchiha clan. However, even if she were aware, she would remain untroubled. For regardless of whether they suspect the Uchiha, preparations to act against them are already underway. Ultimately, this is a case of having too many pests to feel discomfort. At long last, the exhilarating moment of allocating points has arrived. Throughout the day, the points have been steadily increasing, and now they have reached an impressive 120,000. What does this signify? It is a testament to Lingyue's tireless dedication and hard work in his training. A glance at the shop reveals that the dust shield is beyond his means, and the 8 gates of Duinjia are similarly unattainable. The 5-element seal is of no use, and the water break wave priced at 20,000 seems rather exorbitant. This flawed system, why can't it be more reasonable? Nevertheless, there are no battles at the moment, so it is prudent to allocate points first. In a couple of days, it will be interesting to see how many more points can be amassed. Waiting until the last day of the shop refresh to make purchases would not be a delay. With points to spare, Lingyue considers enhancing his physical strength, mental fortitude, chakra capacity, and natural affinity. Now that he has the means, it is only fitting to invest in his physical prowess. He decides to add a point to his physical strength. As he experiences a slight discomfort in his body, Lingyue reflects on how fortunate he is not to have overindulged. After a considerable wait, the enhancement ceases. He clenches his fist, feeling the newfound strength surging within him. Lingyue then allocates another point to his mental strength. In an instant, a refreshing sensation washes over him like a gentle spring breeze, invigorating his weary mind. His once fatigued brain is now revitalized, and his blood-red eyes, adorned with 3 spinning tomo, exude an enigmatic and eerie glow. The 3-tomo Sharingan has awakened. Observing his remaining points, he decides to allocate an additional point to his chakra capacity. With a mere thought, a warm current flows into his body, reminiscent of a gentle stream. The process of point allocation is no longer as painful as it once was, reflecting the significant enhancement of his foundational strength. Incremental enhancements no longer impose a considerable burden on him. Calculating his remaining points, Lingyue meticulously allocates them. He invests a total of 4 points in physical strength, 4 points in mental strength, and 4 points in chakra capacity. As there is currently no means to absorb natural energy, his natural affinity can be set aside for now. A total of 60,000 points have been expended, leaving him with another 60,000. The situation regarding Baya continues to develop, and he anticipates additional points to accumulate soon. These points have been deliberately reserved for future purchases at the shop, as no one can predict the next refresh and what treasures it may unveil. After a night of point allocation, Lingyue has attained the physical strength of AJ Nin, reaching the limits of the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Regarding chakra capacity, he now possesses at least 2 cards worth. What remains lacking is ninjutsu and combat experience. As for the Sharingan, with continued allocation, it is certain to reach the Manjiki level, but prior to that, Lingyue must prepare thoroughly. As the embodiment of the mind's reflection, who knows what strange abilities may manifest should he awaken the Manjiki. If he were to receive a subpar Amaterasu, it would be a cause for lament. After all, it is well known that Amaterasu does not kill. What? You say Amaterasu can kill? Who has it killed? Speak their name. Ah, what bliss. Lingyue reclines comfortably in a steaming hot bath, the rising steam obscuring his vision yet soothing his taut nerves. Having spent a month in the ninja world, through his own perseverance and effort, aided by his luck, he has achieved the strength of AJ Nin in just 1 month. Although it is merely on paper, he no longer has to toil desperately as he did in his previous life. Now he finally possesses some ability for self-preservation, no longer living in constant fear of Danzo suddenly appearing to seize his eyes. The heavy stone weighing on Lingyue's heart has finally been lifted, and he exhales deeply. Who says the ninja world is perilous? It appears quite peaceful to me. If anyone dares to dispute this, let them step forward and voice their objections. Next, he must find a way to enhance his combat experience. After all, ninjas are characterized by high attack and low health. A moment's inattention can lead to demise. Mere strength is insufficient. One must also possess skill. As for Yanhua, their disparity in strength is too great. Training with him would not be beneficial. He must seek other talents. His thoughts drift back to the time spent patrolling with Uchiha Yanhua, the two of them walking and discussing various topics. Lingyue candidly expresses that his dream is to save money steadily, marry a gentle wife, and have 2 adorable children, thereafter living a simple and tranquil life. Upon hearing this, Yanhua bursts into hearty laughter, thumping his chest and proclaiming his intent to join Lingyue in this pursuit of tranquility. Lingyue now feels a twinge of guilt. Oh, Yanhua, I am truly sorry. While I spoke of a shared desire for ease, I have been secretly striving for excellence. Don't blame me, blame Danzo. Tomorrow, he plans to visit the Uchiha clan to flaunt his 3-Tomo Sharingan. At 15 years of age, possessing 3-Tomo can be considered the mark of a prodigy. Requesting some ninjutsu should not be too much to ask. Humans are social creatures. It would be inappropriate to possess these eyes without engaging with the Uchiha clan. Without allies backing him, he lacks the confidence to engage in battles. Lingyue contemplates his future plans while gently stirring the water's surface with his hand. With the significant enhancement of his mental strength, his chakra control has also seen marked improvement. Spending points to purchase ninjutsu seems wasteful. Self-teaching is surely the most economical choice. As for combat experience, he must seek out other Uchiha members. In Konoha, suitable training partners are scarce. After much thought, only those from the Uchiha clan seem appropriate. Other ninja clans tend to avoid the Uchiha, making it unlikely for them to approach and befriend him, much less train with him. Most importantly, for the upgrade of his 3-Tomo, he will require the expertise of a master of Jinjutsu. The Sharingan, as the eye of the mind's reflection, often awakens with uncertainty. Rather than leave it to chance, Lingyue prefers to tailor his own abilities. In conclusion, revealing his Sharingan and swiftly mingling with resources to accelerate his growth is the true path forward. As for the Uchiha's clan annihilation crisis, what? You dare speak of exterminating my clan in front of me, a lucky individual? I dare say you must be a fool courting death. Having luck on his side, Lingyue's killing intent surges. The current Lingyue is not the same as the penniless newcomer to the ninja world. I suppose I have not brought shame upon the army of transmigrators. Achieving J-Nin status in just 1 month, given another 6 months. He could very well punch the Iron Country's Kagaya and kick the Otsutsuki clan's tree planters. Having devised his subsequent strategies, Lingyue forms hand seals, and the 5 shadow clones he had been secretly training in his home dissolve instantaneously, their memories flooding into his mind. The fatigue from the shadow clone training and the pressure dissipate in an instant, overwhelming him with drowsiness. Relinquishing the struggle against his body's instincts, he collapses onto his soft, fluffy bedding and enjoys a restful night's sleep. Shadow clones are indeed a divine technique, serving as both a printing press and a sedative. Chapter 19. Clinging to power. Early the next morning, Lingyue visits the security department to request leave. One of the few advantages of the ninja world is the ease with which one can take leave, unlike Blue Star, where requests often go unapproved. No matter the reason, they will not approve. After all, who can afford to lose a day's pay? Lingyue, you rascal, how dare you take a day off? You promised to treat me to roasted meat today. You're not trying to skip out on the bill, are you? Just so you know. I will remember this and expect you to make it up to me when you return. Lingyue's old partner, Uchiha Lingyue, receives word of Lingyue's leave, leaving him to team up with others for patrol duty today. This time, I truly have business to attend to. Next time, I will make it up to you. Lingyue pats Lingyue on the shoulder and heads toward the Uchiha clan. Clan leader, Uchiha Lingyue pays his respects. Lingyue finds Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Privilege exists at all times. As the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, despite holding the title of head of the security department, does not need to report to work. Oh, it's you, Lingyue. What brings you here? Clan leader, I awakened my 3-tomo Sharingan yesterday and specifically came to report. Saying this, Lingyue reveals his crimson eyes, the 3-tomo within them slowly spinning. Excellent. Truly, a genius of our Uchiha clan. Might I inquire how you awakened your 3-tomo Sharingan? With 3 points. Your total score stands at 67,435. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of curiosity. Although he was not well acquainted with Lingyue, the fact that such a young individual had awakened the 3-tomo was indicative of future prowess within the clan. Yet, at present, there were no pressing matters at hand. The only significant event being the aftermath of White Fang's demise in the village. Fugaku was intrigued by the circumstances surrounding the awakening of the Sharingan. To the clan leader, I heard the distressing news that Lord White Fang was pressured to his death by the higher-ups of the village, which fills me with rage. I thought of my parents, who sacrificed their lives for the village, yet their contributions remain unacknowledged. Then, for reasons unknown, I awakened the 3-tomo. Ah, indeed, your parents sacrificed themselves for the village. They are all part of our Uchiha clan, and irrespective of the village's stance, we shall forever remember their contributions. Now that you have awakened the 3-tomo, you may select 2 secret techniques from the clan. Your future treatment will be adjusted accordingly. Acknowledging that the awakening of the Sharingan was a rare and unreplicable occurrence, Uchiha Fugaku's initial shock had subsided. He elevated Lingyue's status to that of a clan genin. Do you have any further requests? A 15-year-old with 3-tomo is indeed a small genius. Fugaku decided to allocate additional resources to Lingyue. Clan leader, I have just awakened my 3-tomo, and I am still adjusting. I wish to request a period of leave to train diligently in the clan's training ground, to adapt to the combat capabilities of the 3-tomo. Upon hearing this, Lingyue seized the opportunity. That is only fitting. I shall approve your leave from the security department. Go select 2 ninjutsu from the clan, practice diligently during this time, and enhance your skills, as it will greatly assist in future missions. However, acquiring more ninjutsu will require you to achieve merits for the clan. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lingyue's eyes, and he promptly bowed, expressing gratitude to the clan leader. What a jest! A 15-year-old with 3-tomo. Surely, my talent should not diminish in your eyes merely because of your son's brilliance. With a clan leader of your caliber, it's no wonder the Uchiha face extinction. Alas, I shall visit the radicals, for they are the only ones daring enough to oppose Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, and then inquired, do you have any further requests? Please speak freely. The clan will consider any reasonable proposal. None. Thank you for your concern, clan leader. Rising, Fugaku patted Lingyue on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, you represent the future of our Uchiha clan. Your growth pertains to the rise and fall of our entire lineage. Strive diligently, and do not disappoint the expectations placed upon you. Yes, clan leader. After Lingyue departed, Uchiha Fugaku summoned a fellow Uchiha. Investigate if there have been any unusual occurrences regarding Uchiha Lingyue of late. Yes, clan leader. The Uchiha vanished with a Shunshin technique. Having achieved his objective, Lingyue proceeded directly to the clan's elders' hall to select the ninjutsu he required. With the privileges accorded by his 3-tomo, he could spend time learning common ninjutsu, thereby saving a considerable sum of system points. Upon arriving at the elders' hall, Lingyue's display of the 3-tomo astonished many. After reporting to the elder Uchiha Shana, Lingyue was granted access to the ninjutsu repository. Now that the elder had witnessed the three tomo, he needed to devise a way to establish rapport with him. Observing the plethora of ninjutsu scrolls lining the shelves, Lingyue contemplated his future development while marveling at the clan's rich heritage. Reflecting on his current ninjutsu repertoire, he had the basic body flicker technique, Uchiha shuriken technique, and swordsmanship, not to mention the lightning release technique he had purchased from the system. Then there were Uchiha's fire release techniques, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, and Fire Dragon Jutsu. While his offensive ninjutsu was ample, he lacked defensive techniques and the Uchiha signature illusions. Defensive ninjutsu primarily comprised water and earth attributes, yet he possessed no corresponding chakra affinity. Although one could train in techniques lacking a matching chakra type, it would require significantly more effort. While they could be used in casual scenarios, deploying them in battle would be perilous. Never mind, I shall first choose some practical ninjutsu. Lingyue selected an illusion technique and then opted for a high-level wind release technique, wind pressure. Unbeknownst to Lingyue, as he selected the ninjutsu, Elder Uchiha Shana watched him intently from behind, his eyes filled with fervor. The selection of ninjutsu was trivial. The exposure of Lingyue's three-tomo Sharingan had already garnered the clan's preferential resources. Spending time selecting more techniques would suffice. The primary objective was to find someone for practical training. What is happening? Having finalized his ninjutsu selections, Lingyue turned to exit, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of Elder Uchiha Shana. Lingyue patted his chest, still shaken. Uchiha Shana, wearing a kindly expression, smiled and said, "Young Lingyue, do not be afraid. I am Elder Uchiha Shana." Narrowing his eyes slightly, with a gentle gaze, he added, "Seeing you here selecting ninjutsu, I couldn't resist coming over to see if I could assist you. The fish has baited itself." Lingyue quickly composed himself and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder. I have chosen a wind release technique, wind pressure." Wind release ninjutsu? Uchiha Shana's eyes lit up with pride. "You have indeed chosen wisely. It is one of my specialties. Since I have some free time, I shall teach you how to practice it." "Elder, I wouldn't want to take up too much of your time. I can practice it on my own." "Nonsense. Watching the clan's juniors excel brings me immense joy. Consider it an opportunity for me to contribute to the clan." Lingyue, upon hearing the elder's words, could not decline further. "In that case, I shall trouble you, Elder, and I look forward to your guidance." "Not at all, not at all." Uchiha Shana chuckled, his eyes narrowing with delight. "Guiding the clan's talented juniors brings me great joy. Let us begin. We shall start with the fundamentals of chakra control." The elder led Lingyue to the clan's training ground, where he began to patiently explain. Lingyue listened attentively, fully engaged. Chapter 20. Oh no, he is eyeing me. Lingyue's heart raced with unease as he learned more. Once the elder commenced his instruction, Lingyue showcased his impressive chakra control abilities acquired through diligent training. He grasped concepts quickly, demonstrating remarkable adaptability. Uchiha Shana taught with unwavering seriousness. By the end of the day, Lingyue had not only mastered the illusion technique, but had also learned an additional wind release technique. As the day's lessons concluded, though exhausted, Lingyue brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. Uchiha Shana, initially enthusiastic, now gazed at Lingyue with an expression bordering on admiration. "Lingyue, your talent surpasses my expectations. In the coming days, feel free to continue your studies here. I shall impart to you all my ninjutsu. The future of the Uchiha clan rests upon your shoulders." Lingyue, filled with gratitude, replied, "I appreciate your kind words and guidance, Elder. I shall not let you down." In the subsequent week, Lingyue visited the courtyard daily, learning ninjutsu under the elder's tutelage. Along with reinforcing and enhancing his previously acquired techniques, the elder introduced him to more advanced ninjutsu skills and combat strategies. Moreover, the elder arranged practical drills, allowing Lingyue to engage in simulated battles with other ninjas. In these practical sessions, Lingyue applied the ninjutsu he had learned, continuously accumulating invaluable combat experience. After a week of study and practical training, Lingyue made significant progress in mastering ninjutsu and combat experience. The elder felt that a week of guidance had brought the two closer together, finally revealing his true intentions. One day, after finishing their lessons and training, Uchiha Shana believed that Lingyue had nearly perfected his ninjutsu and practical skills. He wished to express a long-held thought. The elder called Lingyue to his side and, with a serious expression, said, "Lingyue, after this week together, I increasingly believe that you are an exceptional talent. I have a granddaughter who is of similar age, gentle and kind, and also proficient in ninjutsu. Lingyue was taken aback. What? I admired his ninjutsu, but I never expected him to take a liking to me personally. No, just a few techniques and he thinks I would sell myself out? One must not be too easily swayed. I need to find a tactful excuse to decline. Lingyue's face displayed surprise and dilemma as he hurriedly replied, Elder, I am truly grateful for your kindness. However, I believe that true love must be sought personally. As a time traveler, I cannot bring shame upon fellow travelers. I must take charge of my own marital matters. After all, I am a man of destiny. In this day and age, I won't settle for a marriage of convenience. I will seek my true love myself, and perhaps even find a couple more. If I were to marry the elder's granddaughter, wouldn't my dreams of embracing beauty be shattered? The elder furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Lingyue, you must understand that this union would benefit both our families. It would not only strengthen our ties, but also allow you both to support each other in your ninjutsu training and grow together. Lingyue sincerely responded, Elder, I appreciate your good intentions. However, marriage is a matter of lifelong happiness, and I hope to find someone with whom I truly share mutual affection. I hope the elder can understand. Seeing Lingyue's firm refusal, Uchiha Shana did not press further. Being a genius did afford him certain privileges, and he knew that pushing Lingyue too hard could drive him into the arms of conservatism. Although the elder felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not relent. He gazed at Lingyue and slowly said, Lingyue, I respect your thoughts. However, I hope you will reconsider. Regardless of whether you and my granddaughter come together, you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. Should you need assistance, feel free to seek me out. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I will certainly remember your words. Lingyue politely expressed, before making a hasty exit. He felt compelled to escape. The elder's gaze was intense, and Lingyue could hardly withstand it. A week later, Lingyue returned to the guard department. After a week of intense training, equipped with the spiraling sphere and the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he had reached the combat strength of an elite jonin. My current achievements are solely due to my hard work and perseverance. A glance at his system points revealed that he had accumulated over 90,000 points, filling him with a sense of pride. Now, I am among the strongest in Konoha. Next, I simply need to find an opportunity to awaken my Manjiki Sharingan, and I can stride through Konoha with confidence. Lingyue had already formulated a plan regarding the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan. Through illusionary techniques and self-hypnosis, he intended to ignite an intense desire within himself, followed by a few mental enhancements, which should allow his Sharingan to awaken according to his needs. However, theory and practice are two different realms, and he needed to devise a well-thought-out plan, as the opportunity to awaken would only present itself once. Should he fail, he would have to wait for the system store to refresh gradually. If luck were against him, it might take years to find what he sought. Lingyue, you finally appeared. How could you be on leave for a whole week? Did you encounter any difficulties? If you have any troubles, feel free to share. I will certainly assist you. Yanhua was as enthusiastic as ever. Despite the various quirks of the Uchiha clan, if a member sincerely recognized you, you could trust them with your back. No troubles. I was just furthering my studies. Furthering your studies? What do you mean? Furthering my studies means enhancing my abilities until I am invincible. Ultimately marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman and reaching the pinnacle of life. Haha. So, you're after women now. You know my sister, right? What do you think? Would you like me to introduce you to her? Uchiha Yanhua chuckled. What on earth? You beast. My sister is only 11. Lingyue was so shocked he nearly activated his Byakugan. Aren't you only 15? It's not like you're getting married now. We can just set things in motion and wait until you're of age. Just tell me if my sister is pretty. Uchiha Yanhua persisted. Good grief. I thought we were brothers, and now you want to be my brother-in-law. Lingyue exaggeratedly punched Yanhua and began preparing his ninja gear for patrol. Hey, I wasn't joking. Think about it. My sister is a little beauty. Marrying you means I won't have to worry about her being bullied anymore. Yanhua chased after him eagerly. Wow. I thought you were looking out for your brother's happiness, but it turns out you were just thinking about your sister's. Both continued their playful banter as they patrolled their usual route. Yanhua shared stories about the past week, revealing that Lord White Fang had been driven to his demise by Danzo, who had now lost his position as an advisor to the Hokage. The previous flyers had stirred up the Umbu, and now disguised Umbu operatives were everywhere. Even going to the restroom meant being observed by at least 3 people. Recently, troublemakers have dwindled, making our patrols much easier. My uncle informed me that Cat Granny has a new litter of ninja cats. Would you like to join me in choosing one? Lingyue, while casually patrolling, listened to Uchiha Lingyue's chatter and gleaned some useful information. Ninja cats? When are we going to pick them? In his previous life as a worker in the mundane world, he had never found the time to care for a cat. Now that he had traversed to this world, he could indulge in his desire to pet cats. Moreover, ninja cats were known to be exceptionally intelligent, eliminating the need for litter box duties. Raising a cat can be quite expensive, though. I don't have much money right now. He had completely forgotten about the increase in benefits from upgrading his Sharingan. Don't worry about the money. I have some, and I can lend it to you. Even as Lingyue pondered, Uchiha Lingyue had swiftly resolved all of Lingyue's concerns. Such a good brother. He deserved a dozen more like him. All right, let us go pick out ninja cats together then. I've got my own advantages, so I'm not too concerned if the summoning beast isn't formidable. It will just be a pet, after all. Just remember to get there early. Otherwise, all the beautiful ninja cats will be taken, and we'll be left with the ones no one wants. Not a problem. After work, I'll treat you to barbecue. Lingyue thought about how Lingyue was eager to introduce his sister to him. It truly felt like they were becoming brothers. After a week without a barbecue, Lingyue felt a twinge of guilt. Really? That is fantastic. This time, I'm going to eat you into bankruptcy. Lingyue appeared delighted. In the bonds of brotherhood, such camaraderie was often solidified through shared meals. Not a problem. Bring it on. Just be careful you don't walk in and need to lean against the wall to get out. That night, Lingyue returned home. Leaning against the wall after the barbecue feast, he had truly overindulged. Lingyue collapsed onto the sofa, utterly disinclined to move. In stark contrast to the comfort of her current life, she pondered the arduous existence she must have endured in her past life. If one were to consider the matter, the Ninja World War had its advantages. At least with a reduced population, life had become less competitive. Shaking her head to dispel these chaotic thoughts, Lingyue glanced at the system panel in her mind. Her points had exceeded 90,000. This week's shop had yielded nothing of note, just a few common ninjutsu. It was wiser to save her points for the following week. Contemplating her remaining points, she allocated some to enhance her physical strength. For now, she set aside other concerns. Both body and soul were the essence of a person. Gradually stacking the two, she envisioned a powerful future, with a slight boost to her physical strength. Warmth coursed through her, alleviating the discomfort in her distended abdomen. Next, she turned her attention to mental enhancement. The Sharingan, particularly the Manjiki Sharingan, required no offensive capabilities. Functionality was paramount. Ideally, she sought time-related abilities, followed closely by space manipulation. As for Amaterasu, laughable. Having attained the Manjiki, she didn't need such minimal offensive power. Lingyue settled at her table, where a mirror lay before her. Gazing at her unremarkable reflection, unremarkable compared to the Uchiha clan. At least, she knew that in the broader ninja world, she was indeed a striking young person. After all, being an Uchiha meant one could hardly be deemed unattractive. Taking a deep breath, Lingyue performed a precise illusion technique, the illusion of desolation. At this moment, she was uncertain of her deepest fears. In the past, she had thought it was dying with unspent wealth. Now, however, she felt it was to toil endlessly without earning anything. Of course, this was merely her perception. To truly ascertain her fears, she would need to employ ninjutsu for clarity. Based on her fears, she hoped to predict the awakening of her Manjiki, which was her plan. If that failed, she had contingencies, customized illusions to guide her desires. Suddenly, Lingyue jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. Her eyes widened, fixated on the dark ceiling. The sound of her rapid breaths resonating in the stillness of the room. The illusion had been overwhelmingly potent, allowing her a glimpse into the chaos of a clan's annihilation. Recalling the scene in her mind, Itachi was ruthlessly cutting down foes while she stood frozen, unable to flee. The blood splattered against her face. The viscous sensation and the terror of a scythe grazing her neck were palpable. In that moment, even knowing it was an illusion, she was deeply immersed in the dread of impending death. It dawned on her that her greatest fear was death itself, an instinctive desire to evade it. This newfound direction for her awakening seemed promising. To escape death, she could pursue skills related to teleportation, damage mitigation, or resurrection. Regardless of the approach, she would embrace it. Initially, she had contemplated testing another plan, creating an illusion of continuous social demise. That would undoubtedly yield a powerful ocular technique. However, it appeared that such complexities were unnecessary. She had a clear path forward. Preparing herself, Lingyue drew a deep breath and allocated 2 points to mental enhancement. A chilling energy surged from her head, enveloping her entire body before converging in her eyes. Lingyue felt her pupils quiver violently. Yet, it was insufficient. She pressed on, adding 2 more points to her mental capacity. A wave of coolness surged towards her eyes, and the 3 tomo within began to spin rapidly. As 2 of her pupils gradually steadied, the 3 tomo coalesced into an eye resembling a biohazard symbol. The Manjiki Sharingan was awakened. Eagerly, Lingyue immersed herself in the exclusive skills of her new power. The left eye granted her the skill of Keijin, the ruler of the land of Awaji in mythology, endowed with an indomitable physique. The right eye bestowed the skill of Tsukuyami, the sovereign of the land of night, a child of Izanagi and Izanami, also known as Tsukuyami no Mikoto, controlling the moon's movement, night, and dreams. The results were satisfactory, albeit with some overlapping abilities. It seemed the earlier skill assessments were quite accurate. One ability rendered her impervious to harm, while the other allowed for phasing through attacks. Quite the fear of death indeed. With the awakening of her Manjiki, self-preservation was assured. However, she lacked a brother's eyes to assist in upgrading to the eternal Manjiki. No matter. She believed in her perseverance and effort, with a little help. With diligent cultivation and point allocation, ascending to the eternal Manjiki would merely be a matter of time. Perhaps she might even leap directly to the Rinnegan. Now that she possessed the Manjiki, traversing Konoha should pose no issues. Chapter 22. Bing's ninja school grades were not ideal. The cool moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. After her bath, Lingyue lay on her bed, reflecting on her experiences over the past month, finally feeling a sense of stability. With strength secured, her next step was to pursue wealth. One must first possess power to safeguard riches. Only with wealth could one truly relax. The sequence of events was crucial. A mistake could lead to significant trouble. A long-term venture could involve opening a Chinese restaurant, allowing these inexperienced Japanese competitors to savor the culinary delights of her homeland. In due course, she could enlist a few relatives to help manage the establishment, while she merely provided a menu, enjoying the prosperity that good food would bring. Following that, she could establish a newspaper. Making a profit was not the primary goal. It could even operate at a loss. It would serve primarily to extract points. For initial capital, Lingyue's gaze turned towards the path of a ghostwriter. What could be more profitable than ghostwriting for earning that first pot of gold? As long as it wasn't the primitive era, literature could be converted into currency to some extent. The ninja world also possessed a certain literary foundation. In this relatively insular realm, classic literary works and popular screenplays were undeniably treasures waiting to be unearthed. What content should she replicate? Lingyue furrowed her brow, contemplating deeply. Let me bring you a little shock. Other works may not resonate with the ninja world, but this one will undoubtedly succeed. With that thought, Lingyue formed hand seals, immediately creating a shadow clone. Our future relies on you. Give it your all. Lingyue encouraged the shadow clone with a pat on the shoulder. The clone nodded vigorously, without a hint of hesitation, turning towards the desk, observing the clone diligently taking on the role of a ghostwriter. Lingyue felt reassured and comfortably reclined back. Forming hand seals, she dispelled the shadow clones from earlier training. As fatigue washed over her mind, Lingyue fell into a deep slumber, leaving behind one shadow clone to diligently pursue the plan for generating wealth. Beneath the dim light of an oil lamp, the shadow clone quietly engaged in ghostwriting, faintly visible scribbling on the draft paper. Young A. Bing, Chapter 1, The Landlord's Wife. Bing's ninja school grades were not ideal. As the night deepened, Konoha gradually settled into tranquility, the only sound being the scratching of pencil against paper. The next morning, when Lingyue awoke, the shadow clone was still writing. Slipping on her slippers, she approached to take a look. The clone had filled 10 sheets of paper. That's enough. Find a pivotal point to break the chapter. I'll submit it for publication today. We can continue once it's approved. After washing up and finishing breakfast, the shadow clone wrapped up its work as well. Lingyue reabsorbed the clone, absorbing the memories it had gathered. Not bad. Not bad. Over 30,000 words in a single night. The shadow clone technique was indeed effective. Lingyue glanced up to check the time. There is still time. I will check for any typographical errors. In the guard department, Lingyue was prepared to commence a new day of patrol. Cradling the manuscript he had diligently prepared overnight. Yanhua, I need to take a detour to 4th Street. Lingyue informed his companion, Uchiha Yanhua. What are you going there for? Yanhua inquired with curiosity. I have written a novel and intend to submit it there. What? You can write novels? Let me see. I can help you with it. Lingyue contemplated for a moment, considering the unique cultural customs of their little world, and decided that he would not be ridiculed for this endeavor. He then handed the manuscript to Yanhua. Uchiha Yanhua glanced at the first page, and his face instantly flushed crimson. Is this what you wrote? Uchiha was bewildered yet profoundly astonished. Is it not permissible to write in such a manner? Of course it is. I simply did not anticipate that you possessed such talent. Yanhua exclaimed, deeply impressed. The shock of discovering that a childhood friend, whom he had known for years, was a budding author of romantic fiction was staggering. Can you tell me how it reads? Does it suit your taste? Observing Yanhua's astonished expression, Lingyue felt an urge to scoff at the system that only calculated points for real-life events. Otherwise, he could have achieved legendary status with this book alone. Yanhua did not respond. He was meticulously reading every word, oblivious to Lingyue's comments. After perusing over 30,000 words in about 10 minutes, his face was still flushed, and his eyes sparkled with reminiscence. So what do you think? Will my manuscript be accepted? I believe, it is quite good. It should be accepted. Yanhua replied, his demeanor tinged with embarrassment. By the way, Lingyue, we are good friends, right? Of course, we are friends. As such, I feel it is essential for me to support your creative endeavors. When your new manuscript is ready, please be sure to send it to me. I will assist you with proofreading and correcting any errors. Yanhua proclaimed earnestly. Sure, no problem. Lingyue struggled to suppress his laughter, but alas. He had not undergone professional training and could no longer contain himself. His laughter made Yanhua's face redden even more. At noon, at the Talent Corporation, a rather unsavory-looking man was gazing eagerly at Lingyue's manuscript for young Bing. As he read, his hand inched toward the table's underside. Ahem. Noticing this, Lingyue quickly cleared his throat loudly to rouse the increasingly entranced editor. My apologies. This novel is simply too captivating. I nearly lost myself in it. The lecherous male editor maintained a philosophy of I am not embarrassed. The embarrassment belongs to others. Lingyue felt so awkward that he could almost dig his toes into the ground. There were people present, after all. Greetings. You are the esteemed Uchiha Lingyue, the author of young Bing, correct? This is our first meeting. I am a retired ninja from the Kato clan and currently serve as the chief editor at Talent Corporation. You may call me Editor Eagle. It is an honor to be your chief editor. Hello, Mr. Kato. Upon hearing the name of the Kato clan, Lingyue's mouth twitched involuntarily. Are you implying that my manuscript has been accepted? Editor Eagle nodded enthusiastically before Lingyue. Yes, it has been accepted. Your work is truly exceptional. And I can assure you that we will provide comprehensive promotion for your book. Let us expedite the signing of the collaboration contract. Though our Kato clan may be a small ninja clan, our influence in the literary world is not insignificant. I can guarantee that if you entrust us with promoting your book, it will undoubtedly become a sensation. And I have confidence it will surpass Paradise of Affection. Lingyue's primary objective was to make money. Whether or not it could surpass Paradise of Affection was of little concern. Jiraiya achieved financial freedom with just one book of Paradise of Affection, and judging by Editor Eagle's demeanor, he should no longer worry about finances. Knowledge is indeed wealth. And this is the essence of it. Therefore, one must read extensively. After signing the contract, Lingyue and Yanhua exited the corporation. Along the way, Uchiha Yanhua gazed at Lingyue with admiration. Lingyue, you must remember to work on your manuscript tonight. All right. And be sure to bring your manuscript tomorrow so that I can help you check for any typos. No problem. Chapter 23. Embarking on a cat life in the following 3 days, Lingyue patrolled during the day while utilizing shadow clones to type through the night. Fortunately, this book was not overly lengthy. With several shadow clones working tirelessly, they managed to complete the entire manuscript ahead of schedule, ready for the publisher. However, it was evident that Uchiha Yanhua looked increasingly haggard. Yanhua, you need not be so diligent in checking for typos. Take care of your health. Lingyue gently reminded him. It's no problem. We are good brothers. This is what I ought to do. Uchiha Yanhua replied earnestly. Tomorrow we must select our ninja cats. Do not forget. Rest assured, I will certainly remember. I have long desired to have a cat. In my previous life, I worked myself to death. Now that I have this second chance, I simply wish to lead a leisurely life. My manuscript fee has not yet been issued. I will be relying on you for tomorrow's expenses. No problem. I've got it covered. However, once your book is published, you must gift me 2 signed collectible editions. Uchiha Lingyue cheekily made his request. Certainly. But why do you need 2 copies? Do you have a friend? Lingyue queried. Hee, one for daily use and one for collection. Lingyue grinned with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing the word use, Lingyue was left speechless. The next day, the 2 arranged to meet early at Old Cat Granny's place. They had already taken leave the previous day, and with prepared dried fish in hand, they set off. It is said that politeness is never misplaced, and bringing extra dried fish was the greatest sincerity toward the ninja cat clan. Unlike other summoning beasts, not all ninja cats choose to form contracts with humans. While becoming a summoning beast does enhance their strength, it also means they must partake in battles. Hence, some ninja cats that have experienced war may not wish for their offspring to become summoning beasts. Becoming a summoning beast is akin to securing a long-term meal ticket, leading to a life akin to that of the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs, living alongside humans. Throughout the journey, Uchiha Lingyue continuously informed Lingyue about the customs of the ninja cat clan. However, unlike dogs, cats have different living habits and do not enjoy running around. Thus, caring for a cat is relatively simple. As they walked, the number of felines visibly increased along the way, and they seemed unafraid of humans. Indeed, any cat living near Konoha was fortunate. Despite enduring battles, none had ever brought the war to the threshold of Konoha. Hello, Old Cat Granny. I am Uchiha Lingyue, and this is Lingyue. We have come to select some ninja cats. Uchiha Lingyue politely greeted Old Cat Granny, with Lingyue smiling and nodding in agreement beside him. Oh, the Uchiha clan. Old Cat Granny emerged from her cluttered yet mysteriously atmospheric abode, her face displaying warmth while her eyes scrutinized them, taking stock of their appearance from head to toe. Having lived in Konoha for many years, she had encountered all manner of ninjas and was no stranger to the Uchiha clan. Their formidable strength and unique bloodline had made them renowned in Konoha. Yet, she understood that each individual seeking to choose a ninja cat had different motives and personalities. Not every ninja viewed summoning beasts as companions. Comparatively, Uchiha individuals tended to be more straightforward, rarely treating summoning beasts as mere tools. Master Meihua has already spoken to me about this. You too, please follow me. Granny Cat said as she turned and walked into the house, gesturing for them to follow. Inside, the room was filled with various cat-related objects. The walls were adorned with scrolls depicting the battle stances of ninja cats, while shelves displayed exquisite cat ornaments and several cozy cat beds, where a few lazy cats lay dozing. Granny Cat gently hummed and picked up a black cat from a corner. The black cat stretched languidly in her arms, its eyes half closed, seemingly indifferent to its surroundings. Choosing a ninja cat is not an easy task. It requires a certain fate. It is not as simple as picking any cat and expecting it to follow you and serve you, Granny Cat explained while stroking the black cat's fur. Lingyue curiously leaned in to observe the black cat, which seemed to sense his gaze and slightly opened its eyes, meeting Lingyue's gaze for a fleeting moment. In that instant, Lingyue felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the black cat were scrutinizing him. Lingyue also approached, observing the black cat and inquiring, "This black cat looks quite formidable, Granny Cat. What is its name?" Granny Cat chuckled and replied, "Its name is Yang. It has a rather reclusive personality and is generally reluctant to get close to people. Many ninjas have attempted to choose it, but it has rejected them all. It is not among your options." She then glanced at the cat beds on the floor and added, "You may choose from these few ninja cats. There are still 5 here, whose parents have asked me to help them find a companion." Lingyue examined the kittens closely, 3 black, 1 orange, and 1 white. Ninja cats are predominantly black. They are not renowned for their combat prowess, but rather for gathering intelligence or serving as sentinels, and black fur is advantageous for nighttime activities. Lingyue crouched down, petting each ninja cat. The kittens showed no fear of him, allowing his caresses and appearing quite content. Lingyue pondered his intentions, primarily to keep a pet cat that would not engage in battle. In that case, the white cat would be the most aesthetically pleasing choice. Lingyue petted the pure white kitten, whose bright, spirited eyes gazed back at him, even rubbing its head against Yinhua's hand. Seeing that the white cat showed no signs of rejection, Lingyue slowly extended his hands and gently lifted the white cat into his embrace. "Granny Cat, what is this white cat's name?" he asked. Granny Cat smiled and replied, "This white cat is called Xiaowu. It is quite clever. It seems it has recognized you." If so, you may take it home. Remember to treat them well. The bond between ninja cats and ninjas is one of mutual trust and assistance. Thank you, Granny Cat. I shall choose Xiaowu, Lingyue said joyfully, expressing his gratitude, before looking at Yanhua, indicating it was his turn to choose. Yanhua brought out some dried fish and fed each cat present. Once finished, he turned to Granny Cat and said, Granny Cat, I am uncertain how to choose. Could you assist me? Very well, then you may select this one, she said, gently placing Yang down and picking up a lively little black cat from the cat bed. This one is called Xiaoqi. Both of its parents are powerful ninja cats, and it possesses considerable talent. She handed Xiaoqi to Uchiha Yanhua. Having made their selections, the two signed a summoning contract together and purchased an array of supplies for their new feline companions, including cat beds, bowls, mats, litter boxes, scratching posts, toys, and combs. With their objectives accomplished, they did not linger long. Lingyue and Yanhua expressed their gratitude to Granny Cat with the dried fish and left, cradling Xiaoqi and Xiaowu. In the days that followed, Lingyue enjoyed a leisurely life of work and relaxation with his cats after hours. By the end of the month, he anticipated receiving his first payment. Judging by the editor's demeanor, it should be a substantial amount. He mused, now that he had strength, wealth, and pets. It seemed he was merely missing a girlfriend. Though he was only 15, the ninja world matured early. Finding a partner at 15 and marrying in a couple of years seemed just right. Seated in his custom rocking chair with Xiaowu in his arms, Lingyue reflected on his current leisurely existence. Once the payment arrived, should he resign from his position in the security department? As the saying goes, one should restrain their desires. Unfulfilled desires lead to suffering, while satisfied desires bring boredom. Sighing deeply, Lingyue lamented, I just want to be a boring person. How delightful. In my past life, I toiled endlessly, yet remained dutifully employed. That does not align with my identity as a transmigrator. For a moment, he was uncertain whether to resign, feeling that remaining in his job while doing nothing each day would be unproductive. What? Practice ninjutsu? Isn't that what shadow clones are for? As a transmigrator, should I still be diligently training? Wouldn't that make my journey pointless? Am I honoring the system in my mind? After deliberation, he decided it would be best to resign. Once he received his payment, he would embark on managing his own culinary venture. Should boredom strike, he could visit restaurants to settle accounts or wander about in search of high-quality beauties. Young and unaware of the allure of mature women, mistaking young girls for treasures. If I were to find a girlfriend, it would certainly be more advantageous to choose a mature partner. They are gentle and considerate, knowing just how to satisfy one's desires. However, for marriage, a girl who has grown alongside me would be preferable, simply for the nostalgic feeling of growing up together. Yanhua, oh Yanhua, your path ahead must now be traversed alone. My brother, I am retiring early. One day, while patrolling, Lingyue announced his intention to resign and pursue a culinary career, adding that when boredom struck, he might apply to become a team leader among the J-nin. Upon hearing that Lingyue aspired to become a J-nin, Uchiha Yanhua could not help but mock him, questioning how he could achieve such a rank. You can't become a J-nin just by relying on a single book, until Lingyue revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan, leaving Uchiha Yanhua in a daze. How is this possible? When did you awaken your 3-tomo? Yanhua's face was filled with disbelief, his voice trembling as he struggled to comprehend what he was witnessing. Lingyue blinked innocently, casually replying, Oh, did I not mention it to you? It was during the last time I took leave. By the way, please do not share the news of my 3-tomo awakening. If the information leaks, it could pose a problem if we encounter enemies prepared for us. All right, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? You must have some secret technique. Teach it to me, please. Yanhua pleaded, clutching Lingyue's leg. Oh, a technique? I am not entirely sure. The last time I learned of Lord Whitefang's unjust death, I became so enraged that I awakened it. Lingyue displayed a helpless expression. Ouch, that hurts. For the first time, Uchiha Yanhua felt the sting of betrayal from a brother, even sensing his single tomo pulsating subtly. Fear not for a brother's hardships, but dread the day he acquires a luxury vehicle. When your childhood friend, who has shared countless days with you, suddenly reveals he has amassed millions, how would you feel? I have laid bare my heart to you, and you have plundered my innermost thoughts. Yanhua's heart shattered. Observing Yanhua's despondent expression, Lingyue felt a twinge of guilt mixed with a slight hint of satisfaction. Yanhua, do not be disheartened. I am merely resigning, not departing from this world. We shall remain friends, and you may still come to play during your breaks. Lingyue reassured him. You might as well vanish. Uchiha Yinhua rolled his eyes. Do you still wish for a signed edition of Bing's work? Please, no? I was wrong. I was wrong. Yinhua exclaimed, immediately clinging to Lingyue's leg once more. I was merely teasing you. Rest assured, I shall reserve a place for you in due time. Once I find the opportunity, I will impart to you the art of ninjutsu, ensuring your swift ascent to the rank of nin. Brother, you are indeed my true sibling now. From this point onward, should you direct me east, I shall not dare to venture west. If you bid me chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens. I swear it upon my heart. The two of us playfully bickered along the way. Such is the unadorned life in the world of ninjas. Approximately a week later, Lingyue received her first payment for her manuscript. Over 1 million. Editor Kato informed her that time was of the essence, and the initial batch of books had been swiftly sold out in Konoha. They are currently reprinting a second batch, which will be widely distributed throughout the ninja realm. Future royalties will flow in continuously. He also inquired about her plans for subsequent works. Lingyue feigned that she was still in the midst of conceptualizing her ideas. Gazing at the over 1 million in front of her, she thought, what is this? This is the very essence of a house of gold within books. Thus, it is true that one should read more. Lingyue formally submitted her resignation to the security department, citing her intention to devote herself entirely to the practice of ninjutsu after awakening her Sharingan. There was no other choice. Lingyue was simply eager to progress. The security department was known for its light workload and generous benefits, attracting many aspirants, including members of the Uchiha clan, all vying for entry. Had it not been for the sacrifice of Lingyue's parents, this position might not have been available to him. Furthermore, without revealing her Manjiki Sharingan, Lingyue's talent and significance paled in comparison to Itachi in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, her resignation was readily approved by the security department. Uchiha Fugaku even encouraged Lingyue to practice ninjutsu diligently to enhance her strength. Consequently, relying on her persistence and effort, within a mere 2 months in the ninja realm, Lingyue successfully transitioned to a life of retirement. Inside Konoha's barbecue restaurant, smoke billowed as the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Lingyue, having left the security department, was treating Yinhua to a barbecue. Accompanying them were Yinhua's sister, Yinhua, and friends Xiaowu and Xiaoqi. This time, Yinhua seized the opportunity to deceive Lingyue's sister into coming out without informing Lingyue, brainstorming for his sister's future happiness. The table was laden with fresh ingredients, and the meat on the grill sizzled as oil splattered. However, Yinhua's thoughts were not on the barbecue. His gaze often discreetly lingered on his sister, Yinhua. Yinhua intended to introduce his sister to Lingyue, believing that witnessing Lingyue's exceptional talent and prowess in ninja training would make her see him as a reliable pillar for her future happiness. Thus, when Lingyue invited him to dinner, he secretly resolved to seize this rare opportunity, using the guise of treating his sister to barbecue as a pretext. Lingyue, Yinhua casually remarked while placing meat on the grill, my sister Yinhua may be young, but she is quite mature and diligent in her pursuit of ninjutsu. She is bound to become an excellent ninja in the future. As Yinhua's sister happily indulged in the barbecue, she suddenly realized her brother was mentioning her, and a blush instantly crept onto her face. She forgot about her food, unsure where to place her hands, staring intently at the ground. Yinhua, seemingly oblivious, continued. Yinhua is smart and capable. She can cook and clean. Aside from being a bit younger, she has no flaws. He paid no heed to the beads of sweat forming on his sister's forehead from nervousness and anticipation. Lingyue chuckled awkwardly, caught off guard by Yinhua's obvious matchmaking. At that moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. In the presence of a young lady, it felt inappropriate to utter rejection. However, to agree would be quite absurd. After all, she was merely 11 years old. This was against the law. Lingyue's inner turmoil raged. With an embarrassed smile, Lingyue replied, Yinhua is still just a child. I view her as a sister. That evening, after showering and lying on her bed, Lingyue recalled the awkward dining experience and found herself embarrassedly picking at her toes. Yinhua was simply too enthusiastic. If this were her past life on Blue Star, she wouldn't mind having a dozen such good brothers. To remain true to her conscience, she resolved not to trouble his sister any further. At merely 11 years of age, she had not even graduated from elementary school. Lingyue struggled to reconcile her thoughts. Nonetheless, such a loving Uchiha clan would be deeply disappointing if it were to face annihilation. This hidden threat must be resolved promptly. In her mind, the system panel displayed over 70,000 points. Lingyue allocated some to physical enhancement and some to mental fortitude. She clenched her fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through her body. Chakra is indeed highly practical, but alas, it is already claimed. While it can be utilized in the short term, it cannot serve as her primary strength. Otherwise, facing Kaguya would be perilous. The upper limit of natural energy is high, yet she currently lacks a method to absorb it and cannot afford to risk a hasty trial. After all, life is singular. For the time being, her developmental direction must rely on strengthening her body and mind. As long as her physical prowess is sufficient, she will demonstrate her might through sheer strength, using her hardened fists to strike Kaguya's head. Thus, she must practice taijutsu diligently. Ah, how she yearns for progress. With a deep breath, Lingyue moved with agile grace, at times striking like a hawk pouncing on its prey, and at others evading like a fish swimming through water. The sound of her punches and kicks cutting through the air echoed around her. Her form was resolute and carefree, each move showcasing the power and beauty of taijutsu. Lingyue poured sweat on the training ground. The enhancement of her body and spirit greatly improved her control. The Uchiha's taijutsu ranks among the finest in the ninja realm. And paired with Lingyue's current physical condition, even without utilizing chakra, her strikes could deliver substantial damage. No wonder so many are drawn to strength training. Speedy, powerful, each punch landing with impact. This is what it means to be a true man. Elder Uchiha Shana stood at the edge of the training field, observing the Uchiha members practicing ninjutsu and taijutsu. These individuals represent the future of the Uchiha clan. His gaze particularly lingered on Lingyue, who had awakened her three-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 15. Uchiha Shana harbored high hopes for her. Like Uchiha Fugaku, he possessed a son of remarkable genius. Uchiha Shana aimed to absorb Lingyue into their radical faction, thereby expanding its influence. He had keenly observed Fugaku's demeanor. While he understood his concerns, it did not mean he could endorse Fugaku's actions. One cannot achieve greatness by merely looking back and forth. A constant state of weakness will not resolve issues. One cannot place their hopes on the Hokage's mercy. Yuan Firijan has aged, yet he remains reluctant to relinquish power. Can one not see what he truly desires? Without bloodshed, fairness cannot be attained. In recent days, Lingyue's life has been quite regular, no longer required to report to the security department. She devoted her time entirely to training in taijutsu. Now that she has left the Uchiha clan's territory, Konoha is teeming with the watchful eyes of the Umbu and Root. Following the exposure of the White Fang incident, Danzo was scapegoated by Yuan Firijan. However, behind the scenes, he has not ceased his search for the puppeteer behind it all. The Umbu directly under the Hokage monitor Konoha closely, while Danzo's Root focuses solely on one Uchiha. Danzo's primary suspicion lies with the Uchiha. Yet, what of evidence? I, Danzo, possess as much evidence as I desire. Now, with Lingyue's strength, she need not fear Danzo. But it is still not the time to dominate Konoha. It is best to remain discreet. In the current Konoha, there are two staunch supporters of the Hokage, God of Might and God of Itachi. If a confrontation were to occur, facing two opponents would not be in my favor. After all, apart from these individuals, the ninja world still harbors many hidden threats. Relying solely on the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is not a guarantee. Attracting too much attention too early could lead to significant repercussions. Presently, Uchiha Lingyue remains in a state of obscurity within the upper echelons of Konoha. To most, apart from a few elders of the Uchiha clan, he is merely a low-ranking ninja. Lingyue is not foolish enough to visit the Hokage's office for an update on his ninja status. As dawn breaks, sunlight filters through the sheer curtains, casting warm rays within the room. Lingyue, still in slumber, furrows his brow, lazily swatting at the alarm clock before finally emerging from his cocoon of blankets. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he shuffles into the bathroom to turn on the tap. The icy water splashing against his hands jolts him awake. He splashes his face with the refreshing water to invigorate himself before picking up his toothbrush and brushing his teeth in a daze, all while perusing the system shop in his mind. Last night marked the system shop's refresh, and having gone to bed early, it was not too late to check. The price for magnet release, 200,000 points. As he glimpsed the magnet release, Lingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a valuable asset. While he might not possess the knowledge of advanced techniques, he certainly understood the potential of magnet release. Why settle for merely using sand to suppress foes, slow and unsightly? The allure of sword flight and the art of myriad swords returning to their origin is undeniably appealing. Strength may be temporary, but elegance is everlasting. It is clear that one must immerse oneself in knowledge. Fire release, great fireball technique, 30,000 points. This is of no use. I can self-study within the clan. Chidori blade, 5,000 points. An ordinary weapon, not worth wasting points on. Method of natural energy absorption, 300,000 points. Goodness, 300,000 points. The ability to absorb natural energy is what Lingyue has long desired since activating the system. The ability to absorb natural energy distinguishes high-level ninjas from the ordinary. Many chakra techniques are indeed useful, but without the integration of natural energy, pure chakra training is akin to being a mere power bank before Tsutsuki. More importantly, the absorption of natural energy signifies longevity, akin to the sages of the three great holy lands. Physical prowess, mental acuity, and energy. This is the true path to longevity. Finally, a legendary item has emerged, yet my points are woefully inadequate. Glancing at the system panel, which displays over 60,000 points, Lingyue feels a surge of frustration. It was supposed to be a prudent accumulation of points for acquiring valuable items, yet he succumbed to the temptation of the shop and squandered points on frivolities. Had he exercised restraint, he could have saved 200,000 points by now. Time remains, 1 week. Lingyue resolved to obtain this item, for the next refresh remains uncertain. It seems that hiding is no longer an option. With determination, Lingyue abandoned today's physical training and retrieved a notepad and pen. It was evident that he needed to compose something impactful, ensuring that as many people as possible became aware of it. After some contemplation, he decided to focus on Orochimaru's human experiments. No longer fearing Danzo, he would expose the transplant of the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. He would uproot the foundation and sever Danzo's hand. Let us see how he could eradicate the Uchiha clan. Having established the theme, Lingyue boldly inscribed the title on the paper. Shocking. Orochimaru has done this to Shimura Danzo. After a morning filled with revisions, he finally crafted a satisfactory version of the press release. Carefully tucking it away, he pondered how to disseminate this information swiftly and widely. Reflecting on the last time when several shadow clones worked tirelessly to produce 60 flyers overnight, he concluded that purchasing a copier was essential. Should he take the initiative himself, or delegate the task to someone else? Lingyue hesitated. Would openly severing ties with Konoha lead to a full-scale assault against him? The likelihood seemed slim. Yet he preferred not to gamble. The Uchiha clan currently lacked the capacity to challenge the entirety of Konoha. Even the Umbu and Root were formidable, especially with a devoted member among them. A more tactful approach was necessary. It would be prudent to let others know it was the Uchiha behind the actions without revealing their identity. As he glanced at the clock, hunger pangs reminded him it was time for lunch. In his excitement that morning, he had forgotten to eat and now felt genuinely famished. With tasks still ahead, he had no time for elaborate preparations. Lingyue hastily boiled a bowl of noodles to satiate his hunger. Alas, resolving this matter would necessitate finding a girlfriend who could cook. After his meal, Lingyue made his way to the residence of the clan elder, Uchiha Shana. He was well aware of the elder's mindset. With many mouths to feed, this was an opportune moment for collaboration. All for the sake of the clan, targeting Danzo was a strategy he could not overlook. Strolling calmly, he arrived at the elder's home. At that moment, Uchiha Shana was peacefully resting inside. Lingyue showed no restraint, knocking vigorously on the door, startling the elder from his slumber. "Is that you, Lingyue? What urgent matter brings you here?" Uchiha Shana inquired, still groggy and with remnants of sleep lingering in his eyes. Upon recognizing Lingyue, his irritation waned. "Elder, I come with pressing matters to discuss," Lingyue stated without using the term help. Sensing Lingyue's serious demeanor, Uchiha Shana led him into the meeting room. Once seated across from one another, Lingyue wasted no time in expressing his intentions. "Elder, I was the one responsible for the flyers distributed during the last 2 campaigns." Lingyue's revelation was akin to a bombshell. "What?" Uchiha Shana exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. "I said, the flyers from the previous 2 campaigns in Konoha were my doing." "How audacious. Are you attempting to frame the Uchiha?" Uchiha Shana trembled slightly. "Elder, I am acutely aware of the discord between Konoha and our Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Kagami's demise, several disciples of Senju Tobarama have long sought to inherit their master's will and eliminate the perceived threat posed by the Uchiha. However, their lack of strength and means has led them to contemplate physical eradication of our clan. Everything I do is for the Uchiha. Lingyue calmly articulated his reasons, disregarding Uchiha Shana's reprimands. What purpose do such actions serve? In the ninja world, only strength holds significance. As long as our Uchiha clan is formidable enough, Danzo would not dare to confront us. In fact, we should be the ones to initiate action. The elder began to regain his composure, regardless of the circumstances. Recognizing Lingyue as a radical was not a loss. Konoha had yet to realize the Uchiha's involvement. These writings will only provide them with an excuse, allowing them to create trouble and impede our Uchiha's development. Uchiha Shana cautioned Lingyue earnestly, emphasizing that a ninja's true power lies in strength. Elder, I understand that strength is fundamental to all things. Our Uchiha clan possesses sufficient strength, but we cannot yet compare to the entirety of Konoha. However, the dissenting voices against the Uchiha do not represent all of Konoha. They are merely a few high-ranking members from Danzo's faction. Exposing Danzo's personal proclivities is a means to undermine his authority. The exposure of the death of Konoha's White Fang serves to undermine the overall prestige of the village's upper echelons. I have further plans to gradually unveil the darkness hidden beneath the will of fire, casting the Yuan Fei faction to the opposite side of the village. Look at this. As she spoke, Lingyue produced a prepared promotional document and handed it to the elder. Uchiha Shana, hearing Lingyue's articulate words, realized that her actions were not impulsive, which put him at ease. After a moment of silence, he took the paper she offered. I didn't expect you to have done so much for our clan. You are far superior to those who merely shrink back in fear and think only of survival. You have awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. You must join me at the next clan meeting. With that, he lowered his gaze to the promotional document in hand. What? Is this true? Uchiha Shana became increasingly astonished as he read, exclaiming in disbelief upon learning that Danzo dared to implant the Sharingan in Hashirama's cells. Chapter 27. The resurrection coin in hand. Uchiha Shana stared intently into Lingyue's eyes, seemingly desperate for an answer. Everything written here is indeed true. Hasn't anyone wondered what lies beneath the bandages that envelop Danzo, who roams Konoha wrapped in them? Lingyue provided the elder with the answers he sought. Indeed, no matter how severe the injury, after years of wrapping, it should have healed. Uchiha Shana now believed Lingyue's words. How did you come to know of this matter? The elder trusted Lingyue, but still displayed curiosity. Seeing this, Lingyue took a deep breath, showing no hesitation as chakra subtly surged around her. In an instant, the once bright black orbs of her eyes transformed, intricate patterns rapidly spreading, and the 3-tomo began to spin, revealing the enigmatic kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The elder, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in shock, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word as he was rendered speechless. The kaleidoscope. You have awakened the kaleidoscope. Elder, all that I have seen has been through these eyes. Lingyue told a benevolent lie. Alas, while the kaleidoscope enhances my ninjutsu talent, it cannot directly grant formidable combat skills. It merely allows me to perceive hidden dangers and thus evade them. Furthermore, the kaleidoscope Sharingan comes with a caveat. Overuse will lead to blindness. Upon seeing the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Shana fully believed Lingyue. Nothing else mattered. The Uchiha clan had once again awakened the legendary power of their lineage. The Uchiha would soon rise, and none could impede this, not even the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Shana proclaimed, since all this is true, let us convene the clansmen and capture Danzo at once. Since he dares to violate the taboos of the shinobi, he is as good as dead. Uchiha Shana quickly regained his composure. If everything written was indeed true, then Danzo could be dealt with directly. I do not recommend capturing Danzo outright. You underestimate Yuan Fei's determination to protect him. Lingyue continued to express her views. Moreover, surrounding Danzo's base directly means we possess the truth but lack the people's hearts. Currently, the various shinobi clans desire a peaceful Konoha. They do not wish for anyone to disrupt the tranquility they cherish. What do you suggest we do? Uchiha Shana had completely immersed himself in Lingyue's rhythm. But the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is the true future of the Uchiha. Surrounding the base directly would pit the Uchiha against the village's upper echelons. If mishandled, it could ignite a war between the Uchiha and the village, leading to annihilation in defeat or devastating losses in victory. No matter how it is calculated, it is not worth the risk. Therefore, I propose we disseminate the news, letting all of Konoha, the entire land of fire, and the shinobi world become aware of Danzo's involvement in human experimentation and the transplantation of bloodline limits. At that point, the village's upper echelons will be compelled to provide us with an answer. Let them handle Danzo. If we are dissatisfied with the outcome, we will intervene. Seeing Lingyue speak so eloquently, Uchiha Shana was immensely pleased. This is the future of the Uchiha. With powerful talents and a clear mind, as long as they grow, they will undoubtedly lead the Uchiha clan to resurgence. I must marry Yuki. Unfortunately, Yuki is not home at the moment, Uchiha Shana mused. So what shall we do now? Uchiha Shana inquired. Elder, gather a few capable and trustworthy individuals. Take the promotional document and venture beyond Konoha. Make numerous copies. Every town in the Land of Fire must be informed. Let the entire Land of Fire see what dark deeds Konoha has undertaken. Elder Uchiha Shana looked at Lingyue. Very well, I will arrange for this immediately. Within 3 days, the entire Land of Fire will know of this matter. Elder, please ensure that they disguise their identities, as Danzo's roots have always been secretly watching our Uchiha clan. It would be best to send out strong individuals to shake them off. As long as we are not caught on the spot, it will suffice. After this, I have other plans. We shall take it step by step. First, we must eliminate Danzo's influence. Rest assured, for the future of the Uchiha, I will treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Having achieved their objective, Lingyue felt reassured as she prepared to leave the elder's residence, only to be halted by him. Wait here. I have 2 incredibly important family secret techniques to impart to you. Learn them before you depart. The elder's expression was grave, as if he were bestowing upon her a treasure that could determine the fate of the Uchiha clan. Lingyue's heart swelled with joy. If her guess was correct, it must be the resurrection coin she had longed for. Before long, the elder hurriedly entered the meeting room, carrying 2 ancient scrolls of ninjutsu. The scrolls emanated an aura of antiquity, their surfaces seemingly narrating the Uchiha clan's ancient and mysterious history. The elder gently placed the 2 scrolls upon the table before Lingyue, his gaze filled with expectation and seriousness. These are the most important secret techniques of our Uchiha clan, Izanami and Izanagi. Izanagi can instantaneously transform any adverse factors, including death, into a dream, while converting beneficial elements such as attacks into reality. It is the ultimate ninjutsu capable of reversing reality and illusion. However, this technique demands an immense toll on the user's body and spirit, and each eye can only be used once. After its use, one eye will go blind, nonetheless. In critical moments, losing sight is preferable to death. Lingyue gasped in astonishment at this revelation. The elder was pleased with her reaction and continued. Conversely, Izanami exists to counter Izanagi. It traps the enemy in a cyclical illusion, forcing them into endless self-reflection until they recognize themselves and abandon the struggle. Once this technique is initiated, unless the user actively ceases it, the enemy will find it exceedingly difficult to escape. However, employing this technique also requires significant chakra and mental energy, causing irreversible damage to the user's Sharingan. It too will result in one eye going blind. The elder nodded slightly, stating, "These 2 secret techniques represent the true foundation of a great ninja clan. They are pivotal to the Uchiha clan's fate in critical moments. You possess extraordinary talent and a sincere heart for your clan. I believe you will wield them wisely. Elder, I shall diligently study these 2 techniques and will not disappoint your expectations, nor will I allow the treasures of the Uchiha clan to be sullied." Lingyue lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at the elder. Time flowed quietly amidst focused study as Lingyue immersed herself in the learning of Izanagi. The secret technique is both challenging and simple, more about the unconventional thought processes and the flow of chakra that few have ever contemplated. In contrast to the direct reality reversal of Izanagi, Izanami emphasizes control over an enemy's mental state, with principles and methods of execution that are entirely different. While the opportunities for Izanami's utility seem scarce, its application of In Chakra opened Lingyue's eyes to new possibilities. The world of the ninja still harbors many prodigies. For now, it is prudent to bide one's time until strength is achieved, at which point one may emerge triumphantly, with the enemy in the light and oneself in the shadows. If I do not develop, who will? Chapter 28. Grand Elder, your insight is remarkable. As afternoon approached, Lingyue had already memorized the contents of the two scrolls. For Lingyue, Izanami held significant reference value. Mastering it would greatly enhance her understanding of other illusion techniques. The Grand Elder, Uchiha Shana, returned to the reception room after arranging matters outside. He sat quietly across from Lingyue, observing her diligent study. With talent and intellect, Uchiha Shana was thoroughly pleased with this prospective grandson-in-law. Grand Elder, I have mastered these two ninjutsu. I am immensely grateful for your guidance. It is getting late, so I shall not disturb your rest, Lingyue stated, acknowledging the time. Disturb? Not at all. You are the hope of the Uchiha clan. I am delighted to witness the Uchiha rise to glory in my lifetime. The Grand Elder immediately stood to prevent Lingyue from leaving. I have several more ninjutsu for you to learn. You are still young and must grow stronger swiftly. Only when you can summon the unique and powerful Susanoo of the Manjiki Sharingan will you truly possess the means for self-protection. With that, he produced several more ninjutsu scrolls from his robe. Lingyue glanced at them. Doton, Great Fireball Technique, Katon, Dragon Flame Song, F-Ton, Wind Cutter Palm. F-Ton, Vacuum Great Sphere. These are all advanced ninjutsu. You must continue your studies. Since you have received such a delightful surprise today, you should stay for dinner. The Grand Elder is too kind. I can return home to eat, Lingyue replied, attempting to decline politely. How could that be considered a disturbance? Until you are truly strong. I cannot rest easy regarding your safety. The Grand Elder pressed Lingyue's shoulder, guiding him back to his seat. Seeing the opportunity to acquire advanced ninjutsu, Lingyue found it difficult to resist. After hearing the Grand Elder's earnest words, he hesitated briefly before settling back down to continue focusing on the scrolls. Uchiha Shana smiled with satisfaction. Trying to leave? Not a chance. Yuki would be returning shortly. There was no way he would let Lingyue escape. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Uchiha Yuki finished her day's work in the clan and returned home, slightly fatigued. She had no idea that the genius her grandfather had mentioned was already in their home. Upon entering the living room, her gaze immediately fell upon Lingyue sitting on the sofa. Their eyes met, both momentarily stunned, expressions of surprise flitting across their faces. Lingyue was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the girl, recalling the Grand Elder's earlier mention of introducing his granddaughter. He had initially dismissed the idea, but now it all made sense. So, this old man wants me to stay for dinner because he is captivated by my presence? How shameless. However, upon truly observing Uchiha Yuki's features, Lingyue's astonishment quickly morphed into admiration. The Uchiha clan boasted no unattractive members. Lingyue regretted his hasty rejection during their last encounter, wishing he had taken the opportunity to meet her sooner. Uchiha Yuki approached with somewhat heavy steps. After a busy day, her hair was slightly tousled, her delicate makeup slightly smudged, and her professional attire bore the marks of her labors, revealing her fatigue. Yet, her eyes remained bright and lively, exuding a playful charm. Her gently arched brows resembled the tender willows of spring, radiating warmth. Despite her weariness, her inherent grace remained captivating. Clad in a simple kimono, the hem swayed gently with her movements, accentuating her gentleness. She embodied the ideal of a devoted wife and mother that Lingyue had always envisioned. However, all of this paled in comparison to what truly mattered. Her legs were long and straight, their elegant lines extending gracefully from her well-proportioned ankles, curving slightly at the knees to form a perfect arc, then flowing down to her toned calves and full thighs, disappearing beneath her skirt. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and unblemished, with a delicate pink hue reminiscent of fine porcelain, softly gleaming without a flaw. Such legs were a sight to behold. Lingyue felt he could admire them for a year. According to statistics, 8 out of 10 adult men have an affinity for legs, while the remaining 2 staunchly deny it. Just one glance, and Lingyue found himself deeply captivated, unable to look away. "Who are you?" Uchiha Yuki asked, noticing the man before her regarding her with an unsettling gaze, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Was this truly the genius her grandfather intended to introduce to her? He seemed nothing short of a lecher. Oh no, first impressions were taking a nosedive. Lingyue snapped back to reality, inwardly lamenting. "Hello, I am Uchiha Lingyue." Invited by the Grand Elder for dinner, he introduced himself. Uchiha Yuki pursed her lips, sensing the atmosphere had turned awkward, and chose not to elaborate further. Her gaze casually fell upon the empty cup before her guest, prompting her to rise gracefully and skillfully. She glided to the side table, picked up an exquisite teapot, and gently tilted it, allowing the clear water to flow into the cup, rising in delicate steam. After refilling the cup, she politely pushed it toward Lingyue, softly stating, "Please enjoy." Lingyue nodded in gratitude, only for the two to fall into silence once more. The air felt thick with tension, and even the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Occasionally, their eyes would meet only to quickly avert, neither knowing how to shatter this uncomfortable silence. Just as Lingyue was about to find a topic to break the ice, the Grand Elder Uchiha Shana finally entered. "Yuki, you have finally returned. This is the young genius I mentioned to you, Uchiha Lingyue. Lingyue, this is my granddaughter, Uchiha Yuki, who is of the same age as you. I believe you two are quite suited for one another." Uchiha Shana introduced the two, and then turned to Lingyue regarding their previous discussion. Lingyue's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Grand Elder, your insight is truly remarkable. This matter is entirely up to you. No more pretense. I confess. I am equally drawn to her, and I admit it. As long as her features align with my values, marrying first and falling in love later is not unacceptable." Initially, Lingyue had considered seeking a high-quality woman from the Uchiha clan, and upon encountering this fortuitous opportunity, he readily agreed. "Sigh. I had initially thought to pursue Itachi's affections if this did not work out. However, it seems Uchiha Quian is better suited for Itachi. I always believed that among the thousands of handsome and beautiful members of the Uchiha clan, there must be someone suitable for me. And here she is, presented before me." Upon hearing Lingyue's acceptance, Uchiha Shana beamed with delight. Chapter 29. The Grand Elder is not an extremist, but a man of action. That night, Lingyue left the Grand Elder's home, satiated after a delightful meal. He felt the scrolls in his hands, having resolved his point's issue, and obtained 2 revival tokens. Having acquired a plethora of advanced ninjutsu scrolls, I indulged in a hearty feast, and was also generously gifted a pair of exquisite legs, my future fiancée, to be precise. If one were to extol the virtues of this little life, it would undoubtedly be the deeply ingrained feminine charm. With the exception of a few violent women, the majority are indeed the quintessential housewives. Ha ha ha. There is nothing quite like having a pair of legs to embrace. Now, I await the arrangements of the Grand Elder, eager for the points to roll in. Snow-chan, Lingyue is the prodigy I wish to introduce to you. After Lingyue's departure, the Grand Elder took his esteemed seat in the main hall, his demeanor imbued with a hint of anticipation as he turned to his graceful granddaughter, Uchiha Yuki, and spoke with gentle warmth. Now that Lingyue has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, regardless of how he accomplished this feat, it is imperative to secure him for our cause. Snow-chan, what are your thoughts on him? Uchiha Shana's voice was soft, as she sought to uncover her granddaughter's innermost feelings. I am not fond of the way he gazes at me, yet I shall defer to grandfather's judgment. Uchiha Yuki slightly furrowed her brow. She had always placed her trust in her grandfather, believing that every decision he made was for the future of the Uchiha clan. Shana nodded slightly, a confident smile gracing his face as he spoke earnestly. Grandfather will not harm you, Snow-chan. You must understand, he possesses talents surpassing even those of Uchiha Itachi. At the mention of Uchiha Itachi, a complex expression flickered in Shana's eyes, a blend of admiration for another genius and relief at the prospect of the Uchiha clan's future being secured. Is his talent truly greater than that of Uchiha Itachi? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Uchiha Yuki's eyes. The genius of Uchiha Itachi was known throughout the clan, making it hard for her to fathom someone who could surpass him. Indeed, grandfather would not deceive you. Shana's tone was unwavering, his gaze radiating an undeniable resolve. The Uchiha clan shall surely rise again in our generation. His voice trembled slightly, a testament to his fervent desire for the revival of their lineage. Uchiha Yuki listened intently to her grandfather's words, visions of Lingyue's piercing gaze surfacing in her mind. Although she held no particular fondness for Lingyue, her grandfather's words illuminated the potential for a significant opportunity for their clan. For the sake of the Uchiha clan, she was willing to make certain sacrifices. Very well, I shall heed grandfather's wishes. Uchiha Yuki replied obediently, realizing that from this moment on, an extraordinary bond had formed between her and Lingyue. Shana smiled with satisfaction, gently ruffling his granddaughter's hair. My dear granddaughter, rest assured, grandfather will arrange everything for you. Lingyue's talents will compensate for any shortcomings. Once he stands firmly beside us, the Uchiha clan will possess the strength to confront external pressures. and the day of our revival shall not be far off. Hearing her grandfather's words, Uchiha Yuki could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity towards Lingyue, a prodigious clansman who had suddenly emerged, previously unheard of. Snow-chan, you should rest now. Grandfather has some matters to attend to this evening. Very well, grandfather. Do take care and rest early. The silver-white moonlight cascaded softly over the Uchiha estate, draping the tranquil courtyard in a veil of ethereal silk. The grand elder, Uchiha Shana, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave yet tinged with a secret excitement, awaiting silently. Before long, the tranquility was shattered by the rapid and steady footsteps of a dozen agile ninjas entering in single file. Beneath the moonlight, their eyes glimmered with the cold brilliance of the three-tomo Sharingan, revealing the elite J-nin of the Uchiha clan, while the accompanying ninjas bore the two-tomo. Their prowess not to be underestimated. All were loyal to the radical faction. Everyone is here. Uchiha Shana's voice resonated deeply yet powerfully, echoing throughout the courtyard. He gestured, and the attendant promptly stepped forward, distributing stacks of flyers and mission scrolls to the assembly. The ninjas received the flyers, their expressions varying, some revealing surprise, others deep in thought. Elder, issue the command. We shall apprehend Danzo at once. How dare he stealthily transplant our Uchiha's Sharingan? Indeed, Elder, please give the order. The roots of Danzo are no match for us. Everyone, the contents of this flyer pertain to the future of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shana's gaze swept over each face. His tone resolute. Tomorrow, you will head to the mission building to accept tasks outside the village or infiltrate merchant caravans, then disperse and leave the village. During this time, it is crucial to disseminate these flyers. A three-tomo J-nin furrowed his brow in confusion. Why don't we simply capture Danzo directly? If he has touched our Uchiha Sharingan, the other ninja clans will not protect him. Another voiced his concern. Elder, what purpose do these flyers serve? Is this not too reckless? Uchiha Shana scoffed coldly. Our adversaries are not limited to Shimura Danzo alone. Capturing him will only make Yamanaka and Noichi more wary of us. What use is capturing Danzo? Without him, there will be Musashi and Kojiro. We must spread this information, making the entire ninja world aware of his theft of others' Kekkei Genkai. When that time comes, all of Konoha's ninja will stand with us, the Uchiha. I aim to compel Yamanaka and Noichi to take action against Danzo personally. AJ Nin's eyes glinted with hesitation. But Elder, will this provoke Yamanaka and Noichi into taking action against Danzo? They are close allies. If Yamanaka and Noichi does not act, we still have our own. Uchiha Shana's gaze sharpened. What have we gained from our enduring patience? Marginalization? Distrust? Rather than sit idle. We must take the initiative until we pull Yamanaka and Noichi down from the Hokage's position. Only then can the Uchiha clan truly stand tall in Konoha. The assembly fell into silence, comprehending the truth in the elder's words. They empathized with the decades of frustration faced by the Uchiha clan in Konoha. After a long pause, one ninja raised his head, determination flashing in his eyes. Elder, I understand. We will follow your lead. Yes, we are in. The other ninjas echoed in unison, their voices brimming with fighting spirit. Uchiha Shana nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Remember, actions must be cautious. There may be dangers lurking behind. Ensure thorough reconnaissance. This is merely the first step. Once this matter is successful, a new dawn shall greet the Uchiha clan. Yes, Elder. The Uchiha ninjas knelt on one knee to receive the order. Chapter 30. Uchiha Lingyue exposed. Lingyue hummed a cheerful tune as he returned home. Dumping the advanced ninjutsu scrolls he had obtained onto the tatami mat, the scrolls rustling with a soft sound. With these hard-earned treasures in hand, he resolved to maintain a low profile and immerse himself in training, seeking to master these ninjutsu techniques. He picked up the small cat, feeling content with wealth, a home, and a partner. Life was indeed fulfilling. Yet, he wondered when the Grand Elder would yield results. Lingyue furrowed his brow and murmured softly. Currently, the ninjutsu he had mastered, aside from the formidable yet limited Susanoo, were mostly conventional skills, making it quite challenging to navigate multiple attackers with ease. Though Susanoo wielded tremendous power, its time limitation was too crippling for prolonged use. Strengthening his abilities was imperative. Once he reached a higher level, handling Uchiha Itachi should pose no challenge. There was no need to seek out Itachi for a mutually destructive encounter. The mere thought of Uchiha Itachi made Lingyue shake his head. He was an idealist. Too naive, easily misled at such a young age. A teasing smile crept onto his lips as he mused. It appears I must draw out the 7 wolves to properly educate him and guide him back onto the right path. To protect Konoha is paramount. And yet Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed the true pest of Konoha. Lingyue stretched lazily, then settled cross-legged on the ground, summoning several shadow clones. One of them picked up a ninjutsu scroll and began to study it meticulously, leaving only the soft rustle of paper in the room. On the following day, a small team from the Uchiha clan arrived at the mission hall to accept the task, to eliminate bandits in the Land of Fire. Shortly after, another team of Uchihas came to take on a mission to protect a merchant convoy in the Land of Iron. Before long, yet another group of Uchihas accepted an out-of-village mission. With a resounding bang, Shimura Danzo forcefully pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, his presence accompanied by a gust of wind. Hiruzen, I have received word that a considerable number of elite Uchihas have taken on missions and left Konoha. Danzo strode to Hiruzen's desk, leaning forward with his hands pressed against the edge, his eyes fixated on Hiruzen, speaking at an accelerated pace. They have never taken on such a large number of missions before. There must be a conspiracy afoot. Danzo's gaze was unwavering, anticipating Hiruzen to issue an order to dispatch the Umbu to eliminate the Uchihas who had departed the village. Hiruzen lifted his head, meeting Danzo's urgent and fervent stare with calm composure. He regarded this old companion of many years, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, yet his expression remained impassive. You seem to be better informed than I am. Are you the Hokage, or am I? It appears the roots have expanded their power once more. After a brief silence, Hiruzen turned to an Umbu waiting at the door and spoke steadily. Go and retrieve intelligence on the Uchiha clan. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu vanished like a specter from the doorway. Hiruzen leaned back slightly in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, appearing relaxed, yet his mind raced with calculations. The Uchihas leaving the village certainly presented an opportunity for Danzo to eliminate them. However, the Uchihas were not to be trifled with. Soon, the Umbu returned with the latest intelligence on the Uchihas. Hokage-sama, here is the most recent intel on the Uchihas. Hiruzen extended his hand to receive the scroll, slowly unfurling it, his gaze swiftly scanning the densely packed text and various markings. Complaints from villagers regarding the violent enforcement of the guard department were noted. There were mentions of quitting the guard department, and the name of a certain little imperial uncle surfaced amidst reports of a great fire in Konoha. Notable was the mention of Uchiha Lingyue and 5 Uchiha teams accepting out-of-village missions in the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water. Hiruzen's expression hardened as he meticulously reviewed the tasks the Uchihas had undertaken. Eliminating bandits, protecting merchant convoys, nothing appeared amiss at first glance. Was it possible that the Uchihas were in need of funds? Hiruzen pondered silently. I see no issues here. Do you possess any private information? He gestured for the awaiting Umbu to withdraw. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady on Danzo. He was well aware of his old friend's intentions, but he understood that Danzo would not be able to remain in the shadows should he wish to act. The Roots had recently received a substantial compensation package, so it was only fitting for them to handle this matter. Hiruzen certainly wanted to seize the opportunity to eradicate this looming threat. Yet, he was also acutely aware that the Uchiha clan held deep roots in Konoha. Acting rashly could very well incite internal strife. It would be prudent to allow the Uchihas to unknowingly meet their demise outside the village, yet accomplishing this was no simple task. The Uchihas were formidable adversaries, and depleting some of the Roots' power could also prevent them from growing too powerful. Impossible. Apart from times of war, the Uchihas have never dispatched so many members from the village simultaneously. I, Shimura Danzo, guarantee that they harbor a conspiracy. Yet, to conclude that the Uchiha simultaneous departure from the village was indicative of a conspiracy seemed somewhat hasty to Hiruzen. He was resolute in placing the blame squarely upon Danzo. Even without any conspiracy, this was still an opportunity for them. The strength of the Uchiha clan was too overwhelming. Historically, the Uchihas had remained within their clan lands, leaving them unable to act. Now, it was the perfect moment to weaken the Uchihas. Danzo declared as he forcefully slashed his hand downward. Then let your Roots handle this matter. After much deliberation, Hiruzen deliberately feigned a troubled demeanor, finally letting out a slow sigh, his voice tinged with resignation. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened in an instant. He stepped forward, speaking with unwavering determination. Hiruzen, My roots lack sufficient strength. Lend me your umbu as well." Without a moment's hesitation, Hiruzen firmly rejected, "Absolutely not. The umbu have their own missions. We have yet to locate those hiding in the shadows distributing flyers. And the umbu are all engaged in their tasks. There are no spare personnel to lend you." Hiruzen had made up his mind to deplete the root's power. Yet Danzo remained undeterred. Stepping closer, pressing his hands on the desk, leaning in as if to invade Hiruzen's personal space. "Hiruzen, the roots lack strength. Trust me, if you lend me the umbu's forces, I will ensure that none of the Uchihas who have left the village return." Danzo argued passionately. "Enough, Danzo. I have said there are no surplus personnel in the umbu. This task is to be executed by your roots. Remember, wait until the Uchihas have completed their missions before striking. Do not jeopardize the village's mission success rate." Hiruzen abruptly rose, slamming his hands down on the table with a resounding thud, his voice rising with unprecedented determination. "Compared to the petty individuals lurking in the shadows distributing flyers, the Uchihas are our true adversaries." Danzo gritted his teeth, forcing a retort through clenched jaws. "Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen." Upon hearing this declaration of authority, Danzo's fury reached its peak. This was their unspoken code. Uttering this phrase signified that Hiruzen would not relent. Danzo habitually spat out a parting remark before storming out. With Danzo gone, Hiruzen remained seated, contemplating the situation. He gazed at Danzo's retreating figure and slowly sat back down, rubbing his temples. "Danzo, you are far too impatient." Suddenly, an idea struck Hiruzen. He summoned an umbu. "Go to the nearby bookstore. Uchiha Lingyue has written a book, and I suspect it contains some intelligence. Bring me a copy." Chapter 31. Blitzkrieg fuming, Danzo stormed back to the roots base, kicking open the door to his office. His subordinates fell silent, intimidated by his presence. Danzo's face was a mask of rage, his eyes seemingly ablaze as he swept the documents off his desk in a fit of fury. Accompanied by the sound of papers scattering, he bellowed, "That old fool Hiruzen. Refusing to send the umbu for assistance, he seeks to deplete my root strength." After expelling his anger, he took a deep breath, rapidly regaining his composure. Anger aside, eliminating the Uchihas was the priority. A glint of resolve flickered in his eyes as he began to orchestrate his plans. The Uchihas were not to be underestimated. With only the roots participating, the cost would undoubtedly be steep. Immediately summon all Jonin-level ninjas. Danzo's sharp command echoed throughout the base. The Uchihas undertaking missions were elite. Dispatching lower-ranked ninjas would only hinder their progress and pose a risk of exposure. The root ninjas sprang into action, well-trained and prepared. Although unaware of the specifics of the impending task, they sensed the urgency and danger emanating from Danzo's serious demeanor. Before long, dozens of ninjas had assembled in the base's underground chamber. Danzo stood at the forefront, surveying his subordinates with a commanding presence. "A significant number of elite Uchihas have departed from Konoha, harboring ill intentions and plotting harm against our village. We must intercept them before they can act. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option." His voice resonated with a resolute power, imbued with an icy chill. Subsequently, the ninjas were divided into teams, each consisting of more than 5 elite shinobi, who were assigned their mission scrolls one by one. The ninjas from the root had all been brainwashed. Regardless of the mission's target, they were solely aware of their duty to obey Danzo's commands to kill. Upon receiving their orders, the ninjas sprang into action. Agile and swift, they departed from Konoha through the specialized barrier pathways of the route. Like phantoms, they vanished into the dense forest, leaving behind only fleeting shadows darting in various directions. Danzo personally led the 5th group of ninjas, hastening along the village's main thoroughfare in pursuit of a merchant convoy. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the serpentine ancient road traversed by the trading caravan. The air was filled with the din of voices, the neighing of horses, and the shouts of the drivers. Amidst this cacophony, 3 members of the Uchiha clan blended into the crowd, appearing to be ordinary merchants, yet secretly bearing a significant mission. Uchiha Akihiro touched the flyers at his chest, recalling the elder's instructions from the previous night. The mission was merely a pretext for leaving the village. Once outside, they would use the guise of scouting to discreetly separate from the convoy and fulfill the clan's objectives. Akihiro exchanged knowing glances with his 2 companions. They understood each other implicitly. They had ventured far from Konoha, and it was time to act. Drawing a deep breath, Akihiro lowered his voice, saying, "I leave this to you. Stay safe and remember the elder's words. There may be dangers from the village behind us. If we encounter peril, do not hesitate. The Uchiha can afford to pay the penalty for breaking the contract." One of his teammates patted Akihiro's shoulder in response. "We understand." In the convoy, striking at the root members is challenging. With a larger target, it's ironically safer. But you, alone, will find no assistance should danger arise. Concern filled his companion's eyes. Akihiro allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. "I shall be cautious and adept at disguise. The task of drawing the enemy's attention is yours." With that, Uchiha Akihiro swiftly performed hand seals while the others were distracted, casting a transformation jutsu. In an instant, his appearance and form morphed into that of an ordinary merchant assistant. Bowing his head, he blended into the throng, quietly slipping away. Meanwhile, one of the remaining Uchiha created a shadow clone, which promptly took Akihiro's original position, mimicking his demeanor and actions, continuing to blend seamlessly into the caravan. The entire process flowed smoothly, unnoticed by the other members of the convoy. After departing, Akihiro advanced rapidly along a concealed path. For ninjas, information was paramount. With the advantage of intelligence on their side, the danger would be somewhat mitigated. However, the route's operatives were no pushovers. If the news of his detachment from the caravan reached them, peril could descend at any moment. Gliding through the dense woods, Akihiro utilized his exceptional ninja skills to stealthily approach a nearby town. Speed was essential. This was the Elder's final directive to him. He would cut straight through the heart of the town, maintaining his pace. Along the way, he would swiftly disseminate the flyers before proceeding to the next town. Pausing could risk being pursued by the route operatives, and that would spell danger. As long as he successfully spread the word, it would create complications for those harboring ill intentions toward the Uchiha, granting the clan more room for development. Carefully, he extracted a stack of flyers from his bosom, his fingers gently caressing the paper, his emotions a swirl of conflicting sentiments. Uchiha Akihiro had never before executed a task of this nature, distributing flyers at breakneck speed while remaining vigilant against potential assassins from the village. The elder referred to this as a blitzkrieg. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Akihiro bore an innate pride, though he seldom acknowledged it. In previous missions, he relied on his formidable strength and the power of his Sharingan to charge forward. Achieving swift victories, that exhilarating combat style, was his familiar terrain. When did the Uchiha start employing strategy? The elder's composed and sagacious visage floated through his mind. No wonder he held the position of elder. His intellect surpassed theirs. Although he did not grasp the concept of blitzkrieg, he understood that these cerebral tasks were cumbersome. Yet, it mattered little, as all was for the Uchiha. Uchiha Akihiro had long grown discontented with the injustices and oppression faced by his clan in Konoha, now hidden from sight. Having distanced himself from the caravan, it was likely that the route operatives remained distracted by his teammates. For the immediate future, they should remain unaware of his presence. By the time they sensed something amiss, he might have already completed his mission. Upon reaching a small town, Akihiro did not linger. He left a shadow clone behind and swiftly set off toward the next town. A multitude of flyers dispersed from the clone into the surroundings. It was unnecessary for every flyer to reach its destination. Any fragment of information would gradually circulate throughout the town. As he worked, he mentally plotted the location of the next town. At this pace, even if the route operatives caught wind of his whereabouts, they would struggle to catch up. He needed to finish distributing the flyers and regroup with his team. Once several teams converged, they would no longer fear the route members. Meanwhile, Uchiha Lingyue's team had been assigned a mission to eradicate bandits. However, upon leaving the village, they vanished. The tasks from Konoha were inconsequential. The Uchiha could afford the breach of contract penalties, prioritizing the Elder's mission first. Danzo dared to covet the Uchiha's Sharingan, and this time he must be eliminated. According to the Elder, the route only knew their target but remained ignorant of their route. Thus, they should not encounter danger before reaching the bandits' hideout. They could confidently proceed with the distribution of flyers. The distribution itself was not difficult. The challenge lay in returning to Konoha, where they might be ambushed by the route. Therefore, it would be essential to assemble with other teams for a safe return. Chapter 32. Uchiha's Quintuple Inquiry. At the Uchiha Training Grounds, Lingyue was practicing newly learned ninjutsu. His hands moved rapidly, forming seals, while waves of chakra swirled around him, the technique's radiance flickering with his movements. Yet, he felt somewhat distracted. After conferring with the elder about tactics yesterday, the execution of the mission had been delegated to the elder's arrangements. Still, his heart hung in uncertainty. Anxious for news of success, Lingyue was acutely aware that the Uchiha were being covertly monitored by the Umbu and the Root, making the task of leaving the village perilous. Danzo dreamt of eliminating the Uchiha. Allowing Uchiha members to leave the village would be tantamount to handing him their eyes. However, he had preemptively alerted the elder to these dangers and had prepared accordingly. From selecting personnel, planning routes, to devising strategies for potential encounters with danger, they had made meticulous arrangements. 5 teams openly accepted missions to leave the village, while another 5 covertly infiltrated the merchant convoy heading toward the Land of Fire. Under normal circumstances, there should be no significant issues. Lingyue halted his movements, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. He understood that after this operation, Danzo, with his cunning, would quickly deduce that the flyers disseminated were the work of the Uchiha clan. But what of it? They lacked concrete evidence to implicate the Uchiha. Even if evidence existed, Lingyue now possessed the confidence to confront it. He was no longer the weakling easily manipulated. His strength had grown to a level capable of overpowering Danzo. At that point, Danzo himself would be in peril. Once Danzo was dealt with, Yuan Fury would lack the time or courage to trouble the Uchiha. As noon approached, Lingyue's spirit surged. It was time. The points on the system panel in my mind began to gradually rise. This is merely the beginning. Once the news spreads throughout the Land of Fire, the points will significantly increase. When the news reaches Konoha, that will be the moment of true spectacle. Kidnapping the village children, conducting human experiments, transplanting Hashirama's cells, transplanting Sharingan. Now the entire Land of Fire is aware. I wonder what excuse Yuan Fei Risen, will conjure up to protect Danzo this time. Observing the rising system points in my mind, Lingyue felt a sense of relief. The next step is to formally challenge the Hokage. But before that, I need to find an excuse to give Itachi a good beating. I must deal with this mischievous child. Looking up at the sun, which was nearing noon, I pondered and decided to visit the elder's house. Oh no, I meant to go to the elder's house for a meal. Lingyue, you've come. Is there something on your mind? Elder Uchiha Shana greeted me joyfully. It's just about noon. Stay and have lunch with us. Lingyue thought to herself, the elder is pleased. With such remarkable talent, I must cultivate a good relationship and become part of the family. Elder, I suddenly thought of the future development of our Uchiha Guard department. So I came to report. Although Lingyue's true intention was to mooch a meal, it wouldn't do to say so outright. A pretext was necessary. Oh, the development issues of the guard department? A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Shana's eyes as he focused intently on Lingyue. Indeed, I believe there are significant issues with the current guard department. Lingyue's expression turned serious, emphasizing her tone. Please, take a seat. I'll have someone prepare lunch. Then I apologize for the disturbance, Elder. By the way, it's nearly noon, yet I haven't seen Yukari. Lingyue subtly revealed her true intent. She is teaching the children to read in the clan school and has yet to return for lunch. Disappointed at the thought of not being able to see her legs, Lingyue contemplated how to discreetly prompt the elder to create opportunities for her to cultivate a romantic relationship. Unfortunately, Elder Shana was entirely focused on the restoration of the Uchiha clan and paid little heed to such trivial matters. Once seated, the elder eagerly inquired, what issues does the guard department currently face? The problem lies in unclear functions. Law enforcement is not stringent enough. Punishments are unreasonable. Lingyue delivered a straightforward critique, intending to create a small shock to elevate her status in the elder's eyes. Please elaborate on how the functions are unclear, law enforcement is lax, and punishments are unreasonable. The elder pressed, more concerned about the clan's development than personal matters. Little did he know, personal relationships would ultimately shape the fate of the entire ninja world. Stand aside. I, Uchiha Lingyue, am about to enlighten you. Firstly, the functions are unclear. What is the role of the Uchiha Guard Department? Lingyue countered with a question. The Uchiha Guard Department is responsible for maintaining the peace in Konoha, patrolling, monitoring potential threats, and other matters concerning the village's safety and stability, Elder Shana replied without hesitation. Then is capturing stray cats and dogs also part of maintaining village peace? Lingyue countered again. There is a reason for that. Helping villagers find lost pets is primarily to deepen our connection with them, allowing the Uchiha clan to better integrate into the village. Then, Elder, tell me, Has the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers improved? Lingyue continued her probing. Elder Shana was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the Uchiha have assisted the villagers. Yet why hasn't the relationship improved? However, if we stop helping the villagers now, won't they despise us even more? Does the villagers' disdain affect our Uchiha strength? Lingyue posed another question. It doesn't affect our strength, but it does significantly impact the reputation of our Uchiha clan. Shana struggled to comprehend. Is the Uchiha's reputation built on strength, or on catching stray cats and dogs? Lingyue's final question left the elder speechless. Well, what about our Uchiha? Elder Shana hadn't yet formulated a response. Lingyue seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Our Uchiha Guard Department's duty is to maintain the peace in Konoha, patrol, and monitor potential threats, matters critical to the village's safety. Everything else is beyond our purview. Tasks like finding stray cats, helping elderly women cross the street, or scolding those who litter are not significant matters affecting village safety, and we need not concern ourselves with them. We must clarify the Uchiha Guard Department's role. We are not the city management. Let them post tasks in the mission hall. Whoever wants to take them can do so. The Uchiha Guard Department will not be involved. As a law enforcement agency, we must maintain our authority, instilling fear and respect. As for the Uchiha's reputation, as long as you are powerful, your reputation will follow. If your reputation is lacking, it simply means your strength is insufficient. Lingyue's words left Elder Shana utterly bewildered. Indeed, the honor, pride, and fame of the Uchiha clan stem solely from our formidable prowess. The Guard Department merely serves as a means to justly allocate resources to our clan. Why should we care so much about it? We Uchiha have been deceived by the Hokage. We are aware that our poor reputation is a result of the Guard Department. Yet no one is willing to relinquish this power. Knowing it is poison, we must still swallow it. This is the sinister scheme of Senju Tobarama against us Uchiha. I will go find Fugaku and propose that the Uchiha withdraw from the Guard Department. The elder's expression was one of excitement. He felt enlightened. Elder, hold on. We cannot just withdraw from the Guard Department. I haven't finished my first point yet. Lingyue quickly restrained the overly excited elder. An independently operated department is a treasure trove of resources. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. If we don't withdraw from the Guard Department, then what about what you just said? The elder was perplexed again. What I mentioned about the unclear functions of the Guard Department. We can simply amend that. Lingyue shrugged nonchalantly. Right. Please continue. The elder finally grasped the situation. Don't rush, it's getting late. Let us eat first, and afterward, we can continue our discussion. Lingyue had fully assumed the dominant position in the conversation, momentarily forgetting that they were in the elder's residence. With no beautiful legs to admire, Lingyue hastily finished her meal. The bland cuisine of Konoha sparked in her a desire to establish her own traditional Chinese restaurant. After the meal, the two returned to the meeting room. Shall we invite Fugaku to join us in this discussion? The elder inquired humbly. No need. Fugaku is far too indecisive, and he has a troublesome eldest son. I do not wish to expose myself in his presence. Lingyue reasoned, fearing that if Uchiha Fugaku were summoned, Itachi would learn of it by nightfall, and Yuan Fei Raizen would know by the following day. I will first share this with the elder, and then directly propose it at the clan meeting. As long as it benefits the Uchiha, the clan leader Fugaku will surely agree. While Uchiha Fugaku may not be fit to lead, he can serve as a tool for managing clan affairs. We can simply have him execute our decisions without needing to rely on him for judgment. Currently, the Uchiha face discontent from the lower ranks in Konoha and disdain from the upper echelons. Therefore, there is no need for us to continue playing by the old rules. Conveniently, Senju Tobarama outlined in the Konoha founding charter that the Uchiha Guard Department operates independently, free from Konoha's oversight. Thus, we can modify it as we see fit, without needing Konoha's approval. We are reasonable, and Konoha has no grounds to obstruct us. This is not an issue. I will approach Fugaku to propose a restructuring of the functions of the security department. As for the conservatives, I shall persuade them. Lingyue, please continue. Now, the elder has transformed into a posture of inquiry, promptly pulling out a notebook. Well, let us address the second point, the lack of rigor in law enforcement. The lack of rigor in law enforcement is an extension of the previously mentioned unclear responsibilities. The Uchiha clan's bad reputation largely stems from this. They often encounter public brawls and drunken disturbances during patrols. In such cases, the offenders are typically agitated, and reasoning with them in a polite manner is futile. Thus, The Uchiha often resort to immediate physical intervention, subduing them before taking them back to the security department for further investigation. At times, even the proprietors of the unruly taverns are brought in for questioning. Lingyue took a sip of water and continued. Law enforcement is inherently a thankless task. Arresting one individual results in resentment from their entire family. Over time, this gradually tarnishes the reputation of the Uchiha. So what should we do? The elder has now evolved into a competent foil. Next, I shall elaborate on the lack of rigor in law enforcement. Do public brawls and drunken disturbances constitute a violation of public order? Lingyue began her rhetorical questioning once more. Certainly, they are a violation of public order. The security department has made it explicit that fighting and disturbances are not permitted. And do public brawls and drunken disturbances pose a threat to the village's safety? Lingyue posed another rhetorical question. This should not be considered a threat, right? Lingyue's inquiry left the elder uncertain. It is certainly not. For what threat do such disturbances pose to the village? Hence, we can manage such matters with discretion. Overregulating would yield no benefits and only lead to unnecessary troubles for ourselves. The so-called discretionary management means intervening when we see it, ignoring it when we don't, and being lenient or strict based on our mood. Now, the question arises, if two individuals are engaged in a brawl on the street, how do you determine that they are fighting? This left the elder completely perplexed. Does it not become apparent at a glance? Of course, it requires judgment. If the offenders claim they are merely sparring in public, yet you insist they are brawling and arrest them, they will certainly object. Will they not file a complaint against the security department? If a drunken patron is shouting in a tavern, claiming he is merely debating with the owner while you assert he is causing a disturbance and arrest him, will he not also file a complaint? Lingyue continued her questioning. So, how should we judge? The elder was now in a state of confusion. It is simple. As the security department, if no one reports it, then they are merely engaging in sparring. We do not concern ourselves with broken legs or fatalities. If someone loses and is dissatisfied, or if a tavern is damaged and compensation is sought, they will report it to the security department. Then we apprehend the individuals and confront them directly. Tell me, in such a scenario, will the apprehended blame the security department or the one who reported them? Lingyue posed her final question. This, Shana of the Uchiha felt as if he was beginning to think critically, yet also felt his intellect might be diminishing. Undoubtedly, they would blame the one who reported. Shana had never considered law enforcement could be approached this way. This approach would effectively eliminate the negative perceptions surrounding the Uchiha security department. Therefore, those of us in law enforcement must be meticulous and refrain from meddling in every matter. Interfering indiscriminately only results in dissatisfaction from both sides. The combatants will continue to believe they are victorious, and if you intervene mid-fight, they will certainly feel aggrieved. Tavern owners are capable of resolving disturbances themselves. Your arrival at the scene frightens away customers. How can they conduct business? If the individuals who are assaulted do not report the incident, then we have even less reason to intervene. Elder Shana felt that Lingyue's assertions held some semblance of truth, yet also seemed unfounded. This matter existed in a quantum state between reason and absurdity. What should the security department personnel do when they encounter public brawls during patrols? The elder posed his inquiry. When confronted with a brawl, we shall, of course, enjoy the spectacle. If it is an exciting fight, we shall prepare our snacks and drinks. If it is dull, we shall simply walk away and continue our patrol. If no one reports it, we need not interfere. Enforcement within the ninja world must align with the objective developmental norms of the ninja community. As long as no ninja engages in combat, a few fatalities are not considered a significant matter. Should an incident occur, relatives or bystanders will report it. At that point, they cannot escape accountability. Thus, this approach ensures that Konoha remains free of turmoil. They are not foolish, and even when inebriated, they display restraint. Not to mention those who feign drunkenness. What do you mean by a few fatalities are not a significant matter? Shana of the Uchiha did not comprehend, yet he was profoundly astonished. So this is how law enforcement can be conducted. Chapter 34. The security department as a high-quality enterprise. Shana of the Uchiha gazed at the youth before him and suddenly understood. Leading the Uchiha towards strength does not necessarily require the Sharingan, but rather an astute mind. Awakening the Manjiki Sharingan may lead the Uchiha spirit toward an extreme path. Could it be that Lingyue's spirit leans toward the extreme of rationality? Lingyue, please continue. Shana of the Uchiha hastily documented everything Lingyue had just discussed in his notebook. Today's revelations were more enlightening than witnessing his kin awaken their eyes. Now, let us address the issue of unreasonable punishment, which is an extension of the lack of rigor in law enforcement. First, we must understand, what is punishment? Why do we impose punishment? What benefits does it confer upon the offender? What advantages does it yield for the security department? What benefits does it bring to the Uchiha? What advantages does it provide for all of Konoha? Elder. The elder was prepared to listen attentively and take notes. Who am I, where am I, and what am I to do? Lingyue's opening statement was a bombshell, leaving the elder utterly bewildered. Shana of the Uchiha, having lived for some time, had never considered that imprisoning an offender could have so many benefits. Shana rapidly turned over his not-so-developed mind, pondering for a long while, without grasping any advantages. Observing the elder's somewhat distressed expression, Lingyue felt a hint of awkwardness. Oh no, it seems I may have pushed too hard. I should not inquire further. If I do, the elder might break down. Ahem, first and foremost, punishment is not merely a punitive measure. It serves as a means of maintaining order and fairness, a response to violations of rules. As for why we impose punishment, it is to reinforce the authority of the rules. When someone violates the rules without consequence, they become mere ink on paper, losing their binding power. Punishment also serves as a deterrent for potential violators, making everyone aware of the consequences of their actions, thereby encouraging adherence to the rules, ensuring the harmony and stability of the collective environment, and promoting the village's harmonious development. You have not realized that the flaw in punishment lies in its unreasonable nature. It fails to instill fear in the offender. It provides no benefit to the Uchiha. Previous punishments primarily involved detaining offenders, which did not instill any fear. Instead, they enjoyed a free stay with meals included. Being caught merely meant a few days of confinement, which posed no significant issue for seasoned offenders who had grown accustomed to it. Thus, they repeatedly engaged in criminal activities. The most effective form of punishment should not inflict noticeable physical harm, but should evoke emotional pain. Lingyue, drawing upon advanced cultural knowledge, successfully impressed the elder, and now she began to express herself freely. A punishment that does not cause significant physical harm, yet makes the offender feel emotional anguish? Shana of the Uchiha contemplated. Could it be through Genjutsu? However, this would not benefit the Uchiha clan. Elder Shana directed his gaze towards Lingyue, acknowledging his own limitations in understanding and opting to heed the insights of a specialist. The punitive measures I propose involve fines coupled with imprisonment, he stated. The enforcement personnel will receive a share, with the majority allocated to the Uchiha clan. Having grown accustomed to Lingyue's startling revelations, Shana observed her with a calm demeanor, eager to hear her subsequent explanations. Primarily, mere imprisonment fails to deter seasoned offenders who have grown accustomed to confinement. The Uchiha clan lacks the habit of mercilessly beating the defenseless civilians of Konohagakure. For such individuals, only a profound sense of loss will dissuade them from further transgressions against the village's laws. Fines serve precisely this purpose. They inflict a genuine sense of pain, particularly among those who resort to public disturbances under the guise of intoxication. They may not fear physical punishment, but they certainly fear the depletion of their wallets. By implementing fines as a punitive measure, we can achieve a tangible deterrent effect. When those troublemakers face the prospect of their finances being drained, they will think twice before acting impulsively. The memory of the financial sting will compel them to restrain their behavior and avoid breaching the village's regulations. Over time, they will gradually learn to regulate their actions and embark on a path of renewal. For the security department, the ability to distribute commissions based on the amount of fines collected presents significant advantages. On one hand, it genuinely enhances the department's revenue, thereby improving the welfare of its members. On the other hand, it greatly increases the department's enthusiasm for law enforcement. In their pursuit of maintaining order within the village and securing their own financial interests, they will patrol with greater diligence, ensuring that no violation goes unnoticed. For the Uchiha clan, the increase in income from fines will provide the necessary funds to enhance various facilities, whether it be living conditions or training grounds, thereby fostering the development of the entire clan. From a broader perspective of Konohagakure, the implementation of fines will reduce the crime rate, leading to fewer disturbances and a revitalized societal atmosphere. The villagers will be able to thrive in a safer, more harmonious environment, propelling Konohagakure towards prosperity and stability. After articulating the rationale behind the fines, Lingyue calmly sipped her water, patiently awaiting Elder Shauna's digestion of her concepts. The elder was rendered speechless by Lingyue's innovative approach to punishment. It seemed plausible yet perplexing. Would this not lead the security department to prioritize monetary gain above all else? What about those particularly wealthy individuals? Could they not flout the law with impunity? Shauna voiced his concerns. The affluent fear hardship. Let them bear the consequences. The impoverished dread fines. Impose them. After the initial fine, the security department will maintain records, doubling the fines for repeat offenses within a year. For those without means, we can offer employment opportunities, irrespective of salary. As long as they receive compensation, that suffices. Lingyue had anticipated the elder's inquiries. Whoever suggested that the wealthy are immune to the pain of fines clearly lacked sufficient experience with punitive measures. We can impose fines severe enough to bankrupt them, and then we shall see if they remain unperturbed. With the Uchiha clan possessing such an autonomous authority within the security department, how could we not devise ways to generate revenue, particularly in light of our future plans to capitalize on the entire ninja world? We must ensure the Uchiha's development. Otherwise, a solitary individual, no matter how formidable, cannot govern the entirety of the ninja realm. In this world, power dynamics are crucial. As Elder Shauna pondered the feasibility of fines, he questioned, will the personnel of the security department resort to wrongful arrests merely for monetary gain? Lingyue responded, as I stated, if no one reports a crime, we shall remain uninvolved. However, if a crime is reported, the security department will pursue the offender relentlessly, regardless of distance. Such a department will leave no criminal unaccounted for. If you dare to report, I shall dare to apprehend. And should they flee, does that not constitute resisting law enforcement, warranting even greater penalties? Guarding this gold mine of the security department without extracting some benefits would be a shameful waste. Thus, the two engaged in discussion until the afternoon, with Elder Shauna's notebook filled with pages of notes by the time they concluded. Elder, we should expose Danzo's misdeeds. Having addressed trivial matters, Lingyue broached the subject of his true concerns. Rest assured, the shinobi thrive on intelligence. Our information is superior this time, and I have dispatched the clan's elite. You may await the outcome with confidence. Even if Danzo discovers our involvement, what can he do? Would he dare confront us? Seeing Elder Shauna's confidence, coupled with the steadily rising points in his mind, Lingyue felt a sense of relief. Observing the time, he noted that dinner was still some time away, and lacking a valid excuse to linger, he promptly announced his departure. Elder Shauna, having gained invaluable insights, was eager to consult with the radicals about the reformation of the security department. They each returned to their respective homes, with the points in his mind continuously accumulating. Lingyue realized he had amassed over 110,000 points during the afternoon. The rewards were evident, and he had little desire to practice ninjutsu at the training ground. Instead, he yearned to return home and spend time with his cat. Once this matter was resolved, his strength would surely experience another boost. What excuse should I concoct to give Itachi a beating? The following morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully penetrated the window, Lingyue awoke from his slumber. The first task upon rising was to check the points in his system panel. Instantly, the familiar interface materialized before him. Upon seeing the displayed score, he was pleased to find it had reached an impressive 160,000 points. Indeed, it was evident that a larger group yields greater rewards, far surpassing the speed of solitary efforts. As news spread, the rate of point accumulation noticeably accelerated. Lingyue leaned against the headboard, his thoughts drifting far away. The spies outside of Konohagakure must have received the news by now. However, he wondered when it would return to the village. Any ninja teams executing missions outside would relay information back to the village as they moved. Yet, the flow of information always requires time. This delay presents an opportunity for Lingyue. By the time Yuan Furijan receives the news and dispatches someone to investigate, it may be too late. Once Danzo is dealt with, he can emerge to confront Yuan Furijan head-on. He is far easier to handle than Danzo. When addressing such a reputation-conscious individual, I shall invoke the power of moral persuasion. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, while Lingyue still lay in bed, Yuan Furijan had already commenced a new day's work. Clad in the Hokage's distinctive attire, he sat behind a spacious desk piled high with various documents and intelligence scrolls. One could argue he was a commendable Hokage. However, under his governance, Konohagakure had devolved into chaos, rife with power struggles and growing discord. Conversely, it was undeniable that he approached his duties with unwavering diligence. Always the first to arrive at the office to manage the myriad of complex affairs. At this moment, Yuan Firijan wore a grave expression as he received a report from the Umbu. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, his voice low and serious, delivering information that sent waves of anxiety coursing through Yuan Firijan. His gaze fixated on a seemingly ordinary thin sheet of paper presented by the Umbu. Merely gazing at this document nearly overwhelmed him with uncontainable fury, stirring an impulse to summon the might of the Monkey King to unleash havoc. Another flyer has surfaced, and this time, its reach extends far beyond the confines of Konohagakure, spreading throughout the land of fire. The matter concerning Danzo has been exposed. At the moment Fei Ririjan received the news, he felt the world spinning around him. The pipe in his hand clattered to the desk, yet he remained oblivious to it. What should he do now? Danzo was conducting human experiments, transplanting Hashirama cells and Sharingan. The entire land of fire was aware of this matter. How was he to deal with Danzo? Where was Danzo now? Yuan Fei Ririjan's voice trembled. The Uchiha clan had left the village in droves, and then such a calamity erupted. It was obvious who had disseminated the flyers. A surge of fury welled up within him. He could not fathom how the Uchiha dared to act so brazenly. Were they attempting to incite a civil war within Konoha? The most pressing concern was to find a way to resolve the issues surrounding Danzo, to deny the Uchiha any opportunity to strike. If this matter were mishandled, Konoha might plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Lord Danzo has left the village to carry out a secret mission. We do not know his whereabouts. A member of the Umbu replied respectfully, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Relay to the Umbu. Find Danzo and bring him back at all costs. Yuan Fei Ririjan could no longer contain his fury, slamming his fist on the desk, causing documents to scatter. Understood. The Umbu swiftly departed. Yuan Fei Ririjan was left alone in the office, seething with rage. Uchiha. Uchiha. He could hardly believe that Danzo's claims were indeed true. Everything stemmed from the malevolent Uchiha. Yuan Fei Ririjan pounded the desk a few more times. It seemed the Uchiha could not be left unchecked. Someone. Fetch Uchiha Itachi. Anger aside, he had to address the issue at hand. How could such a significant event occur without a report from Uchiha Itachi? Was he unaware? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Yuan Fei Ririjan pondered silently. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Itachi knelt before him. Itachi, I have heard that a large contingent of Uchiha has simultaneously departed from Konoha. Do you know their purpose? He struggled to maintain his composure, forcing a semblance of kindness into his expression, yet the pent-up rage made his voice quiver, nearly causing him to lose his rationality. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. He truly was unaware of the unfolding events. A hint of confusion etched on his face. In his memory, the Hokage had always been so affable. Had the Uchiha done something to provoke the Hokage's ire? Lord Hokage, I am unaware of these matters. The Uchiha clan possesses its own enterprises, and most clan members live and practice ninjutsu within the clan grounds, though occasionally they undertake missions for extra income. Uchiha Itachi answered honestly. Yet Yuan Fei Ririjan was dissatisfied with his response. He could not believe that such a large group of Uchiha could leave Konoha without Itachi's knowledge. Have you betrayed us? Where is your will of fire? Yuan Fei Ririjan doubted Uchiha Itachi's words, yet he had no viable means to confront him. He could not simply imprison Itachi and extract his memories, could he? After a moment of silence, he endeavored to calm his emotions. He gazed at Uchiha Itachi and said slowly, Itachi, Konoha is currently facing numerous challenges, and I hope you understand your responsibilities. The Uchiha clan is a vital force within Konoha, and I do not wish to see you engage in any actions detrimental to the village. Chapter 36. Danzo still trails behind. Report, leader. The merchant convoy is resting ahead. It is expected to reach its destination in 2 days. In a tranquil forest, dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves as a root ninja stealthily appeared before Danzo, delivering intelligence about the merchant convoy. Danzo had caught up with the convoy yesterday afternoon and was eager to eliminate the Uchiha protecting it without delay. Yuan Fei Ririjan had instructed him to wait until the Uchiha completed their mission, so as not to affect Konoha's mission success rate. Generally, Danzo would disregard such requests. When had he ever cared about Konoha's mission success rate? Yet he had not found the opportunity to act. This Uchiha squad was exceedingly cautious, always concealing themselves amidst the convoy, leaving no chance for ambush. As for a direct assault, Danzo had considered it. but he was well aware of the Uchiha clan's formidable strength. The Uchiha possessed the powerful bloodline limit, the Sharingan, making their combat capability formidable. Typically, 3 ninjas of equivalent rank would be needed to contend with one. Should he rashly attack, even if he succeeded, Root would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. The ninjas under his command were of crucial importance to him, and he needed to preserve them for the opportunity to strike at the entire Uchiha clan. He could not afford to lose them here. All this is Riri-jan's fault for refusing to lend me his umbu. Otherwise, I would have already eradicated these Uchiha. Danzo cursed under his breath, his inner fury blazing like an unquenchable fire, yet he had no outlet for it. He felt that his plans were continually thwarted by Yuan Fei Riri-jan. Had it not been for Riri-jan's interference, he would have already achieved his objectives. Only by thoroughly exterminating the Uchiha clan could true peace and stability be assured for Konoha. Suppressing his anger with a cold snort, he inquired, "Any news from the other teams?" While this Uchiha squad was already in his grasp, he was more concerned about the overall situation. The ninja quickly replied, "The other teams have already arrived at the mission point and are lying in wait. The enemy has yet to arrive." Danzo nodded slightly, continued gathering intelligence. "Ensure that all Uchiha are captured. Not a single one must escape." "Yes, my lord." The ninja vanished into the dense forest. Eliminating these audacious Uchiha would be enough to make the nefarious Uchiha clan feel the sting of pain. The next time he struck, it would be the day of the Uchiha's annihilation. Danzo muttered to himself, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. He would fulfill his master's dying wish and eliminate the wicked Uchiha clan. In a secluded forest, Uchiha Lingyue crouched behind a large tree, diligently recovering his chakra. He had already traversed 3 towns, traveling through the night. Only 1 flyer remained in his possession, and he needed to reach the next town to make copies, which would greatly delay his mission. Thus, he had to maintain peak condition to confront any potential adversaries. After consuming a soldier pill, he struggled to swallow, his throat parched. Feeling the remaining supplies were sufficient to complete his task, Lingyue breathed a slight sigh of relief. All the squads would converge at the feudal lord's residence in the Land of Fire, and they would take the main road back to the village, where other Uchiha would provide support, avoiding ambushes from Root. He did not understand why they did not directly assault Root and capture Danzo. With the strength of the Uchiha, the trash from Root was no match for them. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. As a ninja, he merely needed to complete the mission. This entire journey had been meticulously planned. The Uchiha would outsmart Root's ninjas, who could only follow behind in futility. After a brief rest, Uchiha Lingyue resumed his journey, moving like a bolt of lightning through the dense woods, resembling a shadowy specter. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon him. In a concealed underground laboratory, dim lights flickered ominously. Various bizarre experimental instruments were strewn about, and strange glimmers emanated from the bottles and jars. A ninja hurriedly entered, kneeling before a cluttered experimental table, his soundless footsteps echoing in the gloom, the emblem of the land of sound glinting coldly in the shadows. "My lord, this is the intelligence we have gathered. Someone is disseminating these flyers in large quantities throughout the Land of Fire." With both hands, Duoyu presented the pamphlet, her voice tinged with a hint of reverence. The pharmacist Do stood nearby, curiously glancing at the contents of the brochure. The Sharingan, the cells of Hashirama. These are indeed remarkable assets. I never imagined that Lord Orochimaru had such a fascinating experimental past. Engrossed in his current experiment, Orochimaru delicately released a drop of a mysterious liquid from the pipette. Upon hearing the report, he slowly lifted his head and accepted the pamphlet. His pale face, framed by narrow eyes that narrowed slightly, scrutinized the information regarding human experimentation. Habitually, he extended his forked tongue and slowly licked his lips, a gesture tinged with an unsettling allure. Human experimentation? No need to concern myself with that. I am a rogue ninja. Such practices align perfectly with my identity as a defector. Orochimaru cared little for his reputation, since Yuan Fury had abandoned the idea of selecting him as Hokage. His notoriety had become inconsequential. However, the ambitious Danzo was another matter entirely. A smirk of derision crept across Orochimaru's lips at the thought of Danzo. "Teacher, how will you handle your dear Danzo's assistance this time?" Orochimaru revealed a look of anticipation. "Do you know who is disseminating this information?" Orochimaru set the pamphlet down and idly toyed with a test tube filled with a green liquid, casually inquiring of Duoyu. The source is disguised, but based on the chakra, it may be a Uchiha ninja, she remarked, secretly observing Orochimaru's expression. Uchiha? A plausible deduction. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku does not strike me as a person of such audacity. Duoyu stood quietly by, her understanding of Orochimaru's intricate analyses of characters and conspiracies rather limited. She was only aware that rumors about Lord Orochimaru were circulating, which greatly angered her. How intriguing. Orochimaru gently placed the test tube back on the lab table, crossing his arms, his face bearing an expression of keen interest. Let us keep a close watch on the information from Konoha. For now, we shall simply observe. Yes, my lord. Duoyu complied and swiftly exited the laboratory. Her figure disappeared into the dark corridor, leaving Orochimaru alone in contemplation, his gaze flickering as if deep in thought. Chapter 37. True genius requires no training. The morning sun gently filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow in Lingyue's bedroom. Today promised to be yet another leisurely day. Retirement life was truly delightful. Lingyue awakened at 9, stretching luxuriously as he rose from bed. Training? What need have I for such endeavors? A genius like me requires no such exertion. What folly! With shadow clones and enhancements at my disposal. Why would I need to train? My strength is entirely a product of my innate talent. Were I to engage in daily training from 9 to 5, what difference would that make compared to my previous life of toil? What use would these enhancements serve? After completing his morning routine, Lingyue made his way to the living room, where he spotted the napping ninja cat, Xiaowu, sprawled on the sofa. His eyes brightened with delight. He strode forward, scooping Xiaowu into his arms, affectionately nuzzling its fluffy head. Come, Xiaowu, today we shall go shopping. Xiaowu mewed in response, seemingly understanding Lingyue's words, its tail wagging excitedly. As Lingyue amused himself with Xiaowu, he contemplated the recent developments. His points were steadily increasing, and his daily expenses were comfortably managed. Now, he awaited the next installment of his manuscript royalties, eagerly anticipating the launch of his long-desired Chinese cuisine restaurant. To ensure a successful opening, he needed to scout locations and prepare thoroughly. Reflecting on his last visit to Konoha, he realized that his strength had been inadequate, preventing him from exploring thoroughly. It was time to indulge his curiosity. As he strolled through the streets of Konoha, he savored the vibrant atmosphere of the marketplace. Shops lined the streets, their shelves brimming with a plethora of goods. There were stores selling exquisite ninja tools, their sharp blades and shimmering shuriken glinting in the sunlight, and stalls offering a variety of delectable snacks, their enticing aromas drawing in passers-by. Lingyue wandered from one stall to another, captivated by interesting trinkets and delicious treats. He noticed a vendor selling small ornaments, each more charming than the last, including dainty bells and exquisite bracelets. He selected a cute pendant featuring a cat design, which he hung around Xiaowu's neck. Ecstatic with its new accessory, Xiaowu joyfully rubbed against Lingyue. After some time, Lingyue found a breakfast stall and settled down, ordering a meal while observing the bustling street. It seemed that news of Danzo had yet to reach Konoha, but it would arrive soon. He pondered the location for his restaurant, realizing that while a lively commercial street would attract many customers, the rent would undoubtedly be steep. Conversely, a quieter alley might offer lower rent, but raise concerns about foot traffic. Comparing Japanese cuisine to Chinese cuisine was utterly incomparable. There seemed no need to sacrifice customer flow for an expensive rental. Regardless, he was not worried about losses. A larger space would suffice. If the rent proved too burdensome, he could always write another book. His study materials contained plenty of valuable resources. After finishing breakfast, Lingyue strolled contentedly through Konoha, basking in the warm sunlight while the sounds of vendors filled the air. Glancing up, he was surprised to see Kakashi emerging slowly from a bookstore. Kakashi maintained his signature appearance, his face obscured by a black mask, revealing only one distinctive, lifeless eye. Lingyue's attention was immediately drawn to the book in Kakashi's hand. Its familiar cover was none other than his own work, Young A Bing. Truly, the empty son of the void was a curious figure. Last time, after the revelation of White Fang's demise, Kakashi had shown no signs of agitation. Did he not harbor any desire for vengeance against his father? Lingyue found it perplexing. Or perhaps Kakashi's commitment to the will of fire overshadowed his feelings for his father. No matter, it bore no relevance to him. However, he should seize the opportunity to acquire his Sharingan, lest Obito reclaim his eyes. Lingyue contemplated the prospect of extracting resources from the entire ninja world. It was only a matter of time before he confronted Obito. Two-eyed Obito would undoubtedly be a more formidable opponent than the one-eyed version. As noon approached, Konoha lay basked in the scorching sun, the shops lining the streets exuding a lively ambience. Lingyue meandered leisurely with Xiaowu, unwittingly arriving at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. The enticing aroma wafting from inside instantly tickled Lingyue's senses, causing his stomach to growl. Without hesitation, he decided to have his lunch there. Stepping inside, he was enveloped by the familiar, bustling atmosphere, the sounds of patrons chatting and the proprietor's warm greetings intertwining harmoniously. He found an empty seat and called out to the busy uncle behind the counter, "Boss, I'll have a deluxe ramen." Afterward, he retrieved a small pouch from his bag, placing some dried fish, prepared for Xiaowu, onto a side dish. Upon seeing the fish, Xiaowu sprang to life, circling excitedly around the dish. Soon, a steaming bowl of deluxe ramen was presented before him, adorned with succulent chashu, a perfectly cooked egg, meat, sausage, vibrant green onions, smooth noodles, and a rich, savory broth that made his mouth water just by looking at it. Lingyue eagerly picked up his chopsticks, unable to contain his anticipation as he lifted a mouthful of noodles. The exquisite flavor burst on his palate, causing him to squint in satisfaction. Indeed, Ichiraku Ramen possessed remarkable culinary prowess. As Lingyue relished her meal, the door to the shop was abruptly flung open, and Naruto burst in exuberantly. Clad in a faded and somewhat tattered orange shirt, his disheveled hair framed a face radiating unyielding vitality. Upon entering, Naruto bellowed, "Boss, one bowl of ramen." His booming voice drew the attention of patrons within the establishment. Uncle Yao chuckled in response. "All right, Naruto, just a moment." Observing Naruto, Lingyue felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Having endured a lonely childhood, Naruto was known in the village as the son of the fox spirit, facing ostracism and scorn, unable to procure even the simplest of goods. Yet, here at Yao Ramen, he found solace from discrimination. Despite his perpetual optimism, the struggles he bore were known only to him. His parents' inheritance was devoured by Sarutobi, who then bestowed upon him meager allowances, feigning benevolence. What allowed Naruto to endure such grievances without succumbing to darkness? Empathizing, Lingyue found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend how she could not rise above her own limitations. Was it the will of fire that instilled such resilience? Or was it the influence of Ashura's chakra shaping his character? Lingyue pondered both possibilities, contemplating the notion that where the leaves fluttered, the fire persisted. Yet, was it not a wild blaze that could not be tamed? The inhabitants of this shinobi world, it seemed, had suffered from a lack of cultural refinement. With that thought, Lingyue silently expressed gratitude to her nation and its party for providing her with 9 years of compulsory education. Chapter 38. A Day of Leisure. Enjoying melodies after finishing her lunch, she leaned back in her chair, her hands cradling her head, her eyes gently closing as she savored a moment of tranquility. Yet, a sense of ennui crept into her heart, as she found herself unable to conjure any intriguing destinations within Konoha. A glance at the system panel revealed her points steadily accumulating, leaving no urgency for action. With nothing pressing on her agenda, perhaps she could seek out the Uchiha clan and encounter a lovely lady? Although the matter of marriage had been settled, familiarity between them was still lacking. For the sake of a fulfilling future together, efforts were indeed warranted, as relationships required nurturing. Yes, Lingyue resolved to visit the Uchiha Academy, not to admire legs, no, but to meet the young ladies. With that thought, she quickly rose and made her way toward the Uchiha district. As she passed a flower shop, an array of vibrant blossoms competed for attention, exuding an enticing fragrance. Lingyue paused, her gaze sweeping through the floral display. It would be remiss not to purchase a bouquet while she was here. Nodding to herself in agreement, she selected a stunning bunch of crimson roses. After completing her purchase, she continued toward the Uchiha district, the bouquet gently swaying in the breeze. The Uchiha Primary School was a place she had yet to visit, and the thought of unruly children was somewhat irksome. Not all youngsters attended the Konoha Ninja Academy. Many esteemed clans had their unique educational methods. Children represented the future of a clan, and no major clan would entrust their upbringing to outsiders. The Uchiha education system surpassed that of the Konoha Academy, having nurtured the most prominent clan in the shinobi world. For the Uchiha, attending the Konoha Academy was often deemed a waste of time. with some children merely attending as a gesture of goodwill towards the village, harboring no expectations of acquiring valuable knowledge. Lingyue found herself at the Uchiha Primary School, a place dedicated to teaching children literacy, alongside other ninjutsu training facilities. Her feelings toward children oscillated between affection and annoyance, essentially. She liked them when they were not crying and disliked them when they were. Children were a peculiar breed, brimming with curiosity and unbounded energy. Her fondness stemmed from a joy and closeness to new, innocent lives, while her aversion arose from the pressures of daily life and a need for self-preservation. Specifically, when one is exhausted from the daily grind and a cheerful child beckons for play, the joy may be fleeting. Lingyue supported the notion of being a kindergarten teacher, provided it did not entail daily playdates. Standing at the entrance, she hesitated momentarily, summoning her courage to step inside. The guard, noticing the flowers in her hand, likely surmised her intent and refrained from questioning her further. Inside, the classroom had yet to commence its afternoon lessons. Lingyue assessed her surroundings, making her way toward the area that was clearly an office. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the floor, while a bookshelf against the wall brimmed with various tomes, releasing a faint scent of ink. Beside the window, an elegant desk was perfectly positioned, where a young girl sat, engrossed in her reading. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, glimmering under the sun's caress, her fair skin resembling freshly fallen snow, and her eyes radiated a gentle tranquility. Lingyue felt her heart quicken, realizing she was smitten. It mattered not whether she was perfect. What captivated him was her literary grace. If only the desk did not obstruct her legs. Noticing a chair beside the girl, he took a deep breath and slowly approached her, hesitant to disrupt the serene atmosphere. "Hello, may I ask if this seat is taken?" Lingyue endeavored to sound composed. Uchiha Yuki looked up, her gaze flickering with surprise as she noticed the bouquet in his hands. She gently shook her head and replied, "No, it's unoccupied. Please, have a seat." Gratefully smiling, Lingyue sat down across from her, placing the bouquet on the table. "These flowers are truly beautiful," Uchiha Yuki remarked softly, her eyes drawn to the blossoms. Her grandfather's intentions were unmistakable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this young man would be her future husband. Lacking the will or ability to oppose her grandfather's wishes, she resolved to reciprocate his affection, as his thoughtful gesture indicated he was no mere dullard. Feeling slightly bashful, Lingyue confessed, "I specifically bought these for someone special." Yuki's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, returning to her book. Noticing her silence, Lingyue felt a twinge of frustration. Was it impossible to be subtle with girls? He decided to be direct instead. Rising, he presented the bouquet to Uchiha Yuki, stating, "Uchiha Yuki, I bought this bouquet just for you. I hope you like it." Accepting the flowers, Yuki's face brightened with delight as she replied, "Thank you, Lingyue-kun. I truly appreciate it. Please, call me Yuki from now on." With the ice broken, the two began to converse, discussing literature, family, aspirations, and life, spanning topics from child education to the history of Konoha's founding, from Uchiha fashion to the structure of shinobi villages. Drawing from his knowledge as a time traveler, Lingyue deftly navigated the conversation without revealing his origins. As they exchanged engaging dialogue, his gaze occasionally wandered to the space beneath Yuki's desk. Yuki found herself captivated by Lingyue's humor and sincerity, unaware of his furtive glances. Her perception of him transforming significantly. Time flew by, and before they knew it, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the girl's hair and casting a golden glow. Uchiha Shue glanced at the time and, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "Lingyue, it's getting late. I must attend my class now. I truly enjoyed our conversation today." "I enjoyed it as well. Please go ahead with your class. I am preparing to head back." Lingyue smiled and also rose to her feet. Having established a preliminary understanding, future interactions would be much easier. With one meeting comes another. Their next encounter would not be overly awkward. As Lingyue walked back to the village, her spirits soared. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. She could awaken, indulge in a hearty meal, enjoy a bit of wine, and listen to music. Time passed as the sun rose and set. Such is the essence of life. Chapter 39. Danzo's dream of Hokage shattered the following day unfolded with the usual sounds of entertainment. However, it was not merely for leisure. It was primarily to gather intelligence on Konoha. Am I, Uchiha Lingyue, akin to a carefree drifter, aimlessly wandering about with my pet cat? The reason for carrying my feline companion was to disguise my identity as a key player behind the scenes of promotional activities. Lingyue remained attentive to the developments of these matters. Now, 2 days had elapsed, and the name of the organization was beginning to echo in the streets of Konoha. Rumor had it that the third Hokage had expressed immense displeasure in his office, dispatching several waves of ninjas to track down Shimura Danzo. Nonetheless, none of this concerned Lingyue. With worries about safety and resources alleviated, what remained for Lingyue to fret over? Perhaps her strength was still lacking somewhat, but wasn't she diligently working on that? By evening, the system points would accumulate to 300,000, enabling her to acquire the coveted method for nature energy absorption. Then, with a little affinity for nature, she could unlock the Sage Mode. Following that, she would confront Itachi, resolving the troubles of the Uchiha clan, and unify Konoha, establishing a proper newspaper, ushering in an era of prosperity. Give Lingyue a few years to develop, and she would emerge invincible. This afternoon, a significant event transpired in Konoha. The elusive Danzo, who had been out gathering information, was finally located. Immediately, chaos erupted within the Hokage building. Danzo was consumed by fury. For the past 2 days, he had been lurking behind the Uchiha squad, akin to a stealthy leopard in the shadows, fixated on his prey. He had long been plotting to take action against the Uchiha, although he felt slightly inferior in strength compared to the Uchiha squad. His inflated ambition convinced him that with his cunning and some hidden tactics, he could completely subdue the Uchiha squad and seize their Sharingan, adding a significant asset to his power. However, everything was utterly derailed by a piece of paper delivered by a member of the Umbu. When the Umbu ninja nervously handed the note to him, Danzo's complexion turned ashen. The few words on the paper detonated within him like a bomb, creating tumultuous waves of anxiety. He could no longer focus on the Uchiha. He was now in grave trouble. Impossible. How could this happen? Danzo growled softly, his hands trembling with rage and fear. He could not comprehend how such a deeply concealed secret had been leaked. His secret had been exposed. The transplantation of Hashirama S cells and the Sharingan had spread throughout the land of fire. What was to be done? The clans had always held the bloodline limits in high regard, and they would never allow a thief of bloodline limits to become Hokage. His dreams of becoming Hokage shattered. In the Hokage Building-S conference room, the atmosphere was tense, akin to the oppressive calm before a storm. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the head of the table, his expression grave as he regarded Danzo. Tsunade and Mito Gate were exchanging glances filled with shock and discontent. Danzo, what is going on? Sarutobi's voice was low and powerful, breaking the silence. Danzo gritted his teeth, mentally calculating his next move. He knew he must remain composed. Otherwise, it would truly be the end. Someone is deliberately framing me, attempting to destabilize Konoha. Danzo tried to defend himself, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Tsunade could no longer restrain herself and stood up, accusing him angrily. Danzo, at this juncture, do you dare to remove your bandages and show everyone your true self? Are you still unwilling to admit the truth? The entire land of fire knows. The others present were longtime acquaintances, fully aware of Danzo's character. He dared not unveil his bandages. This was not a mere frame-up that could be easily explained. Danzo was acutely aware of this, but his nature prevented him from confessing. He simply could not relinquish his dream of becoming Hokage. Veins bulged on Danzo's forehead, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed. I tell you, it is the inherently wicked Uchiha who are responsible. I must eradicate them completely. Sarutobi, seated behind his desk, retorted coldly, forget about eliminating the Uchiha. You should consider how to explain this to the villagers of Konoha and the Uchiha themselves. He scrutinized Danzo, his gaze filled with disappointment and anger. Eradicate the Uchiha at this juncture? What nonsense. You, Danzo, have had your Sharingan exposed. You cannot simply eliminate their clan. What will other clans think? What will the Hyuga clan think? If you proceed with this, Konoha will be torn asunder. Since Hayashi Hyuga's death, the Hyuga clan had harbored resentment toward the Hokage. Hayashi had sacrificed himself for the village and to protect Hinata Hyuga. Yet how could the Hyuga clan easily swallow this grievance? If the Uchiha were attacked, other clans would undoubtedly stand with the Uchiha. This would lead to a confrontation between the Hokage's faction and the entire ninja clans of Konoha. If Danzo's personal ambitions sparked such internal strife, Konoha would be doomed. Still, Danzo remained obstinate, his face twitching with rage as he countered. The Uchiha harbor ulterior motives. They will inevitably bring harm to Konoha. If they are not eliminated now, the repercussions will be dire. Everything I do is for Konoha. You do this for your own ambitions. Sarutobi raised his voice. For so many years, I have turned a blind eye to your machinations in the shadows. But this time, you have gone too far. Sarutobi's eyes flickered with sorrow, remembering a comrade who once fought alongside him, now reduced to this state. He too desired the Uchiha's removal. But not in this manner. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, shrouded in gloom. Mito Gate, observing Danzo's furious countenance, deliberated for a moment before speaking. Danzo, surrender the Sharingan and apologize to the Uchiha. This is the only course of action left. Apologize to the Uchiha? That is out of the question. Danzo exploded. His eyes wide, veins bulging on his forehead, roaring loudly. You need to reflect on your actions. Sarutobi returned to his chair, wearily rubbing his temples. His eyes filled with weariness and sorrow. You must find a way to address this issue with the villagers of Konoha and the Uchiha. If this is not handled properly, neither you nor I can answer to the village. He closed his eyes, as if hoping to escape from the present predicament. Danzo snorted coldly and strode out of the Hokage's office, leaving behind an air of oppression and heaviness. Chapter 40. Absorbing natural energy. Lingyue was well aware of the turmoil within the Hokage building. It was merely the classic drama of blame and regret. However, she was unconcerned with such matters, as she had more pressing issues to attend to. The points needed to purchase the method for natural energy absorption had finally been accumulated. In truth, each of the 3 sacred lands possesses a method for absorbing natural energy, yet none of these methods are suitable for the physique of the human race. The technique of Myokuzen would transform individuals into frogs, while that of the earth dragon would turn them into serpents. By extension, it is likely that the method employed in the Wetbone Forest also harbors undisclosed drawbacks. The primary issue lies in Lingyue's current inability to access the 3 sacred lands. Attempting to reach them seems less practical than simply purchasing a technique outright. After bathing, Lingyue sat cross-legged on his bed, directing his consciousness toward the system panel in his mind. His gaze traversed the familiar yet foreign icons, ultimately resting on the option labeled Natural Energy Absorption Technique. A flicker of anticipation illuminating his eyes. With a gentle tap, the points displayed on the system panel plummeted dramatically, 30,000 points vanishing as swiftly as a receding tide. Immediately, an arcane and mysterious piece of information surged into his mind, conjuring vivid and intricate images along with complex runes. Each symbol, every line, encapsulated the deepest mysteries of nature. As Lingyue gradually opened his eyes, they sparkled with excitement, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky. He was eager to experiment and experience the legendary, formidable force of nature. Chakra represented a complete path, and mastering it could lead to immortality. However, the chakra of the ninja realm was evidently monopolized, and the methods for cultivation were also controlled by others. Therefore, if Lingyue wished to avoid being stifled, he would need to forge his own path, either mastering physical techniques to overcome all or embracing the original natural energy system of the ninja realm. The deities of this natural energy system also possessed the potential for immortality. Extending his hands upward, palms facing the sky, he attuned himself to the subtle currents of air. He began to follow the method imparted by the system in his mind, sensing the natural energy surrounding him. Though his eyes were tightly shut, he could still perceive the minuscule energy particles emitting a faint green glow. He continued to guide the surrounding natural energy towards himself as instructed by the system. Gradually, he sensed a shift in the natural energy within the air. Those tiny particles appeared to be drawn closer by an invisible hand, encircling him to form a delicate green halo that pulsated rhythmically with his breath. Maintaining his focus, he carefully controlled the natural energy, attempting to draw it into his body. However, upon contact with his skin, it seemed as though an invisible membrane barred the flow of energy. Was it merely an incompatibility with his physique? Lingyue opened his eyes, realizing that he would have to rely on his own efforts. Observing the steadily rising points on the system panel in his mind, he waited for half an hour to accumulate 5,000 points. Without delay, he allocated these points to enhance his affinity for nature. As the enhancement completed, Lingyue attentively reflected upon the sensations within his body. To his dismay, he felt nothing at all. It was as if everything remained unchanged. Silently chiding himself, he closed his eyes once more and resumed his endeavor to absorb natural energy. When the first tendril of energy merged with his being, he could scarcely suppress a soft gasp. The energy flowed through his veins like a crystal-clear spring, imbued with the freshness and vitality of nature, imparting an unprecedented sense of ease and strength. As more natural energy inundated his body, he sensed extraordinary changes unfolding within him. His senses sharpened, allowing him to distinctly hear the rustling leaves outside, perceive the subtle movements of insects hidden in the grass, and even detect the slightest variations in moisture within the air. The little cat, Xiao Wu, nestled in her bed, seemed to sense something as well. She lifted her head, her blue eyes brimming with curiosity. With the continuous infusion of natural energy, Lingyue felt his strength steadily increasing, albeit subtly. Every cell within him seemed to rejoice, brimming with life and vigor. Remarkable, Lingyue marveled, aware that from this moment onward, having mastered the method of absorbing natural energy, he would wield greater power to pursue his dream of harvesting the ninja realm. Yet, it appeared that this technique could not be practiced through shadow clones. It seemed that he would have to endure the monotonous routine of a 9-to-5 existence for the time being. Lingyue sighed, moving slowly to the window and pushing it open. The night breeze enveloped him, carrying the earthy fragrance of soil and grass. He inhaled deeply, extending his arms wide to embrace nature, his heart filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Silently completing an unnoticed gesture, Lingyue returned to his previous position and resumed his absorption of natural energy. The forthcoming system points would be dedicated to enhancing his affinity for nature. Meanwhile, in the root's basement, Danzo sat quietly in the shadows, his eyes glinting with a cold and ruthless light. The actions of the Uchiha had thoroughly disrupted Danzo's meticulously crafted plans of many years. He had believed everything was under his control, the position of Hokage seemingly within reach. Yet now, everything lay in ruins. Danzo's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, the veins on his hands standing out in stark relief within the darkness. However, he was not one to easily submit. They have shattered my dream of becoming Hokage. Let the entire Uchiha clan pay the price. Danzo rose, howling in despair, his voice echoing through the basement. Lingering in the silence, this roar encapsulated the pent-up resentment and unwillingness that had long resided within him, as if he sought to shatter the very world around him. In that moment, only the endless intent to kill remained in his eyes. The Uchiha clan had become a target that must be utterly eradicated. Danzo paced back and forth in the basement, his footsteps resonating heavily in the stillness. His mind raced as he contemplated how to ensnare the entire Uchiha clan in one fell swoop. Contact the outside team, act swiftly, at all costs. Ensure that not a single Uchiha returns to the village. Danzo commanded coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. Yes, Lord Leader. A root ninja emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee, before swiftly retreating into the darkness, his hurried footsteps fading away. Danzo resumed his position in the shadows, contemplating the Uchiha outside of Konoha, which would be relatively easy to deal with. However, the Uchiha within Konoha required careful planning on how to proceed. Chapter 41. Lingyue's Path of Development in the Early Morning. Sunlight filtered through the delicate window curtains, casting bright patterns upon the ancient wooden floor. Uchiha Itachi sat across from his father, Uchiha Fugaku. Yet the atmosphere within the room clashed starkly with the cheerful sunlight, creating a stifling tension. Itachi's eyes were filled with confusion and concern as he fixed his gaze on his father, slowly speaking. Father, did you orchestrate the events outside? Why would you do such a thing? In recent days, the village had been abuzz with rumors regarding Danzo's transplantation of the Sharingan, akin to a bombshell that shattered the surface calm of Konoha, plunging the Uchiha clan into the eye of the storm. Itachi struggled to comprehend why his father, who had always sought reconciliation with the Hokage and hoped for peaceful coexistence between the Uchiha and Konoha, would allow such exposure that could only exacerbate the rift between their clan and the Hokage, eliminating any possibility of resolution. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. He sighed softly and replied, "This was not orchestrated by me. It was the private action of the elder Uchiha Shursui. I, too, am unaware that Danzo has transplanted our Uchiha Sharingan." Fugaku Uchiha's voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with the weight of time and the fatigue of the present moment. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he tread carefully amidst the family's current dilemmas and crises, each step feeling as precarious as walking on thin ice. Yet, The ninjas within the clan remained obstinate, each faction refusing to yield to the other. The conservatives deemed the radicals too extreme, while the radicals criticized the conservatives for their excessive caution. Caught in the middle, Fugaku could only strive to maintain a delicate balance. The thought of Shin Uchiha brought him a headache. Relying on his age and seniority, Shin consistently opposed him. What's more, Shin's ideas resonated with many in the younger generation of the Uchiha. The actions of the radicals put Fugaku in a dilemma. On one hand, he understood the clan's anger toward Danzo's actions and acknowledged the need to fight for their rights. On the other hand, he was acutely aware that openly confronting the Hokage could bring about catastrophic consequences for the clan. However, the outside world would perceive it as your arrangement. Itachi Uchiha's tone conveyed a hint of urgency. He was worried that the clan might be led to war against the Hokage. In such a scenario, regardless of who emerged victorious, both Konoha and the clan would suffer losses. Fugaku fell silent for a moment, his gaze firming as he straightened his back and solemnly declared, "Then let it be my arrangement. Danzo's covert transplantation of the Sharingan, his coveting of our Uchiha bloodline limit, is an affront that we Uchiha cannot accept. As the clan leader, I must stand forth to reclaim the Sharingan from Konoha. Father, we mustn't act impulsively." Itachi attempted to persuade his father, his eyes reflecting a calmness and rationality beyond his years. Confronting the Hokage would yield no benefits for us. The Uchiha clan has always aspired to coexist peacefully with Konoha, to protect this land together. If we allow this incident to spark conflict, all our years of effort will be rendered futile. Itachi, this is not merely a matter of impulse. Danzo's covetous gaze upon our Sharingan is something that the Uchiha cannot accept under any circumstances. As the clan leader, I must take a stand. Otherwise, my tenure as leader will be at an end, and the clan will never consent to follow a leader incapable of safeguarding our bloodline limit. But Itachi wished to say more. No buts. I have no choice left. Other ninja clans are observing this matter. They will stand by our side. Prepare yourself. We will convene a clan meeting tonight. Fugaku was acutely aware that tonight's assembly would no longer differentiate between radicals and conservatives. Danzo's actions had forced the Uchiha to unite as one. Lingyue, having trained all night, paused to feel the changes in his body. He could faintly sense his cells yearning for energy, causing him to furrow his brow. This was not what I had anticipated. I thought the absorption of natural energy would create a reservoir of chakra within me. I did not expect it to be a mere replenishment of energy for my cells. However, upon reflection, this made sense. Pure physical enhancement aligns with the aesthetics of a Japanese-style world. Chakra is energy extracted from the cells of the body, while natural energy is external energy absorbed to replenish oneself. Thus, it is reasonable for natural energy to integrate into the cells. Lingyue continued to perceive the transformations within his body. A night of training had merely offered him a taste of what was to come. It appeared that the cultivation of natural energy was akin to the art of ink wash, and he needed to devise a way to accelerate this process. Glancing at the system panel in his mind, Lingyue allocated the newly acquired 30,000 points entirely to natural affinity. After a brief trial of absorbing natural energy, he sensed a slight increase in speed. Was the enhancement insufficient due to a lack of natural affinity points, or was the concentration of natural energy inadequate? Perhaps both factors were at play. To be honest, the improvement post-enhancement did not meet Lingyue's expectations, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Nonetheless, any progress was still progress. If necessary, he could always allocate more points. After washing up and having a light breakfast, he fed a few fish flakes to Xiaowu. Lingyue arrived at the clan's training ground, where he felt the transformation in his physical strength. He needed to practice to adapt swiftly to these newfound changes and convert this enhanced power into combat prowess. Lingyue took his stance, feet slightly apart, adjusting his breath, his gaze sharpening to that of an eagle. In the next moment, his feet began to tap rapidly against the ground, his speed so swift that it was almost imperceptible. Within a 50-meter radius of the training ground, a series of afterimages appeared as if countless Lingyues were simultaneously in motion. The wind whistled past his ears as he reveled in the sensation of power surging through his body. With each exertion, his muscles tensed and relaxed, the exhilarating feeling entrancing him. Reflecting on the sensation of slicing through the air moments ago, Lingyue clenched his fist in satisfaction. Indeed, with a formidable body and spirit, the physical techniques of the ninja were the most suitable for him at present. There was no need for hand seals. Speed and strength could easily prevent foes from forming seals. In life and death battles, does one need to be frivolous beforehand? Is that appropriate? Henceforth, he would pursue techniques that do not require hand seals. I shall practice only those that can be executed without seals. There is no need for excessive ninjutsu. With a single Rasengan, Naruto could utilize it from beginning to end, and there is no reason I cannot do the same. Now, if I learn 2 broad area ninjutsu for clearing out foes and practice some illusions for resistance, wouldn't I have no significant weaknesses? Lingyue pondered, and thought that acquiring a long-distance teleportation skill or a flying technique would be even more perfect. Perhaps I should save some points to acquire magnet release. Strength is fundamental, although it is best if I can avoid using it. The best strategy is to employ cunning, followed by tactical alliances, and lastly, the use of force. As a transmigrator, I must leverage the narrative advantages of being one. Yet, should misfortune befall me, I must possess enough strength to safeguard my interests. Gazing at the scenery surrounding the training ground, Lingyue's heart brimmed with determination. In my previous life, I was a mere beast of burden. In this life, I can aspire to be an esteemed lord. Chapter 42. Lingyue's first participation in the clan meeting. Lingyue, I knew you would be here. The elder Shin, striding with a steady gait, entered the training ground. Elder, what brings you to seek me? Lingyue slightly bowed. The elder regarded him with warmth and slowly spoke. There will be a clan meeting tonight. You shall attend as well. Stand behind me. Yes, elder. I will be punctual for the meeting. Lingyue responded earnestly. He surmised that the discussion would revolve around how to address Danzo's actions. The news of Danzo transplanting Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan had spread throughout the village, yet the Hokage's office seemed to remain unperturbed. The doors to the Hokage's office were tightly shut, and those inside appeared oblivious to the brewing storm outside. Since the initial quarrel, silence had reigned. It seemed that the Uchiha needed to take the initiative to bring the matter to light. The bloodline limit is the bottom line for all ninja clans. And this is indisputable. Danzo's actions are undoubtedly a blatant violation of this boundary. A single leaflet had bound all ninja clans to the Uchiha's cause. Yuan Fei Rishin was aging, and now, as a mere bear of a man, he likely lacked the courage to confront all the ninja clans. The question now is how Yuan Fei Rishin will deal with Danzo. As night fell like ink, it gradually enveloped Konoha. The Nanga shrine, under the hazy moonlight, emanated an aura of mystery and antiquity. Lingyue Uchiha followed closely behind the elder, his demeanor solemn as they entered the shrine. Lingyue was quite curious about the Uchiha clan meeting. Upon stepping into the venue, a suffocating atmosphere engulfed him. The Uchiha present turned curious gazes toward the individual following the elder. However, the elder's thoughts were evidently elsewhere, as he ignored the inquisitive clan members and calmly proceeded to the center of the assembly. Uchiha Lingyue followed closely behind, lifting his gaze to find that the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had yet to make his appearance. However, the hall was already brimming with members attending the clan meeting. He slightly rose onto his toes, casting a cursory glance around, and could not help but marvel internally, estimating that there were approximately 200 individuals present. It is worth noting that attendance at such meetings is strictly regulated, with only the elite shinobi permitted to participate. Truly, the Uchiha clan lived up to its reputation as the foremost noble family in the ninja world. Lingyue quietly calculated. Based on this ratio, the entire Uchiha clan likely boasted nearly 2,000 shinobi. This was a formidable figure indeed. Such a substantial number of shinobi could undoubtedly stir tremendous upheaval in any conflict. He contemplated how, in the future, the Yuan family would be able to mobilize 4,000 shinobi, with surely a few remaining in reserve. In this light, the Uchiha possessing 2,000 shinobi did not seem implausible. This was all due to the upper echelons of Konoha harboring a wariness toward the Uchiha clan, fearing that they might accumulate too much strength in warfare and thereby threaten their dominion. Which is why they refrained from allowing too many Uchiha shinobi to venture to the front lines, gradually amassing their own resources. 2,000 shinobi, Uchiha Itachi truly deserved his fate. Lingyue stood behind the elder, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, noting that the crowd was distinctly divided into 3 factions, with the elder's side comprising the majority. The smallest group, he surmised, must be the neutral faction. It was no wonder the Uchiha faced extermination. Day after day, they clamored for the Uchiha to ascend to the role of Hokage. With such a formidable number of shinobi and an unabashed thirst for power, which Hokage could act without concern? They remained oblivious to being thorns in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, yet engaged in infighting. Just as Lingyue pondered these matters, Uchiha Fugaku entered, accompanied by Uchiha Itachi. The noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku commanded considerable respect. Standing on the platform, Fugaku's gaze swept over the distinct clusters of clansmen below, and he could not suppress a sigh. He understood that if he unleashed the formidable power of his Manjiki Sharingan, he might be able to awe the entire assembly, uniting everyone under a single banner. Yet he was acutely aware of the repercussions of such an act. Revealing the Manjiki Sharingan would only amplify Konoha's apprehension toward the Uchiha clan, akin to throwing fuel onto an already tense situation. After a brief silence, Fugaku straightened his posture and spoke with a deep, resonant voice. The primary purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss Danzo's transplantation of the Sharingan. His words instantly captivated everyone's attention, and the hall quieted, save for the faint sound of breathing. Surely everyone is aware of the rumors circulating in Konoha regarding Danzo's collaboration with Orochimaru to conduct human experiments. The Uchiha will not stand idly by while our Sharingan is coveted. A flicker of resolve flashed in Fugaku's eyes, embodying both the defense of his clan's bloodline limit and his fury toward the transgressors. He then turned his gaze toward the elder, continuing, "Elder, you disseminated this information. Please elaborate on the details." What? The information was spread by the elder? While everyone had anticipated Danzo's actions, they were nonetheless taken aback to learn that it was the elder who had leaked the news. The elder, Uchiha Shaka, slowly approached the crowd. Noticing that all attention was focused on him, he began to speak. "I trust everyone is aware that Danzo has secretly collaborated with Orochimaru to conduct human experiments. This is no longer a secret within the Leaf. Orochimaru has since been branded a rogue ninja. Danzo seeks power and has enlisted Orochimaru's assistance to transplant Hashirama's cells, which possess extraordinary assimilation capabilities. An ordinary person's body cannot withstand such an influx. Once transplanted, they would be assimilated, losing their identity and transforming into a mere tree. Only the Uchiha Sharingan can resist this erosion. This explains why Danzo always wraps himself tightly in bandages. Beneath those bindings lies an arm that has undergone transplantation of Hashirama's cells, its skin contrasting sharply with that of a normal arm. To combat the encroachment of Hashirama's cells, he has even grafted multiple Sharingan onto it. Since the news broke, Danzo has hidden away like a turtle, unable to emerge. His furtive demeanor only serves to confirm his culpability. Furthermore, the veracity of this information can be easily verified. We need only compel Danzo to unveil his bandages in front of us, and his sordid secrets will be laid bare." As the elder recounted the specifics, the assembly had already formed expectations. However, Danzo's blatant disregard for moral boundaries and his wanton violation of rules ignited the collective indignation of the crowd, causing their anger to blaze fiercely. "We demand justice. The Sharingan must not fall into the wrong hands." A voice rose above the throng, filled with resentment and outrage. "Capture Danzo and restore justice to the Uchiha." Another enraged voice joined in, and the fervent demands resonated throughout the assembly. "Eliminate Danzo and avenge the Uchiha." The shouts intensified, echoing with fervor, surging like a relentless tide that engulfed the entire hall. Chapter 43. The united Uchiha Lingyue remained behind the elder, observing the scene unfold. Contrary to his expectations of discord, the sentiments of the crowd were remarkably unified. It was only natural. The notion that bloodline limits should not be allowed to flow freely was an established principle within the ninja world. Even the conservatives could not contest this matter. Uchiha Fugaku stood on the platform, gazing at the impassioned clansmen. The energy of the crowd drew them together, coalescing into a singular mass. Heads pressed together. It became impossible to discern who among them was radical and who was conservative. It was a rare moment of unity among the clan. At last, they converged for a common purpose. The echoes of their cries resounded in Fugaku's ears, nearly captivating him. "Everyone, please calm down. I understand your fury. The Sharingan is our bottom line. It must not be touched." He regained his composure and addressed the swelling crowd. "Tomorrow morning, all Uchiha shinobi will gather here and prepare for war. We shall demand justice from Konoha." Although Fugaku had no desire to confront Konoha, he found himself cornered by the elder, with no avenue for retreat. Fortunately, the other ninja clans would likely stand with the Uchiha, preventing them from facing the entirety of Konoha alone. However, It seemed that any hope for reconciliation with Konoha had now vanished. Uchiha Itachi stood at the back, observing the fervent crowd, his expression darkening. When he heard his father mention preparations for war, he could scarcely contain himself. He could not allow his clan to engage in conflict with Konoha, for it would spell disaster for the entire village. He had to stop his clan's uprising. As Uchiha Itachi prepared to step forward, Lingyue noticed his change and swiftly signaled to the elder. The elder recalled the words Lingyue had arranged beforehand and stepped forward. "Everyone, please listen. We are only targeting Danzo this time. There is no need for concern. We are not seeking war with Konoha. Danzo's transplantation of the Sharingan is his personal ambition. If Konoha surrenders Danzo, all will be well. The other ninja clans will stand by us. There may not be a conflict after all." Upon hearing that there might not be a conflict, Itachi visibly relaxed. Otherwise, faced with the recently agitated clan members, even he might struggle to persuade them. "I must promptly report the matters here to the Hokage." With this thought, Itachi wished fervently to conclude the clan meeting at once. The potential for conflict tomorrow hinges entirely on the depth of Yuan Fei Risen's emotions. According to Lingyue's assessment, Yuan Fei Risen would likely refrain from engaging in battle with the Uchiha, especially given that this time the Uchiha hold the moral high ground. However, one cannot discount the possibility that Yuan Fei might act in a fit of rage for Danzo's sake. After all, the power of camaraderie is boundless. The words of the elder were merely a precaution to prevent the conservatives from being uncooperative. Since the conservatives have willingly collaborated, it could also be applied to Itachi Uchiha. The troubles instigated by Danzo ought to be shouldered by the Hokage, rather than allowing infighting within the Uchiha clan. Once the clan meeting concluded, the Uchiha members returned to their respective homes. Itachi Uchiha swiftly departed to file his report. Only the elder remained, having been detained by Uchiha Fugaku under the pretense of discussing matters. Observing this, Lingyue wished to hear the leader's thoughts and boldly positioned himself behind the elder. The contemplative Fugaku paused momentarily upon noticing that a person lingered behind the elder. He recognized this clan member as a newly emerged prodigy and was taken aback that the elder had aligned him with the radicals. "It's Lingyue, you may leave now. I have some matters to discuss with the elder," Fugaku said, his displeasure evident, yet he maintained politeness in conveying that the subsequent conversation was unsuitable for an extraneous listener. In Fugaku's eyes, Lingyue had become that extraneous listener. Uchiha Fugaku was quite dedicated to the clan, albeit not particularly astute. However, this cannot be entirely blamed on Fugaku, as the educational standards in the shinobi world are lacking, compounded by the unique psychological stresses faced by the Uchiha. It is understandable that one might act foolishly in critical moments. After all, unlike Lingyue, who possesses a godlike perspective, Fugaku, as the clan leader, was still managing adequately before the night of their annihilation. Tomorrow is a significant occasion, and as the leader of the Uchiha, Fugaku must lead the charge. Lingyue was unaware of what Fugaku intended to discuss with the elder, but he could not allow Fugaku to harbor lingering sentiments towards Konoha, jeopardizing their plans for the following day. It was imperative to sever all of Fugaku's escape routes decisively. With only 3 individuals present, Lingyue chose to abandon his pretense and could no longer play the submissive role. Instantly, his aura shifted dramatically, his previously ordinary eyes igniting with an eerie brilliance as he revealed his Manjiki Sharingan. "I orchestrated the distribution of the flyers, and it was I who disseminated the information." The revelation of the Manjiki left Uchiha Fugaku wide-eyed with disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising in shock, echoing in the stillness of the room. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, astonished that this newly emerged prodigy had awakened the Manjiki. His expression turned grave as he instinctively stepped forward, urgently inquiring, "Who else knows about your awakening of the Manjiki?" Fugaku instinctively sought to conceal this information to prevent Konoha from becoming even more wary of the Uchiha. Lingyue's demeanor remained calm, his gaze steady as he replied, "Only the elder, and you are aware." The elder, witnessing Lingyue's display of his Sharingan before the clan leader, bore a proud and satisfied smile. "See, Fugaku, this Uchiha prodigy who has awakened the Manjiki is my grandson-in-law." The elder, feeling pent up with emotion, longed for others to know about such a momentous revelation. If only the conservative elders could witness this, it would be utterly exhilarating. To possess the Manjiki, yet keep it secret, felt akin to not having awakened it at all. Elder Uchiha Shana slightly raised his chin, an air of pride about him as he stated, "Lingyue is already my grandson-in-law. It was he who informed me of Danzo's activities. He emphasized the term grandson-in-law, seemingly underscoring this special bond to Fugaku. Upon hearing this, Fugaku was once again taken aback. He glanced at Shana and then at Lingyue, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. On one hand, he felt joy at the emergence of such talent within the clan. On the other hand, he worried that such a talent joining the radicals would bring more trouble to the Uchiha. Lingyue sensed Fugaku's apprehension and stepped forward, earnestly stating, "Esteemed clan leader, I understand your concerns. However, the current situation is complex, and we cannot afford to continue retreating and enduring. My awakening of the Manjiki is a testament to our Uchiha strength. Perhaps we can leverage this to alter our circumstances and secure a brighter future for our clan." Lingyue prepared to employ his persuasive tactics on Fugaku as he had done with the elder. "My Manjiki abilities allow me to perceive hidden truths. The information regarding Danzo came to me in this manner. I am acutely aware of the Uchiha's current predicament. Yet I also recognize that we can no longer afford to shrink back. Danzo has long sought to eradicate the Uchiha, while Sarutobi Hiruzen perceives the Uchiha's formidable power as a threat to his control over Konoha, aiming to significantly diminish their strength. This situation cannot be resolved merely by placing Itachi in Konoha's umbu and fostering goodwill with the Hokage. The root cause of the issue lies in the Uchiha's overwhelming strength, which poses a threat to Sarutobi's dominion. Sarutobi harbors no trust in the Uchiha, and this is not something that a single Itachi can change. Assigning Itachi to the umbu will only lead him to be brainwashed by the will of fire. Do you believe Itachi has already gone to the Hokage Tower to report tonight's events?" This. Upon hearing Lingyue mention Itachi, Fugaku instinctively attempted to refute, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was aware that Itachi was clandestinely reporting clan matters to the Hokage, hoping to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and the Hokage. "I can clearly tell you that the last individual who sought to improve relations between the Uchiha and Konoha was Uchiha Shisui, who also awakened the Manjiki. The day he divulged this to Danzo, he met his demise. Beneath the bandages on his forehead lies one of Shisui's eyes. Itachi is also aware of this, and Shisui's other Manjiki is in Itachi's possession. Moreover, Itachi has awakened the Manjiki, yet he dares not disclose this to Konoha's higher-ups." Lingyue's words detonated like a bombshell within the confined space, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the two present. "What? Itachi has also awakened the Manjiki?" Both widened their eyes, their faces etched with shock, their previously composed expressions now marred by incredulity. "Indeed, but Itachi has already been completely swayed by Sarutobi. Should conflict arise between the Uchiha and Konoha, Itachi will stand with Konoha." Lingyue continued. As these words left his lips, it was as though a bone-chilling wind swept through the room, causing the temperature to plummet. Elder Shana abruptly rose to his feet, fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. "How dare he?" Shana's voice was hoarse with fury. The Uchiha had given him everything, and he had the audacity to oppose them. This was an act of betrayal against the clan. Shana's chest heaved with emotion, years of loyalty and pride towards the Uchiha rendering him unable to accept Itachi's treachery. Lingyue regarded the enraged Shana with a soft sigh, turning his gaze to Fugaku, whose eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. "This is why I disclosed the information to the elder and not to you, for there is a mole within Konoha's upper echelon." Fugaku appeared frozen in place, his expression shifting from shock to anguish and helplessness. Slowly, he sank back into his seat, cradling his head in his hands, lost in contemplation. He was aware of Itachi's proximity to Konoha's elite, which was the outcome he had hoped for. However, he never anticipated that Itachi would be willing to confront the Uchiha for Konoha's sake. "Why has it come to this?" Fujikase murmured, his voice laden with exhaustion and confusion. Lingyue stepped forward and gently patted Fujikase's shoulder, attempting to offer solace. "Leader, now is not the time for sorrow. We must devise a plan to confront this situation." Shana gradually regained his composure, retaking his seat and fixing a sharp gaze upon Lingyue. "Since you are aware of these matters, you must have a strategy in mind?" Lingyue nodded, her expression resolute. "We cannot remain idle. Itachi is merely 13, he is still a child. If he can be influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen, then we must find a way to awaken him from this state." Fujikase lifted his head, a flicker of hope reigniting in his eyes as he regarded the youth, only slightly older than Itachi. "Leader, you too must have awakened your Manjiki Sharingan, haven't you?" Lingyue's gaze pierced through Uchiha Fujike's, imbued with an unwavering certainty. Uchiha Fujike's froze momentarily, surprise flashing across his face. He sighed softly, "So you know this too?" With the secret now laid bare, he chose to reveal no further concealment. His aura shifted slightly as the enigmatic and formidable Mangeki manifested before them. The elder Uchiha Shana, still reeling from earlier revelations, widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of Fujike's Sharingan. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. The news of the night surged like a tidal wave, repeatedly battering his comprehension. The Uchiha clan had simultaneously awakened 3 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. Clenching his fists, he felt an exhilarating rush that almost propelled him from his seat. He envisioned the Uchiha clan rising to dominance in the ninja world once more, reclaiming their former glory. 3 pairs of Mangeki appearing at once were a divine opportunity bestowed upon the Uchiha clan. He shouted within, who could possibly thwart the Uchiha's resurgence? Who? Recognizing that she now held the reins of initiative, Lingyue began to articulate her thoughts. It was never Konoha that harbored animosity toward the Uchiha, but rather Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mitokaze. They had clung to their positions in Konoha for far too long, their vision obscured by power. If only they could be ousted and replaced with a rational leader, the Uchiha could reintegrate into Konoha, just as they had during the 4th Hokage's tenure. Upon hearing Lingyue mention the 4th Hokage, both men conjured an image of the sunlit, golden-haired youth. Alas, the 4th passed too soon, Uchiha Fujike's lamented. Indeed. Yet the 4th Hokage demonstrated that the Uchiha could coexist peacefully with Konoha. The Uchiha's current plight, perceived as adversarial by Konoha's citizens, was the result of Sarutobi and Danzo's machinations. Once these individuals are dealt with, Konoha will find peace again. I desire neither civil strife nor the needless sacrifice of my kin to internal conspiracies. Please, leader, trust my plan. We can discreetly eliminate Danzo and remove the Hokage from power. Fujike's and Shana exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Fujike spoke, "Very well, if you possess such confidence. We shall proceed with your plan. But you must prioritize your safety and be wary of their recklessness." "It matters not," Lingyue replied confidently. "Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite protective of his reputation, and thus, we must learn to wield morality as leverage against him." Though they were unfamiliar with the concept of moral coercion, they understood that it meant using Hiruzen's reputation to compel him. We have already made it known throughout Konoha of Danzo's misdeeds, garnering support from other clans. Tomorrow, if we present ourselves as desperate, Hiruzen will be compelled to deal with Danzo. Lingyue assumed the role of strategist for the Uchiha. Alas, as a time traveler, I cannot squander my advantage. I must not lower my intellect to that of the native ninjas and engage in reckless conflict. Having died once, I must learn to value my life. As a time traveler, I must master the art of battling beyond my level. Chapter 45. The Shattered Pipe in the Hokage Building. Silence reigned, save for the solitary light illuminating Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. The night had deepened, and Sarutobi sat at his desk, cluttered with documents. A cigarette held between his fingers, its smoke curling upwards, obscuring his weathered features. Since the passing of his wife, home had ceased to be a haven for Sarutobi. That sense of longing gradually faded. Now, he devoted his energies to the affairs of the village, spending far more time in the Hokage building than at home. The exposure of Danzo's unsavory secrets had ignited a storm within the village, further compounded by the Uchiha clan's restless movements, which plagued him with relentless headaches. He was uncertain of the Uchiha's next course of action, yet he knew Danzo would never concede willingly. He understood Danzo's character all too well, proud and arrogant. He would never admit fault. Should Danzo refuse to acknowledge his errors, the situation would spiral out of control. If Danzo persisted in his denial, what repercussions would ensue? Sarutobi dared not contemplate further. He feared that the tranquility of Konoha would shatter, and that internal discord would invite other ninja villages to seize the opportunity to wage war against Konoha. No, they would undoubtedly capitalize on such an opening. Should the village descend into chaos, other nations would not remain idle. The cunning leaders of the Wind Country, the Lightning Country, and the Earth Country would surely exploit this rare chance to launch an assault on Konoha. How could Konoha's ninjas withstand external threats while embroiled in internal strife? Gazing out into the inky darkness, Sarutobi's eyes were heavy with fatigue. At that moment, a shadow emerged silently. A young Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, obscured in shadows, revealing only his calm and profound eyes. "Itachi, do you have news to report?" Sarutobi's voice bore the weight of weariness, entwined with complex emotions. Anticipation mingled with trepidation. He hoped for good news, but feared the arrival of bad tidings. He gradually raised his gaze to the Umbu ninja, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi lifted his head slightly. Urgency etched on his face as he spoke in a low yet clear tone. "Tonight, the Uchiha clan convened and resolved to summon all Uchiha to the Hokage building tomorrow morning to demand justice. The possibility of war cannot be ruled out." That single sentence detonated like a bomb within Sarutobi's heart, sending shockwaves through him. His body jolted, the pipe he had held for years slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor, shattering into two pieces. Staring at the fragments of his longtime companion, Sarutobi found himself at a loss for words. What one fears has indeed come to pass. The most critical moment for Konoha had arrived. He had thought that Uchiha Fujikes would not dare to confront Konoha so openly. The Hyuga clan, sharing the same lineage, had endured thus far. If Danzo were not dealt with, the Uchiha would certainly not relent. He could not allow war to erupt between the Uchiha and Konoha. Shaking his head, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure as he focused on the most pressing matter. Ever since his teacher became the second Hokage, Konoha's policy had been one of restriction and suppression toward the Uchiha, and he had adhered to his mentor's governance philosophy throughout his own tenure. However, there exists a circumstance wherein, even if the esteemed teacher, Senju Tobarama, were to be resurrected, he would not only refrain from placing restrictions, but would even extend his assistance. This situation arises when the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan is under threat, when the Sharingan is left unguarded. The Uchiha clan is empowered to relentlessly pursue the ninjas and factions that have seized their eyes throughout the entire ninja world, until the eyes of their fallen kin are returned. This is the Uchiha clan's forbidden taboo, an absolute taboo. Danzo, oh Danzo, it appears that this time you may not escape unscathed. Gazing at the broken pipe lying on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, which had been in suspense, finally succumbed to despair. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment before picking it up, placing it on the table, then retrieving a new pipe and tobacco box from the drawer, meticulously arranging the leaves. After years in politics, the third Hokage understood that in such times, it is imperative to remain composed and unflustered. Below him, Uchiha Itachi knelt quietly on the ground, his eyes peering through the half-covered mask of the Umbu, intently observing Hiruzen. Witnessing the Hokage momentarily frozen in place due to the news he had brought, a flicker of concern arose in Itachi's heart. In this silence, Itachi could not help but ponder whether the Uchiha's actions had been too abrupt, too radical, to the point of frightening the Hokage into a state of disarray. "Hokage-sama, are you all right?" This softly spoken inquiry shattered the stifling silence within the office. Itachi lifted his gaze to Hiruzen, his eyes brimming with complexity. "I am fine. Quickly, gather the personnel and inform the Hyuga clan," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. He had initially contemplated notifying the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Nara clans to unite and pressurize the Uchiha to avert a civil war within Konoha. However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that the blame for this situation lay squarely with Danzo. Moreover, after the death of Hyuga Hisashi, the Hyuga clan had already expressed dissatisfaction with the Hokage, and other ninja clans had also been thoroughly alienated by Danzo. If he summoned the other clans, who knows which side they would take? "I understand. You may leave now." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved Itachi away. The Hokage's office was dimly lit, almost suffocatingly silent, where one could hear the ticking of the second hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone behind the expansive desk, his gaze vacantly surveying the surroundings. The portraits of past Hokages on the walls seemed to silently observe him. In the emptiness of the Hokage's office, a profound weariness washed over Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Alas, it seems I must have a word with Danzo. Sacrifices must be made." As night deepened, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose, preparing to leave the office. He dragged his slightly heavy footsteps and pushed open the door, intending to seek out Danzo. A gust of cold wind swept in, slicing across his cheeks like a blade. The aging Sarutobi Hiruzen shivered involuntarily as the chill penetrated his very core. Instinctively, he wrapped his thin attire tighter around himself, yet the cold still seeped through. Standing at the doorway, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, contemplating, then turned back into the office. His eyes fell upon the Hokage cloak draped over the chair. He walked over slowly, gently picked it up, and adorned himself with it. The cloak was somewhat worn, yet its texture remained familiar and warm. He softly caressed the cloak on his shoulders, its intricate patterns seemingly imbued with the warmth of bygone days. In the past, donning this cloak always filled him with a sense of responsibility and strength. Now, on this chilly night, it once again provided him with a modicum of solace, rendering the cold a tad more bearable. After adjusting the cloak, Sarutobi Hiruzen strode forth with determination towards Danzo's location, his figure gradually fading into the night. Chapter 46. A father-son dialogue. What Hiruzen and Danzo discussed was unknown to Lingyue, nor did she care. However, one could easily surmise it was merely the same old grievances of the Hokage and the Uchiha. After all, this time, Lingyue had positioned the Uchiha on the side of righteousness. Hiruzen, do you not cherish your reputation? Konoha must choose between you and Danzo. The decision was now in your hands. Lingyue, reclining on her bed, gazed at the system panel in her mind. The day had passed, and her points had soared to 100,000. The news regarding Danzo was still simmering, spreading more widely as time progressed. The Uchiha dispatched by the elder had yet to return. Presently, the hearts of Konoha's citizens were unstable, each family preoccupied with their own affairs. Aside from Danzo, no one concerned themselves with the messenger. Observing the points on the system panel, Lingyue contemplated whether to further invest in foundational skills or save up to acquire magnet release. Time is fleeting, and spatial supremacy is a steadfast principle. Moreover, the four fundamental powers are undoubtedly invaluable. Now that magnet release was available, who knew how long it would take for it to refresh again? Lingyue made her decision. Magnet release. I am determined to purchase it. With magnet release, I could soar through the skies, mastering air superiority, which is a crucial element in warfare. With magnet release, I could wield a sword in one hand and summon a multitude of blades in the other. Strength may be transient, but elegance is everlasting. At a lower tier, one could become immune to shuriken injuries. At a higher level, one could delve into the realm of electromagnetic cannons, mastering the nuclear detonation switch. As a traveler from Huaxia, Lingyue could vow not to be the first to fire a shot. Yet, she understood the necessity of possessing the strength to flip the table at any moment. Regardless of the circumstances, fortifying oneself means gaining a plethora of offensive strategies. Unlike Rasha, who uses gold sand to suppress others, that would be foolishness. Ninja clans are high in attack and low in defense. Transform the gold sand into golden leaves, and once the battle commences, let it whirl to showcase what a golden tornado truly is. What concern is there for Konoha? While Lingyue indulged in her daydreams, Itachi had returned home. Uchiha Itachi silently traversed the narrow alleys, and upon entering his home, he found Uchiha Fugaku awaiting him on the sofa, patiently anticipating his return. Itachi, where have you been? I went to the Umbu. Itachi's voice trembled slightly, his head bowed, unable to meet his father's gaze. I know you visited the Hokage building, but I harbor no resentment towards you. Fugaku suddenly interrupted Itachi's words, his tone softened, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Itachi raised his head slightly, his expression filled with surprise and confusion. He had expected a reprimand from his father, yet received this unexpected response instead. Itachi, you are aware of the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. What do you think we should do to alter the discord with the people of Konoha? Fugaku posed the question to Itachi. I do not know, came Itachi's voice, laden with difficulty and struggle. He had longed to improve the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers, but had never conceived a viable solution. All he knew was that the Hokage was correct. A conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha must be averted. Should such a conflict arise, it would spell an irrevocable disaster. The casualties in Konoha would be severe, and the Uchiha clan would inevitably face annihilation in this civil strife. Even more terrifying, other ninja villages would certainly seize the opportunity to wage war against Konoha. And at that point, Konoha might very well face obliteration, transforming this land, which harbored countless dreams and hopes, into ashes amidst the flames of war. Itachi did not wish for Konoha to be destroyed, yet the burden of his clan weighed heavily on him. Ultimately, Itachi was at a loss for how to eliminate the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. All he knew was the will of fire, to burn oneself, to illuminate the village. The air within the room seemed to solidify, and Uchiha Fugaku suddenly asked, Itachi, have you awakened the Sharingan? Father, how did you know? Itachi's head shot up, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, as the well-concealed secret was unexpectedly revealed by his father. Fugaku disregarded Itachi's astonishment and inquired further. Do you possess Shursue's Manjikyu Sharingan as well? I do. Itachi slowly lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze. The kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, a secret both profound and burdensome, has now been effortlessly unveiled by father, leaving him with an unprecedented weight of pressure. Faye sighed deeply, his voice laden with exhaustion and resignation. Rising from his seat, he slowly approached the window, gazing through the weathered panes towards the Uchiha clan settlement, and softly uttered, Itachi, I am aware of many of your actions. Turning to face Itachi, his gaze softened slightly as he continued, in the past, I held great hopes that through you, the relationship between the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha could be mended. Your exceptional talent, whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu, has always surpassed that of your peers. I watched you grow, entering the Umbu, and in that moment, I was filled with joy, believing that your inclusion in Konoha's core circle would dissolve the barriers between us. He paused, disappointment evident in his eyes. However, that has not come to pass. The higher-ups of Konoha remain suspicious of the Uchiha, ever vigilant. They have not afforded us any opportunity to improve our relationship. Take the day off tomorrow. Do not report to the Umbu. Spend time at home with Sasuke and your mother, Faye gently suggested, his voice imbued with fatigue yet tinged with affection. He felt guilty for placing the hopes of the clan upon a single child. In this tumultuous autumn, he wished for his son to be momentarily distanced from the intricate conflicts and to relish a brief moment of familial tranquility. Father, the Uchiha cannot engage in war with Konoha. Otherwise, other ninja villages will seize the opportunity to invade the land of fire. Itachi exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency and concern. Faye furrowed his brow slightly, observing his 13-year-old son, who bore an overwhelming burden, and a surge of complex emotions welled within him. Ignoring Itachi's agitation, he spoke slowly. You are merely 13. Let the adults handle this matter. Rest assured, we shall not engage in war with Konoha, nor will the Hokage wage war against the Uchiha. His tone was resolute, as if he were reassuring both himself and Itachi. The Sharingan is the very foundation upon which the Uchiha clan stands. It is a limit that must not be breached. Other ninja clans in Konoha are closely observing this situation. If the Uchiha do not step forward, our honor and reputation will plummet. Henceforth, the Uchiha will no longer be regarded as the foremost clan in the ninja world. If Konoha fails to provide justice for the Uchiha, the other clans will grow discontented with the higher-ups of Konoha. The hearts of the people in Konoha will become scattered. Konoha's growth hinges upon the unity of its various ninja clans. Should the Uchiha mishandle this situation, what will the other clans think? They will feel their interests are not safeguarded, and at that point, the unity of Konoha will shatter. In a village where hearts are divided, how can it stand firm in the perilous ninja world? He halted, gazing at Itachi with an expression of hope, wishing his son could comprehend his heartfelt concerns. Itachi listened silently, understanding the validity of every word his father spoke. The glory and dignity of the Uchiha clan cannot be infringed upon. Yet he was acutely aware of the brutality and consequences of war. He must not allow a conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha to arise. As the narrative unfolds, the story continues with the Uchiha clan's momentous day, with Lingyue, an orchestrator behind the scenes, rising early to join in the commotion. Based on Lingyue's understanding of Danzo, despite his self-serving ambition to become Hokage, he genuinely cared for Konoha. If conflict were to erupt, Konoha would suffer visible damage. Yet the underlying fractures among its ninja clans would be far more perilous. Thus, it is highly unlikely that the Hokage faction would dare to engage in war with the Uchiha today. Upon Lingyue's arrival at the clan's plaza, Uchiha ninjas had already begun to gather, clad in dark attire and adorned with the Uchiha crest on their foreheads. They engaged in hushed conversations or solemnly inspected their weapons. Lingyue swiftly used Shunshin to reach the elder. The elder merely cast a brief glance at him, nodding in acknowledgement. Lingyue promptly composed himself, integrating into the surrounding atmosphere of gravity. As time passed, the crowd in the square gradually quieted, the only sounds being the faint clinking of weapons. After waiting for more than 10 minutes without the arrival of additional ninjas, Uchiha Faye, flanked by several high-ranking members of the security department, strode confidently to the forefront. Faye, tall and imposing, exuded an innate authority, and his solemn expression bore the weight of the entire clan. Before the gathered Uchiha, an air of silence enveloped the plaza, all present holding their breath, awaiting the leader's command. No unnecessary words. Let us depart, Fayake declared, promptly turning toward the Hokage building. Behind him, the Uchiha ninjas swiftly organized themselves, following the leader's brisk pace. The formation was orderly, their footsteps resonating with a steady power reminiscent of a well-drilled steel battalion. As they traversed the streets of the Uchiha settlement, the residents cast concerned and anticipatory glances. Some elders displayed worry in their eyes, fearing for their children and grandchildren's safety. Others, the youth, looked on with admiration, dreaming of one day bearing the clan's honor like these ninjas. Along the way, silence reigned, only the rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoing through the streets. The ninjas wore expressions of determination, perhaps to secure greater rights and respect, or merely to fulfill their duties. Regardless of the reasons, at this moment, they tightly intertwined their fates with that of their clan. As the Uchiha contingent left their settlement, the observing ninjas were left astounded. The Umbu ninjas, who had been covertly monitoring the Uchiha clan, were taken aback by the sight, their eyes widening in disbelief as they instinctively tightened their grips on their kunai. Could it be that the Uchiha were staging a rebellion? One Umbu ninja whispered, his voice laced with shock and unease, breaking the surrounding silence. His companion, equally grave, fixated on the Uchiha procession, unhesitatingly ordered in a low voice, "Quickly report to the Hokage." In an instant, several shadows darted away, disappearing like phantoms, employing Shunshin to hasten towards the Hokage. Meanwhile, more Umbu ninjas concealed themselves atop rooftops, in tree branches, and in the shadows, akin to lurking leopards, meticulously observing the Uchiha procession, their nerves taut, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As the Uchiha appeared on the bustling streets, an invisible force rendered the entire area silent. The once lively marketplace, filled with vendors' shouts, children's laughter, and the chatter of the crowd, was abruptly muted. Villagers gazed in terror at the mass of Uchiha ninjas advancing wordlessly, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion. In an instant, chaos ensued, people hurriedly closing their stalls and locking their doors. Some shopkeepers abandoned their posts, tossing goods aside and frantically dashing home, leaving empty stalls swaying in the breeze. A young mother, playing with her child by the street, turned pale upon seeing the Uchiha procession. She clutched her child tightly in her arms, turning to flee towards home, while the child, frightened, wailed loudly, the sound piercing the stillness of the street. On the streets, the ninjas were becoming increasingly tense, gripping their weapons tightly, pressing against the walls while vigilantly observing everything around them, too fearful to make even the slightest sound, lest they attract the attention of the approaching group. The scene was reminiscent of the chaos during the Axe Gang's outings. The turmoil of the Night of the Nine Tails seemed to resurface vividly. Was war about to erupt in the Hidden Leaf village once more? Inside the houses lining the streets, villagers cautiously peered through cracks in doors and windows, anxiously watching the formidable procession. Previously, the villagers of Konoha would have dared to speak out against the Uchiha guard, but now they cowered in corners, too afraid to breathe, their former arrogance completely vanished. As the silhouette of the Hokage building gradually came into view, Fugaku looked up at the edifice symbolizing the pinnacle of power in Konoha. A complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes, anticipation, worry, and a hint of resolve. From this moment forth, the Uchiha would be reborn. The Uchiha ninjas following him also tightened their grips on their weapons. Within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the stillness before a storm. Yamato, the third Hokage, sat behind a vast desk, his expression grim, revealing a tumult of emotions, anger, helplessness, and, above all, profound concern. Before him, an Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, shrouded in a black cloak, with only a pair of sharp eyes visible, quietly awaiting the Hokage's orders. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the reality of the situation brought an overwhelming sense of frustration. He, Yamato, the esteemed third Hokage of Konoha, had safeguarded the village for many years, only to be driven to such a desperate state by a single clan. The power of the Uchiha was simply too formidable. Leniency could no longer be afforded. Danzo was right. Strict measures must be enforced. A glint of determination flashed in Yamato's eyes. Let us go and see what the Uchiha intends to do. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions and addressed the Umbu ninja before him. His voice, though restored to its usual calmness, bore a subtle trace of fatigue. Yamato adjusted his Hokage cloak and strode out of the office with resolute steps. The sunlight fell upon him, yet it brought no warmth. On the streets, villagers remained hidden within their homes, doors and windows tightly shut, and the entire village was suffused with a tense atmosphere. Yamato gazed at the massive Uchiha contingent approaching in the distance, his heart a tumult of emotions. Teacher, is this the reason for your stance against the Uchiha? I think I understand now. Chapter 48. The standoff of the clans. The air on the streets of Konoha was charged with tension, as if ready to ignite. Yamato led his escort forward with steady determination, while the Uchiha clan approached head-on, the two forces gradually converging in the wide thoroughfare. With piercing eyes, Yamato fixed his gaze on the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, and spoke first. Despite having already surmised the purpose behind the Uchiha's actions, he maintained a stern demeanor as he inquired, Fugaku, what do you Uchiha intend to do? His words carried the weight of authority, attempting to assert dominance and quell the fierce momentum of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, standing tall and unyielding, met Yamato's gaze without flinching, his voice resonant and steadfast. Third Hokage. Hand over Danzo. He has secretly implanted our Uchiha Sharingan, and we demand an explanation. The declaration sent ripples of shock through the crowd, as villagers hid behind tightly shut doors and windows, whispering in hushed tones about the astonishing accusation, their eyes filled with fear and curiosity. Yamato fell silent for a moment. Fugaku, these sources are unverified. How can you take them at face value? He responded calmly, attempting to downplay the situation from an evidential standpoint. However, Fugaku was not inclined to back down. Having reached this point, retreat was no longer an option. Taking a step forward, the Uchiha ninjas behind him shifted slightly, an invisible pressure bearing down upon the scene. Whether it's true or not, let Danzo come out and prove it. Meanwhile, on the rooftops flanking the street, Umbu ninjas concealed themselves in the shadows, their gazes darting between the two factions, weapons poised for action at the slightest sign of chaos. The Hokage's escorts surrounded Yamato protectively, their eyes vigilant as they focused on the Uchiha clan, the atmosphere electric with tension. As a pivotal figure in Konoha and a longtime comrade, Yamato could not easily relinquish Danzo. Fugaku, this matter is of great significance. We cannot jump to conclusions based solely on rumors. Yamato spoke slowly. Let us sit down and discuss this to find a resolution. Fugaku scoffed. Discuss? Danzo's unilateral acquisition of our Sharingan cannot be tolerated. His agitation was palpable, and the Uchiha ninjas behind him displayed their anger, their Sharingan flickering ominously, ready to unleash chaos. Yamato sighed inwardly, aware that the Uchiha's long-standing grievances would not be easily assuaged. Fugaku, I assure you that I will thoroughly investigate this matter. But before we proceed, I hope you will refrain from impulsive actions that could escalate the conflict. Hand over Danzo. We do not wish to go to war with Konoha, yet the Uchiha's bottom line is non-negotiable. At this moment, Fugaku stood as a towering mountain, resolute and unwavering, each word imbued with the Uchiha's fury and indignation. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Fugaku found himself cornered with no avenue of retreat. Lingyue was right. Today showcased the Uchiha's formidable strength. Any sign of weakness now would ensure that Konoha would forever seek to undermine the Uchiha's development. Fugaku's gaze remained locked onto Yamato, infused with scrutiny and expectation. He understood that the outcome of this standoff hinged entirely on the Hokage's decision. Whether conflict would arise depended on where Yamato's loyalties lay, with Konoha or with Danzo. On the streets, both sides were at an impasse. Yamato and Fugaku locked eyes, the air thick with tension as everyone awaited the next development. Not far away, inside an inn, the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans stood by the window, gravely observing the charged atmosphere unfolding outside. Beside them stood Hinata's clan leader, Hinata Hizashi, and the leaders of the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans. All prominent ninja clans were present, along with other smaller clans, all keenly monitoring the developments. The leader of the Yamanaka clan, cloaked in black, revealing only a pair of profound eyes, turned slightly to Hizashi and asked in a low, probing tone, Hinata clan leader, which side should we take? Upon hearing this, Hizashi's expression hardened, memories of his brother, Hizashi, flooding his mind. The scene of Hizashi's death felt like a wound that could never heal, reopening painfully. I stand with the Uchiha. The bloodline limit of the ninja clans must not be violated. Hisashi declared. He understood that if the Hokage chose to protect Danzo, it would be tantamount to condoning the vile act of coveting bloodlines. Should this dangerous precedent be set, Danzo's next move could very well target the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha and Hyuga, as the two prominent ocular clans of Konoha, were natural allies in this matter. Shikaku, which side should we take? Asked Yamashiro. Since we are aligned with the Hokage, we shall remain neutral. Shikaku replied succinctly. On the streets, Yamato's brow furrowed deeply, the lines on his forehead etched with the weight of time and the worries of the moment. He was acutely aware that Fugaku's anger was not unfounded. Danzo's recent actions had indeed transgressed the boundaries of the ninja clans. However, he too bore his own burdens. For years, Danzo had clandestinely contributed to Konoha, occupying a position of undeniable significance within the village's intelligence and defense framework. In the other corners of the streets, various ninja clans and numerous smaller clans were closely monitoring the unfolding situation. They understood that the outcome of today's events would profoundly influence the future of the entire Konoha, weighing the pros and cons in their minds as they deliberated their respective family choices. Hyuga clan leader, your Hyuga clan is currently the strongest here. What should we do next? What should we do? How would I know? I don't even know if a fight will break out. Hyuga Hayashi cursed inwardly. He knew that the Hyuga had to support the Uchiha, but did not wish to confront Konoha directly. Observing the stalemate between both sides, Hayashi sighed. He turned to the head of the Aburame clan and whispered, "Let us act quickly and support the Uchiha. The sooner we do, the easier it will be for the third Hokage to back down. However, I fear this will be etched into the third Hokage's memory." His words carried a tone of helplessness, yet were underpinned by unwavering resolve. After taking a deep breath, Hayashi took the initiative, stepping forward into the fray. His posture upright and each step steady and powerful, embodying the dignity of the Hyuga clan. Upon reaching Fugaku's side, he halted, crossing his arms to manifest his stance. The other clan leaders, witnessing Hayashi's actions, experienced a brief stir. They exchanged glances, hesitation and contemplation flashing in their eyes, before beginning to converse softly. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Inuzuka clan leader was the first to follow suit, with his clansmen trailing behind. Observing Hayashi's movement, the other clan leaders also began to gravitate towards the Uchiha. Chapter 49. Danzo's great contribution to Konoha, seeing the various clans rallying behind him. Fugaku felt the tension in his shoulders ease slightly, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. The fate of an entire clan rested upon his shoulders, and the pressure was immense. Fortunately, Lingyue's strategy had succeeded, and the other clans had stepped forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tumult of emotions as he observed the actions of the clans. A mixture of anger and helplessness swirling within him. The predicament Danzo had created was overwhelmingly grave, too monumental for even him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to withstand. The brazen theft of the clan's bloodline limits had directly propelled the clans into the Uchiha's camp. Even if this matter were resolved, his prestige would undoubtedly plummet. Hand over Danzo. With the support of the clans, Fugaku's confidence surged, his voice resonating with authority that echoed through the streets, permeated with intimidation. Fugaku, this matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Please grant me some time. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a pained expression, attempted to buy time, his voice laden with fatigue and helplessness. Enough. I, Shimura Danzo, have committed such acts. The hidden Danzo could no longer contain himself. If he did not emerge soon, Hiruzen would surely face a mob. As his voice fell, Danzo appeared step by step before everyone, accompanied by several root ninjas. His expression was stern and unyielding, devoid of fear. As if he had no regrets for his actions, merely unwilling to witness Konoha crumble. Danzo's emergence elevated the previously tense atmosphere to its zenith. As all eyes converged upon him, the air thickening with hostility. Lingyue, curious, gazed at this first Hokage, noting that despite being in the ninja world for so long, it was her first time witnessing Danzo. Upon Danzo's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo, it seems you must bear the burden of your own troubles. Konoha must not descend into chaos. Standing before the crowd, Danzo's gaze was icy and resolute, his heart devoid of guilt. Outdated rules would only hinder Konoha's development. Adopting some extreme measures was, regrettably, unavoidable. The Sharingan's power was formidable. If harnessed for Konoha, it would undoubtedly bolster the village's strength and vanquish rival ninja villages. Everything I have done is for Konoha. So, this is your justification for secretly implanting the Sharingan? If war is to be waged, allow us Uchiha to take the front lines. There is no need for a disabled man to step onto the battlefield. Regardless, your encroachment upon the Sharingan and transgression against the Uchiha's limits necessitates an explanation. With newfound determination, Fugaku's tone grew firmer. Facing Fugaku's direct gaze and inquiries, Danzo chose to disregard him, appearing as if he were simply an inconsequential presence in the room. His previous words were merely a pretext. Danzo, too, was a man concerned with his reputation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, his expression earnest yet weary. He raised a hand in a calming gesture, attempting to defuse the tense atmosphere. Fugaku, while Danzo's clandestine actions regarding the Sharingan were indeed wrong, we must consider his years of dedication to Konoha's development. Therefore, might we find a middle ground? Danzo could surrender the Sharingan to provide the Uchiha with an explanation. And in light of Konoha's greater good, perhaps we could grant Danzo leniency. Let the Umbu deal with him. What do you think? Achievements? I am quite curious to know what accomplishments Danzo has. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words caught in his throat as he realized he could not recall anything commendable Danzo had done over the decades. Perhaps you cannot articulate it. Allow me to assist. The Root assassinated a Hokage, testing the protective capacity of the Hokage Guard. Surely, that counts as a significant achievement. Danzo leaked confidential information regarding ninja missions, spreading rumors that led to the death of White Fang. A significant accomplishment indeed. On the night of the Nine Tails, he led the Root to obstruct the Uchiha from rescuing Konoha, safeguarding the village's safety and resources. Another significant achievement. He coerced various clans to send members into the Root, thereby expanding it. Another remarkable feat. He abducted village children for human experimentation, attempting to recreate the glory of wood release. A noteworthy achievement. Secretly implanting the Sharingan in hopes of elevating the Uchiha clan? A significant accomplishment. Danzo's list of achievements was staggering. Surely, I have not erred in my assertions. Fugaku felt a surge of satisfaction. Thankfully, Lingyue had been well prepared, anticipating that Sarutobi Hiruzen would raise this point in defense of Danzo. He had long harbored disdain for Shimura Danzo, and to openly denounce him now was sheer delight. You, if you lack evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations. Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the defensive. Such blatant words nearly caused him to spew blood in exasperation. Danzo, have you truly accomplished anything of merit? Fugaku ceased his dialogue. His gaze fiercely fixed upon Danzo, evidently resolved to achieve his goal. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo, recognizing that it was now impossible to continue protecting him. Recalling Danzo's words from the previous night, to hand him over, for he had his own means of resolution, he decided to trust him once more. After all, he had done all he could. Surely, Danzo would not resent him for selling him out. Fugaku relished the opportunity to criticize Danzo, but the clan leaders behind him were utterly stunned. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly virtuous Danzo had secretly engaged in so many heinous acts? He had even attempted to assassinate a Hokage. Yet, was he not aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Ignoring the astonished crowd, Fugaku pressed forward with renewed vigor. The direction of their efforts was clear, the Uchiha's strength was burgeoning, and the support of the various clans was firmly secured. Uchiha stood firmly on the side of righteousness. If he failed to seize this opportunity, then Uchiha Fugaku would truly be unworthy of his position as clan leader. He positioned himself resolutely before Danzo, his gaze piercing, locking onto Danzo's eyes with an intensity that seemed capable of penetrating his very soul. In a voice laced with authority, he demanded, Danzo, at this juncture, do you have anything left to say? Under Fugaku's fierce scrutiny, Danzo revealed no sign of retreat. His expression was dark, reminiscent of the sky before a tempest, shrouded in inscrutable intentions. Suddenly, he raised his hand and tore away the bandages that had concealed his secrets. In that instant, a bizarre and striking Sharingan appeared before the assembly, its crimson hue flickering with an enigmatic light in the dimly lit council chamber. Indeed, I have transplanted the Sharingan, Danzo declared, his voice low and hoarse, infused with a sense of desperation. His gaze swept over every individual present, seemingly assessing their reactions. However, everything I have done has been for the village. Since you Uchiha oppose this, I shall take full responsibility for my actions. Danzo, the pragmatist, had firmly positioned himself in this confrontation. Chapter 50. Danzo's demise. Danzo straightened his posture, a hint of pride etched upon his face. as if, in that moment, he had transformed into a valiant martyr. Remember, I am not afraid of the Uchiha. I merely wish to prevent civil strife in Konoha and ensure that other ninja villages do not capitalize on our discord. I am willing to die to prove that all I have done has been for the village. The room erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated Danzo's audacity to step forth and claim sole responsibility for the situation. Has Danzo lost his mind? Murmured a voice from the crowd, imbued with confusion and disbelief. In everyone's recollection, Danzo was a man consumed by an insatiable thirst for power, willing to go to any lengths, even at the expense of others' lives, to achieve his goals. But this did not include sacrificing his own life. His dramatic declaration and actions starkly contradicted his established character. Could it be that Danzo was genuinely devoted to the advancement of Konoha? Yet, regardless, he could not clandestinely transplant the Uchiha Sharingan. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood silently to the side, his face a mask of helplessness and sorrow. Having known Danzo for many years and shared innumerable trials together for the betterment of Konoha, he understood Danzo's character and ambitions, as well as the numerous unsavory deeds he had committed in secrecy. Yet now, the situation had spiraled far beyond his control. Lingyue stood quietly behind the elder, observing the unfolding events. The gathering of various ninja clans was to be expected. Even the absence of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had been foreseen. However, Danzo's righteous demeanor at this moment genuinely surprised Lingyue. Patience was key, he thought. Let us see how this unfolds. No matter what Danzo claimed today, he would not escape death. Danzo's expression darkened as he slowly turned his body, his gaze cutting through the assembled clans with the sharpness of a blade. In his eyes burned a mix of resentment and unwillingness. With each direction he surveyed, his hatred intensified. Humph, since you have all chosen your sides, do not blame me for being ruthless, he muttered inwardly, his fists clenching tightly, knuckles whitening under the pressure. I will remember this day, and I shall seek retribution upon each of you. He cast a subtle glance at his subordinates from Root, who understood his silent cue and nodded slightly. Without further delay, they approached Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, Fugaku's expression was rife with vigilance and anger, fixating on the unfolding scene. The Sharingan shall be returned to you. Danzo's voice was low and gravelly, as if forced from the depths of his throat. As he spoke, he unhesitatingly reached for his right eye with his claw-like fingers. In an instant, blood spattered forth, accompanied by a muffled groan of agony as he brutally extracted his own eye. The Sharingan trembled in his grasp, blood streaming down his arm, pooling on the cold floor. The assembly was rendered speechless by Danzo's drastic action. Truly, he was formidable, ruthless towards his enemies, and just as merciless towards himself. Yet Danzo's madness did not cease there. And now, an explanation for you, he roared, not allowing the stunned crowd a moment to recover. As he swiftly drew a glinting ninja blade, with every ounce of strength, he plunged the sharp blade into his own heart. A look of excruciating pain crossed his face. His features contorted, yet mingled with a sinister satisfaction. More chillingly, he twisted the blade, blood gushing forth, staining his garments and the ground beneath him. Danzo's body began to collapse, and in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, seemingly filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness. Fixating on Uchiha Fugaku as if to etch the image of his adversary into the depths of his soul. The onlookers were frozen in shock, but only Sarutobi Hiruzen, after a brief moment of stunned silence, sprang into action. Danzo, he cried, his voice hoarse with shock and grief, akin to the wail of a wounded beast. Hiruzen rushed forward, catching Danzo just before he hit the ground, cradling him gently in his arms, as though safeguarding a rare treasure. Gazing down at the fading breath of Danzo, Hiruzen's eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting a profound sorrow. Is this your solution? To quell the Uchiha's fury with your death? To protect Konoha from internal strife through your sacrifice? Danzo, I misjudged you. I now believe that everything you did was for the sake of Konoha. Danzo. Hiruzen's voice quivered with regret. He now understood that every action Danzo had taken, even those extreme measures, stemmed from a desire to protect the village. With trembling hands, he gently laid Danzo's lifeless form upon the cold ground, as if relinquishing the camaraderie and memories forged through years of battle together. He could have simply returned the Sharingan and offered a pretext to detain Danzo, a mere gesture to grant Uchiha Fugaku a face-saving exit. Why did he choose to die for his convictions? Uchiha Fugaku, are you satisfied now? Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, laden with uncontainable sorrow and fury. The Sharingan has been returned to you, and Danzo has provided the explanation you sought. Each word emerged as if forced through clenched teeth. His gaze fixed fiercely upon Uchiha Fugaku, as flames of anger surged within him. He drew a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions roiling within. Do you have anything further to say? If not, then please lead the Uchiha away. The priority now is to quell the turmoil within Konoha. Danzo must not have died in vain. The clans present realized the gravity of the situation. Danzo's corpse lay before them, and it was evident that he had indeed perished. This time, the united ninja clans had emerged victorious. Yet, facing the wrath of the third Hokage, an undercurrent of unease rippled through them. They had irrevocably offended the Hokage's faction, and the days ahead seemed bleak. The root ninja, witnessing the current scene, stepped forward at an opportune moment. Two of them swiftly lifted Danzo's body, preparing to discreetly carry him away. Lingyue observed the movements of the root ninjas and suddenly grasped the underlying truth. How could the selfish Danzo, so self-serving, dare to step forward and take the blame? It became clear to her that this was the intent all along. With newfound conviction, Lingyue discreetly tapped the elder on the back and subtly signaled to the two root ninjas intent on removing Danzo's body, softly uttering 3 words, Izanagi. The elder paused momentarily, then swiftly comprehended Lingyue's meaning. Although surprised that Danzo possessed Uchiha's secret technique, this was not the time for inquiries. He immediately blocked the 2 fleeing root ninjas, asserting that the situation was far from over. Why the haste to take Danzo away? Uchiha Shana's gaze, sharp as a flame, locked onto the 2 ninjas, his voice resonating with unwavering authority amidst the slightly chaotic atmosphere. What do you mean, Uchiha Shana? Danzo is dead, and yet you still pursue him? The chakra surrounding Hiruzen's surged uncontrollably, akin to a furious beast. There was no pretense, only raw emotion. In his heart, Hiruzen's believed that even if Danzo had erred, his death had concluded the matter, and he should not be further disturbed. Besides, he had yet to fully recover from the shock of Danzo's demise, instinctively wishing to protect his longtime comrade, even if only a lifeless form. I have not suggested that we disregard Danzo's body. My point is that while he may be dead, the matter of his clandestine Sharingan transplant remains unresolved. What if someone dares to attempt a similar transplant in the future? Danzo has confessed to his crimes and does not mind lingering here a little longer. Before Danzo's corpse, we must clarify everything at once. Uchiha Shana was merely seeking to prolong the situation. Izanagi has its time limitations, and Danzo would not escape. I assure you, the bloodline limits of the shinobi clan are inviolable, and violators will face Konoha's pursuit. Hiruzen's managed to suppress his temper. As the root ninjas attempted to carry Danzo's body away, Uchiha Shana gestured, and several Uchiha clan members surrounded the central root ninja. The 2 root ninjas, thwarted by the Uchiha, were drenched in sweat, yet felt powerless. With so many present, they could not simply force their way out. Danzo's body cannot leave. I suspect he is not truly dead. The elder Shana met Hiruzen's furious glare with unwavering determination. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. Uchiha Shana, do not overstep your bounds. Hiruzen's chest heaved, the pent-up rage threatening to breach the barriers of reason. Danzo is undeniably dead, as all can see. What is your meaning? Is one death not enough for you? I refuse to believe Danzo is truly gone unless I can examine the body. Uchiha Shana stood resolute, showing no signs of retreat. He trusted Lingyue's words. It was only a matter of time before Hiruzen's would be brought down. In his eyes, Hiruzen's had become an outdated Hokage. The Uchiha had never feared offending the Hokage. Although Izanagi was miraculous, it could only maintain a false death for a limited time. As long as he could delay, the truth would eventually surface. Hokage, this is of great importance. Danzo has conducted numerous secretive deeds over the years. Who can say he does not have further schemes? Allow me to examine the body, both for the sake of the Uchiha clan and Konoha's stability. The elder's resolute tone was unmistakable. He was intent on dragging out the situation. Could it be that Danzo was indeed not dead? Observing Uchiha Shana's confident demeanor, Hiruzen's felt half convinced. Was this truly Danzo's ultimate tactic? Damn that Danzo, to deceive my tears. He thought. No, Danzo's death is evident. No one could survive such injuries. Everyone can see his current state. Uchiha, cease your unreasonable antics. If he is merely feigning death, we cannot allow you to continue your examination. With that, He signaled the Umbu to intervene, attempting to forcibly remove Danzo's body. Several Umbu ninjas, receiving the command, moved forward to claim Danzo's body by force. Stop them, Uchiha Shana commanded, a throng of Uchiha ninjas stepping forward to confront the Umbu. The Uchiha now boasted 3 pairs of Manjiki. Shana felt emboldened. Third Hokage. Danzo's actions have breached the fundamental limits of our clan. He has confessed to his crimes and taken his own life. Is it too much to ask for an examination of the body? Rest assured, we will merely observe and not touch Danzo's remains. Uchiha Shana persisted. Hiruzen's wish to avoid further confrontation with the Uchiha, he had only just quelled their animosity through Danzo's demise. If conflict were to erupt now, Danzo's death would have been in vain. However, the behavior of the 2 root ninjas suggested that there might indeed be something more concealed. Should he buy Danzo a bit more time? Hiruzen's hesitated. One side sought to depart while the other resisted. The Uchiha and the Hokage's Umbu faced off in the street. The atmosphere thick with tension, as if frozen in time. Yet, those unaware of the intricacies merely perceived the Uchiha's relentless pursuit, as though seeking an excuse to escalate the conflict. Behind Uchiha Fugaku, the leaders of various clans wore increasingly grave expressions, their thoughts racing. Danzo was already dead. Yet the Uchiha persisted. Some silently cursed, their brows furrowing deeply. Their gazes flickered between Uchiha Shana and Hiruzen's, filled with concern. Were they hoping to seize this opportunity to confront the Hokage? As this thought emerged, a chill ran through them. This was not the outcome they desired. Today, they had stepped forward to protect the interests of the shinobi clan, recognizing that Danzo's ruthless actions had made him many enemies. A peaceful Konoha was the resolution they all sought. Not far off, the leaders of the Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans huddled together. What should we do? Will conflict truly erupt? Akimichi Choza, tense, abandoned his meal, fixating on the standoff. I am uncertain of the Uchiha's intentions. They have been the accommodating side for so long. Why the sudden ferocity today? Has Danzo's suicide not satisfied their ire? Nara Shikaku mused, his brow furrowed as his fingers drummed the table, his tone filled with doubt and confusion. At this moment, he could not ascertain the Uchiha's motives. Could a confrontation truly arise? If so, Konoha would plunge into chaos. And if the other villages seized the opportunity to invade, it would spell trouble. Yamanaka and Noichi lamented, sighing heavily. What troubled them most was where the Akimichi, Inazuka, and Yamanaka clans should stand. As shinobi, they ought to align with their clan. Yet, they also belonged to the Hokage's faction. If conflict erupted, would they truly strike against fellow shinobi? That was not the most difficult decision. The most challenging aspect was that regardless of their stance, if fighting broke out, other villages would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. The 4th Great Ninja War loomed on the horizon. Hyuga clan leader, what should we do? Inazuka clan leader leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice to inquire of Hyuga Hizashi. Now, the Hyuga clan was the strongest after the Uchiha, and their opinions held significant weight. Hyuga Hizashi replied, good question. Do not ask again. How am I supposed to know what to do? Hinata Hizashi privately lamented, feeling a considerable headache from this troublesome situation. They all ask me what to do. How can I know which side to take? The leader of the Oil Woman clan chimed in. If things don't go well today, we might be facing a great war. Hizashi, which side should we stand on? The other clan leaders perked up, equally attentive to the unfolding dialogue. This was like adding fuel to the fire, aggravating Hizashi further. Such a significant matter, and they come to me for my opinion? Is that appropriate? So, I am to bear the brunt of this. He suppressed his mounting irritation and retorted, follow my lead. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned to Hizashi, momentarily stunned by his dismissive gaze. Chapter 52. Danzo is alive. This can't be right. Does Danzo possess such strength? Several minutes have passed. Lingyue stood amidst the crowd, observing 2 ninjas carrying Danzo's body, their faces glistening with sweat, her curiosity piqued by the impending developments. Let us wait a few more minutes and see how long Danzo can withstand this. Today, the elder Uchiha Shana is truly in the limelight. He directly confronted the Uchiha and the Umbu, fulfilling his desire to restore the Uchiha clan's former glory. Today, the Uchiha can stand firm against the Umbu. Tomorrow, the Uchiha can claim the position of Hokage. From this moment on, the Uchiha will rise. Had it not been for Lingyue's plan, with the power of 3 Sharingan, I would have eliminated this bothersome old man today. Uchiha Shana also noticed the anxious demeanor of the 2 root ninjas, Their agitation clearly indicated they were hiding something. As long as they kept their eyes fixed on Danzo's body, there was no way he could pull off any tricks. Danzo, since you have already resurrected, there is no need for further pretense. At that moment, Shana detected something amiss with Danzo. After all, Uchiha Shana was a seasoned ninja who had survived countless battles. He could distinguish between a corpse and a living person. Upon Shana's revelation, everyone present was left in shock. Danzo has resurrected? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen in place. Has Danzo truly come back to life? What should we do now? Should the Umbu still stand down? All eyes turned to the body of Danzo, being hoisted by the two root ninjas. The ninjas, now drenched in sweat under everyone's gaze, noticed the wounds on Danzo's body had vanished. Danzo, everyone is watching. There's no need to continue the ruse. The elder was now quite pleased. Lingyue had accurately predicted that Danzo would utilize the Uchiha's secret technique, Izanagi. With so many witnesses, even if he had 10 lives, he would surely perish. Lingyue could hardly contain her laughter at the scene. Truly, Danzo possesses an incredible audacity. At this point, he still dares to maintain his facade. 3 minutes of silence ensued, with the Umbu and Uchiha now focused on Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in an awkward position. Just moments ago, Danzo's grand declarations echoed in his ears. I am willing to die to prove that all I have done is for the village. Here I am, preparing to fight for your corpse, and now you stand alive before everyone. What am I to do? Glancing at Uchiha Fuyue before shifting his gaze to the still feigning dead Danzo, Sarutobi's back suddenly slumped. Danzo, oh Danzo, I should never have trusted you. Even in your imminent death, you still drag me down. Initially, I could have surrendered the Sharingan and imprisoned you, but now that the situation has escalated, no one would agree to that. Observing the resolute Uchiha, Sarutobi reluctantly waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to withdraw. Danzo had publicly admitted to stealing the Sharingan and declared his willingness to die to quell the internal strife in Konoha, then committed suicide in front of the clan leaders. No action, no death. Even if he has returned, what difference does it make? Does he think everyone else is a fool? If he refuses to die, he will have to. Now, Konoha and Danzo can only choose one, and there is no choice but Konoha. From the moment Danzo established root, it was always meant to be a scapegoat in critical times. Another 3 minutes passed, and the atmosphere remained eerily silent. Danzo truly possesses remarkable composure, still pretending to be dead. Sarutobi stood nearby, his complexion shifting from yellow to red, then to purple, from purple to blue and finally to a vibrant green. Today is truly a monumental embarrassment. The ninjas from various clans watched Danzo's body, and fortunately, they were all trained ninjas, so no one laughed out loud. Elder Uchiha Shana could no longer contain himself, pulling out a kunai and launching it at Danzo's body. The two root ninjas, still supporting Danzo's body, failed to stop the kunai in time. Shana's kunai struck Danzo's body, which let out a muffled grunt, yet continued to lie motionless. Danzo, caught off guard, had closed his eyes and feigned death, never expecting someone would stab him with a kunai. Lingyue could no longer hold back her laughter. Such is the dark side of the ninja world, the first Hokage, the 55th Hokage. This level of endurance, I, Uchiha Lingyue, shall honor you as the strongest in the ninja realm. Lingyue's laughter shattered the silence, resonating with the crowd, and soon a wave of laughter erupted. Hearing the laughter, Shimura Danzo could no longer contain his fury. He darkly pushed aside the two root ninjas and stood up. Today he has become a complete joke. Damn it, how could my feigned death plan be seen through? Damn Uchiha, those inherently wicked Uchihas. Initially, I thought that if I could not become Hokage, I would simply fake my death, transitioning from light to darkness, allowing me to execute my plans in secrecy, effectively eradicating the Uchiha. Once the Uchiha clan was annihilated, who would dare to stop me, Shimura Danzo, when I re-emerged? Now, all my plans have been shattered. In truth, while pretending to be dead, Danzo was also contemplating his escape. With his ruse exposed, all calculations disrupted, and his avenues of retreat blocked. Where's my escape route? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Should I surrender outright? No, the Uchiha would surely investigate. If all the Sharingan were extracted, I would fall victim to the cells of Hashirama. Do I only have the path of a rogue ninja left? No, with so many witnesses. Becoming a rogue ninja would be futile. No, the Uchiha have not been eradicated. I cannot die. I am willing to surrender all the Sharingan and apologize to the Uchiha. Danzo gritted his teeth, uttering each word. No, I, Uchiha, cannot trust you. Didn't you just state your willingness to die to provide the Uchiha with an explanation? Why do you suddenly wish to live now? How can I be assured you 1T later transplant the Sharingan? Lingyue had already made it abundantly clear that Danzo bore the cells of Hashirama. If he wished to survive, he would undoubtedly continue to transplant the Sharingan. Today, he must remain here. Seeing that there was no way forward with the Uchiha, Danzo's heart sank. His gaze turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now? Only this old friend of many years could save his life. Sarutobi understood the look in Danzo's eyes and, with a grim expression, turned his head away. Not only has Danzo become a laughingstock today, but Sarutobi has also shared in the humiliation. As long as Danzo lives, the Uchiha will not relent. For the sake of Konoha, I must sacrifice you, Danzo. Reflecting on everything he had just done for Danzo, he wished he could immediately unleash a Doton technique and vanish from this scene that had stripped him of all dignity. Danzo watched Hiruzen Sarutobi turn away with a dark expression, his body swaying as if all his strength had been drained. His anxious heart had finally ceased to beat. Now, no one could assist Danzo. His feigned death had failed, and now he was universally hated. Was this the end for Danzo? His gaze shifted to the various clan leaders gathered in the arena, particularly the densely packed Uchiha. Escape with all his might. Was it even possible? He clenched his teeth, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. No, even if I must die, I will take a few Uchiha with me. In an instant, Danzo's chakra surged violently, and he roared, would release, cutting technique. The onlookers paid attention to Danzo's bold declaration, some even expressing their admiration. In Chapter 53, Danzo's fate was sealed. The ever-prepared Uchiha swiftly executed a substitution technique, and before Danzo could react, a tide of Uchiha swarmed in, encircling him completely. Dozens of crimson eyes fixated on Danzo. 2 root ninjas were taken down almost immediately. Danzo could use would release. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was his transplantation of Hashirama's cells true? Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing nearby, witnessed this scene and opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately chose to silently observe the unfolding events. Yamato could also use would release. But he was no different from an ordinary jonin. Danzo's would release must be of the same caliber. Otherwise, he would have long since stepped forward to claim the title of Hokage. He wished to step in and protect Danzo. But now it was clear the Uchiha would not spare him. Forcing the issue could very well lead to the collapse of Konoha. If Danzo could defeat the Uchiha present, he might have a chance at survival. Otherwise, there was no need to incite internal strife in Konoha over one man. Having already been betrayed by Danzo once, it was best to remain quiet and watch. Danzo's survival was now in his own hands. Danzo, surrender. With so many people around, did you think you could still escape? The Uchiha were relentless and unforgiving. They had long harbored disdain for Danzo, and today they had finally found an opportunity to eliminate this old man. Not a chance. The inherently malevolent Uchiha will ensure I do not perish without taking you down with me. Danzo roared. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. A massive sphere of wind, accompanied by razor-sharp gusts, hurtled toward the Uchiha before him. The Uchiha, realizing the danger, swiftly formed their own hand seals. Fire release, fireball technique. Dozens of enormous fireballs erupted from their mouths, surging toward Danzo with a wave of scorching heat. The flames illuminated the entire sky, distorting the air in their path. Wind and fire clashed violently, producing a deafening roar as the powerful airflow radiated outward, rustling the clothing of all present. Danzo, outnumbered 10-1, stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by Uchiha with no place to hide. In an instant, he was struck by a fire technique from behind. His charred body collapsed to the ground. The battle concluded in a heartbeat. One Uchiha attempted to approach Danzo's body, but another Uchiha quickly intervened. Be careful. Danzo may still revive. Surround this area and ensure he does not escape. According to Lingyue, Danzo possessed several Sharingan, which could allow him to resurrect multiple times. However, with so many present, no matter how many times he revived, he was doomed. Seeing no one move to inspect him, Danzo seized the opportunity to abandon his charade of death. The charred corpse slowly faded away, revealing a brand new Shimura Danzo in its place. This scene shocked the clan leaders who were observing, with a few astute individuals perhaps guessing it was the Uchiha's secret technique, Izanagi. Most, however, were simply astonished. Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer utter words of protection for Danzo. The revived Danzo remained encircled by the Uchiha, giving him no chance to flee. As Danzo glared at the elder with an increasingly ferocious gaze, Lingyue stepped forward and tugged at the elder's sleeve. Danzo has a one-for-one sealing technique. We should keep our distance. He can no longer escape. The clan leaders were treated to a spectacular performance that day. From Danzo's grand declaration of atonement through death to his subsequent immobile feigned death. Then came the desperate struggle, living and dying repeatedly, resurrecting a dozen times. And the unexpected emergence of wood release. Ultimately, Danzo's body was cleaved into pieces by the Uchiha, and after a prolonged wait, it was declared that he was truly dead. They never imagined that while Danzo's combat abilities were lackluster, his survival instincts were remarkably strong. What technique could allow him to die and revive? Ultimately, however, Danzo was dead, his body reduced to ash by the Uchiha. One could say Danzo was wicked, but never that he was weak. Unfortunately, he faced the onslaught of several elite Uchiha. Thanks to Lingyue's reminder, Danzo was unable to successfully switch places with anyone and was helplessly beaten to death. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched the entire ordeal with a dark expression, nearly succumbing to the urge to plead for Danzo's life on several occasions. Ultimately, for the greater good of Konoha, he wept as he watched Danzo being beaten to death. After witnessing Danzo's death and resurrection, Hiruzen could no longer excuse the handling of Danzo's corpse. From this moment on, the dark side of Konoha's ninja world was forever altered. The first Hokage, Shimura Danzo, was completely eliminated. Hiruzen Sarutobi's most capable aide was severed by the Uchiha. The Uchiha, having successfully killed Danzo, did not linger for long, as they had no need for Konoha's meager reparations. The Uchiha responsible for Danzo's demise followed the Umbu and Root ninjas to search the Root base, but fortunately, Danzo had preemptively relocated important items for a potential comeback. The Uchiha found nothing of value. However, none of this mattered. Successfully killing Danzo was a significant victory for the Uchiha. To prevent Danzo from being reincarnated through impure world reincarnation, even his corpse was burned to ashes. Danzo, thinking he could escape through feigned death, ended up dragging Hiruzen into disgrace before his peers. Lingyue, satisfied after witnessing the spectacle, returned home. Upon arrival, he was summoned to a meeting at the Uchiha clan's territory, and when he arrived, several elders were already present, having successfully dealt with Danzo. Even the conservative elders were ecstatic. However, after their excitement, they could not help but worry about the Uchiha's future. This operation had undoubtedly offended Hiruzen Sarutobi. They were eager to learn how the elder in charge of everything would navigate the impending situation. Lingyue, you've arrived. Let me introduce you all. This is Uchiha Lingyue, my granddaughter's husband. This entire plan was devised by him. As the crowd murmured and discussed among themselves, the elder, with keen eyes, immediately spotted Lingyue entering and rushed forward with a beaming smile. Last time, due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had the chance to properly introduce Lingyue to the clan members. Now, he finally had an opportunity. The elder grasped Lingyue's hand and pushed him forward, as if showcasing a rare treasure. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and the previously hushed discussions abruptly ceased, all eyes fixated on Lingyue. The plan to eliminate Danzo had been formulated by this young lad. Did the elder hold this clan member in such high regard that he would marry his granddaughter to him? Lingyue felt the weight of their gazes, yet remained composed, nodding slightly to acknowledge the elders. Truly, I have outdone myself. Upon our very first encounter, I managed to decisively eliminate Danzo. After enduring for so long, I have finally found an opportunity to showcase my prowess. Lingyue could not help but feel a sense of pride. The looming threat of the Uchiha clan's annihilation has now been mitigated by half. Sarutobi Hiruzen has consistently portrayed himself as a benevolent Hokage. He would never dare to confront Itachi directly, proclaiming his intentions to eradicate the Uchiha clan, would he? Once I find another chance to subdue Itachi, through more physical means, there should be no further complications. What remains is to quietly endure several years of maturation while discreetly addressing the troubles posed by the Akatsuki organization. Lingyue, we have decisively dealt with Danzo. What are our next steps? Inquired the elder, eager with anticipation. With Danzo's demise, Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost his most crucial ally, and we can now focus our efforts squarely on him. Chapter 54. The proper use of magnet release Sarutobi Hiruzen has not kept his affairs clean. Following the demise of the fourth Hokage and his spouse, their vast inheritance has been hoarded by Sarutobi and his kin for the development of their own clan. You are welcome to conduct a thorough investigation into the Sarutobi clan, uncovering their enterprises and the number of ninja within their ranks. There is no need to fret about Sarutobi daring to act against our Uchiha clan. He currently lacks both the strength and the pretext. Gather the necessary data, and when we strike, we shall ensure that Sarutobi is removed from power. Lingyue outlined his forthcoming strategy. He would solely focus on Itachi, leaving the remaining matters to his clan members. Convincing Itachi should prove relatively straightforward. After all, he is merely a 13-year-old child, easily misled by others. He has yet to commit any acts of annihilation. A good thrashing should suffice. First, I shall awaken him with a thorough beating. Then lay before him the darkness that envelopes Konoha, ultimately guiding him on how to better advance the village. The crux of the matter is to first rouse him from his stupor. Lingyue instinctively glanced at the system panel in his mind. His points had reached 160,000. By evening, once the events in Konoha become known to the villagers, he should amass 200,000. With the acquisition of magnet release, my offensive capabilities will multiply, and I shall finally shed the moniker of Earth Chicken. However, I must devise a legitimate excuse to utilize magnet release. But wait, why do I need an excuse? Who would dare to challenge me? That evening, having arranged matters to his satisfaction, Lingyue returned home. This is the advantage of possessing influence. One need only issue commands. While awaiting the growth of his points, he contemplated future strategies. Outside of Konoha, the elder dispatched Uchiha members had yet to return. This was not a cause for concern. Within Konoha, the Uchiha clan's only remaining adversary was Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he harbors a significant weakness, his adherence to morality. Lingyue could easily manipulate him through ethical coercion. Danzo, as the most formidable threat among the many who have traversed worlds, derives his strength from his audacious approach. Bullying the weak and outnumbering the few is his standard practice. Countless travelers have suffered greatly at Danzo's hands before they could fully develop. Thankfully, Lingyue was sufficiently cautious. His initial appearance before Danzo was marked by a decisive blow. Now, the immediate concern is to subdue Uchiha Itachi, ensuring that he can mature in peace. Itachi's specialty lies in Jinjutsu. Tomorrow, I shall seek the Elder's guidance for targeted training in resisting Jinjutsu. Once mastered, I can physically subdue Itachi. Casting a glance at the three shadow clones diligently honing their chakra control, Lingyue nodded with satisfaction and began to focus on refining his natural abilities. If the body replacement technique is a divine skill, then the shadow clone technique is truly exceptional. Such an advantageous training aid could only exist in the ninja world. Around 10 o'clock at night, Lingyue's system points finally reached 200,000. He promptly purchased magnet release. As the points dissipated, an unusual energy materialized within him. Recalling the transformation of his body, Lingyue produced a kunai. With chakras surging through him, the kunai began to levitate. Lingyue held his breath, savoring the subtle connection between himself and the kunai as he grew ever more adept at controlling his chakra. The kunai's rotation accelerated, generating a whisper of wind. Lingyue was not content with just one. He summoned 4 more kunai, adding them to the swirling ensemble. At this moment, 5 kunai, under his command, danced around him in irregular patterns and speeds. As he controlled their flight, they whirled faster, eventually becoming mere flashes of black lightning darting around him, leaving one breathless. Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. This was merely 5 kunai. If I could command 500, or even 5,000, I could become a fearsome human meat grinder on the battlefield. Wherever I tread, not a blade of grass would remain. It appears that henceforth, I must purchase any kunai that the system shop offers without hesitation. The system possesses its own storage space for these acquisitions, though it is regrettable that it imposes strict limits, allowing only items bought from within the system. This implies that if I wish to store more kunai obtained through other means, I must prepare a sealing scroll. Such a notion would undeniably diminish my prestige. Just imagine, when facing an enemy in the future, if I possessed a plethora of kunai, I could effortlessly wave my hand and summon hundreds of them, unleashing a torrential downpour upon my foes. What a breathtaking spectacle that would be. However, if I were to resort to a sealing scroll, the scene would be entirely different. As battle commences, I would frantically rummage through my garments for a scroll, while under scrutiny from my adversaries, tearing it open only for a clatter of kunai to fall to the ground. The once awe-inspiring combat style would instantly lose its allure. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he resolved to seek out the Elder tomorrow to acquire more shuriken and kunai, thereby enriching his arsenal. Watching the 5 kunai transform into sharp beams of black light, darting about, he felt a surge of anticipation and confidence for future battles. After experimenting with this formidable technique of a metallic storm attack, Lingyue's enthusiasm remained undiminished, igniting within him a new desire for exploration. Sword flight, metal exoskeletons, electromagnetic cannons. One by one, I shall master them all. With a slight shift of thought, he directed his gaze toward the wall. There a sword hung, seemingly drawn by an invisible hand, swaying gently before floating toward Lingyue. The blade quivered slightly, as if responding to its master's call. The art of sword mastery in the ninja realm. A smile of excitement crept upon Lingyue's lips. Strength is momentary, but style is everlasting. Every man harbors a dream of becoming a sword immortal. Now, Lingyue's dream is on the verge of realization. Fixating intently on the floating sword, chakra surged within him like a torrent, flowing continuously toward the blade. At last, Lingyue succeeded in standing atop the hovering sword, his feet firmly planted on the blade. Chakra radiated from his soles, securely adhering him to it, his arms slightly outstretched to maintain balance. Liftoff. As someone who once hailed from Earth, who has not harbored a dream of flight, countless times, having watched protagonists soar through the skies in science fiction films and Shinsha novels, Lingyue had always been filled with envy. Now, he finally had the chance to fulfill this long-held aspiration. With a mere flicker of intent, the flying sword began to glide forward, and Lingyue's body gently swayed in tandem. He piloted the sword, gradually ascending, as a gentle breeze caressed his face, imparting an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Slowly, Lingyue navigated the flying sword to the windowsill. Through the window, the outside world was vividly visible, igniting Lingyue's passion. Today, Lingyue was determined to experience the thrill of sword flight. Take off, he proclaimed with fervor. If all went according to plan, an unexpected occurrence was imminent. In the moment Lingyue exerted his chakra with all his might, the flying sword was propelled forth with tremendous force, whooshing away in an instant. The sword had indeed soared, yet he remained rooted in place. Lingyue, unprepared for the sudden inertia, found his contact surface insufficient. The chakra beneath his feet could not anchor the sword's powerful momentum. His body did not launch alongside the sword, and with one foot stepping into the void, he lost his balance and plummeted straight down. Damn it! Lingyue shouted in terror as he fell. In a state of panic, he attempted to control his chakra again to stabilize himself, but everything transpired too rapidly. With a resounding thud, Lingyue crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. I overestimated it. The speed was too much to maintain stability. A launch and sudden stop, and down I go, he muttered to himself while rubbing his sore backside. It dawned on him that sword flight was far more complex than he had envisioned. Not only did it require controlling chakra to facilitate the sword's flight, but it also demanded precise mastery of the balance and coordination between himself and the flying sword. Fortunately, the launch mishap had only resulted in a fall. A sudden stop could have sent him flying. Lingyue slowly rose to his feet and commanded the sword lodged in the opposite eaves to return. He pondered strategies in silence. Should he reduce speed for a smoother glide, or perhaps construct a metal throne complete with a safety belt for future flights? Moreover, with the introduction of the chakra-consuming magnetic release, he found his chakra supply somewhat lacking. Chapter 55, Foreseeing like Zhuge Liang. Acting like a fool after the fact within the Hokage building, the atmosphere was stifling, suffocating almost. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having returned, sat at his desk with a dark expression, his gaze vacant, as if he were ensnared in endless contemplation. The portraits of past Hokages silently observed the scene. Mito Kazumi and Tika Matsuri stood quietly in the corner of the Hokage's office. They watched Sarutobi's grave demeanor, but the words they wished to speak remained unuttered. Exchanging glances, they sighed in resignation, standing silently beside him in shared contemplation. They understood that the current situation had become exceedingly precarious, and with their capabilities, they could scarcely conceive of an effective resolution. Eliminate the Uchiha? Who would do it? How would it be done? What if other villages retaliated afterward? Given the strength the Uchiha had demonstrated, Coupled with their relative financial independence and territory, they found themselves powerless to stifle the Uchiha's growth. Sarutobi glanced at his two silent old friends. They were always perceptive in times of benefit, yet now, in the face of trouble, they fell silent. Foreseeing like Zhuge Liang. Acting like a fool afterward. When did they become this way? They paled in comparison to Danzo, who at least had the courage to speak and act. If only Danzo were still alive, he would surely have devised a plan to deal with the Uchiha. His thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the moments shared with Danzo. Once, they had labored together for the prosperity of Konoha, confronting various adversities side by side. But now he was alone. It was only upon Danzo's loss that he recognized his value. After long moments of contemplation, Sarutobi called for a member of the Umbu. Fetch Jiraiya, the village needs him. The night in Konoha was tranquil and profound, the moonlight casting its glow upon every corner of the village. Kakashi's home, hidden beneath the moon's embrace, emanated a faint, lonely aura from within. Kakashi sat languidly on the tatami mat, surrounded by empty sake bottles. His gaze was unfocused, a stark contrast to the calm and composed copy ninja he once was. Previously, Kakashi had abstained from alcohol, but after being verbally bested by Danzo, he had learned to dull his senses with drink. Today, Kakashi had witnessed a captivating spectacle from the shadows. The one who had driven his father, Hatake Tsukumo, to despair, Danzo, had finally met his reckoning, falling to the hands of the Uchiha clan. Danzo's pathetic act of feigning death and his final desperate struggle had reduced his image to that of a mere joke in the eyes of many. Yet, when Kakashi beheld Danzo's fall, he felt no satisfaction whatsoever. The man who had driven his father to death was gone. But what did that make of a father who succumbed to such a farcical figure? He poured drink after drink down his throat, the bitter liquid searing his insides. Yet it could not dispel the pain and confusion within him. Even the newly acquired young A-Bing held no allure for him. Kakashi stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting far away. He reminisced about the days spent on missions with his comrades, the images of battles fought side by side flashing in his mind. Obito, Rin, they had all perished during their ninja duties. Was this the fate of a ninja? To live only to die? Itachi too was in a state of confusion. He stood alone atop his family's roof, gazing towards the Hokage building in the distance. The evening breeze tousled his long black hair. Yet it did little to soothe the turbulence within his heart. He had defied his father, Uchiha Fugaku's, warnings and had stealthily ventured outside. Upon witnessing the Uchiha clan confronting the Hokage's forces, his heart raced with trepidation. He could hardly resist the urge to leap in and avert the impending conflict. Fortunately, the crisis had been temporarily averted, and both sides had refrained from engaging in outright battle. Itachi had observed Danzo's lackluster performance closely. The bizarre scene of Danzo seemingly resurrected had instantly revealed to him that it was the Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanagi. The fact that Danzo could utilize it repeatedly indicated he had at least a dozen Sharingan implanted within him. At this realization, a surge of anger and sorrow welled up within Itachi. The eyes of his brother, Shursui, had been taken by Danzo. First, Danzo had covertly transplanted Uchiha Sharingan, and then the Uchiha clan had publicly executed him, signaling their unwavering stance to the Hokage faction. The enmity between the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups had reached a point of no return, leaving no room for reconciliation. How would the Uchiha navigate their relationship with Konoha from this point onward? Brother Shursui, I truly do not know what to do, Itachi murmured, his voice filled with helplessness and uncertainty. He gazed at the night sky, as if seeking answers among the vast constellations. Within Awagakure, the atmosphere remained as ancient and steadfast as ever. Inoki sat in his office, diligently attending to the village's affairs. Just then, a flustered Akatsuchi rushed in, his face alight with barely contained excitement. Lord Tsuchikage. The voice of Huangtu quivered with excitement. The turmoil in Konoha has led to Danzo's demise. Inoki, who had initially maintained a serious demeanor, abruptly halted his pen upon hearing this revelation. He swiftly seized the intelligence scroll handed to him by an Umbu ninja. Ha! Good riddance, he exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as he rose to his feet, vigorously slapping the table. That old coot Danzo. I've long found him distasteful. Danzo had resorted to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals, merciless to his own and even more so to others, causing considerable unease among the other ninja villages. The news of his death filled Inoki with a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. What splendid news! His laughter swelled, his spirits soaring higher. However, in his exuberance, he lost his balance and leaned back too far. "Ouch, my poor back!" he exclaimed as sharp pain shot through him, causing him to grimace. Huangtu hurried over to support his father, gently helping him to sit down. The smile on Anoki's face twisted with sudden discomfort as he rubbed his back, contemplating the aftermath of Konoha's internal strife. With Danzo gone, Konoha would undoubtedly undergo significant upheaval and a power realignment, presenting a Wagakure with an opportune moment to recalibrate its strategies and seek avenues for growth. They needed to incite discord between the Uchiha and Konoha. If a conflict could be ignited, it would be ideal. Not just a Wagakure, but the other ninja villages. Save for the reclusive Kirigakure, had their spies embedded within Konoha, relaying the latest news. The gentle flutter of butterfly wings stirred ripples throughout the ninja world. However, Lingyue remained oblivious and indifferent to all this. He was only aware that after Danzo's downfall, Itachi Uchiha would be next. Chapter 56. The Art of Insulting as Dawn Broke. Gentle rays of light enveloped the Uchiha training ground, draping this usually grim locale in a golden veil. Lingyue stood tall in the center of the field, facing the elder of the Uchiha clan. Currently, he was engaged in specialized Jinjutsu training and resistance techniques under the elder's guidance. After a week of targeted training, Lingyue felt he had reached a plateau and would not progress further in the immediate future. It was time to address the final hurdle posed by the Uchiha. Throughout the week, he had taken the opportunity to deliver lunches and share stories at the Uchiha Academy, growing familiar with the teachers there. Lingyue's successful plan to eliminate Danzo had granted the elder a significant victory in front of the other elders. They were eager to align themselves with such a prodigy. Had they not been so young, the elder might have hastened their marriage to preserve Lingyue's exceptional lineage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku recognized the implications of Danzo's death. He understood that following Sarutobi Hiruzen could only lead to ruin. It was only through the strength of the Uchiha that they could thrive. The three-tomo Sharingan no longer required careful survival tactics. It was inconceivable that Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of Danzo's numerous Sharingan. How could he be so biased? There was no future for the Uchiha under such favoritism. The Uchiha had resolved to abandon the old ways of Konoha, establishing their own rules and disregarding the opinions of the village's inhabitants. Now, the Uchiha flourished, and the act of killing Danzo felt like breaking free from shackles, bringing smiles to the faces of their clansmen. After a day of rigorous training, Lingyue exhaled deeply. The week had been a relentless cycle of physical exertion from 9 to 5, leaving him utterly exhausted. This was utterly contrary to his desire for a leisurely existence. If he continued like this, what distinguished him from a beast of burden? Had he truly crossed over for such a fate? Glancing at his system panel, he noted that the shop had not refreshed with any desirable items this week. He spent 200 points on a set of shuriken, storing them in the system space. He added the newly acquired 5,000 points to his affinity for nature. Feeling the surge of power within him, it was time to unseat Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he first needed to pacify Itachi Uchiha to prevent him from opposing the Uchiha's agenda. The next day, as Itachi was on his way to work, he was intercepted. Although he had not yet resigned from the Umbu, he was no longer trusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen and was compelled to fulfill his duties in a routine manner. Standing guard at the Hokage building, Itachi understood that the Uchiha's previous actions had hurt the Hokage's feelings. He now hoped that, with the passage of time, the Hokage would gradually forgive the Uchiha. "Good morning, young clan leader. I have something I wish to discuss with you." Lingyue had risen early to intercept Itachi on his way to work. "What is it?" "I'm in a hurry." Itachi frowned, a hint of displeasure rising within him as he quickened his pace, attempting to sidestep Lingyue. Seeing Itachi's unwelcoming demeanor, Lingyue decided to drop the pretense. In the past, when he was weak, he had groveled before Itachi. Now that he had grown strong, it was time to unleash his pent-up frustrations. "Itachi Uchiha, I wish to know what Shursui said to you before his death." As the saying goes, to insult is to reveal the truth. Lingyue's words struck like a dagger, piercing directly into Itachi's heart. His body stiffened, a flicker of anguish and fury flashing in his eyes. Shursui, that brotherly figure, had been the source of Itachi's deepest pain and his most closely guarded secret. "What do you intend to achieve?" Itachi's voice was low and menacing, an aura of lethal intent surrounding him as he fixed his gaze on Lingyue, as if prepared to strike at any moment. Yet, Lingyue stood undeterred, taking a step forward. I know you are wholeheartedly devoted to Konoha, but your loyalty is foolish. Did the multitude of Sharingan on Danzo not alter your perspective? Itachi fell silent, his expression revealing confusion and torment. He seemed to envision Shisui standing before him with hollow eyes, saying, Itachi, both Konoha and the Uchiha are entities we hold dear. In these tense times, as conflicts loom, do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. You must find a way for our clan and the village to coexist peacefully. If one day a choice must be made, while protecting Konoha, endeavor to preserve the dignity and future of the Uchiha. The path ahead will be fraught with thorns, but I trust in your abilities and wisdom. No matter what transpires, never relinquish hope. Lead the Uchiha towards the light, even if it costs me my life. I harbor no grievances. You are the hope of our clan and of Konoha. Itachi, within my eyes lies the power to change hearts. Kotoe Tsukumi. I bestow it upon you. Should the day come when someone seeks to disrupt the peace of Konoha, or the Uchiha find themselves cornered, use it. Remember, this power is not for slaughter or vengeance, but to safeguard the tranquility we hold dear. Itachi stood frozen, grappling with the thought of fulfilling Shisui's dying wish while pursuing his own dreams. He had always endeavored to balance the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Shisui's death remained a painful wound, a cruel truth he was reluctant to confront. Do you think you know everything? Itachi gritted his teeth, responding, some matters are not as straightforward as you presume. Shisui's death was a sacrifice for the protection of Konoha, to maintain the village's peace. Maintain peace? Lingyue let out a cold laugh. So, you simply stood by and watched Uchiha Shisui have his eyes gouged out. You observed the Uchiha clan being relentlessly suppressed? Lingyue delivered a scathing critique to Uchiha Itachi, reminiscent of a thunderous strike that shattered the silence. The so-called peace is merely an excuse employed by certain individuals to mask their own desires. Reflect deeply on what Shisui's true dying wish was. Did he wish to see the Uchiha retreat step by step, ultimately cornered into despair? Lingyue's words struck Itachi's heart like a hammer, repeatedly challenging his defenses. He was well aware of the Uchiha's plight, which was an undeniable reality observed by all. The oppression faced by the Uchiha at the hands of Konoha's higher-ups was evident to everyone. It was only recently, after the death of Danzo at the hands of Uchiha, that there had been a slight alleviation of pressure. However, such relief would inevitably provoke an even harsher backlash from Konoha. No, if this continues, it will only incite internal strife within Konoha, jeopardizing the hard-won peace of the village. Itachi gritted his teeth and shouted this out. Enough of this tedious conversation. You stubborn fool. Lingyue flipped his hand and drew a kunai, pointing it directly at Uchiha Itachi. Come, let me witness your resolve to protect Konoha. Lingyue had no desire for further words. Truly, there was no effect in attempting to parley with an enemy who had not yet been subdued. Chapter 57. Strike the face. Seeing Itachi standing still without response, Lingyue disregarded everything else. He formed a confrontational seal and launched an attack, oblivious to the bustling street around them. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fiery sphere was unleashed towards Itachi's face. Since you refused to act, I shall compel you to respond. Forced into combat, Itachi swiftly formed seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, akin to a blazing meteor, hurtling directly towards Lingyue's fireball. The two fireballs collided in midair, resulting in a massive explosion of smoke. The clash between Lingyue and Uchiha Itachi resonated like thunder on flat ground, instantly attracting a throng of Uchiha ninjas drawn by the commotion. They moved with agility, rapidly converging from all corners, encircling the battlefield. Their faces adorned with expressions of vigilance and astonishment. Whispers spread among them, and the atmosphere grew tumultuous. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the two combatants re-emerged, and Lingyue, feeling the weight of many gazes upon him, paused his movements, looked around with composure, and declared, "There is no need for alarm. I am merely engaging in a friendly spar with the young clan leader." His voice was clear and steady, calming the previously restless crowd somewhat. Uchiha Fugaku, having sensed the commotion, hurried over from his home. Upon witnessing the two in combat, he recalled Lingyue's words about changing Itachi's mindset. Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. Is this Lingyue's method of persuasion? But can Lingyue truly defeat Itachi? Itachi is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, one I have witnessed grow up, displaying extraordinary talent and strength from a young age. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku's expression gradually softened. Very well, two geniuses sparring. Regardless of the outcome, it will spur growth in each other. However, is it appropriate to battle in the streets? Who will compensate for the damage to the nearby buildings? With this thought, Fugaku regained his composure, stepped forward, waved his hand authoritatively, and called out, "Everyone, step back." Upon hearing their clan leader's command, the surrounding ninjas hastily retreated, swiftly clearing a spacious area for combat. Itachi, do not stand there foolishly. Protecting Konoha is not merely a matter of words. Show me your resolve to protect Konoha. You are impressive. I have never encountered such arrogance from an Uchiha. Itachi articulated each word with precision. You are equally impressive. I have never seen such a foolish young clan leader. You consume the Uchiha's resources, reside in their homes, and enjoy the wealth and honor they provide. Yet your heart longs to betray them. Do you not cherish your elder brother Shursui? Why did you show no reaction upon his demise? In the realm of verbal sparring, Lingyue had never been bested. Silence. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Itachi, provoked, roared, his hands moving like a blur as he rapidly formed seals with breathtaking speed. He then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive, fearsome fire dragon that surged towards Lingyue. As the fire dragon surged forth, the air was twisted and distorted. As if gripped by an invisible hand, the searing heat enveloping everything in its path, resembling a raging furnace. Lingyue felt the dragon's heat and swiftly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A similarly colossal, fearsome fire dragon erupted forth. And as the two dragons met, they emitted a deep, resonant sound, erupting into a cloud of smoke. Seizing the moment, Lingyue dashed forward, navigating through the thick smoke. His right fist whistling through the air, aimed directly at Itachi's face. Itachi reacted swiftly, evading the blow with a sidestep. Lingyue's strike missed, and he quickly changed tactics, executing a right kick followed by a left roundhouse, his hands flowing into a series of rapid strikes, stirring up gusts of wind. Itachi remained unperturbed, slightly crouching, channeling his strength to perform a backflip, narrowly escaping the assault. As Itachi's feet touched the ground, Lingyue continued his onslaught, his hands moving rapidly, delivering a flurry of knife-hand strikes directed at Itachi. Itachi hastily raised his arms in defense, the sound of metal clashing resonating repeatedly. He was forced back a few steps, creating distance to catch his breath. Feeling the intense pain in his hands, he took a deep breath. Lingyue wasted no time, launching another attack. Uchiha Taijutsu's secret art, great struggle technique. Lingyue showed no mercy, his hands relentlessly striking towards Uchiha Itachi's face, sparing him no dignity. His speed was unmatched, his strength overwhelming, each attack imbued with tremendous force. Itachi dodged when possible, but when he could not, he braced himself with his hands. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding. Dust billowed from the ground as their figures flickered within it, captivating onlookers. With each physical clash, Itachi felt the sting in the places where they connected. Lingyue's taijutsu attacks were proving to be a significant challenge. Itachi could not comprehend how someone of similar age could possess such formidable physicality. This Uchiha Lingyue did not appear to specialize in taijutsu. Itachi sensed the disparity in their physical attributes and continuously shifted backward, attempting to create distance. Yet, Lingyue clung to him like a stubborn gum, denying him any chance to escape. Itachi's eyes glimmered with the power of the Sharingan. The art of illusion was his forte. Finally, Itachi found an opportunity, utilizing the Sharingan to cast a genjutsu. In the brief moment Lingyue paused, Itachi seized the chance to distance himself. Before numerous clan members, Itachi executed a dazzling maneuver, his hands moving swiftly, forming 7 seals in an instant, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Itachi's illusion only caused Lingyue to pause for an instant, which Lingyue promptly shattered with his formidable Sharingan strength. As the flames surged towards him, Lingyue opted for a counterattack, spewing forth flames of his own. The two infernos collided, producing a deafening roar. The air contorted from the searing heat. Standing nearby, the referee Uchiha Fugaku observed as Itachi's flames were continuously suppressed. It was evident that Lingyue, positioned on the right, possessed superior chakra quantity and chakra nature. Itachi executed a substitution technique, dodging to the side. In the instant he evaded, Lingyue's flames engulfed the spot where Itachi had stood. The scorching flames burned the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound, and the intense heat surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly spreading outward. Before Itachi could catch his breath, Lingyue pressed the attack once more. Lingyue's advantage lies in his enhanced physical strength, speed, and ferocity, making close combat his forte. Suddenly, he seized an opportunity, launching a powerful right punch accompanied by a whistle of wind. Itachi, unable to evade in time, raised his arm to defend. The force of the blow was overwhelming, causing Itachi to stagger back several steps. Lingyue pressed on with relentless attacks, each punch forcing Itachi to retreat further. Defense often leads to defeat, and Itachi's hands struggled to block Lingyue's strikes, his arms beginning to numb from the impact. Ultimately, one moment of inadequate defense resulted in Lingyue landing a heavy blow to Itachi's right cheek. The immense power sent Itachi flying. His perfectly chiseled Uchiha face became swollen, and his right eye was forced into a squint. Chapter 58. A universe at one's fingertips. Itachi lay on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to believe the scene before him. Having been a prodigy within his clan since childhood, he never imagined he would be bested by an unremarkable clansman. Who, then, is truly the prodigy? Witnessing the once great young clan leader being knocked to the ground, the surrounding Uchiha fell into a heavy silence. Lingyue had concealed his prowess too well. Despite possessing such formidable strength, he had remained obscure within the clan. Uchiha Lingyue, watching among the crowd, felt a pang in his heart as he observed his friend's remarkable display of power. It hurt too much. While his companion was driving a luxury vehicle, he was still on a mere bicycle. No, he must possess a secret technique. I must become his brother-in-law and coax him into sharing his secrets. I too wish to showcase my might, to strike down anyone who dares oppose me. Itachi, look at your current pitiful state. Your taijutsu cannot match mine. Your jinjutsu fails to ensnare me, and now even your ninjutsu is inferior. Lingyue looked down upon Itachi, who lay helpless on the ground. How can you protect Konoha in such a state? Ignoring the thoughts of the audience, Lingyue resembled a tyrant oppressing the innocent, while Itachi appeared a pitiable and vulnerable figure on the ground, almost laughing maniacally. Reveal your trump card. I know you possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Do not hide it. Do you wish to remain beneath my heel? Lingyue continued to taunt the fallen Itachi, who gritted his teeth, gazing at the arrogant Lingyue, his inner fury igniting like a raging inferno. Attempting to instigate a conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha was utterly unforgivable. What enraged Itachi further was the public humiliation in front of so many clan members. I must kill him. The anger caused the tomo in Itachi's eyes to spin rapidly, emitting a mysterious and dangerous light, resembling a whirlpool concealing endless secrets. When the whirlpool ceased, a large black windmill emerged, radiating a terrifying crimson glow. The Manjiki Sharingan. Lingyue, do you have any idea what the Manjiki Sharingan signifies? Itachi's heart suddenly steadied. Does it? What does the Manjiki Sharingan represent? Lingyue inquired curiously. As his voice faded, Lingyue's chakra surged, and the three tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. When the spinning ceased, two eye patterns resembling viral symbols appeared before the crowd. The onlookers erupted with excitement, while the Uchiha Genin and Chunin remained unfazed. Some seasoned J-nin were well aware of the legends surrounding the Manjiki. Two pairs of Manjiki had emerged simultaneously. How terrifying! Those knowledgeable ninjas gasped in astonishment. Come, tell me what the Manjiki Sharingan represents. Lingyue, adorned with the Manjiki, gazed at Itachi with curiosity. Itachi remained silent, feeling there was nothing left to say. Although he was puzzled as to why this clansman also possessed the Manjiki, the situation demanded a confrontation. Itachi rose, facing Lingyue once more. He, Uchiha Itachi, would never allow anyone to threaten Konoha. Moon, Itachi softly uttered. In an instant, the surroundings twisted. Lingyue felt the landscape shift abruptly. The forest vanished, replaced by an eerie, dark world, where only a massive blood moon hung in the sky, radiating a chilling glow. The scene transformed. Lingyue found himself nailed to a colossal cross, his limbs pierced by sharp iron nails. Itachi stood before him, holding a kunai, his gaze cold and indifferent. This is my mental realm. Everything here is under my control. I am the absolute ruler here, and you will endure 72 hours of despair. Meanwhile, only a second will pass in the outside world. With that, he thrust the kunai forward. Is that so? How do you control everything? Teach me, would you? Lingyue extended his hand, blocking Itachi's kunai. The cross behind him seemed to have no effect on him. How is this possible? How did you break free from your restraints? Itachi was utterly astonished. Since awakening the Manjiki, he had secretly experimented on 2 subjects. And even elite J-Nin could not resist the bindings of Tsukuyami. Oh, you mean this old cross? The moment I wished to descend, it released me. Lingyue's nonchalant expression deeply wounded Itachi. You? Itachi was perplexed. What do you mean? Are you going to continue fighting or not? But Itachi was greatly shaken. What do you mean? I just want to finish and go home for dinner. To put it plainly, the Manjiki is the ultimate manifestation of in-release chakra, yet its essence lies in spiritual power. When an opponent's spirit is stronger than yours, many of your jinjutsu will falter. If their spirit far exceeds yours, they may even counter your illusions. Unfortunately for you, my spiritual power happens to surpass yours, albeit slightly. Lingyue elegantly formed a universe at one's fingertips gesture with his right hand. Awaken, young one. Konoha does not require your salvation. The Uchiha will continue to thrive without you. Observing Itachi's disheartened demeanor, Lingyue offered a mock consolation. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. In a frenzy, Itachi summoned countless kunai that rained down upon Lingyue like a tempest. You must believe it. I shan't play with you any longer. Let us step outside to converse. As he spoke, a tremendous surge of in-released chakra erupted from Lingyue, intercepting all the kunai mid-air. Cracks began to form in Itachi's Tsukuyami space, and soon the entire realm began to collapse. The onlookers could not perceive the mental battle. They merely saw their young clan leader rise, solemnly calling out Tsukuyami. Only to kneel. Was the young leader's jinjutsu inferior to Lingyue's? When did he become so formidable? Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing his once hopeful son being defeated by Lingyue once more, felt both heartache for Itachi and pride in the emergence of another exceptional Uchiha to carry the legacy forward. He could only hope that Itachi would not be crushed by this setback. Itachi, do you have any trump cards left? If not, I shall proceed. Lingyue spoke leisurely to the kneeling Itachi. His intent was clear, to completely subdue Uchiha Itachi. However, it appeared that Itachi was still unwilling to yield. In front of Itachi, Lingyue slowly formed the hand seals for the Great Fireball technique, preparing to unleash it upon the prostrate Itachi. The expression in Itachi's eyes suddenly sharpened as the windmill began to whirl violently. Blood began to seep from his eyes, trickling down his cheeks like crimson tears. Without hesitation, Itachi activated his Susanoo, revealing an enormous half-body red skeletal figure that swiftly materialized around him, providing a protective barrier. Chapter 59. The Clash of Susanoo. A fireball struck the skeleton, scattering harmlessly. The towering Susanoo, standing over 10 meters tall, left the onlookers in awe, as if the bustling scene had been paused, plunging it into profound silence. Everyone gaped in astonishment, their eyes filled with reverence. Such overwhelming power, such a breathtaking spectacle. Is this the genius of the Uchiha clan? Is this the legendary strength of the Uchiha? Is this the essence of the Uchiha, the foremost clan in the ninja world? Impressive indeed. You wield Susanoo with remarkable finesse. Lingyue observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. As she spoke, her chakra surged like a tumultuous tide. A colossal pink skeletal figure rose from the ground, casting a vast shadow under the sun, reminiscent of a majestic mountain. The pink skeleton did not cease its transformation. Muscles rapidly filled its frame, each sinew defined and brimming with strength, each bulge seemingly containing boundless energy. Once the muscle formation was complete, an armor of black tengu swiftly enveloped it, encasing the entire Susanoo with impenetrable protection. Finally, a massive chakra blade appeared behind this giant Susanoo, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly glow, sharp enough to cleave through anything. The towering Susanoo, arms crossed, gazed down at Itachi's skeletal form. Lingyue stood atop the Susanoo's head, looking down at the bewildered Itachi. The promise of a battle beyond their ranks had to be fulfilled. Lingyue's Susanoo dwarfed Itachi's by 2 levels. Life is singular. If one dies, the chance of reincarnation is not guaranteed. With a 90% certainty, Lingyue would refrain from striking. Yet, with only a 90% chance, what difference is there from the brink of death? After all, those adorned with protagonist auras, particularly the Uchihas, tend to thrive on perilous moments. Itachi was left dumbfounded. The immense shadow loomed over his Susanoo, the overwhelming pressure forcing him to grit his teeth. No, I still have a chance. Victory does not solely belong to the larger force. I possess my ultimate technique, Amaterasu. His powerful ocular prowess erupted instantaneously, causing his right eye to bleed profusely, crimson droplets cascading down his face and staining the earth below. Black flames, as dark as the night, roared forth from the abyss of hell at Itachi's command, manifesting upon Lingyue's Susanoo. These flames, imbued with insatiable heat and destructive power, ravaged the black Tengu armor upon contact, which, though remarkably sturdy, began to deteriorate under the relentless assault of Amaterasu. As the black flames continued their relentless pursuit, consuming the flesh beneath the armor, the very air around them twisted in response to the inferno. Observing Itachi's dire straits, Lingyue decided it was time to cease the games. Jests aside, enduring a burn from Amaterasu was untenable. Lingyue directed Susanoo to raise its formidable arm, grasping the colossal chakra blade behind it. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, its edge sharp enough to rend space itself. With a commanding shout, Lingyue summoned the full might of Susanoo, raising the blade high with an unstoppable momentum, and cleaved downward toward Itachi. The descent of the blade, laden with an overwhelming sense of pressure, tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Itachi attempted to shield himself with his hands, but as the blade struck, an explosive energy erupted at the point of impact, sending a circular shockwave radiating outward with a deafening roar. The force unearthed a significant crater, and Itachi, blood streaming from his eyes, lay helpless at the center. Having failed to withstand a single strike from Lingyue's Susanoo, having dealt with Itachi, Lingyue swiftly dissipated Susanoo before Amaterasu could engulf its interior. The black flames gradually faded away with the dissolution of Susanoo, marking the defeat of Amaterasu. This is the tragedy of Amaterasu. Despite its high damage and rapid activation, the eternal flames of Amaterasu can be thwarted by simply donning more protective garments. Uchiha Fugaku observed his son, gasping for breath in the crater, relieved that he had not sustained severe injuries, though the blood streaming from his eyes appeared quite alarming. It was a complete rout. If I were Itachi, how would I retaliate? Itachi, what now? Can you still stand? Show me your resolve to protect Konoha. Where is the courage you displayed when you annihilated your clan? Lingyue approached the edge of the crater, looking down at the panting Itachi. To be honest, Lingyue felt a sense of relief. She had long desired to teach this prodigal son a lesson. Now, that desire had finally been fulfilled. In terms of physical prowess, you fall short. In ninjutsu, you are inadequate. And now, even in the realm of the Sharingan, you still falter. How could Shisui have entrusted the future of Konoha and the Uchiha to you? How do you intend to safeguard Konoha and the Uchiha? Answer me. Lingyue's final roar startled the gathered crowd. Although they could not comprehend her last words, they understood the earlier sentiments. It seemed the young clan leader was striving to protect the Uchiha in his own manner. The young leader's intentions were indeed earnest. Itachi gasped for air, his body in disarray, the blood streaking down his face, drying to form horrifying trails. Lying weakly in the crater, he silently watched Lingyue's display of superiority. Yes, Shisui entrusted me with the weighty responsibility of protecting Konoha and the Uchiha. Yet I remain uncertain how to fulfill that duty. Shisui, please tell me what I must do. His murmured words seemed to seek answers from the departed Shisui. A desperate inquiry born of despair. Now that Lingyue has emerged victorious, he is deemed correct in all assertions. However, he seeks to destroy the Uchiha and plunge Konoha into the abyss of war. I must thwart him, but how can I stop him? Itachi gazed vacantly at the sky, his youthful shoulders burdened with the weight of Konoha and the Uchiha, never daring to rest. He was utterly exhausted. The onlooking Uchiha clan members stood in silence, unable to comprehend the final words spoken, yet choosing to remain mute as they witnessed Lingyue's outburst toward Itachi. They too were perplexed. Despite the Uchiha being oppressed by Konoha's higher-ups, why would the young clan leader still serve them? Uchiha Fugaku looked on at his son in the pit, his expression a complex blend of emotions. He understood the struggles and anguish within his son, as well as the burden of the mission he bore. Yet, in this moment, he found himself at a loss. The atmosphere was stiflingly quiet, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of the wind. Chapter 60. The innately cunning Senju Tobirama Itachi. You wish to shield Konoha from the ravages of war, and you also seek to protect the Uchiha from being ostracized by Konoha. Observing Itachi's vacant gaze, Lingyue grew concerned that if she continued to scold him, Itachi might sink into despair, and thus softened her tone. Itachi Uchiha still holds value. We cannot allow him to lose hope. Now you realize that you cannot single-handedly protect Konoha. You cannot even stop me. Have you considered enlisting the entire Uchiha clan to safeguard Konoha? Would the Uchiha, who desire to protect Konoha, bring war upon it? Can the Uchiha, capable of defending Konoha, still be shunned by its villagers? At Lingyue's words, Itachi finally began to regain his composure. That's impossible. The Uchiha Guard has always been dedicated to protecting Konoha, yet they remain unaccepted by the villagers. The Uchiha's ambition to become Hokage will never be approved by Konoha. A Hokage obtained through force will not be accepted by the villagers. This was a question Itachi had pondered for a long time. He had always hoped that the Uchiha could gain acceptance from the villagers of Konoha, but he could not fathom why the Uchiha, who wished to protect Konoha, were consistently marginalized by them. The spring breeze cannot cross the Jade Gate. I, Buddha, cannot save the foolish. Such was the Uchiha, oblivious to the reasons. Only adhering to stubborn beliefs, truly foolish. There was no other option. This was the consequence of neglecting one's studies. To dare to step onto the battlefield at 4 years old. Look at what you have become. However, at least he was beginning to absorb the words of others. Seeing Itachi settle down to contemplate, Lingyue understood that Itachi Uchiha had been somewhat convinced. It was time to employ the highly skilled ninjutsu, Betsu Tenzui. Regarding your earlier statements, I wish to pose 3 questions. First, who informed you that the Uchiha Guard was responsible for the safety of Konoha? Second, who in Konoha opposed the Uchiha's desire to become Hokage? Third, when has the Uchiha ever attempted to seize the Hokage position through force? Now, please answer my questions one by one. The Uchiha merely vocalized their ambition to become Hokage. They have not staged a coup. In Konoha, there are at least 8,000 individuals who declare their desire to become Hokage. Why is it solely the Uchiha who are targeted? Is it because of their formidable strength, leading to a genuine opportunity to ascend to Hokage? Isn't this akin to me suspecting you possess a nuclear bomb? Lingyue's remarks left Itachi utterly bewildered. Isn't the Uchiha Guard always tasked with protecting Konoha's safety? Itachi queried, perplexed. To speak without opening one's eyes and merely follow the crowd, failing to grasp the underlying core. This is why you have been deceived. Do you know the origins of the Uchiha Guard? The Guard was established by the cunning Senju Tobirama, who seized the Hokage position from Uchiha Madara, specifically to silence the Uchiha. You heard correctly. The Guard was specifically created for the Uchiha by the inherently deceitful Senju Tobirama. Konoha never relied on the Guard for its safety. Even with the Guard in place, the Umbu still maintained their presence. I ask you, if Konoha's safety relies on the Guard, what is the purpose of the Umbu? What is the role of the root? Why do other shinobi villages lack a Guard? Do their villages not require protection? Lingyue's words struck hard, revealing realities that had never been contemplated by anyone. Not only was Itachi Uchiha stunned, but so were Uchiha Fugaku and the surrounding onlookers. What then? Have they patrolled Konoha daily for all these years? What is the purpose of the Guard? Itachi's mind was overwhelmed with shock. Indeed, other shinobi villages rely on the Umbu to safeguard their security. Why does Konoha have a Guard in addition? Verbal sparring also requires strategy. When the two debated, one must grasp the other's words without self-referencing. Strive to take the initiative. For instance, if someone accuses you of stealing, do not respond, I did not steal. This only traps you in a defensive position, allowing them to exploit your vulnerabilities to demand proof of your innocence. Even if you provide evidence, they may still doubt you, as they will only question you, not themselves. Instead, you should retort, on what basis do you claim I stole from you? When and where did you witness me stealing? Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your accusation? This shifts the burden of proof back to them, prompting them to present their evidence, allowing you to calmly dissect their claims. Another example, if someone remarks, why are you so serious? Can't you take a joke? You must not respond. What of it if I cannot take a joke? This places the blame on yourself, revealing a lack of composure, and the other person may continue to speak ill of you. You should instead say, if you enjoy jokes, perhaps I shall come to you for a laugh next time. This deflects their comment, striking back while maintaining your own dignity and swiftly concluding the pointless discussion. Seeing Itachi overwhelmed by the negative impact of his own rebuttal, Lingyue began to unveil. No, she began to reveal the truth. The Guard is ostensibly under the autonomous management of the Uchiha, yet in reality, it is a facade of power. The Umbu wield military force over Konoha, mentoring the next generation, allowing for the development of clan ninjas. The medical department oversees pharmaceuticals to cultivate ninjas. The logistics department manages resources, facilitating corruption to benefit their families. The interrogation department handles intelligence, acquiring numerous jutsu. The mission department is directly overseen by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, with him determining who undertakes which missions. Meanwhile, the guard can only manage defenseless villagers, rendering it akin to a mere municipal enforcement agency, utterly ineffectual. Do you believe that without the guard, Konoha would not function as usual? Lingyue's discourse unveiled the hidden interests lurking in the shadows, prompting all present to reflect deeply. How many years has Sarutobi Hiruzen been Hokage, transforming a second-rate clan into an army of 3,000 shinobi? Yet, the Uchiha have managed the guard independently for so long. What have they truly gained from it? In the extraordinary realm of the shinobi world, the Uchiha do not profit from exploiting the villagers. Thus, this power is rendered useless to them. The guard, with its numerous trivial matters, does not strengthen the Uchiha in any significant way. Conversely, the proud Uchiha disdain interactions with ordinary villagers, strictly enforcing Konoha's laws, thus offending too many villagers. This is precisely why the Uchiha face animosity from the villagers of Konoha. Therefore, the narrative propagated by Konoha's elite, that the Uchiha guard protects the village's safety, is merely a ruse to placate the Uchiha. This truth eludes those in the shinobi world lacking sufficient education or political acumen. Lingyue, standing on the shoulders of giants, the omniscient netizens, could perceive these truths with clarity. The Uchiha guard is merely a pitfall devised by Senju Tobarama, primarily designed to obstruct the Uchiha's ascent to power within Konoha's hierarchy, while leveraging the guard's enforcement characteristics to drive a wedge between the Uchiha and Konoha's villagers. Otherwise, why do you think Senju Tobarama, who incessantly vilifies the Uchiha as inherently evil, granted such extensive autonomy to the guard? The villagers' aversion to the Uchiha is a direct consequence of the guard's enforcement characteristics. The guard's primary duty is to apprehend the law-breaking villagers of Konoha. What is the enforcement target? It is the law-breaking villagers of Konoha. When a villager commits a crime, they still have friends and family. To provoke a single individual can incite disdain among many. Regardless of the validity of one's arguments, those inclined to complain will continue to do so. The Uchiha clan, characterized by its proud and aloof demeanor, often eschews the need for explanation. When one has transgressed, capture is inevitable. Resistance to law enforcement will meet with force, and there is no inclination to engage in further discourse. If resentment exists, so be it. What does it matter to a ninja if a mere ordinary person bears animosity? Over the years, the Uchiha guard has effectively alienated nearly all of the villagers in Konoha. What benefits have the Uchihas derived from this enmity? Have they gained the villagers' hatred or a sense of superiority from bullying ordinary citizens? The Uchiha clan remains indifferent to such matters, having never contemplated these issues. The Uchihas find themselves momentarily stunned. As for the second question, who among the Uchiha desires to become Hokage, and who opposes this ambition? Is it the villagers of Konoha who object, or perhaps the ninja clans of the village? Or is it a faction led by Sarutobi Hiruzen that stands in opposition? One must engage their intellect when speaking and acting. If your mind is unfit for such tasks, consider donating it to those in need. Lingyue berated Itachi, having long wished to express such sentiments toward him. Once unable to contend with him, she now feels liberated to speak her mind. In their youth, they neglect their studies, presuming their nascent strength places them atop the world. I, a mere observer, would not dare to display such arrogance. They boast of possessing the will of fire, claiming to inherit Shirsue's legacy and to protect Konoha and the Uchiha. Do they truly believe their protection is necessary? Are they aware that they may one day betray their entire clan and defect from Konoha, contributing nothing to the village until their dying breath? Should Shirsue learn of their actions, he would be incensed. Does the selection of the Hokage concern the villagers of Konoha? Do ordinary villagers possess the right to vote in such elections? Step by step, Lingyue elucidated the political core of Konoha to Itachi and the onlooking Uchiha. The selection of the Hokage is predetermined. Public voting serves merely as a fade, with only the participation of elite shinobi. Did Senju Tobarama undergo a selection process to become Hokage? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen? Even Minato Namake's ascension to the role was orchestrated behind the scenes. The decision of who becomes Hokage is not one for the villagers to determine. They possess neither wealth nor power. They are but ants seeking shade beneath the great tree of Konoha. The sentiments of the villagers towards the Uchiha are inconsequential. The Uchiha's reputation is forged through their might. Whether the villagers embrace or reject the Uchiha bears no impact on their prowess. For years, the villagers have harbored animosity towards the Uchiha. Yet this has not hindered the clan from being the most formidable in the shinobi world. As for the support of the Konoha ninja clans for the Uchiha's aspirations to become Hokage, have you even bothered to inquire? The ninja clans form a loose assembly, lacking unity. Those who oppose the Uchiha's rise to Hokage fear that such an elevation would jeopardize their own interests. For instance, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have benefited from stable development under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership. The Uchiha's ascension may threaten their current standings. The Hyuga clan, ever striving for strength, competes with the Uchiha for dominance as the foremost family of ocular jutsu. They dread that should the Uchiha rise to Hokage, they would be left far behind. Despite the Uchiha's formidable strength, there are many who support them. Clans such as the Yamanaka and the Kurama, along with others oppressed by Danzo, yearn for a change in leadership. Even after the tragic demise of Hyuga Hizashi, the Hyuga clan expressed a desire for a new Hokage. The Uchiha could swiftly garner the support of these clans by presenting a suitable plan for the distribution of benefits. The most opposed to the Uchiha becoming Hokage are Sarutobi Hiruzen and his inner circle. Hiruzen oversees the Umbu and the Intelligence Division, while Shimura Danzo commands the Root. The Medical Division is under the purview of Tsunade, and the Logistics Division is managed by Mito Minjaku. The power within Konoha is meticulously divided among them. Should the Uchiha ascend to Hokage, the privileges of these vested interests would be at stake. Thus, it becomes clear that the selection of a Hokage is not merely about who can protect the village, but rather about who can safeguard the interests of the various ninja clans within Konoha. Regardless of who assumes the role, all will strive to protect Konoha, for it is the collective interest of all its inhabitants. For the first time, the politics of the shinobi world have been laid bare before the public eye. Power is obtained either through absolute force or, lacking that, through the balance of interests. The Uchiha of old possessed neither overwhelming force nor an understanding of how to leverage interests. Even the elusive support of the populace has been squandered by a mere guard. How then can one aspire to become Hokage? The radicals are fueled more by anger than reason. They recognize their own inadequacies. Yet the Uchiha have been relentlessly oppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if they lack the strength to retaliate, they refuse to be subjugated any longer. Had the radicals been sufficiently powerful, they would have revolted long ago. The conservatives, however, prioritize reason over rage. They understand their limitations and prefer to concede, enduring hardship in order to preserve the Uchiha legacy. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, is indecisive and torn between the desire to integrate into Konoha and the need to maintain the clan's strength. The once unified Uchiha have fractured into three factions, leaving them ill-equipped to challenge the higher echelons of Konoha. Witnessing Itachi ensnared by a series of complex techniques, Lingyue prepared to strike at his heart with her words. Itachi, do you truly believe you are the sole intellect among the Uchiha, while the others are mere fools? You have consistently heeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's directives, secretly providing him with intelligence on your own clan. You hope that by bowing down, Konoha will accept the Uchiha. But do you comprehend his true intentions? He fears allowing the Uchiha onto the battlefield, wary that should too many Sharingan awaken, they might become overwhelmingly powerful. He also dreads that the Uchiha's military accomplishments might overshadow his own standing within Konoha. When the Uchiha are compelled to fight, their accomplishments are concealed. The compensation for fallen clan members is perpetually the least. Excuses are fabricated to drive the Uchiha from the center of Konoha. Negative rumors about the Uchiha are clandestinely disseminated throughout the village. These are the commendable deeds of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Consider the once mighty Senju clan. Who remains of them now? The Senju's shinobi were sent to the front lines to perish. The clan has been decimated by Danzo's inhumane experiments. The most promising candidate for Hokage, Senju Nawaki, met his end due to a ludicrous trap. The only survivor is Tsunade, who numbs herself to escape Konoha. The Senju clan is practically extinguished, leaving the Uchiha as the most powerful remaining clan. Reflect on Sarutobi Hiruzen's current treatment of the Uchiha and contemplate the potential fate that awaits them should this continue. In Hiruzen's eyes, you are the fool. You are but a pawn in his scheme to suppress the Uchiha. The previous pawn, due to its defiance and exceeding control, was eliminated. Indeed, That pawn was your beloved elder brother, Shursui. Lingyue's words, laden with emotional weight, left not only Itachi in a state of shock, but also the surrounding Uchiha, who realized the truth behind Shursui's demise. In the streets of Uchiha territory, all the shinobi stood in silence, absorbing Lingyue's revelations. These were seasoned warriors, trained from a young age in the art of killing. Yet this did not render them devoid of intellect. Perhaps one or two Uchihas may have been exceptions, but the vast majority were quite capable. The truths articulated by Lingyue were substantiated by evidence, starkly reflected in the realities of Konoha. Upon hearing the truth, Itachi's eyes became vacant. The revelations spoke of matters he was already aware of, leaving him devoid of the will to refute them. Lying quietly in the pit, he even neglected to wipe the blood that flowed from his face, believing oneself to be a savior of the world. One is tragically oblivious to the fact that it is the Dark Overlord who, under the guise of salvation, orchestrates malevolence. Once convinced of bearing the hopes of an entire clan, enduring the peculiar gazes of kin with stoicism, one discovers that they have unwittingly become the most foolish of all, an informant for the enemy. What meaning remains in such a life? Brother Shizuka, I am truly sorry. I fear I shall be unable to fulfill your last wish. This must be what it feels like when one's heart is reduced to ashes. Chapter 62. Itachi. It is your turn to safeguard Konoha. Alas, it seems I have exerted too much force, rendering Itachi utterly exhausted. Observing his despondent expression as he languishes in the pit, Lingyue is at a loss for words. Is this truly the genius of the Uchiha? Can he not withstand even this minor setback? Fear not, there is still hope. Allow me to employ my verbal prowess. Itachi, your desire to protect Konoha and the Uchiha clan is commendable. Indeed, it mirrors the aspirations of every Uchiha. Yet, do you comprehend why, despite our collective intentions to safeguard Konoha, the Uchiha have found themselves in this dire predicament? Lingyue's words rekindled focus in Itachi's bloodied eyes. The current ruler of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having tasted the intoxicating allure of power, has become ensnared by its temptations. He harbors no desire for others to challenge his authority. The might of the Uchiha is a force he cannot control, thus he must suppress their growth. Even should he choose to appoint a new Hokage, it must be under his dominion, preferably his own son. Consider how long he has held the title of Hokage. What contributions has the so-called strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, made since assuming office? He fears losing his position, and under his guidance, Konoha has forgotten the legendary first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, and the second Hokage, renowned as a genius of forbidden techniques. Consequently, a man with no remarkable achievements has ascended to the title of the strongest Hokage. Is it not absurd? While others have proven their strength through battle, his claim to power is merely a boast. Reflect upon whom he is bested. On what basis does he declare himself the strongest Hokage? Only because the reputation of the strongest Hokage serves to reinforce his control over Konoha. In a bid to maintain his position, he annihilated the Senju clan, the most suitable candidates for Hokage. The esteemed Konoha White Fang, the mightiest in skill and prestige, was driven to his demise by slander. The populace's favored Orochimaru, due to his experiments on human subjects, was coerced into defection. Ultimately, in the aftermath of a war that forced his abdication, the most manageable choice, Namake's Minato, ascended to the Hokage seat. Even so, the fourth Hokage lived but 2 short years before his untimely death. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his meteoric rise. Uzumaki Naruto, son of the fourth Hokage, enjoys a certain status in the village, as you are aware. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed the role of acting Hokage once more, persisting until the present day. Now, the sole remaining threat to his position is an Uchiha. Look upon what has become of them. Do you still regard Sarutobi Hiruzen as a benevolent Hokage concerned for Konoha's welfare? Once, Konoha stood resilient against the assaults of the 4 great shinobi villages. Where are the legendary Sannin, the Konoha White Fang, and the Yellow Flash now? If the 4 great shinobi villages were to attack Konoha again, do you believe it could withstand such an onslaught? The Konoha you so dearly cherish is on the brink of ruin, all thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lingyue unleashed a torrent of eloquence, leaving the Uchiha in stunned silence, as no one had ever unveiled the political darkness of Konoha to them. The revelations before them delivered a profound psychological shock. The mention of Konoha's destruction reignited a flicker of purpose within the dazed Uchiha. Noticing Itachi's growing fury, Lingyue silently commended himself. This is what it means to be well-versed in the narrative. A time traveler should not engage in brute force, but rather leverage intellect. Itachi, do you not wish to protect Konoha? Go forth. The greatest adversary to Konoha sits upon the Hokage's throne. It's your moment to shine. Having finally risen from the pit, Itachi struggled to sit upright, his complexion now calm, yet his tightly clenched fists, with nails digging into flesh, betrayed his tumultuous inner turmoil. With such knowledge, what course of action shall we undertake? We cannot allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to remain Hokage. Itachi finally grasped the situation, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He would seek the counsel of those more shrewd than himself. However, Itachi's expression grew solemn as he recalled. The Uchiha must not engage in conflict with Konoha, otherwise, other shinobi villages may seize the opportunity to invade the land of fire. It appears Itachi has regained his intellectual footing, aware of the intricacies of the ninja world. Regrettably, his vision remains limited. We need not wage war against Konoha. We can compel him to resign. I have already demonstrated how to eliminate Danzo without inciting battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen can be dealt with in the same manner. Danzo brought about his own demise, having recklessly implanted Sharingan and Hashirama cells, hiding glaring evidence upon his person. Extracting Sharingan and Hashirama cells would result in backlash, while failing to do so would not pass muster with the Uchiha. As for the notion of simply severing his arm, after Orochimaru's defection, he lost that capability. Even if he were to replace his arm, one cannot be so foolish. Within 2 days, the wound would not heal. Danzo lacks the omnipotent white Zetsu to restore his body. Shall we publicly disclose Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions? But can these claims truly be considered evidence? Itachi, for once, has astutely recognized the crux of the matter. At this moment, Uchiha Shana, who had been observing quietly, finally found her opportunity to speak. The crowd remained captivated by Itachi's recent discourse. Elder Shana deliberately cleared her throat, immediately capturing everyone's attention as they turned to him. Lingyue has informed me of Sarutobi Hiruzen's weaknesses. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate the evidence. Upon hearing this, a murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd, as they exchanged glances filled with surprise and anticipation. Following the demise of the fourth Hokage, his legacy fell into the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who misappropriated it for the benefit of his own clan. It has now been confirmed that the Sarutobi clan boasts over 2,000 shinobi, thus assuming the title of the most affluent clan in the ninja world. With this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The title of the most illustrious clan in the ninja world has been surreptitiously snatched by the Sarutobi clan. Elder Shana wore a sinister grin. The wealth of the Sarutobi clan today will only lead to their downfall in the future. At this moment, the elder resembled a quintessential villain. Guffawing at Elder Shana's expression, Lingyue could not help but emit an eerie chuckle. What brings you such joy, Lingyue? Elder Shana inquired, curiosity piqued by the laughter. Oh, I am merely providing you with a soundtrack. Pay me no mind. Continue your investigation, and once you have clarity, simply print the findings for all of Konoha to see. Lingyue finally seized the opportunity to deliver a biting remark to Itachi and left with a sense of satisfaction. Having resolved the internal strife within the Uchiha, there was no longer a need to hide from Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, such evidence could not be eradicated in the short term. Why should I not confront you openly? I shall plaster the evidence across your face. Unsatisfied? Then let us fight. Today, 2 titans shall clash within the Uchiha. The shorter one stands at over 10 meters tall, surpassing most of the buildings in Konoha. If you don't believe it, just ask the Umbu stationed at the edge of the Uchiha clan territory. I estimate that this information is already on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Does he possess the audacity to confront this? After a month of arduous work, this paltry salary is truly disheartening. My heart aches as if it were being cut by blades. In the week following Danzo's demise, I find myself reminiscing about him. Everyone, please disperse. We have our own arrangements for the matters here, and I ask you not to spread any rumors. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the situation, Uchiha Fugaku began to clear the area. The crowd gradually dissipated, and the cacophony of discussions faded, leaving behind a somewhat disheveled open space that bore witness to the recent events. Lingyue transformed the incident into a narrative, successfully altering Itachi's perspective. What followed were a series of concluding tasks: repairing roads, providing compensation, and swiftly finding workers to mend the nearby houses that had been damaged during the chaos, allowing residents to return to their peaceful lives. As for Itachi, his overuse of the Sharingan left him exhausted after lying in that cold pit for an extended period. He needed to be taken for treatment promptly, lest he suffer lasting consequences. Alas, my tenure as clan leader has been a dismal failure. Life is fraught with challenges. Fugaku sighed. As he gazed at the gradually calming scene, his heart was heavy with frustration and helplessness. Reflecting on recent events, it became evident that Lingyue had been the mastermind behind everything, while Elder Uchiha Shana had merely executed his plans. And what was left for him? Merely to shoulder the blame and clean up the aftermath. This clan leader holds no esteem. Perhaps it would be better to resign and let someone else take the mantle. Itachi, you should focus on your recovery. Do not return to the Umbu for now. Fugaku approached Itachi, his tone filled with concern and fatigue. Lingyue is more astute than we anticipated. We merely need to follow his directives. After all, he is one of us. He would not wish us harm. Forgive me, father. Uchiha Itachi raised his head, his eyes brimming with remorse. There is no need for such words. I tacitly approved of your previous actions, as we had not foreseen these issues at that time. If it weren't for Lingyue, we would all still be in the dark. Fugaku offered reassurance. Placing the weight of the clan's burdens upon a child is indeed my fault. After leaving the Uchiha territory, Lingyue found a spot to have breakfast. He had been waiting on the road since dawn for Itachi, neglecting to eat. Having resolved the Uchiha clan crisis, Lingyue felt at ease. Eliminating Danzo was not a matter of great consequence in the grand scheme of the ninja world. Aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, few would care about his demise. Therefore, it should not attract the attention of the elder ninjas. Now, Lingyue had ample time for development, allowing him to slowly stabilize the Uchiha clan. When the Uchiha re-emerged, they would be invincible, directly sweeping through the ninja world. Then, he would establish a unified regime, and Lingyue would create a publicity department for the ninja realm. At that time, all policies, welfare measures, and technological reforms would be disseminated through this department. The system points would come rolling in. Of course, this hinges on neutralizing the hidden machinations of Kaguya. With Lingyue having unveiled his Manjiki Sharingan, he now risks attracting Kaguya's attention. He could also be under the surveillance of White Zetsu. Lingyue had previously accessed Sage Mode, but had not sensed White Zetsu's presence. Whether it was due to Lingyue's lack of skill, or simply the absence of White in the vicinity, remains uncertain. However, as a village harboring the Nine Tails, Kaguya would undoubtedly have a few spies positioned here. Kaguya's strength is mediocre, yet he is exceedingly slippery. If one attracts his notice, it would be an agonizing ordeal. After all, being targeted by Kaguya inevitably leads to complications with Obito, who would then seek out Nagato, creating a cascade of trouble. If Nagato were to act rashly and launch an assault on Konoha, it would spell disaster. Currently, few possess the strength to withstand an assault on Konoha. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. At the very least, action should only be considered once Lingyue is capable of single-handedly confronting the Akatsuki. Until then, he must develop in secrecy for as long as possible, having formulated a plan for the future. Lingyue finished his breakfast and prepared to discuss reforms for the guard unit and the Uchiha clan with Elder Uchiha and Fugaku. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on his Hokage throne, perusing the latest intelligence on the Uchiha sent by the Umbu. Danzo was dead, leaving him with only the Hokage hat atop his head. He had just used the telescope technique to observe everything unfolding in the Uchiha territory. For days, he had secretly monitored the Uchiha, seeking the reason behind their transformation. He had noticed when Itachi and Lingyue clashed. Hiruzen still recalled the little rascal standing behind Elder Uchiha Shana, who had been mentoring him in ninjutsu practice. His writing was exceptional, and his works were quite impressive. Regrettably, he had not released any new material in recent times. Through the telescope technique, Hiruzen watched the two engage, his curiosity piqued. Unfortunately, the crystal ball could not convey sound. He was unable to read lips, leaving him ignorant of the reasons for their conflict. As the two fought, he realized that this information on the low-ranking ninja was actually capable of suppressing Uchiha Itachi in physical combat. This was no ordinary occurrence. Uchiha Itachi was a prodigy, a pinnacle of talent within the entire Konoha. Before Hiruzen could recover from his astonishment, both activated their Manjiki Sharingan simultaneously. When both revealed their Susanoo, Hiruzen was utterly dumbfounded. Two Susanoo. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Had he possessed Uchiha blood, this sight would have surely opened his eyes. What did it signify to have two Susanoo? If the Uchiha were to engage Konoha, these two Susanoo could annihilate half of the village. Is this the reason the Uchiha felt emboldened to confront Konoha? Hiruzen muttered to himself. But why would the two Uchiha clash? Was there a conflict between them? Or was there a larger conspiracy lurking in the shadows? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he could not find a coherent explanation. Regardless of the reason, the current Uchiha were no weaker than Konoha in terms of power. Allowing this to go unchecked would yield catastrophic consequences. He needed to devise a strategy promptly. Why had Jiraiya not returned after a week? Was the Umbu's efficiency truly this dismal? Hiruzen felt a mixture of irritation and anxiety. The summoning toads had not responded, nor had the Umbu that had gone to search for him returned. After Danzo's death, he no longer had suitable individuals to discuss strategies with. As for Nara Shikaku and Mito Akimichi, together they could not even compare to a fraction of Danzo's capabilities. They seized opportunities but faltered in times of trouble. Although Danzo was somewhat greedy, he truly stepped up when faced with challenges. Oh, Danzo, your demise is such a loss. Without you, how will I contend with the Uchiha? In the week since Danzo's passing, I find myself yearning for him. The order was given to the Umbu to swiftly locate Jiraiya, even if it meant binding him and bringing him back. Once the Umbu ninja received their orders, they vanished from the Hokage's office. The room fell into a profound silence once more, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped in his chair, the vast office now empty save for him. Hiruzen pondered deeply on how to address the formidable Uchiha clan, whose two pairs of Manjiki Sharingan loomed over Konoha like the sword of Damocles. Despite his efforts, no viable solutions came to mind. Perhaps a conversation with Itachi would be beneficial. He possessed the Susanoo and Manjiki Sharingan as well. Hiruzen muttered softly to himself, seeking a glimmer of hope. Itachi, a Uchiha with the will of fire, could help balance the power dynamics if he could be persuaded to lend his support. With a sigh, Hiruzen decided to summon Elder Tsunade and Elder Mito. After some hesitation, he commanded the Umbu waiting outside to fetch them. These two elders, who were primarily focused on a peaceful retirement and tended to act conservatively, were his only option in this dire situation. He needed every ounce of assistance available. Before long, Tsunade and Mito hurried in, their expressions tinged with confusion. Hiruzen, what is it that you require of us? Hiruzen did not reply immediately, but instead gravely gestured toward the intelligence scroll on the table. Take a look at this. He handed the scroll to Mito, and the two leaned in to examine its contents. What? The Uchiha have obtained 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Hiruzen, is this news credible? Their voices trembled slightly with shock. They understood the power of the Manjiki. If the Uchiha suddenly possessed 2 pairs, their strength would rival that of Konoha. Reflecting on the past, when Konoha had consistently suppressed the Uchiha, it was evident that they now had sufficient power to resist. Is this information true? I summoned you to discuss how we might counter the Uchiha, Hiruzen stated directly. For the past few days, Uchiha have been lurking near the Sarutobi clan's territory, gathering intelligence. There must be a plot afoot. We cannot allow the Uchiha to continue this. Hiruzen's expression was grave. What do you plan to do? Mito asked, stepping forward with a slight frown. Hiruzen sighed deeply, pacing slowly, his face a mask of helplessness and conflict. Engaging them in battle is absolutely out of the question. The current Uchiha are formidable, and with 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, we cannot be certain of victory. Not to mention, we lack a suitable pretext. Should we go to war with the Uchiha, the casualties within Konoha would be catastrophic, and other ninja villages would surely take advantage of our weakened state. The consequences would be unbearable. However, we cannot simply allow the Uchiha to wreak havoc. That would benefit no one. Hiruzen asserted, I believe we must take the initiative. Send someone to negotiate with the Uchiha and ascertain their intentions before making further plans. Hiruzen expressed his thoughts. Tsunade scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Do we really need to guess what the Uchiha are thinking? They undoubtedly desire your position as Hokage. Mito nodded seriously in agreement, voicing his concurrence. Everyone in Konoha knows the Uchiha have been clamoring to become Hokage. Previously, they sought to use force. Now they have resorted to subterfuge. Hiruzen inhaled deeply and replied, I am well aware of the Uchiha's ambitions. What I mean is, we must find a way to probe their next steps and clarify their current actions. I hope you can assist me in discreetly contacting other clans to explain the situation and garner their support. If the Uchiha make any moves, we will be prepared to respond swiftly. Mito contemplated for a moment. This course of action is feasible, but contacting other clans will take time. and we cannot guarantee they will side with us. Regardless, it is the best option we have at present. Hiruzen's gaze was resolute. We cannot remain passive. We must strive for Konoha's future. At this critical juncture, we must unify all available forces to safeguard the peace and stability of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Mito exchanged knowing glances. What peace and stability of Konoha? Surely, they meant the preservation of the Hokage position. Now that they had approached us, we would not hold back. Mito donned a cheerful smile and spoke first. Hiruzen, rest assured. We are united in this cause and will exhaust every effort to reach out to the other ninja clans. After all, we are all working for the benefit of Konoha. He then shifted his tone. However, you must be aware that with Danzo's demise, the root organization currently lacks leadership. Such a significant entity falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives poses a grave threat to Konoha. Tsunade and I are willing to help shoulder this responsibility and contribute to Konoha's stability. Tsunade quickly chimed in. Indeed, Hiruzen, we are well acquainted with Root. With our assistance, we can ensure it continues to serve Konoha effectively. Hiruzen looked at the two, his expression darkening. He had anticipated this outcome. These two had entirely abandoned the will of fire, solely seeking to leverage power for personal gain. They evaded difficulties and seized benefits. How could they be so self-serving at such a critical time? The will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire persists. The flames shall continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the new leaves. When had these two transformed into such individuals? Hiruzen understood their ulterior motives, yet the urgency of the situation with the Uchiha loomed large. He truly needed their assistance, and reluctantly nodded. Then I shall rely on both of you. The safety of Konoha depends on our collective efforts. Upon hearing Hiruzen relent, Mito's expression brightened, his face lighting up with a smile as he earnestly replied, Hiruzen, you can trust us. We will manage Root diligently and do our utmost to protect Konoha's safety. He feared inquiries about his salary would make things awkward for both. Perhaps this was the anxiety of a potential pay raise. Chapter 65. I'll trade my sister for you after finishing breakfast. Lingyue was preparing to consult the elder about reform when she encountered Uchiha HK waiting at the intersection. Upon seeing Lingyue, HK beamed with joy and rushed forward to embrace her leg. Lingyue, save me. I'm dying. Startled by HK's sudden action, Lingyue instinctively took a step back, attempting to free herself from his grip. However, HK clung on tightly. With no choice, Lingyue could only ask, what's going on? Calm down, let us talk this through. Please, get up. HK looked up at her, his eyes reddening. I want to get up. I'm about to perish. Lingyue, you're too strong. You must have some secret technique. Please teach me. Lingyue sighed helplessly, glancing at the system panel in her mind. Shaking her head, she replied, I truly have no secret techniques. My strength is solely the result of my own hard work. HK, clearly dissatisfied with this answer, rolled his eyes and said, I want to take advantage of you. I'll trade you my sister for your secrets. Lingyue. Lingyue's forehead suddenly sprouted several black lines. Her expression one of exasperation. Having a brother like Yenho was truly a blessing for her. Noticing Lingyue's indifference, Yenho clung tightly to her thigh, refusing to let go. I am so eager to improve. Please, save this child. Lingyue sighed, observing Yenho's pitiful demeanor. She thought to herself that if she didn't say something, they might not leave today, since she was already planning to reform the Uchiha clan. It wouldn't hurt to share a bit in advance. After a brief silence, she slowly began, as for secret techniques, there is indeed one. Do you know the shadow clone technique? Yenho's eyes brightened like a beacon in the darkness, and he eagerly nodded. I can learn it. Lingyue nodded, her expression turning serious as she patiently explained. First, focus on mastering the shadow clone technique. Once you've learned it, create clones based on your chakra capacity and physical condition. Let the clones concentrate on refining chakra control and its nature changes, while you focus on strengthening your own physique. Remember, take it one step at a time. When the clones disperse, they will transfer all their training experiences and insights back to you. I worry that your frail body may not withstand it. The training through shadow clones is equivalent to your own practice. Gradually adapt to the influx of memories from the clones. Once your chakra reserves increase, you can create multiple clones to train simultaneously, vastly enhancing your efficiency. It's no joke. The shadow clone technique is highly praised by many who have traversed realms. When the time comes, just inform the elder, and we can implement this reform across the Uchiha clan. Yenho leaped up in excitement. I'm going to learn the shadow clone right away. Seeing Yanhua's enthusiasm, Lingyue painted an even grander picture. Soon, the Uchiha clan would undergo a transformation, and there would be comprehensive services for awakening the Sharingan. Who knows? You might even awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Just make sure your body can keep up. With the Uchiha clan resolving its internal and external issues, there would be a period for development. The core of Lingyue's plan was to establish a complete nurturing system from awakening the Sharingan to its final evolution into the Mangeki Sharingan, which he dubbed Uchiha's Comprehensive Sharingan Awakening Service. Each Uchiha child would raise a pet, similar to the Inuzuka clan, where there are no bonds, create them. Although it may be deemed unethical, it is certainly better than relying on friends and family. The responsibility of awakening the Mangeki would fall upon these pets. Then, an Uchiha entertainment venue would be established, with charismatic dealers guiding the games. Add to that a gambling scheme tailored for the ninja world. It would likely cause several Uchihas to awaken their Sharingan in a fit of desperation. This is what one might call truly seeing red. It would not only boost the economy but also assist individuals in awakening their eyes, while providing a new leisure outlet. It was simply perfect. Only the security forces would need bolstering. Otherwise, Lingyue feared the gambling city might be torn apart by desperate Uchihas. Furthermore, a physical training course and an illusionary array would be established to hone the Uchiha's will and spirit, tackling both physical and mental aspects. This comprehensive approach would help the Uchiha enhance their foundations. With a few years of development under this plan, they could emerge invincible, dominating the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Yanhua was instantly exhilarated, eagerly asking, "Really? You wouldn't deceive the Uchiha, the legendary Mangeki, the pinnacle of Uchiha power. He could awaken the Mangeki too. Soon, he would be able to soar as Lingyue did." Overwhelmed with excitement, tears of joy streamed from the corners of Yanhua's eyes. Lingyue's expression turned solemn as he looked at Yanhua, who was drooling with excitement. The Uchiha do not deceive their own. I swear upon my closest friend that if I deceive you, he shall never awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Upon hearing such a resolute vow, Yanhua's doubts vanished in an instant, and he jubilantly jumped up. "That's wonderful. I'm heading back to practice the shadow clone technique right away." "Wait, your closest friend wouldn't be me, would it?" Suddenly realizing, Yanhua's face displayed a look of suspicion. Lingyue chuckled, patting Yanhua on the shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm not deceiving you. Once you master the shadow clone technique and persist with my methods, your strength will undoubtedly see a qualitative leap. The Uchiha clan's reform is indeed underway, and there will be a series of methods to assist in awakening the Sharingan. As long as you have sufficient foundation, you will soon reach the 3-tomo level, or even awaken the Mangeki." The more Yanhua listened, the more excited he became. Fists clenched tightly as flames of determination ignited in his eyes. "That's amazing, Lingyue. I'm going to bring my sister over right now." "Wait, don't use your sister as a bargaining chip. Is this how you treat your sister?" Lingyue exclaimed, giving Yanhua a sharp rap on the head. "Ouch. What are you doing? I was only thinking of Yanhua's best interests by introducing her to you. You're now the Uchiha clan's top genius. And so many Uchiha girls have a crush on you. If you don't act soon, you might miss your chance. I've already asked Yanhua, and she thinks highly of you and likes you a lot. Just wait, I'll bring her over right away," Yanhua declared, turning like a gust of wind and sprinting towards home, giving Lingyue no chance to refuse. Chapter 66. The Mature Woman. By Ju, just as Lingyue was about to leave, Yanhua dashed back like a whirlwind. Lingyue, I just remembered something." Yanhua wore a bashful expression, hesitating as he spoke. "Just say it. This is just a joke about Yanhua. She's only 11. Lingyue replied, utterly speechless. "Do you think I'm that desperate?" "Great news, Lingyue. What I wanted to say isn't about Yanhua. I've read that book, Young A Bing, so many times that I can almost recite it by heart. When are you going to write your new book?" "I want to continue helping you with the editing," Yanhua expressed eagerly. Lingyue was left momentarily speechless. "The new book is still in the conceptual stage. I haven't started writing yet. I promise you'll be the first to help me with the editing once it's done." He wished to quickly move past this topic. With money no longer a concern, there was no need to write about Xiao Lu Bei anymore. "Really? Tell me about your new book. I'm your assistant and can provide references," Yanhua asserted earnestly. Seeing the eager expression on Yanhua's face, Lingyue felt a bit weary. "Fine, I won't be angry. This is just how the Uchiha are. How about I write another one? Even if I don't need the money, it could add some cultural enrichment to this dull ninja world. Otherwise, I won't have anything to read later." Lingyue reflected on the accumulated learning materials from his previous life and slowly spoke. The new book is titled The Mature Woman by Ju. It will primarily present a narrative from a female perspective. I haven't yet figured out how to write it, but I assure you it will be as good as a Bing. That is fantastic. A book from a female perspective. I'm so looking forward to it. It's bound to be captivating. You must write it quickly. Yanhua beamed with anticipation. Rest assured, the quality is guaranteed. Let me tell you, this book not only explores the complexities of human ethical relationships in society and the paths to self-rescue faced by the weak against the strong, but it also intricately depicts the struggles and downfalls of individuals grappling with the contradictions between desire and reality. The scene is depicted with exquisite detail, and the characters are portrayed with remarkable depth. This is indeed a rare gem of a book. It stands out amidst the plethora of literature on the artistic explosion of the Blue Planet. It undoubtedly eclipses the likes of Jiraiya's Paradise. Conquering a small corner of the ninja world is but a trivial feat. Lingyue dares to vouch for Yanhua's character. Well, I must consult with the editor to incorporate more illustrations into the book. Adding illustrations aligns better with the flavor of the ninja world and caters to consumer habits. Following Jiraiya's path will leave him with no alternative. Splendid. I shall await your good news. Lingyue, I will return home to fetch my sister immediately. I will also commence my training. With that, Uchiha Yanhua swiftly turned and dashed homeward like a gust of wind, leaving Lingyue standing alone amidst the chaotic breeze. After bidding farewell to Yanhua, Lingyue sought out the Grand Elder. Now that the internal issues of the Uchiha clan have been resolved, it is time to initiate a major internal reform, starting with the security department. Subsequently, I shall implement a comprehensive service for the Sharingan. Soon, Lingyue found the Grand Elder. Uchiha Shana. Grand Elder, I have come specifically to discuss the future development of the Uchiha clan. This matter is of great importance, and I must trouble you to summon the clan leader and several elders to deliberate together. Uchiha Shana regarded his talented granddaughter-in-law with a warm smile and affectionately said, Lingyue, no need for such formality. From now on, just call me Grandpa, like Yuki-chan. Very well, Grandpa Shana, Lingyue replied. Uchiha Shana nodded slightly and turned to arrange for the clan leader and other elders to be summoned. While doing so, he reminded Lingyue, please wait here. I shall send someone to fetch them. Lingyue responded casually, of course, Grandpa Shana, I am in no hurry. Now, Lingyue had ample time to relax. The upcoming tasks include resolving matters with Sarutobi Hiruzen, reforming the Uchiha clan, establishing a business for herself, and then sleeping in until she naturally awakens to count her riches. In summary, the next phase of development aims to achieve power, influence, wealth, and leisure. Once the Uchiha clan flourishes, it will be time to confront the organization and execute the grand unification plan. Unifying the ninja world demands capable individuals to manage affairs. After a brief wait, the leaders of the Uchiha clan arrived at the meeting venue. Upon hearing that Uchiha Lingyue intended to discuss the clan's future development, everyone was quite intrigued. Discussions about the Uchiha's development were routine at the monthly clan meetings, but the topics rarely deviated. Compared to those cliché discussions, everyone was far more captivated by this talented descendant who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. The attendees curiously observed the young individual capable of utilizing Susanoo, quietly awaiting Lingyue's address. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Grand Elder Uchiha Shana nodded slightly to Lingyue, signaling her to commence. Lingyue wasted no time and directly delved into the subject. The Uchiha clan's current development holds significant room for improvement. We need to enhance foundational education, ninja training, Sharingan awakening, as well as the Uchiha security department and combat strategies. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in commotion. The Uchiha clan, known as the foremost noble family in the ninja world, could not possibly harbor so many issues. How old are you? I have consumed more salt than you have eaten rice in your life. Can a mere child dictate changes? What does it matter that you awaken the Mangeki? That only signifies your combat prowess, not your administrative capability. Even Uchiha Madara, known as the Azura of the ninja world, could not achieve this. What makes you think you can? The elders internally murmured their dissent, yet outwardly maintained a semblance of composure, refraining from direct reproach. After all, she was indeed a formidable figure with the Mangeki. It remained uncertain whether she could manage the Uchiha clan effectively. At least she was genuinely powerful. Lingyue, undeterred by their reactions, continued methodically, Let us proceed step by step. Before addressing internal matters, we must first tackle external issues. Primarily the pressure exerted by the higher-ups in Konoha on the Uchiha clan. Lingyue paused and turned to Grand Elder Uchiha Shana, inquiring, Grand Elder, what have we ascertained regarding the numbers and industries of the Sarutobi clan? Seated beside her, Uchiha Fugaku felt a tumult of emotions as this newly emerged talent effortlessly seized the initiative from him. As the clan leader, he found himself overshadowed by a younger generation. Fugaku felt disheartened. This should be my responsibility. As Itachi's father, it is one thing for my son to require guidance, but I am the Uchiha clan leader. Addressing the clan's developmental issues should rightfully fall to me. Although he acknowledged his shortcomings as a leader, he still desired a modicum of respect. Uchiha Fugaku declared, I am the clan leader. Lingyue responded, Fugaku, you will come to regret this. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Fugaku's gaze, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Deciding to hear Lingyue out first, the interests of the clan were paramount. He quietly sat, awaiting the Grand Elder's response while pondering the series of questions posed by Lingyue. Could it be that the Uchiha were truly in such dire straits? In the council chamber, Grand Elder Uchiha Shana slowly rose, cleared his throat, and began. After conducting a thorough secret investigation over the past few months, we have preliminarily grasped the quantity and distribution of the Sarutobi clan's ninjas. Shana's gaze swept across the assembly. However, the specific details still require further verification and analysis. Many Sarutobi clan ninjas have been discreetly dispatched outside of Konoha under the pretense of guarding the borders of the Land of Fire. Hearing this, the expressions of the attendees grew increasingly grave. Shana paused momentarily, his eyes resting upon the scroll in his hand, densely packed with the intelligence gathered. However, from the information we have uncovered thus far, the number of ninjas is nearing 3,000. Shana's voice rose sharply as he raised the investigative report. What? 3,000? Except for Lingyue, who had prior knowledge, everyone else gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Observing their reaction, Lingyue immediately stood, slammed her hands on the table, and exclaimed, Silence. As the room gradually quieted, Lingyue turned her gaze to the Grand Elder. Please continue, Grand Elder. Her voice swiftly overshadowed the murmurs of astonishment, restoring silence to the council chamber as all eyes refocused on Grand Elder Uchiha Shana. Taking a deep breath, Grand Elder Uchiha Shana continued. The industries currently held by the Sarutobi clan are quite complex in composition. They primarily stem from the legacies of the Senju clan and the 4th Hokage, as well as our original Uchiha territories. The industries of the Senju clan were initially inherited by Senju Hashirama. After his passing, they were transferred to Tsunade. In a turn of misfortune, Tsunade sold these industries to the village to settle her gambling debts, and the Sarutobi clan seized them under the guise of the Hokage's authority. Now, aside from the Senju ancestral home, Tsunade has sold off all other Senju properties, which are now firmly in the hands of the Sarutobi clan. The assembly gasped collectively, their faces betraying their disbelief. Furthermore, regarding the legacy of the 4th Hokage, this includes the properties passed from Uzumaki Mido to Uzumaki Kushina, as well as the substantial rewards obtained by the 4th Hokage during his missions. Shana paused, scanning the room before continuing. The enterprises of the 4th Hokage encompassed the bustling 3rd and 4th commercial streets of Kanehagakure, alongside a staggering bounty of over 400 million ryo in mission rewards. Following the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage and his spouse, all these assets were callously seized by Sarutobi Hiruzen after their demise. Their son, Uzumaki Naruto, inherited not a single coin, and the treatment he receives from the villagers of Konoha attests to this hardship. Naruto is regarded as the offspring of the Nine Tails, ostracized by the very community he calls home. And then there is my Uchiha clan. A flash of ruthless determination flickered in my eyes. Since our clan was forcibly relocated from the heart of Konoha, the lands that once belonged to us, along with these invaluable assets, have fallen into the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is this vast wealth that empowers the Sarutobi clan to relentlessly train their ninja, allowing their influence in Konoha to burgeon, while we, the victims of their machinations, steadily decline. Filled with resentment, I spoke up after the elder revealed the results of the investigation, and the assembly could no longer contain their fury. The Uchiha's removal from our ancestral lands remains an eternal wound. Lingyue, sensing the crowd's rising indignation, recognized that she had achieved her aim. She had just compelled the elder to announce the investigation's findings, primarily to unite the conservative and neutral factions of the elders. Previously, the Uchiha were coerced into a unified front against Danzo due to the theft of our Sharingan. Eliminating Danzo would shatter that unity. This time, however, we would demonstrate a fraction of our strength, enticing them with a portion of the spoils. The Uchiha were forced to relinquish their lands. Yet now we have the opportunity to reclaim what was rightfully ours. Will you, the conservatives, continue to cling to your outdated beliefs? Lingyue emphatically struck the table, the resounding noise snapping everyone back to attention. This is precisely why Sarutobi Hiruzen has clung to the position of Hokage, because the rewards are so bountiful. With this evidence in hand, toppling Sarutobi Hiruzen will be but a formality. Moreover, we must ensure he returns the wealth he has consumed. Even if we no longer desire our ancestral lands, we shall not allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to hoard them. As a Hokage who claims to uphold justice and serve the people, his greed and personal desires are his greatest weaknesses. Lingyue's thoughts drifted as she gazed at the assembly. Since ancient times, it has been said that one who endures hardship can ascend to greatness. In this merciless world of ninjas, the same principle applies. She clenched her fists. Although the rules of the ninja world are harsh, the advantage lies with us now. With evidence in hand, it is our moment to retaliate. Lingyue's eyes sparkled with confidence, her gaze piercing. She turned to the elder, Uchiha Shana. Elder, the data we have gathered is sufficient. Your diligent investigation has yielded invaluable intelligence. Please hand over the report to me. I will use the son of the fourth Hokage as a fulcrum to expose Sarutobi Hiruzen's misdeeds, ensuring his downfall once and for all. When the time comes, I will draft the press release for you to distribute among the clan members in Konoha. The Uchiha no longer need fear Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lingyue eagerly volunteered for this task, recognizing it as a significant opportunity for system points. Uchiha Shana, observing the spirited Lingyue, regarded her with approval. He slowly handed over the investigation report with gravity. Very well, everything is entrusted to you. The future of the Uchiha hinges on this endeavor. Seated nearby, Uchiha Fugaku watched as Lingyue orchestrated everything, feeling deeply overshadowed. Strategizing and achieving victory from afar, presenting facts, evidence, and discussing interests to unify the fragmented Uchiha. It all seemed to be his role. This should be my responsibility. Uchiha Fugaku lamented. I am the clan leader. Lingyue, you will come to regret this. Fugaku sighed, resolving to accept her leadership if it would aid the Uchiha in overcoming their plight. He gazed skyward, contemplating whether it was time to step down and allow a new generation to lead. I admit my shortcomings. Perhaps I should embrace my role as a failure. Chapter 68. Who says the Uchiha lack wealth? Now that we have addressed the external issues of the Uchiha, eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen will ensure that the higher-ups of Konoha no longer suppress us. Lingyue's gaze swept over the gathered elders, her presence commanding respect. Next, I wish to discuss the reforms for the Uchiha clan. Noticing the elders had grown quiet after the previous events, Lingyue continued with renewed authority. No longer could these seasoned elders underestimate the resolve of this youthful leader. Lingyue straightened her posture. The Uchiha reforms must commence with the security division. The current approach of the security department is excessively rigid, employing crude enforcement methods that tarnish the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha. This not only fails to yield positive results, but also exacerbates tensions between the Uchiha and other clans. Taking a moment, Lingyue's gaze reflected her clear vision for the future. Thus, both the methods of enforcement and the approach to security must undergo a complete transformation. I have already discussed this matter extensively with the elder. With that, Lingyue turned to the elder, respectfully yet firmly requesting, Elder, please elucidate the necessary changes the Uchiha must implement. Elder Uchiha Shana, prepared for this moment, calmly produced his notebook. Clearing his throat, he began to articulate the required changes and their rationale, following Lingyue's line of thought and style. Uchiha Fugaku watched the elder's eloquence with growing frustration. Reforming the Uchiha security department should be my responsibility as the head of that department. Fugaku, you will regret this. Elder Shana interjected. Fugaku felt overwhelmed, exhausted, and resigned. Am I truly this inept? I have failed as a father, as a clan leader, and as the head of the security department. Perhaps it is time for me to retire and enjoy the company of Mikoto and Sasuke. Fugaku. The elder raised his voice, tinged with impatience. waving a hand before Fugaku's eyes. Have you been paying attention? Did you understand what I just said? Startled back to reality, Fugaku flushed with embarrassment and quickly replied. Elder, I apologize. I lost focus. Could you please repeat that? Elder Shana sighed but maintained his composure, reiterating, tomorrow, you will announce the reforms in the security department. The members must not be so rigid in their enforcement. Allow those who wish to patrol to do so, while others can remain at home to train their ninjutsu. Remember, the security department must also become a source of income for the Uchiha. As he spoke, the elder stood tall, radiating confidence and pride. This is what it means to have the tides turn. Do not underestimate the wisdom of age. Today, he felt a sense of authority. Even the clan leader had to heed his guidance. This is all thanks to my brilliant granddaughter's husband. I must send my granddaughter to him soon. I wonder how many Uchiha maidens have their eyes on Lingyue. It's time to solidify their relationship and quell any rival aspirations. Is the reform of the security department settled, then? Lingyue inquired, her gaze piercing as she surveyed the assembly. As the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Immersed in the profound words of the elder, Lingyue prepared to elucidate the next developmental initiative. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly regained his composure, his face reflecting urgency and concern, as he promptly inquired, Lingyue, are you suggesting that the Uchiha Guard will henceforth prioritize monetary gain? Could this tarnish the reputation of our clan? Besides, we Uchiha are not lacking in wealth. So is such a course necessary? Lingyue, unable to suppress an eye roll, retorted without restraint. You clearly weren't paying attention. Reputation holds no value for the Uchiha. Power arises from the barrel of a gun. The truth lies within the range of cannon fire. Our clan's renown has been forged through battle, not through familial bonds or acts of charity. Have you not realized that strength is the very foundation upon which one stands in this world, rather than ephemeral fame? As for lacking money, that is true for you as the clan leader, but the ordinary Uchiha clansmen do not share your affluence. Lingyue made no effort to spare Fugaku's feelings, exclaiming, who claims the Uchiha are financially troubled? Do you not see that even a time traveler like myself has been reduced to writing tales just to make ends meet? Fugaku's face flushed crimson, as if he had been dealt a sharp slap, the heat spreading through his entire being. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. The room descended into an awkward silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat oppressive, as the other elders exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Elder Uchiha Shana, seated nearby, observed the scene with quiet admiration for Lingyue's boldness and candor. From his perspective, the Uchiha indeed required a figure of such decisiveness to shatter conventions and guide the clan back to its former glory. It was time to consider an opportunity to discuss Fugaku's abdication. Uchiha Lingyue is indeed the most suitable candidate to lead our clan. After a lengthy pause, Fugaku slowly lowered his head, a hint of remorse in his tone. I have not considered the circumstances of all clan members. Lingyue, you are right. Perhaps we truly need to implement some changes. He lifted his gaze, determination evident in his eyes. I will wholeheartedly support the reform of the guard, hoping to lay a more solid foundation for the future of the Uchiha. Today's embarrassment is indeed monumental, but as long as it strengthens our clan, I can bear the shame, even if it costs me my life. Observing Fugaku's transformation, Lingyue felt a slight sense of satisfaction. If that is the case, let us continue to discuss the next developmental plan. Only through relentless progress can we Uchiha firmly establish ourselves in this ever-changing world of ninjas. The next reform is foundational education. What is paramount for the Uchiha? It is not merely raw strength. It is intellect. 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 I cannot emphasize this enough. We do not demand that Uchiha possess overwhelming power. We only require that they possess the wisdom not to be easily deceived. Here, Lingyue pointedly criticized Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke. The next reform revolves around foundational education. Currently, the most crucial aspect for the Uchiha is to seize this fleeting period of peace to restore the lost foundation of education. In the conference room, Lingyue proclaimed the educational reform plan with resolute clarity. Her words rippled through the assembly like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake. The elders and clan leaders of the Uchiha exchanged glances, wary of Lingyue's commanding presence, and dared not voice their dissent. We Uchiha are the foremost noble clan in the ninja world. Does this not affirm that our education is already the finest? Noticing the skeptical expressions on their faces, Lingyue sighed inwardly, Recognizing the Uchiha's inherent pride and complacency, truly a stubborn lot. Nevertheless, can one still call themselves Uchiha without pride? Lingyue inhaled deeply. Raising her voice, what are you all thinking? Do you believe the current education of the Uchiha is successful? Are you proud that we are the mightiest clan in the ninja world? The Uchiha's strength stems from our eyes. Without them, how do you expect to surpass others? Without these eyes, you are nothing. And what use is sheer strength if we are humiliated by a mere monkey wielding a sword? Are you proud of that? The expressions of the audience shifted slightly, some bowing their heads in contemplation, seemingly touched by Lingyue's words, while others still wore defiance on their faces. Our Uchiha clan was once resplendent. On the battlefield of the ninja world, we charged forth, unstoppable. Does this not prove our might? Lingyue's gaze swept across the assembly. When I speak of foundational education, I do not refer to ninjutsu training. I mean the most fundamental cultural and political education. I want Uchiha children to learn to think critically, to use their intellect to vanquish foes, rather than being coaxed into servitude by mere words of the will of fire. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent, their eyes turning towards clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, who sat nearby. His face reddening with embarrassment. I have already acknowledged my shortcomings. Must you continue to remind me? The conference room remained quiet until, after a considerable pause, an elder finally rose to defuse the tension, bowing slightly as he said, Lingyue, you are correct. We must indeed prioritize foundational education for the future of the Uchiha. With this declaration, others nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Lingyue observed the now compliant assembly and proceeded with her discourse. We will introduce two additional subjects, mathematics and language arts, along with physics. Mathematics sharpens logical abilities, language arts hones expression, and physics lays the groundwork of understanding the world. The greatest flaw in the ninja world is the inability to think critically or articulate thoughts. When faced with challenges, they merely shout about bonds, rushing headlong into danger. I had initially planned to include history lessons, but the history of the ninja world is merely a tale of slaughter, devoid of meaning. We can summarize it in a single class, woven into anecdotes during breaks. I intend to reshape the ninja world into a reflection of the time travelers. Having traversed time, we ought to leave a mark on this dull realm of ninjas. If we fail to achieve something significant, it would be a disgrace to time travelers. Lingyue sighed quietly at this thought, contemplating the arduous task of preparing educational materials after having just enjoyed a brief respite. It seems fate has destined her to toil relentlessly. The education system in the ninja world is grotesque. How can one bring a child to the battlefield at the tender age of 4? Lingyue continued to express her thoughts. This remark prompted Fugaku to instinctively cover his face, having been struck yet again. Today he had been humiliated too many times. He felt he had lost all dignity. This gathering was less an assembly of the Uchiha clan and more a public trial for Uchiha Fugaku. Had he not awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he might have succumbed to the urge to awaken his divine powers right there. I am still the clan leader. Can I have a modicum of respect? Fugaku lamented. Lingyue countered, Fugaku, you will come to regret this. Children should focus on acquiring knowledge and nourishing their bodies. Is it truly commendable to feel proud merely because they can take down a few foes? If we send children into battle, what purpose do we serve? Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, we boast of being the strongest Uchiha, claiming our longevity as our greatest strength, do we? Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the Uchiha present shifted dramatically. Lingyue, caught up in her enthusiasm, inadvertently launched a scathing remark that even implicated the elder. What about the new textbooks? The elder swiftly interjected, interrupting Lingyue's exuberance. Without hesitation, she responded, I shall undertake the task of compiling the textbooks, and the teachers will undergo retraining. For far too long, the education within the ninja world has predominantly focused on survival, leading to a severe lack of foundational academic instruction and a developed curriculum. Now, to instigate reform, Lingyue must rely on her memories from her previous life to draft a preliminary version of these textbooks. As she contemplated the content, she pondered the realm of language. While the cultural heritage of the ninja world is indeed unique, it could certainly benefit from a deeper exploration of literary appreciation and expressive techniques. Mathematics, on the other hand, offered ample opportunity for creativity. The mere thought of equations, geometry, and functions, once a source of great frustration, flooded her mind. The Uchiha, in their arrogance, were merely ignorant of the broader world. It was time for them to experience the hardships she once endured in her own schooling, to challenge their underdeveloped intellects. They would surely come to confront the shadows of their own psyche. Then there was physics. Every ninja knows how to throw shurikens, indicating a fundamental understanding of gravity and air resistance, yet no systematic study exists. This is unacceptable. A solid grasp of physics is essential for a comprehensive understanding of the ninja world. They must learn why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and that the moon orbits their realm amidst countless other celestial bodies, including other human inhabitants on the moon. Once a foundational cadre of talent is educated, further studies in chemistry, biology, geography, chakra theory, and natural energy will undoubtedly emerge, particularly with chakra, if a way could be devised to mitigate its hazards. The ninja world could ascend to rival the Otsutsuki clan. Could Orochimaru be persuaded to assist in this research? His interest in the Otsutsuki descendants on the moon would surely be piqued. It is prudent to enlist professionals for specialized tasks. Orochimaru would excel as a biology instructor. Individuals with lofty ideals and aspirations are best suited for such endeavors. The goal is set. Now the challenge lies in enticing Orochimaru to join this cause. Chapter 70. Reviving the Greatness of the Uchiha. Lingyue, since you have taken on the responsibility of the textbooks, we shall entrust this matter to you with confidence. Under your guidance, the Uchiha are blossoming positively, and I believe your educational reforms will foster our clan's advancement. The elder interjected, breaking Lingyue's train of thought. They acknowledge their ignorance of foundational cultural education, yet as long as it does not hinder the ninjutsu training of the clan members, it is of little consequence. Rest assured, Elder, as a member of the Uchiha, I am wholly committed to the development of our clan. Lingyue maintained her composure, ensuring her dedication was unmistakably conveyed in this formal setting. With the educational direction established, it was time to embark on the final and most crucial reform, the evolution of the Sharingan. A sweeping glance across the assembly revealed no dissent. She boldly commenced the discourse. The mention of the Sharingan revitalized the elders, as it symbolizes the true power of the Uchiha. Today, Lingyue had already shaken their perceptions, and they were now wary of underestimating this emerging prodigy. Curiosity sparked in their eyes. How could the awakening of the Sharingan be innovated? With a determined stance, Lingyue proclaimed, as we all know, the Uchiha are a clan bound by love. The awakening of the Sharingan typically occurs on the battlefield, witnessing the death of a loved one. Feeling utterly powerless to intervene, such intense emotional turmoil, be it despair or rage, creates the opportunity for awakening and enhancement. As the audience remained wrapped in attention, no one dared to challenge her. Lingyue continued, however, the Uchiha do not possess an abundance of loved ones to sacrifice for the sake of awakening the Sharingan. Thus, we must shift our perspective. In the absence of kin, we shall create familial bonds, such as through the Inuzuka clan's companion ninja dogs. Her words opened a new realm of possibilities for the gathered Uchiha elders. It was akin to a revelation, akin to the moment when Bulbasaur evolves into Ivysaur. Henceforth, Uchiha children will be required to care for a pet from the age of 3, be it a cat, dog, or even a beloved exhaust pipe. Though they may not fully grasp what an exhaust pipe is, it did not hinder their understanding of Lingyue's message. Excitement surged through the assembly. This single initiative, with minimal investment, would significantly increase the chances of awakening the Sharingan among clan members. No longer would the Uchiha need to sacrifice their kin for their children to awaken their eyes. Yet, they must temper their enthusiasm. While pets cultivate affection, it is advisable to rely on this method sparingly. There are alternative avenues. The essence of the Sharingan lies in in-release chakra, which is fundamentally linked to mental fortitude. Awakening the Sharingan enhances the Uchiha's mental strength. Conversely, bolstering this mental prowess can likewise stimulate the awakening of their eyes. Enhancing mental acuity can be achieved through external and internal means. Externally, one could utilize elixirs designed to enhance mental fortitude or develop resistance to genjutsu. Internally, physical training can amplify one's strength, fostering the growth of mental power. Moreover, frequent practice of mental exercises, such as engaging in genjutsu or constructing intricate illusionary spaces, will be beneficial. If the clan can implement these strategies, their ninjutsu capabilities will flourish, significantly enhancing their overall strength, even in the absence of the Sharingan. Lingyue's proposals plunged the assembly into profound contemplation. The room fell silent. save for the occasional breath and the faint shuffling of chairs. The elders, seasoned and astute, recognized the validity of her approach. Her reasoning was sound, and the process appeared feasible. However, finally, an elder could no longer contain himself. Lingyue, the cost for physical training, procuring elixirs, and maintaining pets. These expenses could be exorbitant. Even if the Uchiha clan is traditionally affluent, we cannot sustain such demands on all members. Lingyue smirked, her lips curling slightly. Did you not just assert that the Uchiha lacks financial woes? This is precisely why I plan to transform the security department into a profit-generating machine. This remark pierced through Uchiha Fugaku, seated nearby, like a dagger to the heart. This meeting had truly become an ordeal. Periodically, he found himself subjected to humiliation. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. He resolved, once this gathering concluded, to voluntarily step down. Let whoever desires the role of clan leader assume it. He could no longer endure this. Observing Lingyue's spirited demeanor, Fugaku felt a profound sense of helplessness. This once inconspicuous junior had shattered expectations time and again. Perhaps only she could genuinely lead the Uchiha towards greatness. I propose another method for generating revenue, which would also benefit the awakening of our clan's eyes. Ignoring Fugaku's brooding, Lingyue continued to elaborate on her ambitious plan for the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hisashi will undoubtedly demand the return of our ancestral lands, perhaps even securing a compensation payment. Once we reclaim the territory, I intend to utilize it to develop our family business. My vision is to establish a restaurant, where I shall employ my secret recipes to ensure its success. Additionally, I aim to open an entertainment venue, which promises considerable profits. I plan to encourage our clan members to indulge in gambling. Perhaps a few will become so engrossed that they will lose themselves entirely. Uchiha Yu is oblivious to the concept of a pig slaughtering plate. I find it hard to believe that such an elaborate scheme could deceive you. Once you uncover the truth, I expect your latent potential to erupt. If you can withstand the pitfalls of such a venture without falling prey, I shall commend your fortitude. At least we will not have to worry about others using the will of fire or the peace of the ninja world to mislead our people. This plan not only facilitates profit, but also serves to sharpen our clan's awareness against fraud. Lingyue is indeed exerting great effort for the advancement of the Uchiha clan. Lingyue cannot fathom how a member of the Uchiha, having experienced such deception, could be ensnared by Kurizetsu. Gambling is one of the 3 taboos among ninjas. Can we truly lead our clan members into such pursuits? An elder raised a concern. Rules are but constructs of humanity. Do we still need to adhere to the dictates of others? Does Tsunade's penchant for gambling hinder her from being a formidable ninja? Does Jiraiya's behavior obstruct his strength? Existence itself validates its reason. The future development of our clan depends on your guidance. The assembly was swayed by Lingyue's words. Exchanging glances among the elders, today, Lingyue has indeed broadened their horizons. They pondered how such an insightful mind could belong to a mere mortal. Nonetheless, they recognized that Lingyue's plans were beneficial for the Uchiha's growth. If we pursue this strategy, the Uchiha shall soon rise to greatness once more. Lingyue, observing the astonished expressions of the elders, awarded herself a perfect score for her performance. Humph, what radicals! In the face of my youthful vigor, all are merely obstinate. Chapter 71. My brother said you needed me well then. Today's meeting concludes. Does anyone have further inquiries? Lingyue had spoken for the entire morning, and mealtime was fast approaching. She did not wish to linger any longer. It was time to clock out. The Grand Elder glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, noting his lack of response, and took the initiative to assign tasks. Next, I will outline the assignments. The Grand Elder's gaze, sharp as an eagle-ass, swept across the assembly. As for Sarutobi Hisashi, once Lingyue completes the press release, I will oversee the subsequent coordination. He exuded confidence in handling this matter. Then he turned his attention to Uchiha Fugaku. Regarding the reform of the guard division, Fugaku, as the head of the division, you are most familiar with its affairs. I trust you will manage this without issue. He understood the significance of this reform and could not afford to be careless, prompting Fugaku to nod in agreement. The Grand Elder then addressed Lingyue. As for educational reform, your innovative ideas are truly remarkable, yet we old-timers struggle to comprehend them. We shall entrust this matter to you. Dion, you and Lingyue have a good rapport, so I assign you to assist her. Is that acceptable? Elder Dion quickly rose and nodded affirmatively. As for the matter of companion pets, Meihua, I need you to visit Cat Granny. Many of our Uchiha children favor ninja cats. Please negotiate with her. Additionally, we should consult the Inuzuka clan about any surplus ninja dogs available for purchase. These companion pets are vital for enhancing our clan's strength, so we must not take this lightly. Meihua solemnly nodded, committing the tasks to memory. Finally, the Grand Elder turned to Tiehua. Regarding the secretive matter, Tiehua, will you liaise with the Nara and Akimichi clans? The Nara clan is involved in medicinal herbs, while the Akimichi clan provides ample meat to bolster our strength. Their collaboration is essential for our needs. Tiehua pounded his chest, vowing to fulfill the task competently. With matters settled, the assembly dispersed. Lingyue, clutching the materials from the Grand Elder, intended to make her exit. However, the Grand Elder stopped her. Lingyue, it is nearly noon. Why not join me for lunch before you return? The Grand Elder, Uchiha Shana, wished to discuss the position of clan leader with Lingyue. Today's events had clearly demonstrated that Lingyue is the one capable of leading the Uchiha to greatness. It would be most fitting for her to assume the mantle of leadership. As for Uchiha Fugaku, it was time for him to step aside. No, Grand Elder. I must return promptly to draft the press release on Sarutobi Hizashi's scandal. The sooner this task is completed, the sooner the Uchiha can shed the shackles weighing upon us. Lingyue politely declined the Grand Elder's invitation. What nonsense. Yuki-chan will not be home for lunch. What could we possibly discuss? Observing Lingyue's dedication to the Uchiha, the Grand Elder felt a surge of satisfaction. He nodded, very well. Resolving the issue with Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly will allow the Uchiha to rejuvenate sooner. The Grand Elder mused. Your reluctance to join me for lunch. Is it because your granddaughter will not be present? He decided to address Fugaku directly about the leadership transition before returning to Lingyue. Lingyue returned home with the Grand Elder's materials. Now that the Uchiha are embarking on reforms, immediate results are unlikely except for the guard division. As for any unforeseen complications, she reflected carefully. It seemed unlikely that anyone in Konoha would be foolish enough to cause trouble. Beyond Konoha, however, that man Obito might return to create mischief. The strength of the Uchiha contributes to the strength of Konoha, which would hinder Obito's plans to balance the power among the ninja villages. It appears crucial to secure Kakashi's Sharingan sooner rather than later. Otherwise, allowing Obito to amass dual Kimyui will make him even more formidable. After dealing with Sarutobi Hizashi, I must swiftly procure the 5 Kages to prevent Sarutobi from causing further issues for the Uchiha. Knock knock. As Lingyue contemplated her plans, the sudden sound of knocking interrupted her thoughts. Who is it? Upon opening the door, she was taken aback. Hien is truly a steadfast brother. There is no denying it. He actually sent his sister, Hianhuo, to visit. Wait, brother. She is only 11 years old. What is the meaning of this? Are the Japanese that precocious? Ah, Hianhuo. What brings you here? Lingyue forced a smile. Lingyue Nyakin, my brother. He said you needed my help. The little girl, Hianhuo, looked at Lingyue with a hint of trepidation. She hesitated to reveal the truth. Her brother had instructed her to come and befriend Lingyue. Lingyue felt overwhelmed. You are too young. You cannot assist me. The notion of nurturing a little girl was absurd. I must devise a way to send her away and then clarify to Hien that I already have a girlfriend. As for the present moment, Lingyue looked at the little girl before her and hesitated to speak directly, fearing it might hurt her feelings. The trouble was instigated by Hien. I shall leave the resolution to him. Cough, cough. It is like this. I assisted your brother with a task, and he invited me to dinner. He claimed he was too busy, so here you are? Lingyue spoke earnestly, fabricating a story. The little girl was taken aback. I didn't bring any money. Hianhuo blushed, feeling embarrassed. She could not fathom that her brother had tricked her into coming without explaining anything clearly. Having known beforehand, I should have kept all my pocket money to treat Lingyue to a meal. Yinhuo would have been quite willing. Just joking. How could I let you pay for the meal? We both have money. We're just playing around. Come on, it's noon. I'll take you out for barbecue. If you dare to trick Yinhuo like this, when your brother treats next time, I will definitely indulge myself in the most expensive meal to avenge Yinhuo. Lingyue suggested going out for barbecue, considering it was already lunchtime, and it wouldn't be kind to let a little girl leave on an empty stomach. Let's wait until she is full before sending her off. That sounds wonderful. Ahem. I mean, I must indulge in my brother's treat for deceiving me. The little girl cheerfully waved her fists. Upon hearing about a free barbecue meal with Lingyue, she instantly forgot the previous awkwardness. Wait for me a moment. I'll tidy up at home before we head out, Lingyue said, turning back to his house to organize the materials gathered by the elder. As for Sarutobi's revelations, I shall write about them later in the evening when inspiration strikes. Glancing at a few shadow clones diligently practicing chakra nature transformation, Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. Truly, what a difference there is between genius and ordinary people. Let us go. I'll take you for barbecue. Just as Lingyue was about to leave after tidying up, an unexpected person appeared before him. Uchiha Yuki, who should have been at the Uchiha Academy, suddenly confronted Lingyue. Upon seeing Lingyue with a little girl, Yuki didn't think much of it. However, Lingyue felt a pang of guilt at being caught in the act. Yuki, let me explain. Lingyue stuttered, wanting to clarify. Wait. What have I done? Why am I feeling guilty? Yuki was unaware of Yinhua's intentions, so why should I be flustered? Thinking of this, Lingyue's expression normalized. Yuki, I was just thinking about you when you suddenly appeared. What a coincidence. Lingyue began to speak nonsense seriously. Yuki sensed something was off about Lingyue. What was he stammering about? But she didn't dwell on it and directly stated, Lingyue, my grandfather said you needed my help. This was an excuse Yuki had prepared on the way, as she felt shy to admit that her grandfather wanted her to come over more often to foster their relationship and assert her claim. Oh, I see. I've been busy compiling new teaching materials and might struggle alone. Your help would be greatly appreciated. Lingyue quickly thought of a suitable reason. Besides, this excuse would create an opportunity for a private moment together. Perfect. Lingyue, I can help you too. The little girl Yinhua exclaimed, worried upon hearing Lingyue might struggle alone. Lingyue, I truly appreciate your willingness to assist, but I think it's best you keep your distance for now. Yinhua, we are rewriting the foundational materials for the academy, and you might not need to help just yet. I'll be sure to ask when I do need your assistance. Lingyue, don't underestimate me. I'm quite clever, Yinhua proudly declared, flexing her arms to showcase her strength. Lingyue, who is this little one? Yuki inquired curiously. Darn it. I'm not a little kid. I'm 11. Yinhua retorted fiercely at Yuki. Lingyue nearly laughed at Yinhua's fierce expression. Indeed, Yinhua is no longer a mere 3 or 4-year-old. He comforted her briefly and then introduced, this is my friend, Uchiha Yinhua's sister, Yinhua. We had arranged to dine together, but today he was unavailable, so he sent his sister as a substitute. He then turned to Yinhua. This is Uchiha Yuki, my girlfriend. Currently, she is a teacher at the Uchiha Academy. Lingyue intended to subtly inform Yinhua that he already had a girlfriend, hoping Yinhua would resolve her feelings herself. However, he could easily discern the little girl's emotions. Her thoughts were plainly written on her face. He initially refrained from being direct to spare her feelings. But now that the main lady had arrived, he could no longer be subtle. What if Yuki misunderstood? Though the little girl Yinhua was adorable, she simply paled in comparison to the allure of a tall, elegant figure. Yinhua, I'm sorry. I can only let you down. If there was anyone to blame, it would be, blame it on Tuanzong. Hearing Lingyue's words, Yinhua's face turned pale, feeling as though a part of her heart had suddenly hollowed out. Her palms clenched tightly, turning white from the pressure. Is my romance ending before it even began? Yinhua forced a smile, greeting Yuki. Hello, Yuki, I'm Uchiha Yinhua. I'm Lingyue's. The last few words were too soft, and Yuki didn't catch what Yinhua said. However, witnessing this scene, she could somewhat grasp the little girl's feelings. Her grandfather was right. She should come over more often to assert her presence. Casting Lingyue a knowing look, it seemed to say, you brought this upon yourself. Now resolve it. Lingyue, catching Yuki's glance, awkwardly chuckled. As long as there was no misunderstanding, everything else would be a minor detail. Indeed, whoever causes trouble must resolve it. Yinhua, it's your turn now. Handle your sister. Yuki, we're planning to go for barbecue together. Since you're here, why not join us? Lingyue attempted to shift the topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. No, Lingyue, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. The considerate little Yinhua felt it best to excuse herself and not disturb Lingyue's moment with Yuki. Even if you have something, you must eat first. Let us go? We're heading for barbecue. Choose the most expensive items. There's no need to save a penny for that scoundrel. Yuki took the initiative, grabbing Yinhua's hand and wrapping her arm around Yinhua's shoulder. Since Yuki was a teacher who adored children, she couldn't bear to see a little girl being bullied. Although this situation wasn't Lingyue's fault, it didn't stop Yuki from wanting to comfort Yinhua. The heartbroken little girl was swept along to the barbecue restaurant. And it wasn't until she was seated that she realized the woman trying to console her was her rival. How could she be subdued by a rival? I, Uchiha Yinhua, shall not be inferior to anyone. So what if she is a girlfriend? She is not a wife. I still have a chance. I will definitely win Lingyue back. As Yuki ordered, Yinhua secretly encouraged herself, clandestinely observing Yuki. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. Uchiha Yinhua, will succeed. While Yinhua stealthily observed Yuki grilling the meat, she compared herself to her rival. How dare this wicked woman take my Lingyue? Is it just because she is slightly taller, has fairer skin, and a somewhat larger chest? She is not that much better than me. Glancing down at her little frame, the little girl felt a twinge of disappointment. How infuriating. Why must I grow so slowly? She thumped her thigh in frustration. Seated opposite, Yuki noticed Yinhua's little gestures and smiled at her, placing a piece of freshly grilled meat on Yinhua's plate. Before me stands a young girl who has recently endured the pangs of heartbreak, a moment when her emotions are particularly sensitive. I must take extra care of her in the moments to come. Upon witnessing Uchiha Yuki's smile and actions, HK momentarily froze, subsequently taking the initiative to offer a piece of grilled meat to Lingyue, who sat across from her. How dare she mock me? I have not yet been defeated. I shall not partake in the grilled meat that this wicked woman offers. Do not revel in your triumph. I will surely reclaim Lingyue's affections. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted into HK's nostrils, prompting the little girl to unconsciously sniff. How infuriating. I refuse to be vanquished by this woman's culinary onslaught. HK cast a hesitant glance at the grilled meat before diverting her gaze. HK, eat up. It will taste terrible once it cools. Uchiha Yuki, noticing HK's averted eyes, assumed the young girl was shy and reluctant to partake. How frustrating. If it weren't for Lingyue being here, I would show you no mercy. HK hesitated, eyeing the grilled meat, and after much contemplation, it seemed she had made a firm decision. With a determined growl, she seized her chopsticks and bit into the meat with vigor, as if releasing pent-up emotions. How maddening. Munch, munch. Why does this grilled meat taste so delightful? Munch, munch. Even if I consume your grilled meat, I will never forgive you. Munch, munch. Chapter 73. Did I not just hear that phrase before? While Lingyue was enjoying her grilled meat, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Konoha hospital. Standing before the ward, he toyed with his pipe, hesitating at the door. The pressure brought by the Uchiha was growing increasingly formidable. He had to make an attempt. He must strive to secure every ounce of potential strength, even if it originated from the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the door and stepped inside. Itachi, I heard you were injured, so I took some time to visit you. How did you sustain your injuries? Are they severe? Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed the amiable demeanor he once displayed before Itachi. He aimed to rekindle the fire of the will of fire within Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen enter, Itachi, lying on the hospital bed, instinctively clenched his teeth and fists. He had been lying there for quite some time, reflecting on Lingyue's words. There were certain matters he was oblivious to due to his age, such as the Senju clan's downfall, the death of Senju Tobarama, and Orochimaru's defection. However, he had witnessed certain events firsthand. For instance, on the night of the Nine Tails, he, as a Uchiha, was barred from leaving the clan's territory by Danzo, resulting in the death of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, he recalled Shirsue's eyes being gouged out by Danzo, leading to Shirsue's demise while Danzo faced no repercussions. The Uchiha suppression by the higher-ups of Konoha and the forced death of Hyuga Hisashi weighed heavily on his mind. The more he pondered, the more he perceived the darkness lurking beneath the facade of peace in Konoha. The Konoha I wish to protect should not be like this. All of this is the fault of the hypocritical man before me. I was once so foolish as to trust such a person. He is the one who has caused the most harm to Konoha. I must kill him and restore true peace to Konoha, avenging Shirsue's death. Feeling the pain of his injuries, Itachi gritted his teeth and turned his head away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. I cannot disrupt Lingyue's plan. I must not allow chaos to engulf Konoha. Itachi endeavored to calm his agitated heart. Noticing Itachi's turmoil, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, but he restrained himself. Now was not the time for such grievances. He needed to gain Itachi's approval. Itachi, I sincerely apologize for Danzo's actions. I truly had no idea he secretly transplanted the Uchiha's Sharingan. This is my negligence. I have failed as Hokage and allowed your clan to suffer. Now, amidst the turmoil following the Third Great Ninja War, various ninja villages were recuperating. Konoha occupied the most prosperous territory in the ninja world. If Konoha exhibited any weakness, Other villages would invade the Land of Fire without hesitation, just as they had during the Second and Third Wars. Itachi, Konoha cannot withstand any upheaval at this time. Danzo is dead. I hope you can let go of your hatred for him. Itachi, everything is for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a seasoned Hokage, skillfully shifted the blame. From the outset, he positioned himself on the side of righteousness. Indeed, all of this was Danzo's secretive doing, of which I was unaware. Upon hearing the final statement, Uchiha Itachi could no longer contain himself. Why must Shursui be sacrificed for the village? What wrong had Shursui committed against the village? Itachi was indifferent to the matter of Danzo's transplanting of the Sharingan. The Sharingan was precious to outsiders, but within the Uchiha, it was of little significance. What truly mattered to him was that Shursui had been harmed by Danzo. Previously, he could numb himself with the notion of protecting Konoha, but now, he had lost even that excuse. Shursui, your death was utterly unjust. I had no knowledge of Danzo's actions against Shursui. I am sorry. This is my fault. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen faltered. Did I not just hear that phrase before? This moment of distraction interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's attempts to deflect blame. You need not apologize to me. No matter how much you say it, Shursui will never hear it. Itachi interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen. There were other matters he could forgive, but he could never forgive the death of Shursui. Rest assured, Shursui, I have found a way to protect both Konoha and the Uchiha. I will surely fulfill your wish. Uchiha Itachi silently vowed to Shursui within his heart. I shall create a world that honors Shursui. Itachi, Konoha needs you now. You are a child imbued with the will of fire. I believe you can stand up to protect Konoha when it needs you the most. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to regain Itachi's support through the will of fire. Upon hearing the phrase will of fire, Uchiha Itachi turned to glare intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Will of fire? Tell me, what exactly is this will of fire? Itachi yearned to hear once more how this hypocritical Hokage would expound on the will of fire. The will of fire is the foundational principle of our Konoha village. As long as the leaves dance in the wind, the fire shall continue to burn. The flames will illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of the future. This statement implies that we must learn to sacrifice. We must sacrifice ourselves to protect our comrades and ensure the village's future. Sarutobi Hiruzen intensified his persuasive efforts, attempting to reprogram Itachi's mindset. I have spoken this phrase for 30 years. Can you withstand it? Sacrificing oneself to protect comrades? Then why was Konoha's White Fang driven to his death for abandoning a mission to protect his comrades? Itachi clenched his teeth as he posed this question. He held no particular sentiment for White Fang. He merely wished to hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. That is different. Completing a mission is a ninja's duty. One must never abandon a task. It was because Hatake Kakashi abandoned his mission that he felt guilty and took his own life. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to, sought to explain. Uchiha Itachi now felt truly foolish for having been deceived by such a hypocritical individual. After being persuaded by Lingyue, Itachi seemed to regain his intellect and dealt a lethal blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Sand Village stated that if one encountered Konoha's White Fang, they could abandon their mission. The Rock Village also stated that if one encountered the Yellow Flash, they could abandon their mission. Why was it that only White Fang faced death from the village for relinquishing a mission? At that time, it was Danzo who leaked the information regarding the mission failure. The Hokage building did not impose any punishment on Baya. It was the enraged villagers, through their words and insults, that led to Shisaka's tragic decision to take his own life. By the time we learned of this matter, it was already too late. We failed to prevent this from happening in a timely manner. I am truly sorry. This is my dereliction of duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. He remembered these words. He had just uttered them. Chapter 74. Eating more to grow taller in the barbecue restaurant. Lingyue, Uchiha Yuki, and Hashinoko sat around a table, relishing a sumptuous barbecue feast. The tantalizing aroma of sizzling meat filled the air, creating a vibrant and lively scene. What the three of them thought internally was inconsequential. On the surface, the barbecue gathering appeared harmonious. No wonder it is said that a lowly's gentle voice and delicate physique make them easily swayed. Observing Hashinoko, who was wholeheartedly enjoying the barbecue, Lingyue mused that the little lowly was indeed quite easy to please. With food in front of her, the despair she had shown moments ago was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Uchiha Yuki gently set down her chopsticks and initiated a conversation. Lingyue, What materials are needed for compiling the new textbooks? Lingyue deftly sliced the barbecue while responding, without looking up, nothing much is required, just some draft paper and pens, which I have prepared. The little loli, who had been savoring the delicious barbecue, caught wind of their conversation and couldn't help but eavesdrop. What will happen after the textbooks are compiled? Uchiha Yuki was curious about the overall plan for educational reform. Once the textbooks are ready, they will undergo a trial run. If there are no issues, we will gather the teachers for training. The current educational methods are outdated, focusing solely on basic literacy and then shifting to ninjutsu instruction. The children have been molded into unthinking task machines. This is unacceptable. It does not benefit the development of our clan. Lingyue outlined the reform plans and their reasoning to Uchiha Yuki. Upon hearing about the teacher training, Uchiha Yuki inquired, "Will I need to participate in the training?" "Yes. But there's no need to worry. The teacher training is quite straightforward. The new knowledge taught in the textbooks will differ, and there may be some concepts you are unfamiliar with, so preliminary study is necessary." Lingyue assumed Uchiha Yuki was concerned about the training's difficulty and kindly reassured her. "Will the school have to stop classes while the teachers are in training?" Uchiha Yuki was merely concerned about the absence of teachers in the classroom. "No need to worry about that either. I will provide the textbooks to you, and you can self-study the foundational knowledge beforehand. Once you grasp the basics, we can grant the school a few days off for systematic training. Subsequent advanced knowledge can be rotated in training sessions." Lingyue had a comprehensive plan for educational reform in her mind. After all, the education system in the ninja world was exceedingly poor. Even a haphazard approach would likely go unnoticed. The little loli's ears perked up for quite some time, but unfortunately, the topics were beyond her comprehension. She found no opportunity to interject and could only lower her head, silently picking up a piece of perfectly roasted meat to savor. "That's good. How long will it take to compile the textbooks? I have classes at the primary school during the day and might not have much time to help you. Is there any work I can take home?" Uchiha Yuki expressed her thoughts. Lingyue reassured her, "It's all right. Primarily, it involves checking for typos, binding, and reading through. These tasks are not time-sensitive. You can come by whenever you are free to work on them. The new curriculum will need to be tested with a few students to evaluate the effectiveness and shortcomings of the textbooks. Education is no trivial matter. It requires multiple checks." However, that was not the main focus. The priority was, people need to come. Motivation comes from gazing at beautiful legs. This is what one calls the perfect pairing of genders. Work is not tiring. The eavesdropping little loli finally found her chance, and, excited, almost knocked over the condiment bottle on the table, her face flushed with enthusiasm. She eagerly raised her hand and exclaimed, I can come help every day. I have time." Finally, having a chance to engage in a topic she understood, she seized the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lingyue paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at Uchiha Yuki. Lingyue did not wish for anyone to intrude upon their little world and found it challenging to conjure a reasonable excuse to decline Hashinoko. Fortunately, Uchiha Yuki smoothly took over the conversation, gently saying, "If Hashinoko has time, then let her come help as well. I will join whenever I am free. Having an extra person will allow us to complete this task sooner." To Uchiha Yuki, Hashinoko was merely a little sister in need of comfort. He had already declared Lingyue's claim. An 11-year-old child, she likely did not even comprehend what love was. Once she matured and understood the essence of love, she would grasp the concept of a girlfriend. Uchiha Yuki had no inkling that the little loli was secretly vying for his attention. "Very well, then we shall trouble Hashinoko." Lingyue, having her little world interrupted by an unexpected guest, did not appear overly disheartened. Hashinoko's presence was inconsequential. As long as Uchiha Yuki would come, that was sufficient. The enthusiasm of children lasts only a few days. When that fervor fades, she could apply some pressure to let her experience the hardships of working. Once that enthusiasm waned, all would be well. After all, she was only 15 herself. She would have to wait until she matured further to truly engage. "That's wonderful, Lingyue Naiken. I will come over to help first thing tomorrow." The little loli, thrilled that she had finally taken the first step in her endeavor, looked genuinely excited. Hashinoko joyfully devoured another large piece of barbecue. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, set down her chopsticks, and cast an envious glance at Uchiha Yuki's long legs. She then turned to Lingyue, her face brimming with anticipation, and asked, "Lingyue, what do you think I should do to grow taller quickly?" Lingyue paused slightly, setting down his chopsticks and pondering for a moment before earnestly responding, It should involve more exercise, running, and jumping high. Was Hoshinoko eager to grow up quickly? Yes. Yes. Hoshinoko nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, confidently declaring, I will run and jump every day. I will definitely grow taller. Uchiha Yuki joined in the discussion with a smile, adding, not just exercise. You need to eat well to supplement your nutrition. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Hoshinoko slowly turned her head, gazing at Uchiha Yuki with an intensity that made him feel an inexplicable chill. Sensing Hoshinoko's unusual mood, Uchiha Yuki cautiously inquired, What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? The little loli fixed her gaze on Uchiha Yuki, remaining silent for a while before finally speaking in a melancholic tone. I have a good friend named Nagato. She told me that she didn't eat well before, so she grew very short. Later, she made an effort to eat a lot. Uchiha Yuki, bewildered and curious, pressed on. So, has she grown taller now? Hoshinoko shot Uchiha Yuki a resentful glance and elongated her tone, slowly responding, no. Now she is both short and chubby. Chapter 75. Commanding Jiraiya to order the Hokage. The barbecue concluded amid laughter and merriment. After finishing lunch, Lingyue sent the little loli away and, accompanied by Uchiha Yuki, prepared to buy some ingredients to take home. Having enjoyed barbecue for lunch, Lingyue planned to showcase his culinary skills for dinner, preparing several authentic huaxia dishes to give the somewhat sheltered little ninja a minor shock. What? Do you doubt that a man can cook well? Nonsense. Do you know what it means to be a high-quality male in the new era? In the grand halls and humble kitchens, one must possess knowledge of sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal, as well as an understanding of seedling cultivation, grafting, and land clearing. University male dormitories every evening. Transition from gaming and admiring beautiful women to discussions on international military, politics, and economics. There is nothing they do not comprehend. Do you think their daily scrolling through social media is limited to cleaning horse hooves, washing carpets, and peeling bananas? Provide me with the materials, and I can guide you through the intricate process of hand-rolling a generator. Cooking is merely a trivial task. After purchasing the ingredients, Lingyue prepared to return home, passing by a nearby hot spring when suddenly she noticed a suspicious figure with white hair lingering nearby. Could it be Jiraiya returning to the village? Lingyue pondered the potential implications of Jiraiya's return and concluded that it seemed inconsequential. In fact, it might even allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to relinquish his position with greater ease. Once Sarutobi is no longer Hokage, dealing with him would be much simpler. However, since fate has brought them together, it would be a disservice to my principles of righteousness to not seize this opportunity. Glancing at the hot spring sign, Lingyue turned to Uchiha Yuki beside her and said, Yuki, please take these ingredients home first. I have urgent matters to attend to at the security department. My shadow clones are practicing ninjutsu at home, so do not worry about them. Just place the ingredients in the kitchen. You can find my outline for educational reform in my study. I will return home as soon as I finish my business. Seeing Lingyue's serious demeanor as she mentioned the security department, Uchiha Yuki nodded understandingly without asking further questions. Lingyue hastened alone to the security department, where she found the elder on duty and assembled 2 squads of elite jonin. After all, they were about to apprehend the elusive Jiraiya. Insufficient strength would only hinder their efforts. When Lingyue's team arrived, she was not surprised to find Jiraiya engrossed in his material-gathering endeavors. Truly, he is a dedicated author. Seizing the moment while Jiraiya was still focused, Lingyue instructed a ninja to summon the hot spring's owner, a vital witness and victim. Once the important witnesses were gathered, Lingyue even had Uchiha forcibly bring a few bystanders as well. Today, Lingyue was determined to turn this incident into an ironclad case. She stealthily approached Jiraiya, exclaiming, Look, that lecher peeping at your hot spring is none other than the Hokage's disciple. You are all witnesses. Today, the Uchiha will rid the world of this menace. Preserve the evidence and close the hot spring's doors. Without notification from the security department, you are not permitted to operate. Any losses incurred during this period will be borne by Jiraiya. Ignoring the horrified expressions of the witnesses, Lingyue waved her hand, signaling them to release the witnesses. They charged forward. Should there be any resistance, they would strike with lethal force. If he didn't succumb, they would ensure he did. The 6 Uchiha, along with Lingyue, formed an expansive encirclement, drawing closer to Jiraiya. Jiraiya remained oblivious, eagerly focused on his task at the wooden wall, drooling and swaying. It wasn't until the security department sprang into action that his instincts, honed as a powerful ninja, kicked in. He narrowly evaded the first wave of capture, but soon found himself surrounded. With foes on all sides, escape was nearly impossible. Jiraiya, you have been caught in the act of peeping into the women's bathing area, violating the law of Konoha. You are hereby informed that you are under arrest. Raise your hands above your head and do not resist. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety. Lingyue proclaimed as she stepped forward to declare Jiraiya's transgressions. Though Jiraiya had been discovered, he remained unperturbed. As a renowned hero, he had been caught numerous times but had never been apprehended. Peeping is permissible as long as one isn't caught. This is the code of ethics Jiraiya, uphold as a celebrated writer in the ninja world. Who are you? Are you part of the security department? Why aren't you in uniform? Jiraiya inquired, stalling for time and seeking an escape. Ignoring his questions, Lingyue signaled for several security department members to advance and seize Jiraiya. She closed in, ensuring he could not flee, and was now within 3 meters of him. Realizing he had no option left, Jiraiya bit his finger, exclaiming, "Heh, Jiraiya won't play with you any longer. I'm leaving." Reverse summoning jutsu. Jiraiya shouted as he swiftly formed hand seals, his motions fluid and precise. Lingyue anticipated this move. Before Jiraiya could complete his jutsu, she surged forward with surprising speed, executing a powerful kick that incapacitated him. A cry of agony pierced the air. How dare you peep on women? Did you think you were invincible in the ninja world? This time, let this be a lesson. Lingyue's strike held no mercy, and coupled with the element of surprise, it brought Jiraiya down. Not only did it interrupt his jutsu, but it also dismantled his capacity to resist. Writhing in pain on the ground, Jiraiya clutched his groin, sobbing in despair. 2 elite Uchiha swiftly pinned him down. Lingyue glanced at the wooden wall, noting the fresh gaps. Jiraiya's audacity for peeping was truly remarkable. But this only compounded his crimes. Turning to the direction of the Hokage Tower, Lingyue commanded, seal his chakra and take him back to the security department for detention. Ensure he does not escape. Should he resist, strike with full force. Leading the way, she proceeded towards the guards, who followed closely behind, apprehending Jiraiya. Freshly returned to the village, he was now in Uchiha custody. Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely be alarmed. Lingyue, what is this? The third elder observed Jiraiya, adorned with a mask of pain, hesitating to voice his thoughts. I knew you intended to capture Jiraiya, but I didn't expect it to unfold this way. Upon arriving at the security department, Lingyue found the third elder waiting at the entrance. Jiraiya resisted arrest, so we took immediate measures to apprehend him, she replied. What shall we do next? Sarutobi 1T let us simply capture Jiraiya without repercussions. The third elder expressed concern. Being a conservative elder who instinctively hesitated to confront the Hokage, Lingyue regarded the third elder with disappointment. It seemed that those who had long lived in a shell, despite gaining strength, still instinctively sought to retreat in the face of challenges. Allow me to demonstrate that Sarutobi Hiruzen is but a venomous snake with its fangs removed, intimidating in appearance, but ultimately powerless. What shall we do? Of course, we shall await Sarutobi's offer to ransom him. Today, I shall teach you how the Uchiha Security Department can generate revenue. Chapter 76. Robbery is truly my forte at the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upon his Hokage throne, idly toying with his ever-present pipe. His previous conversation with Itachi had yielded disheartening results. Itachi's will of fire had waned, and the respect he once held for his Hokage grandfather had dissipated. Now, trouble loomed. Without Itachi as an informant, acquiring internal information from the Uchiha would be challenging. Danzo, I truly should have heeded your advice and acted against the Uchiha sooner. Kakashi had not been seen for days, and now Itachi had strayed from the path of the will of fire. The once formidable ninjas under my command have dwindled. As Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated his strategy against the Uchiha clan, an Umbu member swiftly appeared, kneeling before him. Lord Hokage, Jiraiya has just returned to the village. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen immediately set aside his pipe. Quickly, summoned Jiraiya to the Hokage building. However, the Umbu member hesitated, his expression troubled. Lord Hokage, upon his return, Jiraiya headed straight for the hot springs to spy, but he was discovered. He has now been taken by the Uchiha Security Department. What? Captured by the Uchiha? Hiruzen exclaimed. Alarmed, this predicament was dire, for the Uchiha were no longer as amicable as they once were. With a sigh of resignation, Hiruzen lamented, Jiraiya? To spy and then be caught. He quickly summoned a team of Umbu. We must go to the security department at once. Despite his grievances, Jiraiya needed to be rescued. At this critical juncture, he could not allow Jiraiya to roam freely anymore. He must remain in Konoha for the time being. Furthermore, he needed to devise a plan to bring Asuma back. Soon, Hiruzen, accompanied by a small contingent of Umbu, arrived at the security department. Observing the Uchiha bustling about the hall, he noted that none paid him any heed, disregarding his position as Hokage. "Where's Jiraiya?" Hiruzen inquired, his displeasure evident as he addressed the Uchiha guard. The guard remained impassive, continuing his duty as if Hiruzen's words had not registered. "How dare you ignore me, Uchiha? Just wait until I find something to hold against you." Hiruzen fumed internally. Ignoring the guard, he pressed deeper into the security department, aware of where the prisoners were held. Upon reaching the door of the detention room, he was halted by Lingyue. "Stop. Ahead is the Uchiha detention room. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." Lingyue firmly obstructed Hiruzen's path. Hiruzen's countenance darkened. "I am the Hokage of Konoha and Jiraiya's mentor. I am not an unauthorized individual," he asserted through clenched teeth. "Oh, it is the esteemed Hokage. My apologies, I did not rest well yesterday, and my eyesight is poor today. I did not recognize you, Lord Hokage. May I inquire as to your business?" Lingyue feigned innocence, embodying the demeanor of a petty official, which only served to infuriate Hiruzen further. The elder behind Lingyue watched in trepidation, fearfully holding his breath, concerned that Hiruzen might remember him. After all, this was the Hokage. Was it wise to confront him so boldly? "You are Lingyue of the Uchiha?" Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage hat and slowly asked. "Indeed. It is a surprise that the strongest Hokage recognizes a mere nobody like me," Lingyue replied with a mocking smile. "I recall you had resigned from the security department?" Hiruzen attempted to exert his Hokage authority over Lingyue. "Oh, that. I just rejoined the security department today. If you do not believe me, I can complete the paperwork right away." Lingyue responded nonchalantly. "I am here to take Jiraiya away." Seeing Lingyue's blatant disregard for his authority, Hiruzen grimaced as he spoke. "Oh, is that so? However, that will not be possible. Jiraiya violated the wall of the hot springs owner's establishment to spy on the women bathing. A serious breach of Konoha's security. The Uchiha Security Department has decided to impose a 6-month detention on him." Lingyue replied slowly, relishing the power he held in this situation. "By the way, Lord Hokage, the witnesses and the hot springs owner are all aware of Jiraiya's misconduct, and the hole he created in the wall remains as evidence. If you desire, we can summon the hot springs owner for interrogation. We also offer memory extraction services." Hiruzen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "That will not be necessary. Apologies, but alas, Jiraiya cannot be released yet. The Uchiha must enforce his punishment." Lingyue feigned regret. "Jiraiya is a ninja. Let the Umbu handle the investigation." Hiruzen restrained his temper. "My apologies, but with witnesses and evidence at hand, the facts are clear. No further investigation is required." Lingyue pressed, leaving Hiruzen speechless with rage. "By the way, Lord Hokage, from whom do you think Jiraiya learned this peeping habit? I have heard you possess a crystal ball," Lingyue taunted, seizing the opportunity to press further. "Enough. State your demands." Hiruzen's expression darkened as he confronted Lingyue. Lingyue regarded Hiruzen, recognizing the restraint of the legendary ninja. "It is quite simple. The Uchiha are currently in need of funds. If someone were willing to pay for Jiraiya's bail and compensate the hot springs owner for his losses, we could consider granting him bail." At this juncture, Hiruzen had little choice. Jiraiya was not the primary target. A mere peeping offense would not warrant his demise. "How much do you require?" Hiruzen asked without hesitation. With Jiraiya's transgression exposed, the situation escalated, making it untenable for him to remain in Konoha. While ordinary people might evade consequences, Jiraiya, being the Hokage's disciple, could not afford such leniency. With the Uchiha involved, silence was impossible. Not much, considering Konoha's current economic state. Around 50 million ryo should suffice. Lingyue feigned calculation. "How much? 50 million ryo? This is akin to robbery," Hiruzen exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. "Believe it or not, robbery is indeed more effective than my current approach." Lingyue feigned enlightenment. "Alternatively, you might consider a jailbreak to rescue Jiraiya, but your current team appears somewhat insufficient." This was the essence of using one's own strengths against them. A once formidable Hokage, now rendered powerless without Danzo's support, Hiruzen felt like a toothless tiger. Even with power, He dared not confront the Uchiha. I do not possess such funds. I can offer at most 500,000 ryo. Hiruzen grimaced, stating his expectations. Humph. Lingyue crossed his arms. Do you think the security department is a marketplace where we haggle? The Uchiha knows your wealth better than you do. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's eyes widened in alarm. The Uchiha had investigated the Sarutobi clan's finances. This was disastrous. The extent of the Sarutobi clan's embezzlement over the years was something even Hiruzen himself could not ascertain. If this information were to be exposed by the Uchiha, no, they would undoubtedly make it public. What do you want from me? Hiruzen could no longer hold his composure, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Lingyue chuckled, arms crossed, silently relishing his control over the conversation. This was what it meant to seize the initiative. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood still, his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally uttered a resolute phrase. I shall return to gather funds. Turning on his heel, he hastened away, intent on devising a solution to the financial predicament of the Sarutobi clan. The Hokage is departing without a farewell. The security department will only wait for one day, tomorrow. The case of the peeping incident will be classified, and it will be too late to collect money then. Hiruzen paused momentarily before continuing on his way. Tomorrow. There is an explosive piece of news to share with the villagers of Konoha. It will be in the form of a flyer. If the Hokage is interested, I shall personally deliver a copy to you tomorrow. Observing Hiruzen's indifferent back, Lingyue called out loudly behind him. Lingyue was no longer intimidated by Hiruzen. The version of him with Danzo's backing was vastly different from the one without it. Without Danzo's support, even with a weapon in hand, Hiruzen would hesitate to use it. Hiruzen's steps came to a halt. After a lengthy hesitation, he returned to stand before Lingyue once more. What do you truly desire? Hiruzen nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Do not be so angry. You are getting older. It would be unwise to let your temper get the better of you. Did I not say? Recently, the Uchiha are in dire need of funds. Lingyue observed Hiruzen's furious expression, donning an innocent demeanor. Did I not say I would return to gather funds? Hiruzen maintained a stern countenance throughout. No. The money you gather is merely for Jiraiya's bail. The flyer comes at a different price. Lingyue revealed his ulterior motives. One Jiraiya amounts to 50 million ryo at most. However, this sum does not warrant Lingyue's heightened concern, nor does it pose a significant threat to Hiruzen. Now, the pressing issue arises. With Jiraiya's arrest, who will take up the position of Hokage? How much do you require to forego tomorrow's announcement? Hiruzen sensed a potential breakthrough. No amount of money can persuade me to relinquish such tantalizing news. However, if someone is willing to offer 200 million ryo, I could delay the announcement by a month. You must be dreaming. 200 million ryo. The Sarutobi clan cannot possibly amass such a sum. Hiruzen nearly shouted in exasperation. The Umbu agents standing behind him were left dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? Would they face retribution from the Hokage upon returning? Each of them silently lamented their misfortune, wondering why they were the select few chosen from so many Umbu in the Hokage's building. The Sarutobi clan lacked such funds. They could rally together with several other clans to meet the amount. A month would be ample time for criminals to destroy evidence, Lingyue said with a sly squint. Hiruzen trembled in anger. He had not anticipated that this Uchiha brat could utter such chilling words with such audacity. Was it because of his Susanoo? The Hokage was no pushover. Even if he summoned his Susanoo, Hiruzen could only endure. What other choice did he have? He could not fight back. Once exposed, the money would be lost. The Hokage position would vanish. The Sarutobi clan would face ruin. Hiruzen rapidly calculated in his mind. Lingyue was right. With a month's time, the Sarutobi clan could relocate their assets and obliterate any evidence. 200 million ryo. Koharu, Hamura, you two have indulged in enough meat over the years. It is time to contribute to the peace of Konoha. Furthermore, with the Sarutobi clan, this brat speaks the truth. The Uchiha truly knows how much we possess. I require time to gather this sum, to persuade others. You must guarantee that no flyers will surface in Konoha within a month of acquiring the funds. Hiruzen, gritting his teeth, accepted this humiliating agreement. No problem. You can trust the Uchiha's credibility, right? If not, we can formalize a contract. Moreover, I only await your 200 million ryo for 3 days. Even if cash is insufficient, Konoha's industries hold substantial value, Lingyue said with a cheerful smile. Today, we struck it rich. Hiruzen, with a grim expression, managed to utter, "I shall return to gather the funds." He turned away, disregarding Jiraiya, still confined in the detention room. Observing Hiruzen's departing figure, the elder who had witnessed the entire exchange was left in a daze. Is this the future of the Uchiha? Overwhelmingly dominating Hiruzen's presence, far superior to that inept Fugaku. I wholeheartedly support Lingyue as the Uchiha clan leader. Lingyue, are we truly in the clear doing this? Would it not be better to expose Hiruzen and strip him of his Hokage title? After Hiruzen's departure, the elder voiced his concerns. Lingyue cast a glance at the elder. What is there to fear? Are you worried that Hiruzen cannot gather such funds? Or are you concerned about him seeking vengeance later? Well, why not expose everything about Hiruzen? If we grant him a month, he could eliminate most of the evidence of his corruption by then. How would we be able to oust him? The elder did not grasp why Lingyue opted for such a straightforward approach with Hiruzen. Is 200 million ryo not enticing? If we expose Hiruzen, the money would belong to Konoha, but by taking this route, it would belong to the Uchiha. Now, do you comprehend how the security department should profit? Lingyue earnestly instructed the elder on the nuances of making money. That is not my point. My argument is that ousting Hiruzen is evidently more crucial than these funds. The elder grew agitated. Influenced by Lingyue, the conservatives were no longer conservative. Do not worry. Hiruzen cannot escape. It is just as easy to remove him after we acquire the funds. Lingyue clarified. Are you implying we possess other leverage against Hiruzen? The elder inquired curiously. No, this single piece of leverage is sufficient for me to keep Hiruzen in check for a lifetime. But if he eradicates the evidence, how will we? The elder still struggled to understand. It is simple. We shall not grant him the time to eliminate the evidence. Lingyue flashed a knowing smile. But Lingyue, did you not say? The elder hesitated. A month? Lingyue turned to the elder and gently remarked, when dealing with such malevolent forces, we need not adhere to any notions of righteousness or morality. We shall stand united. The elder appeared perplexed. Are we discussing the same matter? Noting the elder's growing agitation and inability to grasp the subtleties, Lingyue decisively declared, I am the villain. My words hold no weight. Is there a problem with that? Chapter 78. The self-cultivation of a villain, words hold no weight? The elder finally comprehended, his face reflecting some discomfort. Lingyue intended to accept money without delivering results. And he was using the Uchiha's credibility as collateral. What is this? So what if I accept money without providing service? Lingyue expressed his exasperation. How many times must I reiterate? The ninja world speaks through strength, and now that the Uchiha holds greater power, our words carry weight. Does Hiruzen dare to confront the Uchiha? Or can he complain to the Hokage building? One must always ponder, what is the objective? What is the outcome? What are the repercussions? All military strategies must consider the broader context. The destruction of a nation is secondary. The Art of War by Sun Tzu truly stands as a treasure of our heritage. Ousting Hiruzen is merely a step. The ultimate goal is the advancement of the Uchiha. Today, the elder has gained considerable insight. Throughout, Lingyue's commanding presence overshadowed Hiruzen. With just a slight maneuver, they earned 250 million ryo. 250 million ryo. This is truly the work of Uchiha. In just 2 years, Lingyue accomplished it in a single day. Why isn't Lingyue the clan leader of the Uchiha? If only Lingyue had stepped forward sooner, the Uchiha would not have allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to bully us to this extent. In comparison, Fugaku seems utterly worthless. I must hurry back to inform the conservatives and ensure their unwavering support for Lingyue's decisions. Remember, when Sarutobi Hiruzen brings the money tomorrow, we can release Jiraiya. Capturing Jiraiya is of no use to us. Only by releasing him will Sarutobi Hiruzen behave himself and step down. Lingyue instructed the third elder. The military strategy of surrounding 3 to besiege 1 will give us hope that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not fight back desperately. Once he is ousted and loses command over the Umbu, with only his hidden Sarutobi forces to rely on, the Uchiha will easily handle them. Today, we will take 5 cities, and tomorrow, 10. Gradually, we will extract every resource from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, take me to see Jiraiya. I still have some questions for him. With the money secured, our next step is to force Sarutobi Hiruzen from power. Before that, we need to devise a plan to sow discord, making it easier to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen's impending downfall. Moreover, Lingyue is quite curious whether the troubled Jiraiya will still be able to support the lovely ladies. In the detention room, Jiraiya, sealed of his chakra, lay pallid, clutching himself in pain, helplessly sprawled on the narrow bed. It seems Lingyue's kick was quite effective. After all, Lingyue's physique had been enhanced, and he did not hold back to prevent Jiraiya from escaping. Oh dear, is that not our legendary Konoha Sannin, Jiraiya? What has happened? How did you end up in the security department? Lingyue asked with a mischievous grin. Jiraiya remained silent, completely unresponsive. The agony coursing through him relentlessly reminded him of the devastating blow to his foundation. He was unsure if he would ever recover. If it weren't for Konoha's advanced medical facilities offering hope of healing, he would have surely fought fiercely against this brat. The inherently wicked Uchiha child dared to ambush me. Once I, Jiraiya, am free, I will make you regret it. Ah, I recall now. It seems you were caught peeping at the women's hot springs and resisted arrest. Lingyue continued to taunt Jiraiya with exaggerated expressions. The art of conversation begins by exposing vulnerabilities, breaking down defenses, and provoking rage to the point of irrationality. The third elder stood behind Lingyue, looking constipated, feeling somewhat strained. Lingyue's demeanor was all too reminiscent of a villain. I am quite curious. If you had a wife and someone were to spy on her while she bathed, what would you do? Lingyue pressed on as Jiraiya remained silent. You little brat. Don't wait for Jiraiya to come out. Jiraiya had no intention of engaging, yet this little rascal continued to chatter incessantly. Oh, finally speaking up. I was beginning to think my kick had rendered you mute. Lingyue feigned surprise. That was because I was unprepared for your ambush, you little brat. Jiraiya retorted, clearly agitated by the comment. Ambush. So, I attacked from the front, did I? Lingyue initially expressed confusion before realizing the implication. Enough, you wicked Uchiha brat. What exactly do you want to say? Very well, Jiraiya, I congratulate you. You will be released tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen is prepared to pay 50 million for your freedom. Are you touched? Understanding the situation, Lingyue intended to further astonish Jiraiya. What? 50 million? I refuse to go. For mere peeping. I cannot believe it would cost a lifetime in confinement. Jiraiya was thrown off by the 50 million. To think that a trivial act of peeping could cost such an exorbitant sum for release, it feels like robbery. A simple act of peeping combined with resisting arrest would typically warrant a few months at most. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is anxious. Time is money, do you understand? If you were to be held for 6 months, by the time you are released, it would be too late. Lingyue elucidated the rationale, emphasizing the concept that time equates to money. What does it mean that it would be too late? Why is my teacher so anxious? Are the Uchiha planning a rebellion? Or are other ninja villages preparing to attack the Land of Fire? Jiraiya, though not politically naive, understood that the death of a mere Danzo should not incite such a reaction. After all, Danzo had brought this upon himself by coveting the bloodlines of others. It was hardly a reason for the Uchiha to rebel, if they were to do so. It would have been during Uchiha Madara's time, or even when Shinsui was alive. Currently, the Uchiha lack any notable strength to mount a rebellion against Konoha. As for other ninja villages attacking the Land of Fire, that is even more implausible. The Third Great Ninja War had only recently concluded, and the wounds of each village had yet to heal. Given that the Uchiha would not rebel, and other villages would not attack the Land of Fire. Why is my teacher so concerned? Well, you may think the Uchiha are planning a rebellion if you wish. Lingyue nodded nonchalantly. Do you Uchiha possess that kind of power? Are you not afraid of annihilation? Jiraiya's expression shifted. If the Uchiha truly rebelled, it would spell trouble. Regardless of the outcome, other ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Annihilation? Of course, we feared it. I was terrified just 2 months ago. However, I no longer fear it. Observing Jiraiya's serious demeanor as he clutched himself, Lingyue continued. The Uchiha planned to incite rebellion through public opinion. The Senju clan was obliterated, and all their legacies were appropriated by Sarutobi Hiruzen to bolster the Sarutobi clan. The couple, Namikaze Minato and Kushina, perished, and their inheritance too was seized, leaving the 4th Hokage's son to survive on expired food. Furthermore, after the Uchiha were forced to relocate from the heart of Konoha, their former territory was taken over by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, the Uchiha intend to expose these truths. And Sarutobi Hiruzen will no longer be able to serve as Hokage. My teacher would never engage in such actions. Jiraiya protested stubbornly. His expression changed. He knew all too well what Sarutobi Hiruzen was capable of. Otherwise, he wouldn't be seeking the child of destiny. Ignoring Jiraiya's obstinacy, Lingyue conveyed this information with purpose. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended, He has aggressively amassed wealth for the Sarutobi clan while suppressing anyone capable of competing for the Hokage position. The Senju clan has been eradicated, Tsunade has departed, White Fan committed suicide, Orochimaru defected, and the couple Namikaze Minato perished tragically. Now, Konoha's only remaining power is you. The lecherous sage of the Toads, Jiraiya, and a mentally exhausted Kakashi. Imagine, if I were to expose Sarutobi Hirazen's actions at this moment. It would scatter the hearts of the people in Konoha. Then, I could lead the entire Uchiha clan to leave Konoha. What do you think? Lingyue said, revealing a sinister smile. It just needs a fitting mwahaha sound effect. Chapter 79. Why should the Uchiha leave Konoha? You cannot do this. It would destroy Konoha. Jiraiya exclaimed urgently, momentarily disregarding his discomfort as he rushed to the iron bars of the detention room. Upon hearing Lingyue's words, Jiraiya realized that Konoha's top combatants had dwindled. If the Uchiha were to leave, what would Konoha have to defend itself in the next war? Not to mention that the Uchiha's departure would incite chaos within Konoha. It is likely that other ninja villages would immediately dispatch troops to attack upon learning of the Uchiha's mass exodus. The Uchiha must not leave Konoha. Now that the Senju clan has been annihilated, Konoha is already marginalizing the Uchiha, and thus the Uchiha are contemplating their departure from the village. Konoha was founded by both the Senju and the Uchiha. Therefore, does it not seem reasonable for us to destroy Konoha before we leave? Lingyue once again spread his arms like a bear, indicating that all of this was a choice made out of necessity. Upon hearing that the entire clan would be leaving Konoha, the third elder was initially quite excited. However, upon reflection, he realized that with 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, the Uchiha could thrive anywhere. What do you really want? Jiraiya was no fool. Lingyue's words surely had a purpose. I don't want anything in particular. I simply made some money today and felt happy, so I came to chat with you. Lingyue feigned a look of helplessness. Now that we've had our chat, I should take my leave. Jiraiya, you can savor the agony of your predicament and await Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival tomorrow to redeem you. As he spoke, Lingyue turned to walk away, casually asking the third elder, how much did I earn today? You earned 500 million ri for Jiraiya's redemption and 2 billion ri for the information sold to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In total, that's 2,500 million ri. Oh, splendid. Such a sum is more than enough for the Uchiha to rebuild their homeland after leaving Konoha. The fragmented voices echoed in Jiraiya's ears, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Unfortunately, his chakra was sealed, and he was confined, rendering him powerless. Once freed from his detention, the third elder hastily inquired, Lingyue, when shall we depart from Konoha? We need to prepare our moving supplies. Leaving Konoha was indeed a viable option. Previously, their lack of strength posed a threat, but now, with 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, few would dare to provoke such adversaries. But why should we leave Konoha? Lingyue tilted his head, observing the bewildered expression on the third elder's face. Konoha was a village jointly established by the Uchiha and Senju clans. The Senju lineage had produced many Hokage. Yet the Uchiha had yet to see one of their own ascend to the role. Konoha owed the Uchiha a Hokage. Leaving should wait until the Uchiha had a Hokage of their own before making such a decision. This did not imply that the Uchiha were incapable of holding the position, but rather that they deemed it beneath their dignity. The Uchiha leaving Konoha could only lead to 2 outcomes. Either they would depart after assuming the Hokage title, or they would annihilate Konoha before leaving. Departing without having held the title would only serve as a source of ridicule for the Uchiha, suggesting they fled out of cowardice. Not desiring the title of Hokage did not mean Lingyue was unprepared to exact revenge. As a member of the Uchiha, he must restore their honor. They would need the Uchiha's strength to dominate the ninja world in the future. Presently, it was imperative to help the Uchiha regain their prestige. Moreover, leaving Konoha at this juncture was not a wise choice, especially while the Uchiha had yet to develop. Should they attract the attention of the Akatsuki, known for their relentless pursuit of growth, it would spell trouble. The allure of the Sharingan was no less potent than the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. How many could the Uchiha truly fend off? Hadn't the last independent nation, the Uzumaki clan, been eradicated? Even with their eyes gouged out, they could not withstand the onslaught of the masses. Most critically, Lingyue's ambition spanned the entire ninja world. Leaving Konoha now and returning later would be a waste of time and resources. Then, what you just said. The third elder was beginning to grasp the situation. They certainly cannot allow the Uchiha, their strongest force, to leave. Lingyue had calculated Sarutobi Hiruzen's mindset perfectly. Had Danzo still been around, Hiruzen might have had the resolve to let the Uchiha depart. However, without Danzo, Hiruzen lacked the fortitude. The Uchiha were Konoha's mightiest warriors. Should a fourth great ninja war occur, who would stand against the invaders without the Uchiha? As for keeping the Uchiha in Konoha, surely they would not simply encircle them with Umbu. Konoha had oppressed the Uchiha for years. Unless they offered some form of recompense, the Uchiha would not forget how they had been ostracized by the villagers. Konoha would have to provide compensation and treat the Uchiha with the respect they deserved. Using indirect means to achieve direct results, and transforming adversity into opportunity, as stated in Sun Tzu's Art of War. The bait had been cast. Now, they awaited Jiraiya to approach the Uchiha with benefits. Lingyue was filled with confidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen might be greedy, but he truly feared the collapse of Konoha. Without Danzo, Hiruzen would not dare to act against the Uchiha. Hiruzen was far more cautious than Danzo, and now with the Uchiha having leverage over him, his downfall was inevitable. Once Hiruzen was ousted, the only candidates left for Hokage would be Jiraiya and Tsunade. Presently, with Tsunade being absent from the village, Jiraiya emerged as the most suitable candidate for Hokage. As long as the Uchiha acted swiftly enough to prevent Jiraiya from seeking Tsunade, the next Hokage would undoubtedly be Jiraiya. Once he assumed the title, he would have to actively maintain peace in Konoha. Conversely, not becoming Hokage would be more advantageous for the Uchiha to exploit their rightful claim to justice. Jiraiya was considerably less astute than Tsunade once he was in power. Lingyue had 100 ways to undermine Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third elder stood by, once again reassessing his perception of Lingyue. He had not realized that what he had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Lingyue's intelligence had yet to reach its peak. Having dealt with Jiraiya, Lingyue felt invigorated as he exited the guardhouse. Upon stepping outside, he encountered his good friend, Yanhua. Yanhua, hold on. Lingyue called out to Yanhua, who was preparing for patrol. Lingyue? Yanhua paused, his expression brightening as he instantly dashed to Lingyue's side. Before Lingyue could speak, Yanhua seized his hand. Lingyue, have you completed your new book so soon? I knew it. You must have had a manuscript ready. Lingyue was momentarily speechless, staring at Yanhua, whose mind seemed to be elsewhere. This isn't about a new book. I just finalized it this morning. It's not that quick. Lingyue replied, exasperated. Oh, since it's not about a new book, Yanhua released Lingyue's hand with a disappointed expression, adopting a serious tone as he said, as your good editor and loyal reader, I must earnestly critique you. Your writing speed is far too slow. Do you still wish for reader donations? Enough already, Yanhua. I wanted to discuss your sister Huahua. Huahua came to find you, right? No need to thank me. We're brothers. I promised to send her over. And I will deliver. Yanhua patted his chest in assurance. Lingyue was utterly dumbfounded by Yanhua. I meant to say that I already have a girlfriend. You don't need to intervene with Huahua. This time, it was Yanhua's turn to fall silent. Chapter 80. You are so strong. You deserve to have 2 girlfriends. Observing Yanhua's demeanor, Lingyue found himself at a loss for words to console him. Although he felt deeply touched that Yanhua had introduced his sister to him as a potential girlfriend, he couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm sorry, Yanhua. I'm afraid it might lead to misunderstandings. Upon hearing Lingyue's words, Yanhua's previously straight posture seemed to buckle under an invisible weight, and he slowly lowered his head. After a long pause, he finally spoke, each word deliberate. Lingyue, Yanhua has told me that she likes you. Yanhua hesitated, as if recalling the shy expression on his sister's face when she mentioned Lingyue. She believes you are not like the ordinary Uchiha. Yanhua sighed softly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Indeed, she was not mistaken. You have become the most formidable genius of the Uchiha clan, surpassing even the young clan leader. You are also exceptionally intelligent, capable of crafting brilliant tomes and devising effective training methods. I believe that being with you will undoubtedly ensure Yanhua's happiness in the future. Thus, I have endeavored to create opportunities for her to be with you. As Yanhua spoke, his voice gradually diminished, tinged with an almost imperceptible melancholy. Witnessing Yanhua's heartfelt confession stirred a mix of emotions in Lingyue. He felt both moved and guilty. To have a friend who entrusts the lifelong happiness of his sister to him was a reward in itself for this journey through time. Rest assured, Yanhua, as long as I have a meal to share, you shall always have a bowl to wash. Yanhua continued. Lingyue, Yanhua has always been clever and charming. She is incredibly persistent about the things she believes in, and as her brother, I cannot alter her convictions. However, Yanhua lifted his head, gazing seriously at Lingyue. But Lingyue, you are so powerful. I think you deserve to have 2 girlfriends. Lingyue, you scoundrel. Return my emotions to me. I passed the ball to you, and now you are kicking it back? What do you mean I deserve 2 girlfriends? Does that imply I must manage both the main girlfriend and the mistress myself? Never mind, I'll find a way on my own. After all, she's just a little girl. It should be easy to coax her. Although Lingyue believed he deserved 2 girlfriends, an 11-year-old girl was not included in that equation. That would be illegal. Forget it. I'll handle it myself, Lingyue said with a hint of irritation. Yanhua, on the other hand, felt helpless, despite Yanhua's young age. Once she made up her mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. The more exceptional a person, the more they attracted admiration. Now, Lingyue was the foremost genius of the Uchiha clan. Many within the clan were already aware of his summoning of Susanoo that morning. Countless eyes were fixed upon him. Yanhua would not relent until she had made her move. All right, enough of this. Learn the shadow clone technique quickly and stop daydreaming. Lingyue dismissed further conversation with Yanhua. Don't worry, I will practice the shadow clone technique diligently. Now, I entrust my sister to you. Yanhua promised, patting his chest. Has there been any change in the security department? Lingyue had encountered this topic fortuitously and wished to gain insight from a grassroots perspective about the transformations within the security department. This morning, the clan leader announced the reforms in the security department, relieving us of mundane tasks. As long as no one reports anything, we need not concern ourselves with trivial matters. And how do you perceive this change? Lingyue was curious about the grassroots perspective. Of course, we wholeheartedly support it. We never wanted to meddle in those trivialities. Now, those who do not wish to patrol can opt out, as long as they are present on duty in the security department, Yanhua responded casually. Then why aren't you focusing on practicing the shadow clone technique? What are you doing running around? I have a mission to catch someone. A lady has reported an incident. Once I return, I will concentrate on practicing ninjutsu. I am no longer concerned with the petty issues of the security department. The reforms have only just begun, and it will take time for the village's view of the security department to change. As Lingyue departed the security department and walked back to the clan grounds, he reflected on the day's events. He had confronted Itachi in the morning, held a development meeting for the Uchiha clan, had lunch with 2 girlfriends. No. It was with a girlfriend and an additional little girl, and in the afternoon, he led a team to capture Jiraiya and faced off against Sarutobi Hiruzen. He even set a trap for Jiraiya before leaving. Today had been a whirlwind of activities. Upon returning home, he still had to draft the revelations about Sarutobi Hiruzen and write elementary school teaching materials. It was truly overwhelming. Did even cattle and horses work this hard? Thankfully, after tackling these tasks, he could finally relax. Had he gone from being a laborer before the journey to being one after? Wasn't he that a futile endeavor? Nevertheless, thinking of the beautiful legs awaiting him at home, Lingyue suppressed these chaotic thoughts and hurried home. Not for any other reason, but to hasten his arrival. Upon entering his home, Lingyue was met with peculiar gazes from several shadow clones. What is the matter with you all? Why are you looking at me with such strange expressions? Lingyue felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. One shadow clone spoke up. Nothing. We are just happy for you that you found a girlfriend. Brothers, you are merely shadow clones. Has Uchiha Yuki's appearance excited you? Lingyue questioned, bewildered by the tightly shut study door. At that moment, a chorus of laughter erupted from the shadow clones. Yes, Uchiha Yuki is currently in the study, one clone stated. You are finished, the main body, another chimed in. Your identity can no longer be concealed, a third added. To be precise, your talent can no longer be hidden, the fourth remarked. Gaha. Chapter 81. Lingyue's bookshelf. Lingyue, utterly confused, pushed open the door to the study. He was left speechless. Uchiha Yuki was holding a book, her face flushed as she stared at him. Upon seeing Lingyue open the door, Uchiha Yuki's mind went blank for a few seconds, her gaze fixed on him. After a moment, her soul returned to her body, and she hurriedly fumbled to put the book back in its place. The silence in the room was eerie. Only the sound of their slightly rapid breaths could be heard. This was probably what social death felt like. Silence. I didn't mean to. Lingyue was the first to break the silence. He had never anticipated stumbling upon such an embarrassing scene and wished he could instantly find a crack in the ground to hide in. How could he forget to knock? Uchiha Yuki's face had turned as red as a ripe tomato, stammering, This isn't what it looks like. The moment those words left her lips, She felt the weight of their inadequacy, as the evidence lay plainly before them. Lingyue struggled to compose himself, attempting to alleviate the painfully awkward atmosphere, and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Haha, so you have such interests too. It's really not a big deal." Yet, his gaze inadvertently wandered toward the book that had been returned to its spot. Uchiha Yuki offered an awkward smile, but internally, she was filled with regret. Her image in front of him was now utterly tarnished. To divert attention, she quickly asked, "Is this book written by you?" Lingyue fell silent this time. It was his turn to be caught off guard. The book titled Young A Bing was a special edition published by the publisher to express gratitude to the author, with words of appreciation inscribed on it. His talent had truly been exposed. At this moment, Lingyue suddenly found herself envious of Dato, for having a sanctuary to escape reality is indeed invaluable. Nevertheless, Lingyue, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, had witnessed her fair share of grand spectacles. After a fleeting moment of awkwardness, she quickly adopted a demeanor of nonchalance. "Yes, this book was written during my financially strained days to earn a living, and it has garnered much popularity in Konoha. The principle being that as long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who feel the discomfort. Well then, let us commence our discussion on how to compile the new teaching materials." Lingyue dismissively explained the essence of her novel before proactively shifting the topic. "All right. I was supposed to inquire about the educational reform plan." Uchiha Yuki's voice interjected, pulling Lingyue back to her earlier subject of discussion. Observing this, Lingyue promptly stepped forward and presented the educational outline to Uchiha Yuki. Their hands accidentally brushed against each other, and they quickly withdrew as if electrocuted. A brief silence ensued, the air thick with palpable awkwardness. The young girl's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, exuding an alluring charm. At that moment, should one touch her earlobe, they would feel an astonishing warmth. Please take a good look at this plan. I shall attend to the ingredients for our dinner. Tonight, we shall have something different, and the ingredients require some preparation," Lingyue suggested, eager to escape the uncomfortable scene. Uchiha Yuki dared not lift her head, merely nodding absent-mindedly. Lingyue hurriedly left the study, thoughtfully closing the door behind her, leaving Uchiha Yuki to stand alone, exhaling deeply. If awkwardness cannot be resolved, one must avoid it. Time will mend all. After Lingyue departed, Uchiha Yuki buried her face in her hands, despairing. "Oh no, my image is utterly ruined. How does it feel to be caught red-handed like Liu Bei? Has anyone experienced this? I would appreciate insight into the inner turmoil. Thank you." The moment Lingyue pushed the door open, Uchiha Yuki felt as if she was on the verge of awakening her Sharingan. "What has come over me? Why am I interested in such a book?" Uchiha Yuki chastised herself, striking the back of her hand holding the book. Alas, it is all Lingyue's fault for crafting such an enthralling tale. Indeed, it is Lingyue to blame. Uchiha Yuki found a rationale for her curiosity. How could Lingyue write such a novel? Could it be? While Uchiha Yuki grappled with her conflicting emotions, Lingyue found herself surrounded by several shadow clones. What is the meaning of this? You all should focus on your training. Have you completed today's tasks? Lingyue shouted at the gathering of shadow clones, who approached with mischievous grins. "So, what did Uchiha Yuki think of your novel?" A group of shadow clones inquired with curiosity. "Go away. If you know, why not hide the book in advance?" Lingyue's embarrassment turned to anger. "It is my own fault for being so reckless, forgetting to discreetly conceal my innocence. Although this incident may seem to have passed, it will forever remain a source of awkwardness whenever they visit each other's studies. No, for the sake of my innocence, Uchiha Yuki must be dealt with swiftly. If the issue cannot be resolved, then eliminate the source. Engaging her in practical exercises should quell her curiosity regarding this matter. Moreover, it seems she is quite engrossed in it." The group of shadow clones chimed in. "That is your girlfriend, not ours. Why should we concern ourselves with her? A dead comrade does not hinder the path of the living. Watching Lingyue's antics is far more entertaining than training. What do you shadow clones need a girlfriend for? Do you possess that capability? Yet we do have feelings and emotions. How about you let Uchiha Yuki create a few shadow clones for us? We promise to devote 120 of our energy to training." "What nonsense. Just seeing you is bothersome," Lingyue retorted, dispelling the clones, finally achieving some peace. "More shadow clones? With shadow clones, will you still have the focus to train? They are merely extensions of myself. I know exactly what they are thinking, no longer dwelling on trivial matters." Lingyue began to prepare the ingredients. She aimed to create a sumptuous dinner, hoping to astonish Uchiha Yuki with the delights of Chinese cuisine. Crafting a new topic of conversation would surely alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yuki in the study could not remain still after the initial awkwardness faded. She began to diligently peruse the educational reform plan, covering everything from curriculum development to teacher training, as well as the expected outcomes and educational results, creating a comprehensive outline. However, these details paled in comparison to the tantalizing aroma wafting in through the window. Uchiha Yuki inhaled deeply, recognizing the scent of a cuisine she had never encountered before. Is Lingyue preparing a feast? Uchiha Yuki grew increasingly restless. Each passing second in the study felt interminable. Bored, she began to explore the other contents on the bookshelf. She randomly picked up a book titled Young A Bing, and soon found herself captivated by its content. The Uchiha Project, the Uchiha Profiteering Scheme, the Infinite Moon Reading Plan, the Talent Acquisition Initiative, the Great Unification Strategy, the Chives Cultivation Project, the Interstellar Colonization Plan. Chapter 82, The Sky Has Fallen, and someone actually dares to approach the fox. Just as Uchiha Yuki was about to delve deeper into the plans, Lingyue knocked on the study door. Yuki, dinner is ready. You may come out and eat. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuki promptly set aside the plan. She had long been lured by the enticing aroma of Lingyue's cooking, and now she could finally indulge. Uchiha Yuki swiftly exited the study, her eyes falling upon the well-arranged dishes on the dining table, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, steam swirling with an inviting fragrance. Instantly, her appetite awakened. Lingyue stood nearby, a smile illuminating her face, filled with anticipation. Hurry, give it a try, and let me know if it suits your palate. This is the first step in winning over Uchiha Yuki. For this moment, Lingyue had poured all her effort into her culinary endeavor. Uchiha Yuki could hardly contain herself as she sat down, eagerly picking up a piece of tofu. The tender texture and perfect seasoning surprised her, prompting her to exclaim, "This is absolutely delicious. I had no idea your cooking skills were so remarkable, Lingyue." Lingyue's smile blossomed even brighter as she took a seat across from her. "I plan to use this recipe to open a few restaurants in Konoha. What do you think?" This was merely an attempt to spark conversation over dinner. The art of dialogue lies in confidently discussing one's passions and seeking affirmation from the other, leading to mutual success. In the end, the two would share a moment. "See? I told you it would be successful." This connection drew them closer. "By the way, Lingyue, I noticed the plans you have written on your bookshelf. What do they entail?" Uchiha Yuki asked, taking another bite of the sweet braised meat, which perfectly tantalized her taste buds. "Those plans are empty. Nothing has been written yet." "Huh? They are all blank?" Uchiha Yuki queried, intrigued. "Yes, they are empty. There is a certain someone in Konoha who roams about carelessly. If I were to write them out, they would not be safe anywhere but on my person. The only reason I wrote titles was to motivate myself. There are many tasks I still need to accomplish. Until I find a secure place to store my personal belongings, Lingyue would not carelessly leave anything of importance in the study. You see, this is a blatant disregard for one's own writings, nearly culminating in disaster. I sent it? Can anyone still infiltrate our Uchiha clan's territory to steal intelligence?" Uchiha Yuki inquired, perplexed. The ninja world may be small, yet it still harbors numerous formidable individuals. We must not underestimate our adversaries. As for the enchanting beauty he admired, Lingyue displayed remarkable patience. Take, for instance, the legendary sage of 6 paths, along with other ancient beings who have remained hidden for many years. This is precisely why I am fervently developing the Uchiha clan. However, Lingyue found it challenging to elaborate on finer details, such as the Akatsuki organization or Zetsu and Obito. These formidable entities could strike at any moment, unlike the Sage of 6 Paths, who remains quietly in the Pure Land. As long as we do not involve Sasuke and Naruto, we need not fear the threat posed by the Sage in the short term. Does the Sage of 6 Paths truly exist? Uchiha Yuki remained curious about the mythical tales. Yes, he is still alive. Well, half alive. Yet, that is of little consequence. He cannot easily make a move now. Moreover, the sage is merely a more powerful ninja, akin to how the first Hokage is revered as the god of shinobi. Utilizing Uchiha Yuki's words to disseminate information about the sage is also a part of Lingyue's strategy. The Uchiha are excessively proud and arrogant. They require a formidable external target to pursue. Otherwise, they will each become like the sun, disregarding others with a hint of strength. Has the sage truly lived for so long? This story has been passed down for ages. Uchiha Yuki could hardly believe that anyone could survive for such an extended period. Are you aware of the 3 sacred lands of summoning beasts? Within them reside ancient beings that have lived for millennia. Thus, we, the Uchiha, must maintain a low profile as we develop. The Uchiha possess immense potential that we have yet to fully realize. In the future, I will gradually unlock the clan's potential, and I will require your assistance, Yuki. Although the two were practically betrothed, Uchiha Yuki still flushed at Lingyue's near confession. This statement was, in fact, intended for the elder's ears through Uchiha Yuki. The elder is a staunch radical. Now that the Uchiha have suddenly manifested 3 pairs of Sharingan, it is imperative to address Konoha's external threats promptly. If we do not exert some pressure on the elder, he will soon become lofty. Lingyue's meticulously prepared Chinese dinner concluded perfectly. The intricate flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty were overwhelming for the palate of the ninja world. Accustomed to milder tastes, Uchiha Yuki, mindful of her image, nearly lost control of her expression. With Uchiha Yuki's sampling, it seemed that Konoha's South future culinary street would flourish. After escorting Uchiha Yuki home, Lingyue returned to his abode, now shrouded in darkness. Gazing at the strategic plan laid out on his desk, Lingyue inhaled deeply. Now, it is time for my late-night endeavors. Lingyue encouraged himself and then performed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone. Here, take this plan, it is yours. Lingyue handed the educational reform plan to Shadow Clone Number 1. Please draft a primary school mathematics textbook covering addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. These 3 topics should suffice for elementary knowledge. Now, this Uchiha Entertainment City plan is entrusted to you. Lingyue passed a notebook and pen to Shadow Clone Number 2. Now, please refine the repertoire of Chinese cuisine. Shadow Clone Number 3. And this task regarding the young woman by Ju is assigned to you. Lingyue recalled his good brother, Yanhua, and summoned another shadow clone. Observing the multitude of shadow clones before him, Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. Truly, I am capable of accomplishing so many tasks at once. A natural workhorse indeed. After the jest, Lingyue settled down, retrieved a notebook, and began to write. In this cruel ninja world, everything else is but an illusion. Only one's strength is genuine. With matters pertaining to the enhancement of strength at stake, Lingyue devoted considerable effort, personally penning his thoughts. In the dim light, a row of Lingyue clones began to write in unison. The sky has fallen. How could someone commit such an act against a mere fox? Is this a reflection of moral decay or the distortion of humanity? Chapter 83. Danzo, I require your assistance while Lingyue toiled away into the night. The Hokage Tower remained bustling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having departed from the security department, began contemplating an escape route. On one hand, he was ensnared by the Uchiha's hold and must devise a means of self-preservation. On the other, he needed to find 2 individuals to procure funds. Seated at the head of the table, Sarutobi's expression was grave, while at the meeting table sat Tsunade and Mito Minyin, the atmosphere oppressive enough to stifle breath. Previously, he had the entire Konoha under his control, with several enterprises continuously generating wealth. Hence, he had never been willing to dispose of them. However, now that the Uchiha have suddenly unveiled 2 pairs of Sharingan, the situation has spiraled beyond his command. Sarutobi had pondered these issues throughout the afternoon. The Uchiha have begun their counteroffensive. In the past, he suppressed the Uchiha clan, and none were fools. Now that the Uchiha have gained strength, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Sarutobi gently caressed his Hokage hat, truly reluctant to relinquish it. He then recalled Danzo. If Danzo were present, he would surely have a strategy to deal with the Uchiha. The Uchiha forced him to spend money to delay the acquisition of information. The price paid was not merely for information, but for the peace of Konoha. Failing to invest implies that the Uchiha and Konoha would sever ties, and destruction would ensue in an instant. Compensating the Uchiha with funds, then stepping down as Hokage to provide the Uchiha with a satisfactory explanation. That is the Uchiha's true intent. Konoha is also the Uchiha's Konoha. The Uchiha seek vengeance only against figures like himself. Preserve wealth? Or protect the village? A challenging choice, yet Sarutobi had little option. Tsunade and Mito had also benefited significantly. And now they too must contribute to secure peace. While this reasoning stands, extracting money from them is no simple task. The moment Sarutobi broached the subject, both erupted in outrage. Extracting funds from their pockets felt more agonizing than demanding their very lives. Tsunade, Mito, now that the Uchiha have already investigated our enterprises, many of our previous actions may soon be exposed. Once revealed, we may have to return the misappropriated funds from these years. Sarutobi lamented, puffing on his pipe. What significance does it hold for us to pay this money? The Uchiha will likely disclose this information within a month, and we would still have to pay. Mito gritted his teeth. Severing one's financial lifeline is akin to murdering one's parents. The Uchiha are harboring a vendetta against us. I have already contemplated this. The Uchiha's current strength is beyond our capacity to suppress. Sarutobi recalled the humiliation endured at the security department. Danzo was right. The inherently malevolent Uchiha, upon gaining strength, disregarded the Hokage. That boy, Uchiha Lingyue, dares to treat me, the Hokage, with such disdain. Yet, there is nothing to be done. What can one do against a Susanoo? A Susanoo towering dozens of meters high, if unleashed upon the village, would obliterate Konoha. This would surpass the devastation of the Nine Tails incident. During that night, the casualties were primarily civilians. Although Konoha suffered financial losses, its strength remained relatively intact. With only the late 4th Hokage being significantly impacted, the Uchiha clan is distinct. Once a conflict arises, it is directed solely at the ninjas. In such a scenario, the worst-case outcome for Konoha would be the loss of an entire Uchiha ninja. At that point, Konoha would become the target of envy among other ninja villages. I refuse to believe that the Uchiha would dare to engage in war with Konoha. Tsunade clenched her teeth as she spoke. It is impossible for her to part with her money. The question is no longer whether the Uchiha would dare to wage war against Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Our previous oppression of the Uchiha was excessively severe, and now they possess the strength to resist. They will no longer allow us to suppress them as before. As long as I remain in the position of Hokage, the Uchiha will continue to create unrest. At this point, Hiruzen closed his eyes in anguish and gently placed his pipe upon the desk. Are you considering relinquishing the position of Hokage? Tsunade and Mito Minion gasped in astonishment. I have come to a decision. The Uchiha will undoubtedly continue to pursue me relentlessly. I plan to pass the Hokage title to Jiraiya. Hiruzen spoke softly. Jiraiya is also my disciple, and I trust he can fulfill the role of Hokage admirably. Hiruzen understood Jiraiya well. He had no desire to become Hokage and was reluctant to deal with the chaotic matters within the village. In that case, he could assist Jiraiya as Hokage, helping him manage daily affairs. The responsibilities of Hokage would not differ significantly from his current role. And how do you intend to resolve matters with the Uchiha? Mito Minion's primary concern remained the financial implications. They could not afford to lose their wealth to the Uchiha without justification. We need time to relocate our assets. We must have a plausible excuse to rationalize these properties. Additionally, we need time to arrange for the transition of power. The Uchiha seek compensation. And only then will I resign from the Hokage position. As he spoke, Hiruzen gently caressed the Hokage cloak draped over his shoulders. That's 200 million ryo. Where do we acquire such funds? Tsunade was adamantly opposed to parting with that money. The Uchiha seek revenge against you, Hiruzen. Suppressing the Uchiha was your idea, and it has nothing to do with me. The lion's share of the burden falls upon you. Why should I be responsible for this expense? Indeed, Hiruzen. We lack such funds. Mito Minion echoed Tsunade's sentiments, encouraged by her resolve. I have considered this matter as well. The finance department will provide funds for the Uchiha, and I will cover any shortfall. If the Uchiha receive funding from the logistics department and create further turmoil, they will only drag themselves down as well. However, Hiruzen, Konoha's accounts are running low. We may have a significant deficit to cover. Mito Minion spoke with slight embarrassment. How much can the logistics department contribute? Hiruzen did not waste words, casting a penetrating gaze at Mito Minion. The medical department will provide funds, while you will procure funds from the logistics department. I will gather from the mission system, the Umbu, and the intelligence division, while Danzo will contribute from his own resources. This has become an unspoken agreement among us. Let us refrain from pointing fingers. We must reserve necessary expenses for Konoha's operations. Under conditions of peace, we can muster a maximum of 80 million ryo. Upon seeing that Hiruzen had little to add, Mito Minion felt emboldened. Are we still short by 120 million ryo? Hiruzen silently calculated. 3 individuals, each contributing 40 million ryo. No, he also needed funds to rescue Jiraiya, bringing the total close to 100 million. And Danzo. Hiruzen suddenly found a breakthrough. Since we all share in the financial burden from Konoha, let the Shimura clan contribute 10 million, with each of us providing 20 million, Hiruzen decisively announced. Danzo had taken a significant amount from him. Although he was unaware of how much Danzo had given the Shimura clan, they would not dare refuse his request for funds. I am the Hokage. Without Danzo, the Shimura clan is but dough on the chopping block, unless they wish to abandon Konoha. The following day, Hiruzen, early to rise, took the funds to rescue Jiraiya from confinement. Upon his release, Jiraiya's first action was to visit the hospital to check on his dear friend. This was a matter concerning his future happiness, far more significant than searching for the destined child. Hiruzen had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. He had numerous matters to address. He had never anticipated being cornered by the Uchiha to such an extent, leaving many affairs unattended. The foremost issue to resolve was Naruto's situation. He needed to arrange suitable accommodation for Naruto, considering his parents' finances as entrusted to him. As for repayment, what could a child like Naruto possibly need with such a sum? He would continue to safeguard those funds for him. The Senju clan, now devoid of creditors. The Uchiha's territory would require significant expenditure. It pained him dearly. However, before all else, he needed to visit the Shimura clan. In the afternoon, Jiraiya arrived at the Hokage office. Master, have you truly seized the Senju, Namake's Minato and Kushina's, as well as the Uchiha's assets? Jiraiya immediately confronted Hiruzen upon entering. Jiraiya, who told you such things? I have not committed those acts. The Senju's assets were sold to me by Tsunade to settle her debts from gambling. I accepted these properties on behalf of the Shimura clan to aid Tsunade. The Namake's assets are under Naruto's guardianship. It is far too dangerous for a child to manage such a fortune. Hiruzen's expression darkened, yet he maintained the composure befitting a Hokage, not revealing any weakness before Jiraiya. Master, how could you do this? Jiraiya's expression was one of deep disappointment. Jiraiya, being Hokage is not as simple as you believe. This position demands consideration of numerous matters. Much of Konoha's assets are controlled by various ninja clans. The balance of power between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas is entirely skewed. I must find a way to weaken the clan ninjas and support the civilian ninjas. Konoha's finances are insufficient. I need to generate revenue from elsewhere to subsidize civilians. All of this is for the village's sake. Even if it is for the balance of power within the village, you cannot treat Tsunade this way. She is your disciple. Jiraiya lowered his head, visibly pained. Hiruzen's words had clearly acknowledged his actions. No wonder Tsunade was reluctant to return to Konoha. Her family legacy had already been liquidated. Jiraiya, I have grown old. Managing the Konoha family has become burdensome for me. I hope you can take on the mantle of Hokage. Hiruzen wasted no more words. He had pressing matters to attend to, in areas you cannot handle. I can assist you as Hokage. Once you become fully acquainted with the responsibilities of Hokage, the weight of protecting Konoha will rest upon your shoulders. Hiruzen approached Jiraiya, placing a hand on his shoulder, appealing to their bond. Among my 3 disciples, I had the highest hopes for you. It is unfortunate that you have not remained in Konoha, chasing after some destined child. Yet, it is not too late. The title of Hokage can still return to you. Jiraiya finally comprehended the situation and instinctively took a step back. Master, I do not wish to be Hokage. What purpose does it serve? The best outcome is merely safeguarding Konoha. I must continue my search for the destined child. Only then can we achieve peace for the entire ninja world. Jiraiya, being Hokage is a responsibility. It is not a role one can simply wish for or refuse. Master, I truly do not wish to be Hokage. I am not suited for the role. I can go and bring Tsunade back. Jiraiya resolved firmly that the future of the ninja world rested upon the shoulders of the child of destiny. The sooner he could locate this child, the sooner he could usher in a lasting peace for the entire ninja realm. No, Jiraiya, listen to me. We are running out of time. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, continued, in my efforts to maintain a balance between the power of the ninja clans and the commoners, I restricted the Uchiha's development, providing them with an unjust treatment. Now that they possess 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, they have gained sufficient power. As long as I remain Hokage, they will seek revenge against me and threaten the hard-won peace of Konoha. You are the only one left who can assume the role of Hokage and protect the village. Jiraiya, this is all for the sake of the village. Once again, Hiruzen revealed his lethal trump card. Jiraiya, unfamiliar with the concept of the Manjiki, suddenly recalled the primary reason for his visit to the Hokage building upon hearing Hiruzen mention the Uchiha. Sensei, the Uchiha have declared their intent to leave Konoha. Jiraiya stated solemnly. What? Hiruzen was taken aback. The Uchiha clan was an essential deterrent and fighting force for Konoha. If they were to depart en masse, the village's strength would plummet. Other villages might seize the opportunity to invade the Land of Fire during Konoha's moment of weakness. Moreover, the Uchiha could strike at Konoha's most vulnerable moment. Could it be that the Uchiha boys' mention of their recent financial troubles was related to this? Hiruzen recalled the Uchiha's request for money. It was no wonder they looked down on him. Their financial distress must have been premeditated. Everything began to make sense now. As they prepared to leave while casting negative light upon the village solely to express their grievances. Jiraiya, you see the troubles that now plague the village. You must act as the acting Hokage while I dispatch Umbu to find Tsunade and bring her back. Once we resolve the Uchiha issue, you may seek her out yourself. For now, please stay and assist us. Consider it a request from your teacher. Hiruzen understood his student well. Jiraiya responded better to persuasion than coercion. I really do not wish to become Hokage. Jiraiya protested internally. He did not want to halt his quest for the Child of Destiny or cease his search for materials. Becoming Hokage would strip him of his freedom. Jiraiya, the Uchiha are dissatisfied with me, and if I continue as Hokage, they will undoubtedly retaliate against Konoha. For the sake of the village, you must make this sacrifice. I can assist you as your Hokage advisor, handling matters you wish to avoid. Jiraiya still wanted to refuse, but found himself at a loss for words. Observing Jiraiya's indecision, Hiruzen seized the moment and declared, then it is settled. I shall summon Elder Koharu and Hamura to discuss how we can retain the Uchiha in Konoha. The new generation of ninjas has yet to mature, and Konoha still relies on the Uchiha's combat prowess. Chapter 85. It is better to cultivate your own leeks. Jiraiya was left in the Hokage office, momentarily stunned as he processed the reality of being coerced into becoming Hokage. For a time, he felt lost and instinctively sought solace from a kind-hearted lady, only to realize that such a haven did not exist in Konoha. Discussing village matters held little interest for him. Managing the Uchiha was a problem for his teacher, and he preferred to find a cool refuge. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately decided to check on Minato's child. In the bustling marketplace of Konoha, voices of merchants and laughter intertwined harmoniously. Yet, this joyous atmosphere excluded Naruto entirely. Clad in a faded orange shirt, the small figure stood out conspicuously among the crowd. Several villagers frowned, their faces contorted with disdain as they regarded him, as if he were an ill omen. One burly man spat towards Naruto and exclaimed, "Humph, monster! Stay away from us." Others echoed his sentiments, their expressions brimming with contempt. Naruto bit his lip, standing resolutely in place. A flicker of sadness crossed his face, quickly masked by a facade of indifference. Ever since he could remember, he had been labeled the child of the Nine Tails. He had always been ostracized, even with money. Others refused to sell him goods. Thus, whenever someone was willing to sell him food, he would purchase in excess, fearing that they might not be willing to sell to him again. This habit often led him to consume expired food, but it mattered not, as expired food could still fill his stomach. It's fine. As long as I become Hokage, everyone will surely recognize me, he mused. He had heard that the Hokage was the most respected person in the village, and if he could attain that position, he would no longer be an outcast. When Jiraiya located Naruto, he witnessed a small blonde boy being chased away by a villager. Recognizing the resemblance to Minato, Jiraiya quickly deduced the boy's identity. Is this Minato's child? As Naruto was being driven away, Jiraiya leaped in front of him. Frowning, he addressed the villager, "Why are you bullying a child?" The convenience store owner looked up, realizing he was speaking to a ninja, and hurriedly explained, "Ninja-san, you don't understand. This brat is the child of the Nine Tails." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. "Who told you he is the child of the Nine Tails?" The store owner shrugged dismissively. "That's what everyone says around here. It has been that way since he was little. Just look at the whisker marks on his face." Jiraiya raised his voice. "He is not the child of the Nine Tails." The store owner merely rolled his eyes. "Fine. If you say he isn't, then he isn't. But I won't sell him anything. Thank you for helping me, uncle. Let's leave here." Naruto, who had silently endured the situation, gently tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve and whispered. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, whose clothing was tattered and whose shoes were worn thin, and felt a pang of sympathy. This child must be enduring an incredibly difficult life in this village. Sensei, is this what you meant by helping Naruto safeguard his parents' legacy? Jiraiya longed to convince himself of his teacher's words, yet reality stood starkly before him. Before he could offer consolation, Naruto timidly spoke. Uncle, could you do me a favor? Jiraiya softened his gaze and replied gently, What is it? Naruto hesitated, not wanting to burden the kind stranger, but fearing that without food, he would soon go hungry again. He licked his cracked lips and quietly asked, Could you buy me some food? They won't sell to me, but if you buy it, they won't know. Early that morning, Lingyue was jolted awake by a series of persistent knocks on the door. Lingyue, are you awake? The little girl called from outside. Lingyue had just lain down after a long night of work and had forgotten that he had promised Yanhua to help her today. I underestimated the enthusiasm of this little rascal, Lingyue thought, exasperated. In my past life, I was notorious for my misdeeds. In this life, I have to rise early and work. With no other choice, Lingyue got out of bed, welcomed the little girl inside, and thus commenced another day of labor. Wait a moment, let me write out a few questions for you to attempt. Lingyue intends to derive a selection of classic problems from the mathematical curriculum spanning elementary to junior high school, aiming to challenge the little girl and temper her fleeting enthusiasm. This also serves as a preliminary assessment of the current educational landscape within the ninja realm before finalizing a comprehensive curriculum. Mathematics nurtures logical reasoning skills, and those adept in its application can emerge as exemplary grassroots managers. As for more advanced subjects such as psychology, Machiavellianism, and economics, those considerations are reserved for the future. To be candid, Lingyue himself lacks expertise in these areas. Frankly speaking, mastering the junior high mathematics curriculum qualifies one as a high-end talent in this ninja world. Although it may seem that university graduates in Blue Star have diminished value, with nearly 10 million graduating annually, leading to widespread unemployment. The competition among graduates of similar caliber is fierce. Should they venture abroad, they would be regarded as elite talents in any country. Have you ever witnessed a nation imparting ideologies, teaching class struggles, or employing historical lessons for guidance, or even instructing on the art of war? Have you not observed employees from certain companies working in foreign lands, laboring by day and serving as strategists by night? Their remuneration is often settled in gold. Do you think that when high-end talents from our homeland choose not to return, it equates to betrayal? Such matters are of no concern to the state. Why should we, the onlookers, fret? As long as the motherland thrives, we need not worry about those lacking resolve. Just as in the South Seas, decades ago, when they ventured forth, today, 70% of the economy is under the control of the Huagua. Once the beautiful nation is ousted, those smaller nations will swiftly be absorbed by the Huagua. Is the beautiful nation unaware of this? Yet, do they possess the courage to utter words rejecting talent? This exemplifies the invasion of talents, economy, and culture by major powers, executed with overt strategies. To subdue the adversary without engaging in battle is the essence of this principle. War is merely a means, not an end. Only at critical junctures does warfare require support, yet many have already exhausted the resolve for conflict in the process. What significance does engaging in violence hold when it merely devastates flora and fauna, resulting in losses to one's own assets? On another note, those who grasp the knowledge of junior high mathematics can easily surpass the managerial talents throughout the ninja realm. Once Lingyue cultivates sufficient managerial talent, he can initiate a grand unification plan. Without an adequate talent pool, even a comprehensive overhaul of the ninja realm would be unmanageable. Currently, Lingyue's task is to lay a foundational groundwork for educational reform in the ninja realm. As the number of individuals receiving foundational education increases, naturally, geniuses will emerge and progressively advance along the current educational pathway. The strength of one individual is limited. A single spark can ignite a conflagration. The productivity within the ninja realm is alarmingly low, incapable of sustaining a larger populace. Without reform and development of productivity, how can one cultivate a significant workforce? Chapter 86. Shocking. The true first noble clan of the ninja realm is. As Lingyue crafted questions for the little firework, the board firework stumbled upon a manuscript Lingyue had hastily prepared the previous night. Curiously, the firework picked up the top promotional draft. Shocking. The true first noble clan of the ninja realm is. Upon reading the title, the firework could not resist delving deeper. Her first thought was, this first noble clan must refer to us, the Uchiha. Her second thought was, how could the Sarutobi clan possibly have more ninjas than us Uchiha? The third thought was, how could Lord Hokage be so wicked, stealthily embezzling so much money from the village? Ding. System points 3 ding. System points 5 Brother Lingyue. Is everything written here true? The contents of the promotional draft left the little girl profoundly astonished. Lingyue, who was handwriting test questions, glanced up. Indeed, it is all true. There are 2 more drafts on the table. The firework then turned her attention to the other promotional drafts on the table. Thought-provoking. Is the Hokage a responsibility or authority? The sky has fallen. Humanity has committed such atrocities against a fox. Is it a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? After pondering briefly, the firework chose to read the one titled The Sky Has Fallen first. Brother Lingyue, is this fox the same one that appeared a few years ago in Konoha? Yes. It is the Nine Tails. Originally, it lived carefree in the wild, until a madman came and beat it mercilessly, only to be sealed by another lunatic. It is now sealed within a small child from Konoha, the offspring of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and is subjected to immense ostracism. The 3 promotional drafts on the table form a set and will be released sequentially in the coming days. With this, the Uchiha clan will no longer face exclusion from the villagers of Konoha. Indeed, Lingyue plans to seize the Sarutobi's assets and deliver a series of blows to Sarutobi Hizashi. This way, even if Sarutobi is ousted, Konoha will be unable to retain him. At worst, he will face a lifetime in prison. He will become the first Hokage in the entire ninja realm to be incarcerated. Soon, Lingyue completed the questions. Firework, give this set of questions a try. Answer as much as you can, and leave blank any you find challenging. Curiously, the firework accepted the test paper, her eyes scanning the initial questions. However, as she continued reading, she began to feel bewildered. Jiraiya treated Naruto to a hearty meal and bought him plenty of food and clothing. Naruto was elated. Apart from Grandpa Hokage, he finally had someone who treated him well. He warmly invited Jiraiya to his home for a visit. Upon arriving at Naruto's dilapidated house, Jiraiya clenched his fists, unable to contain his emotions. He recalled Naruto's ravenous consumption of food, clearly indicating he had been starving for quite some time. He remembered Naruto's faded clothes, which had not been replaced in ages. Teacher, is this what you meant by helping Naruto manage his finances? Jiraiya recalled Lingyue's words and felt a deep sense of disappointment in his mentor. Dismissing those troubling thoughts, he resolved to ensure Naruto would no longer suffer now that he was back. Yet, he still needed to seek out the Child of Destiny. Should he bring Naruto along? He quickly shook his head. Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the village. How could he accompany him outside the village? Perhaps it would be best to visit Naruto more often. There are many children in the ninja realm who suffer more than Naruto. At least he has a place to stay without worrying about danger. Finding the Child of Destiny sooner would lead to peace for the entire ninja realm. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi sought out Tsukinami Kamaru and Mito Gaiden. With Danzo no longer around, he had no choice but to consult this pair of talented individuals. Kamaru, I just received news that the Uchiha clan intends to leave Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi wasted no time and directly revealed this explosive piece of news. What? How could the Uchiha choose to leave Konoha? Aren't they afraid of being attacked like the Uzumaki clan? Kamaru exclaimed in shock. It must be true. The Uchiha's request for money was likely preparation for this. Sarutobi Hizashi expressed his inner thoughts. What should we do? We can't let the Uchiha leave. Mito also spoke up. They were clearly aware that Konoha would suffer a significant loss of strength without the Uchiha. If other ninja villages took the opportunity to invade the Land of Fire, it would be troublesome. We can't provide the Uchiha with money anymore. Sarutobi Hizashi articulated his thoughts. We should exchange the money for Konoha's assets, using these assets to firmly bind the Uchiha to Konoha. This was the plan he had devised on his way here. If the Uchiha clan does not receive the 200 million, they will lack sufficient funds to rebuild their homeland in the short term. Furthermore, there are numerous industries within Konoha that hinder the Uchiha's progress. As long as a way is found to prevent other ninja clans from acquiring these industries, the Uchiha will be unable to convert them into cash, thereby keeping them tethered to Konoha. These industries can generate continuous profits. How shall we calculate the price? Nara Shikamaru is reluctant to invest in fixed industries. Konoha has won several wars, resulting in a continual increase in land value. Had it not been for the incident with the Nine Tails a few years ago disrupting the real estate boom, They could now earn over 100 million annually merely from rent. Shikamaru, why don't you provide me with cash, and I will invest in the corresponding industries? Sarutobi Hiruzen began to engage in mental gymnastics with his brothers again. Many of these industries are not suitable for public knowledge. If they could all be transferred to the Uchiha, it would alleviate a significant burden. However, without these industries, Sarutobi would need to establish new ones to support the ninja of his clan. Moreover, the new industries cannot be situated within Konoha. The request for funds from 2 individuals is precisely for this purpose. He must complete the arrangement of industries within a month and then assign the clan's ninjas to manage them. By that time, even if the Uchiha exposes these matters, there will be no cause for concern. Once the industries are in the Uchiha's possession, the Sarutobi clan's ninjas will also have a place to go. As for himself, he could quietly serve as an advisor to the Hokage in Konoha. Jiraiya will not manage Konoha, and it will still remain under his control. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's newly conceived plan. Currently, the Uchiha are formidable. Refusing to yield may lead to civil strife within Konoha. The Uchiha are unpredictable. He cannot afford to gamble. Chapter 87. Obito truly is useless. Fire suffered a significant setback. She had always considered herself relatively clever, but today reality delivered a harsh blow. She felt humiliated in front of her brother Lingyue. The little girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, there was nothing to be done if one does not understand mathematics. They simply do not. Lingyue observed the blushing Fire and found it somewhat amusing. She had been so eager, disrupting his peaceful dreams early in the morning. And now it was time to temper her enthusiasm. Suddenly, a subtle ripple of chakra emanated from Fire. Lingyue was taken aback. How could she still be awakening so vividly? Fire stared at the test paper for quite some time, yet she could not discern any clarity. Casting a sidelong glance at her brother Lingyue, she found him smiling at her. No, I cannot embarrass myself in front of Lingyue. I must be able to solve this. Fire suddenly felt a pang of pressure in her eyes, unable to resist rubbing them. After a gentle massage, her eyes felt considerably better, and even the problem appeared clearer. Yet, she still could not solve it. This question is simply too difficult. Fire, pause for a moment. Lingyue instinctively interrupted Fire's fervent attempt at the problem. What is it? Lingyue? Fire curiously turned to look at him, her eyes swirling with the pattern of a Sharingan. Obito, you truly are worthless. After 6 years of being at the bottom, you are still unable to awaken. Look at this. This is the Uchiha. Wouldn't it be splendid if all Uchiha children could awaken like this in the future? Fire. You have awakened your Sharingan. Now you must focus on controlling your chakra. Lingyue quickly advised. I awakened my Sharingan, but I have no chakra. Fire blinked her large eyes in confusion. What? Then what was the chakra that appeared earlier? Lingyue was bewildered. I tested it before. They said my chakra extraction efficiency was too low to become a ninja. I tried for a long time at home, but I really couldn't extract any chakra. So I eventually gave up, Fire lamented. Hearing this, Lingyue surmised that it wasn't a matter of her being incapable of extraction, but rather that the amount was too minuscule for anyone to notice. Never mind, I'll help you shut it down. You won't last long without chakra. If it runs out automatically, it will impose a significant burden on your body. It's best if it shuts off on its own. All right, Lingyue, please help me shut it down. Now that I have the Sharingan, can I become a ninja? Fire's eyes widened, filled with anticipation for her future as a ninja. Indeed, awakening the Sharingan will stimulate your body, and your chakra will see a considerable increase in a short time, Lingyue explained as he reached out toward Fire's head. Look, what is behind you? Lingyue suddenly glanced behind Fire. Instinctively, she turned to look, only to find nothing there. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her neck, and she lost consciousness. This was Lingyue's manual shutdown. Watching the little girl collapse, Lingyue caught her falling body. Alas, if only I had sealing techniques, it wouldn't be so troublesome, he mused. Unfortunately, ordinary sealing techniques were ineffective for him, while advanced ones either required significant sacrifice or a bloodline. Glancing at the problems Fire had written, Lingyue sighed deeply. Indeed, the challenge of educational reform is rather daunting. He picked up the unconscious little girl and instinctively assessed her weight. Little girls are indeed light and agile. The sensation is quite pleasant. Gently placing Fire on the bed, he was struck by a mischievous thought. Perhaps, on second thought, painting a big flower on her face would only lead to her crying and needing to be comforted later. At noon, while Lingyue was preparing lunch, The little girl awoke to the enticing aroma. What a delightful smell. What is that? Fire sniffed the air. Confused, she wondered how she ended up in bed. Was I not doing math? How did I end up here? Did Lingyue carry me? Instinctively touching the back of her head, she winced at the pain. Fire got out of bed and followed the scent to find Lingyue in the kitchen. Lingyue, what happened? How did I end up sleeping on your bed? Lingyue continued his work. You must not keep your Sharingan activated. It consumes too much energy. I had no choice but to knock you out so you could rest. Huh. Fire instinctively rubbed the back of her head, grimacing. So that's why my head hurts so much. Lingyue, you're too cruel. Lingyue chuckled and shook his head, gesturing to the table where the dishes were already set. Lunch is almost ready. Please wait in the study for a moment. Upon hearing study, Fire's face instantly scrunched up in dismay. She pouted, her face filled with grievance. Lingyue, your questions are so difficult. You've never systematically studied this knowledge, so it must seem challenging at first glance. Once you learn it, these will be nothing. First, eat. Once you're full, you'll have the energy to learn. I'll teach you properly this afternoon. Fine. You've just awakened your Sharingan. Your chakra will gradually increase during this time. Spend some time at home practicing and learning how to control your chakra, Lingyue patiently explained. He initially aimed to present more challenging problems to drive her away, but now he had a perfect excuse. Lingyue, if I leave, who will help you? Fire was reluctant to lose the opportunity to spend time with her brother, yet the awakening of her Sharingan was crucial for her future as a ninja. The dilemma left her uncertain about which path to choose. No worries. Right now the priority is to complete a large number of practice problems to determine the educational intensity. Snow will assist me, Lingyue replied casually. Fire, have you not realized that you have not contributed anything at all? Please, have some self-awareness as a mere bystander. As the fireworks lit up the sky, Yanhua felt her fists clench with determination. After all, she was my rival in love. Yet if I stayed, I would have to continue solving problems. Very well, brother Lingyue, I shall return and diligently cultivate my chakra, vowing to become a competent ninja at the earliest opportunity. Yanhua awkwardly declared. It seems that, regardless of the world, the weight of examinations is a formidable challenge for mischievous children. At noon, after treating the little loli to a delightful meal, Lingyue sent her on her way. Before her departure, he had several shadow clones hastily prepare a plethora of questions suited for Yanhua, ensuring she would be occupied for quite some time. As she left, Yanhua looked at the stack of questions in her hands, nearly on the verge of tears. You didn't mention I would have to continue answering questions upon returning. What, then, is the purpose of my return? Yanhua lamented, staring hopelessly at the papers. Chapter 88. The position of Hokage? Not even a dog would want it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently penning a letter to the daimyo. The backlash from suppressing the Uchiha was suffocating him. With 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, he had to either expend the full might of Konoha to confront the Uchiha or graciously abdicate to quell their fury. The choice seemed rather straightforward, did it not? As per regulations, the transition of the Hokage position required prior notification to the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the midst of this task. Halfway through his letter, he glanced at the Hokage hat resting on his desk. He couldn't help but reach out and caress it. Soon, he would no longer be able to wear this emblem of the Hokage with pride. Although the actual power dynamics might not change significantly, it still left him feeling unsettled. Compensation for the Uchiha had already been largely determined, including the Senju's assets and the original Uchiha grounds. Coupled with the properties acquired from Shimura, Koharu, and Yen, it would suffice to pacify the Uchiha's wrath. After a moment of reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed writing the letter regarding the Hokage transition. He summoned a member of the Umbu. Deliver this letter to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. With reluctance, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and handed over the letter. Donning the Hokage hat, he exited the Hokage building, for there were many tasks still ahead of him. Naruto Uzumaki. It is time to pay a visit to this child and, while at it, arrange for a new house for him. After resolving lunch, Lingyue approached the elder with the promotional drafts he had prepared. Grandpa Shana, these are the 3 promotional drafts I finalized last night. I would appreciate it if you could print them in advance. With that, Lingyue produced the drafts from his cloak. 3 drafts? Uchiha Shana curiously examined the documents. Indeed, I plan to release them over 3 days, Lingyue explained, fearing that issuing them all at once would adversely affect the system's point revenue. The first draft detailed Naruto's origins. The scandal of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mistreatment of the hero post the fourth Hokage's demise. Lingyue pointed to the title, The Sky Has Fallen, Humanity's Unexpected Attitude Towards a Fox. He then revealed the second draft, shocking. The true first noble clan of the ninja world is. This document contained facts and evidence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's corruption during his tenure. Lastly, the third draft narrated how Senju Hashirama quelled turmoil and established the ninja village system, while Senju Tobarama invented numerous powerful jutsu and established the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen, on the other hand, basked in the achievements of his predecessors, boasting shamelessly about being the strongest Hokage while hiding his clan's shortcomings and sending children to the battlefield. Was this truly his will of fire? I aim to make it clear that the Hokage serves the village, not as a power-hungry ruler that feeds off the entirety of Konoha to bolster his own clan. I intend to pin Sarutobi Hiruzen to the pillar of shame once and for all. Uchiha Shana pondered deeply over the final draft. Is the Hokage a position of power or duty? Could the Uchiha achieve the same accomplishments as the first and second Hokages? No, even without comparable achievements. We could certainly do better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the very least, with Uchiha pride, we would never resort to draining the village dry. Moreover, the Uchiha now possessed 2 pairs of Manjiki, making them more than capable of assuming the Hokage position. Lingyue, rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled. Uchiha Shano assured, this would be the Uchiha's greatest opportunity to ascend to the Hokage position. The elder need not worry. I extorted a sum from Sarutobi Hiruzen yesterday to expedite the Uchiha's reforms. In the next couple of days, Hiruzen will likely approach the Uchiha with 200 million ryo in cash or assets to placate us. Once we acquire these funds, we shall release these promotional drafts. Lingyue outlined his plans for Sarutobi Hiruzen. From the moment Hiruzen came under his scrutiny, there was no escape for him. 200 million? How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly give the Uchiha such a sum? Uchiha Shana could hardly believe it. Why was Hiruzen so compliant with Lingyue? Sarutobi Hiruzen was, in fact, rather timid. Consider this. We triumphed in the Third Great Ninja War, yet Konoha gained not a single benefit. As long as the Uchiha presented a stronger front, Hiruzen would surely yield for the stability of Konoha. Especially now that the Uchiha held the upper hand. We had just the leverage we needed. Lingyue explained the intricacies of the strategy. Formulating a strategy requires not only consideration of both party strengths and intelligence, but also an understanding of the personalities involved. Lingyue, I had already conferred with Fugaku. He agreed to step down to allow you to lead the Uchiha clan. However, now I believe it would be best for Fugaku to remain as clan leader, as you are poised to compete for the Hokage position. Uchiha Shana was now exhilarated. His dream of becoming Hokage was finally within reach. Grandpa Shana, we need not vie for the Hokage position. Present-day Konoha is a conglomerate of ninja clans. The Hokage essentially serves as the spokesperson for this grand collective. True power is maintained through force, just as the Uchiha can disregard the Hokage's orders. The Hyuga clan's main family need not step onto the battlefield. Once one becomes Hokage, they must at least ensure a semblance of fairness among the various ninja clans, which is detrimental to the Uchiha's forthcoming aggressive development. Once the Uchiha has matured sufficiently, we shall establish an imperial state in one swift motion. Lingyue articulated his overarching vision. The Hokage position held little significance. A stronger ninja clan could easily disregard the Hokage's authority. At present, the Uchiha needed to leverage Konoha's foundational strength for unabated growth. Once they became Hokage, they would be thrust into the limelight prematurely. To maintain the fade of fairness in Konoha, certain lucrative avenues would be obstructed. The current situation is quite favorable. As long as war is averted, we can choose to heed or disregard proclamations. We can smoothly implement reforms from the top down. And in a couple of years, who needs to be Hokage? Why not simply become the daimyo? But who will take over the Hokage position after Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down? Uchiha Shana still harbored thoughts of the Hokage position. If the Uchiha were to abstain, then the next Hokage must not fall into the hands of those who oppose the Uchiha. The next Hokage will likely be Jiraiya. Lingyue succinctly stated. What? Jiraiya? No way. That would still place it in Sarutobi's faction. Uchiha Shana expressed his discontent. Grandpa Shana, I understand your urgency, but please hold on. Jiraiya is somewhat of an aimless ninja. Or one could say his aspirations are too lofty for him to fulfill. In any case, once we eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya will be left isolated, and will merely assume the role of a Hokage with little real power. In Lingyue's heart, individual strength far outweighed the strength of a clan. Yet, a powerful clan could provide substantial assistance for one's growth. Lingyue had already grasped the mechanics of the system. The current goal was to harness the clan's power to establish a unified regime. To understand, the pursuit of harvesting is solely about volume and satisfaction. Chapter 89. The Blade of Language. Each cut inflicts a critical hit. 2 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Uchiha clan with a prepared asset of 200 million. He was accompanied by merely 2 members of the Sarutobi clan Zumbu, holding a thick stack of land deeds in his hand. Hiruzen felt as if a part of him had been hollowed out. "Forgive me, sensei. I have failed to fulfill your last wish. Instead, I have allowed the Uchiha to flourish." The 2 pairs of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan appeared so youthful. If I do not find a way to eliminate them, I shall never have another chance to rise again. However, to whom shall I entrust the task of removing the Uchiha? Hiruzen could not feel secure handing such a confidential mission to anyone. "Oh, Danzo, how I wish you were still alive. I would no longer boast before you that I am the Hokage." Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Elder Shana and Lingyue, appeared before Hiruzen. "I have come to fulfill my promise. This is my compensation. I apologize for my past actions against the Uchiha." Hiruzen was quite perceptive. An apology sufficed. There was no one else to witness it. The stack of asset certificates worth 200 million was now passed around Fugaku and handed to Lingyue. Although Fugaku was the clan leader, Hiruzen understood that it was Lingyue who had awakened the Sharingan. If his actions could sow discord among them, that would be even better. Lingyue observed Hiruzen, who extended his hand and did not rush to accept the documents. "Truly, the esteemed Hokage, this fortune is indeed substantial, far wealthier than our Uchiha clan. It seems the Hokage has amassed quite a fortune during his tenure." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's countenance darkened instantly. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that he was here to concede, and he must endure. These were fixed assets. Obliterating the evidence would be challenging, thus transferring them to the Uchiha was ideal. After all, he had acquired sufficient funds from the other 3 clans, so the Sarutobi would not be short on resources for the time being. A momentary predicament was inconsequential. Once he navigated this crisis, Konoha would remain in his grasp. Sooner or later, these assets would return. "You jest. These are the hard-earned assets of the Sarutobi clan accumulated over many years, not my personal property." Hiruzen forced a grim smile, attempting to find an escape route. "Oh, so they are the Sarutobi clan's private assets. Given your reluctance to part with them, perhaps you should take them back." Lingyue retorted mockingly. No, I am not reluctant. In my capacity as Hokage, I have always regarded matters from the perspective of the entire village. The overwhelming strength of the shinobi clans is detrimental to the village's governance. Exploiting vulnerabilities can easily bring disaster. This was also the reason my mentor, Senju Hashirama, disbanded the Senju clan. My suppression of the Uchiha's growth was, regrettably, a necessity. This is my compensation. I hope we all prioritize Konoha and protect this village together." Hiruzen expounded upon this philosophy and, eager to conclude the matter, forcefully shoved the land deeds into Lingyue's hands, fearing she would refuse the compensation and provoke open conflict within Konoha. Lingyue glanced at the documents, uncertain of their true worth. However, she assumed Hiruzen would not dare to deceive the Uchiha in this regard. To be prudent, she handed them to Fugaku. "Clan leader, please verify these. They will henceforth bear the Uchiha name." Seeing Lingyue accept the compensation, Hiruzen sighed in relief. With the Uchiha settled, he could now tidy up his affairs and strive to eliminate any evidence. With these assets transferred to the Uchiha, it seemed they would no longer raise issues regarding the 4th Hokage's inheritance. Moreover, with the ownership of assets binding them, the Uchiha would likely refrain from contemplating leaving Konoha for the time being. At that moment, Lingyue unexpectedly voiced a statement that took Hiruzen by surprise. "Now that we have received the funds, we should discuss the next matter." Hiruzen was taken aback. "The next matter? Is there something else? Have I forgotten something apart from the compensation?" He cast a hesitant glance at Fugaku, who was counting the money. Could it be that the funds were insufficient, and the Uchiha were dissatisfied? "The Uchiha still have a stray Sharingan. We must retrieve it now." Lingyue's gaze was fixed on Kakashi's Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen exhaled. "It is merely Kakashi's Sharingan. If the Uchiha wish to reclaim their eye, so be it. Kakashi, I apologize for your plight. This is all for the village." "Very well. I agree. Hiruzen replied promptly. Then you must provide an official statement from the Hokage's office. I will take it to Kakashi to retrieve the eye. Lingyue pressed forward. As Hiruzen exited the Uchiha clan grounds, he sighed deeply. Over the past 2 days, he had been tirelessly working to gather the 200 million in assets. He had traversed all 4 prominent clans of Konoha. The clan members had already arranged their future development plans. The Sarutobi clan's ninjas would gradually leave Konoha over the next month. Once the Uchiha situation was resolved, he would find the time to slowly bring them back. With this thought in mind, Hiruzen instinctively adjusted the Hokage hat atop his head. By the end of the month, this hat, which had accompanied him for many years, would belong to another. It was truly hard to part with. Fortunately, the successor to the Hokage was the oblivious Jiraiya. Hiruzen had managed to keep Jiraiya occupied with mundane ninja tasks, consuming all of his time and energy. Glancing at Lingyue, who followed behind, Hiruzen was now solely focused on swiftly resolving the matter with Kakashi, completely putting the Uchiha troubles to rest. The 4 exited the Uchiha clan grounds, heading straight for the Hokage building. Along the way, Lingyue engaged in casual conversation with Hiruzen. Hokage, do you think if Senju Tobirama were to return and find that all the Senju clan members had perished, he would once again be driven to rage? And what about the 3rd Hokage? If the late Minato were to learn that his child was being bullied in Konoha, would he be furious enough to come back to life? Lingyue no longer feigned innocence, each word stabbing at Hiruzen's heart. Hiruzen wished to say nothing, his expression darkening. All he desired was to arrive at the Hokage building swiftly, to rid himself of this annoyance. Hiruzen, what do you suppose Orochimaru was thinking when he defected from Konoha? And what about Tsunade? What sort of feelings do you think she harbored when leaving Konoha? Lingyue continued her incessant chatter, completely ignoring Hiruzen, whose teeth were grinding with frustration. Uchiha, just you wait. Once I have weathered this storm, I shall settle the score with you. Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 90. What is truly real? Lingyue entered the Hokage building for the first time. Upon entering, she saw Jiraiya, seated at the Hokage's desk, scratching his head as he dealt with ninja tasks. Completing a mission required the ninja to report the task information, which the Hokage building would log as a basis for the ninja's future promotions. This was a task that Hiruzen had specially devised to train Jiraiya as his apprentice. When Jiraiya could handle these tasks with composure and calmness, he would finally graduate from being a Hokage apprentice. At that point, Hiruzen would have other advanced tasks ready for Jiraiya. Hiruzen aimed to instill in Jiraiya the understanding that being Hokage was no simple feat without the assistance of his teacher. The management of Konoha would descend into chaos. Jiraiya found it peculiar that a member of the Uchiha clan was accompanying him to the Hokage building. Having experienced the life of a Hokage for merely 2 days, Jiraiya's complexion had noticeably deteriorated. He longed for the warm embrace of the lady from the land of water, desperately seeking solace for his wounded spirit. He resolved that if Tsunade did not return within a month, he would take his leave, with the unwavering tenacity reflected in his work. The tale of strong will and perseverance. He believed he could endure for only that long. After all, with his teacher present, Konoha wouldn't face any significant turmoil. Leaving matters to Tsunade, he would pursue the Child of Destiny, which was his true path as a ninja. The Uchiha sought to reclaim Kakashi's Sharingan, necessitating a certification from the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly stated the purpose of their visit, keen to observe Jiraiya's reaction. He systematically conveyed the Uchiha's dominance and assertiveness to Jiraiya, attempting to sow seeds of animosity. Regrettably, Jiraiya lacked the political acumen to discern Sarutobi's underlying intentions. The Uchiha's pursuit of their bloodline limit was reasonable, and he shared no deep bond with Kakashi. Sarutobi's performance was akin to presenting a blind man with a spectacle. Thus, he feigned indifference while granting Lingyue the document permitting the Uchiha to reclaim the Sharingan. Lingyue glanced at the document, confirmed its validity, and turned to leave without a word. Now that the payment was secured, she had no desire to continue the charade with Sarutobi. The inherently cunning Senju Tobirama was correct. The Uchiha indeed disregarded the Hokage. What could Sarutobi do about it? Sarutobi was like a grasshopper in autumn, with limited time left, rendering any further display of emotion unnecessary. Exiting the Hokage building, Lingyue felt a sense of relief as she held the document in her hands. This was half a resolution for Obito. In truth, even without this Uchiha, one could easily extract Kakashi's eye. However, it would be unseemly to say that the Uchiha, relying on their strength, could claim Kakashi's eye, justifiable yet lacking in public sentiment. Future developments for the Uchiha would necessitate diplomacy with the ninja clans, requiring a facade of cordiality. Now, armed with this document, the blame could be conveniently shifted to the Hokage building. Lingyue eagerly anticipated Kakashi's reaction upon seeing this document. Would he harbor greater resentment towards the Uchiha or the Hokage building itself? With Sarutobi's two loyal henchmen, one, Itachi, dealt with, it was now Kakashi's turn. Although reclaiming Kakashi's Sharingan might alert Obito, Lingyue no longer feared Obito. The troublesome aspect of Obito lay in his unpredictability, not in his strength. Eventually, they would confront each other. Thus, it was better to directly seize the Sharingan and utilize a strategy of entrapment. With the eye in her possession, she was confident Obito would come seeking her out. Having devised her strategy, Lingyue proceeded towards Kakashi's residence. Kakashi had been feeling rather unwell lately. Ever since the Hokage building suffered an assault from Danzo, his spirits had been notably low. He had been caught in a daze by Danzo's verbal jutsu, only later realizing it had merely been a pretext. If even his father, a powerful ninja, could fail a mission, it was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret. How could such news spread throughout the village in a single day? What was this talk of accidental leaks? This was clearly a betrayal of his father by Konoha. Kakashi's despondency stemmed not from Konoha's betrayal, but from unwittingly becoming the final straw that broke his father's back. His father likely perished in despair. Those who failed to complete ninja missions were deemed worthless, but those who neglected their comrades were even less than that. Obito, how I wish I had understood this truth sooner. Kakashi had finally begun to overcome the impact of his father's death and forge new bonds. Yet his father was gone. Obito was gone. Rin was gone. His teacher was gone. One after another, they had fallen in the line of duty. Now he was all alone. Everything felt hollow. The ninja's duty was a lie. The will of fire was a lie. Even the book in his hands seemed more tangible. If only time could turn back, he would create a world devoid of ninja missions. If only, Kakashi wished everyone could simply be ordinary villagers of Konoha, living in peace. Even if they could not become ninjas, Kakashi picked up the book in his hands. Now he stood solitary, finding solace only in this book. He opened it for the 13th time. Though he had read it many times before, he remained deeply captivated. In his eyes, this book was far more enchanting than Jiraiya's Ika Paradise. Unfortunately, the author had not released any new works recently. He had even gone to the publisher to provide a tip to urge the author to write. With no new book in sight, Kakashi was left to incessantly revisit the old one. Just as he became engrossed in the knowledge within the pages, a sudden knocking echoed from the door. Startled by the unexpected interruption, Kakashi nearly soiled himself. "Who is it?" he snapped, immediately rising to tidy himself up, checking for any signs of disarray. Carefully securing his treasured book, Kakashi approached the door. The knocking persisted. "Who is it?" he called out, vowing that if it were not of utmost importance, he would make the intruder regret it. "Open the door, it's the water meter inspector." Chapter 91. A heartfelt murder. Lingyue, outside the door, heard the commotion within and casually responded. Kakashi, poised to open the door, paused in confusion. What was a water meter inspector? Sensing the unfamiliar chakra outside, Kakashi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although he did not comprehend what a water meter inspector was, the broad daylight and brazen knocking eased his worries about an enemy. And even if it were an enemy, he, the copy ninja Kakashi, had never feared anyone. Creak. The door swung open. Upon seeing the Uchiha Lingyue standing at the threshold, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He recognized this Uchiha. She had been present when Danzo was killed. However, he was still curious as to why the Uchiha sought him out. Was it for the Sharingan? After pondering, Kakashi concluded that his Sharingan was the only connection he had with the Uchiha. But why come alone? Was that not a bit dismissive of him? "Kakashi? Who are you? What do you want?" During this time, Kakashi had not paid much attention to village affairs, so he was not well acquainted with the Uchiha. "I am Uchiha Lingyue, Kakashi. I am here to bring you a surprise," Lingyue exclaimed, dramatically producing the document issued by the Hokage's office and tossing it towards Kakashi. Kakashi caught the paper, and upon reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. Well, Kakashi wore a mask, so his face was hidden. However, the tension in his clenched fist revealed the excitement brewing within him. "How about that? Surprised?" Lingyue teased, flashing a mischievous grin at Kakashi. Every man is, in essence, an eternal child, with maturity merely a facade. when one possesses sufficient power to disregard the opinions of others, the childlike innocence within will inevitably resurface. Lingyue now possesses an extraordinary ability, illuminating his future with promise, which causes him to exhibit a hint of childlike innocence. It is impossible. These eyes were bestowed upon me by Obito. How dare you attempt to reclaim them? Kakashi exclaimed in anger. This was a testament to the bond he shared with Obito. It was unthinkable to relinquish them upon mere request. Surely, even the Hokage's office lacks the authority to demand such a thing. With your level of intelligence, it is difficult for me to elucidate the reasons behind this. Lingyue replied slowly. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito was required to obtain family consent before entrusting you with the Sharingan. It is akin to your own clan's sword techniques, which your father strictly forbids you from sharing with others. If you were to secretly teach these techniques to the son of an enemy, how do you think your father would react? Therefore, is it problematic for us to reclaim the Sharingan now? Lingyue continued to reason with Kakashi, and curious onlookers began to gather around. This was precisely Lingyue's intention. He aimed to amplify the situation. On one hand, he wanted the people of Konoha to understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen, after betraying Hatake Shigeru, was now betraying Hatake Kakashi. This would severely tarnish Hiruzen's reputation. When the truth eventually emerged, there would be no one left to defend him. On the other hand, Lingyue sought to alert the hidden white Zetsu within Konoha of this incident, prompting them to lure Obito into a deadly trap. Finding Obito was no easy task. He needed to be coaxed into revealing himself. Kakashi was clearly unable to accept this explanation. His voice rose in frustration. This is an entirely different matter. Those eyes were gifted to me by Obito. I refuse to concern myself with the Hokage's negligence that led to the death of Konoha's White Fang. Nor do I care about your dismissal of familial grievances while you continue to serve Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, open your eyes and understand that what you hold is a declaration signed by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office, granting the Uchiha clan permission to reclaim your Sharingan. Lingyue's words were sharp, piercing Kakashi's heart with every syllable. Kakashi, as a high-ranking shinobi, was undoubtedly aware of how Hiruzen suppressed the Uchiha clan. Now, he still wished to utilize the Uchiha Sharingan. Did he truly believe this was feasible? Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Kakashi's posture, once so rigid, began to sag. This was a declaration from the Hokage's office. Was he truly going to defy its orders? Yet, the person before him sought to gouge out his eyes. Kakashi found himself in a predicament. After a lengthy pause, he could not allow others to take his eyes. As for the Hokage's order, Kakashi remained silent, removing the headband that concealed his Sharingan, revealing a spinning three-tomo Sharingan. He then formed a hand seal, gazing at Lingyue with intent. The implication was clear. A ninja must make decisions through the ways of the ninja. Lingyue was equally eager for a confrontation and reciprocated with a hand seal. The onlookers quickly vacated the area. An Umbu silently departed the scene, heading towards the Hokage's office. Ignoring the reactions around him, Kakashi launched the first attack. He surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, his right fist cutting through the air, aimed directly at Lingyue's face. Lingyue did not evade or block. He countered with his own fist, launching a direct strike toward Kakashi's punch. Kakashi, quick to react, sidestepped, avoiding the direct clash. Lingyue pressed the attack, darting toward Kakashi with a ghostly speed, leaving a shadow in his wake. Utilizing the Uchiha's physical arts, he executed the formidable Great Brawl technique, his right hand raised high, infused with the power to split mountains, aimed squarely at Kakashi's left cheek. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and he reacted swiftly, leaning back like a willow bending in the wind, narrowly dodging this lethal blow. In the same instant, he kicked out with his right foot, targeting Lingyue's lower body. Lingyue remained composed, effortlessly sidestepping, and then transformed his left hand into a blade, slicing downward. Their limbs separated upon contact, and Kakashi retreated a few steps. Lingyue continued his relentless assault, closing in with a sudden burst of speed, his right hand raised once more. Kakashi, while retreating, blocked with his arm, successfully deflecting Lingyue's fierce strike. They both quickly distanced themselves, each recalibrating for the next round of attacks. Only Kakashi knew the toll it took. His arms and legs felt painfully numb from the impact. His physical prowess was formidable, even surpassing Gaius. Engaging him in a battle of physical strength was unwise. Is this all you've got, Kakashi? Lingyue's taunting voice resonated, provoking gasps from the audience. Kakashi chose silence, rapidly forming hand seals while calling out, "Raikiri." In an instant, a violent blue lightning surged from his right hand, crackling ominously, resembling an enraged dragon. The brilliance of Raikiri illuminated Kakashi's eyes, and the three tomo of his Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Chapter 92. The Eye of Kimui. Acquired. Lingyue noticed Kakashi was unleashing his ultimate technique, yet remained unfazed. He too formed hand seals, leisurely proclaiming, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." Kakashi, like an arrow released from its bow, charged toward Lingyue, his Raikiri thrusting forward. In response, a vast torrent of flames erupted from Lingyue's mouth, bringing forth an overwhelming heat that surged toward Kakashi, obstructing all paths to advance. Faced with this onslaught of fire, Kakashi chose not to withstand it. He relinquished his Raikiri and executed a body replacement technique, narrowly evading the flames. The vulnerabilities of a ninja were laid bare. No matter how potent the attack, they remained fragile. Even a minor jutsu could exceed the limits of their physical endurance. Seeing Kakashi evade, Lingyue swiftly formed seals once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, carrying an intense heat wave, hurtling toward Kakashi. As the fireball soared, the air ignited, crackling with the sound of combustion. Kakashi, now stabilized, leaped backward, compelled to avoid the impending threat. The fireball struck the ground, enveloping it in thick smoke, merely singeing the edge of Kakashi's clothing. Before Kakashi could regain his footing, Lingyue closed the distance with a swift body flicker technique. Preferring the visceral impact of physical combat over jutsu, Lingyue relished the opportunity to deliver a blow to Kakashi, especially since Itachi had already endured the great brawl. How could Kakashi escape this fate? Every punch and palm strike from Lingyue carried the weight of a tempest, imposing immense psychological pressure on Kakashi, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Wherever Kakashi attempted to block with his arms, he felt searing pain. How formidable! His speed and strength exceed even guys. How do such monsters train? Kakashi pondered. He knew he had to strike back. He could not continue to evade. Lingyue's relentless close-quarters combat left Kakashi with no time to execute jutsu. Fortunately, his frequent sparring with Guy had equipped him with some experience in physical confrontations, allowing him to barely hold his ground. An opportunity presented itself. As Lingyue unleashed a powerful punch, Kakashi's Sharingan activated an illusion, momentarily slowing Lingyue's assault. Just as the punch whizzed past, Kakashi rolled to Lingyue's side. With no time to form seals, he executed another body flicker technique, appearing behind Lingyue, shouting, "Leaf Village Taijutsu's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain." Though this technique was somewhat dishonorable, Kakashi was willing to disregard others' opinions as long as he emerged victorious. Lingyue, with his back turned to Kakashi, remained unperturbed. As he stepped forward, his left hand shot back to seize Kakashi. "I've got you now, Kakashi." Lingyue carried Kakashi on his back and seized the 4 fingers he had offered. This underscores the significance of intelligence. One can anticipate Kakashi's subsequent moves merely by the names of his techniques. Hence, when engaging in combat, it is prudent to refrain from vocalizing technique names. Lingyue firmly gripped Kakashi's fingers, the ominous creaking of bones faintly audible. The half-exposed visage of Kakashi turned visibly pale. With his fingers captured, he was rendered incapable of resistance. Kakashi lifted his leg, aiming a kick between Lingyue's legs. Yet before his foot could ascend halfway, Lingyue forcefully twisted with his left hand. The sound of 2 fingers breaking interrupted Kakashi's attack, and the excruciating pain escaped his lips in a piercing scream. In the realm of skilled combatants, manipulating fingers, stepping on toes, and striking sensitive areas are all commonplace tactics, both normal and remarkably effective. The agonizing pain coupled with the unsteady balance on one leg caused Kakashi to collapse onto the ground. As Lingyue turned, his right hand delivered a resounding slap to Kakashi's face. The impact was so forceful that it tilted Kakashi's head askew. With a swift motion, Lingyue twisted Kakashi's head back to its original position while simultaneously delivering another powerful slap that sent Kakashi sprawling. Lying on the ground, Kakashi's face was swollen on both sides, the symmetrical handprints transforming his eyes into mere slits. "Ah, what a relief." Lingyue exhaled contentedly, as 2 of Sarutobi Hiruzen's most loyal subordinates. Both Itachi and Kakashi had endured severe beatings. How could Kakashi be exempt? As the battle concluded, seeing Lingyue's lack of intent to continue the assault, onlookers began to gather. "Kakashi, It appears you have become a mere shadow of your former self. Lingyue began his verbal onslaught, addressing the crowd. Shigeru Hatake relies on his family's sword techniques to such an extent that the Sand Shinobi abandoned their mission upon encountering White Fang. You neglect the cause of his death and fail to avenge him. Is it not enough that you have forsaken your own family's techniques? Have you allowed the praise of being a copy ninja to inflate your ego? If Shigeru were alive, he would surely die of indignation. With the deaths of Obito and Rin, rather than striving to hone your skills and seek vengeance against the Mist Village, you choose to wallow in despair? Is your only aspiration to be a mere tool for completing missions? What, then, is the significance of establishing Konoha? Your teacher has perished, and his son Naruto is bullied daily. Do you not see this? How can you face Minato Namikaze? You disregard the dead, yet you also neglect the living? What, then, is the purpose of your existence as a ninja? Lingyue's words were like honey, piercing deeply into Kakashi's heart. Kakashi's face, tinged with a purplish hue, contorted increasingly in anguish. But alas, his squinted eyes were too comical to truly convey his inner torment. I do not. I fight for Konoha. A ninja is, by nature, a tool to accomplish tasks. Kakashi bellowed, this time his pain resonating palpably within his words. Humph. Lingyue scoffed derisively. For Konoha? Then why did you not obey the orders from the Hokage's office and allow me to extract your eyes? A ninja is merely a tool for completing tasks? What then? Is the will of fire? What is the very essence of Konoha's founding? Answer me. Each of Lingyue's rhetorical questions left Kakashi momentarily stunned. The final shout startled not only Kakashi, but all the onlookers as well. Who would have thought that in their idle observation, they would find themselves ensnared in such a dramatic turn of events? The creed of a ninja is to fulfill missions. This mantra has echoed throughout their lives since childhood, and now you dare to declare it erroneous? Moreover, you present it as a compelling argument? So, as ninjas, what are we truly living for? The crowd fell into deep contemplation. Ignoring the collective introspection, Lingyue approached Kakashi, intent on extracting his eyes. In the face of Kakashi's grotesque expression, Lingyue forcefully gouged out Kakashi's Sharingan. As he turned to depart, those standing before Lingyue instinctively parted to create a path. All that remained was the disheveled Kakashi, sprawled amidst the gathering. Chapter 93. The Infinite Tsukuyami Plan with the medical expertise of Konoha Hospital. There was no need to worry about Kakashi becoming a one-eyed dragon. Yet, becoming a one-eyed dragon held little significance. He had failed to avenge his father. He neglected the deaths of his friends. He turned a blind eye to his teacher's demise and his child's suffering, day in and day out. He wallowed in despair and idle pursuits. What use was he? Do not presume that just because you have purchased a few of my books and claim to be my fan, I would refrain from striking you. Consider Zabuza. He dared to assassinate the Mizukage to effect change in the blood mist policy. And take a look at the Scorpion from the neighboring village, who eliminated his village's leader in pursuit of vengeance. In comparison, Kakashi appears utterly spineless. Today, Lingyue's audacious act of eye extraction served a purpose. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's two loyal subordinates, Itachi and Kakashi, had both been swayed by Lingyue. The shadowy figure Danzo had directly sent them to meet the Sage of the Six Paths, with one disciple having defected, another having departed, and Jiraiya, who was supposed to succeed the Hokage, entangled in schemes and harboring dissatisfaction with Sarutobi. Lingyue was curious to see who would stand in defense of Sarutobi once the truth came to light. Might Guy? He would likely refrain from taking action against those from his own village. Once Sarutobi's misdeeds were exposed, it would be fortunate if he did not help Kakashi settle the score with Sarutobi. To damage the reputation of someone who cherishes their name, one must strike at their most treasured aspects. Lingyue aimed to tarnish Sarutobi's reputation, nailing him to the pillar of shame. It was likely that what had transpired was already laid out on the Hokage's desk. One wondered how Sarutobi's expression would appear at this moment. As Lingyue walked the path back to the Uchiha clan, he pondered. Now that Obito's eyes were in his possession, Black Zetsu must have received word. The situation in Konoha was under control, and it was time to consider how to deal with enemies beyond its borders. He awaited Obito's arrival, determined to eliminate him in one fell swoop. What nonsense about creating a world with Rin. A world with Rin is merely a paradise. I shall send you to reunite with Rin. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen glowered at the intelligence presented by the Umbu. In the face of Uchiha Lingyue's actions, he felt utterly powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Lingyue tarnished the reputation of the Hokage's office. With Itachi and Kakashi incapacitated, and a lack of strength from the root, he found himself truly devoid of resources. Glancing at Jiraiya, who was still scratching his head over ninja assignments, Sarutobi shook his head. One name surfaced in his mind. Might Dai? The hidden powerhouse who had once driven the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to despair. Now his son Might Guy had mastered the 8 gates. He wondered how far Guy had progressed. Given his close relationship with Kakashi, he too must be a formidable force. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to visit and test Guy's will of fire. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Lingyue sought out the elder. With Sarutobi's funds now secured, it was time to expose Konoha's darkness. Delaying further would risk Sarutobi's clansmen absconding with their riches. Grandfather Shina, have you tallied the assets received today? We have already dispatched personnel to take charge, but the quantity is substantial. It may take until tomorrow to compile. Uchiha Fugaku interjected. He had arranged for this task to be completed. Uchiha Fugaku lingered, preparing to pass on leadership to Lingyue, acknowledging that Lingyue's intellect and capabilities surpassed his own as clan leader, as long as it enables the Uchiha clan to attain true strength. He has no reservations about stepping down. Tomorrow is acceptable. This matter should be resolved promptly. Once completed, you, Grandfather Shana, may begin announcing the news regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lingyue remarked indifferently that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not escape now. It merely pertained to the amount of money to be reclaimed. Regardless, the funds recovered would belong to Konoha, not the Uchiha. Uchiha Shana nodded excitedly. I've already made copies. I assure you that within a day, the entire Konoha will be aware of these events. He had finally awaited this day. To personally unseat a Hokage brings him greater joy than the blooming of an iron tree. There is no need for a day. Follow my plan. Announce Naruto's information on the first day, the count of Sarutobi's ninjas on the second, and on the third. Expose all that Sarutobi Hiruzen has done since taking office, gradually guiding the villagers of Konoha to ponder. Lingyue articulated his rationale, as he secretly thought that releasing everything at once would undoubtedly affect the income from the system's points. A hot topic each day, even harvesting profits requires finesse. Upon seeing Lingyue preparing to leave, Uchiha Fugaku quickly detained him. Lingyue, wait a moment. There's a significant matter that requires your decision. Lingyue looked at Fugaku with some confusion, as he believed he had already considered all major issues concerning Konoha. Resolving Sarutobi Hiruzen should pose no challenge for the Uchiha. Noticing Lingyue's bewildered expression, Fugaku did not conceal anything and directly stated, "It is the position of the Uchiha clan leader. It would be better if you took this role." Lingyue interrupted Fugaku at this point, asserting that it was too late for him to emerge from seclusion, and he lacked loyal subordinates. Matters were primarily executed through the elder and Fugaku, making it preferable to allow Fugaku to continue as clan leader, as long as he establishes a solid framework. Lingyue was disinclined to handle the mundane details. If every task requires his direct involvement, his efforts to develop the Uchiha clan would lose significance. The Uchiha's advancement relies on financial resources. Lingyue intends first to solidify Konoha's foundation. After resolving Konoha's troubles, he would seek loans. This would serve dual purposes, borrowing money and traveling to recruit talent. Additionally, the clan is both a support and a vulnerability. The upcoming adversaries are rather troublesome, so it is wise to confront them outside of Konoha. Well, all right then. Fugaku and the elder exchanged glances and could only respond helplessly. Uchiha Fugaku had been rebuffed by Lingyue numerous times and had now grown accustomed to obeying. Lingyue did not disclose Konoha's plans, presumably having his own considerations, and they refrained from inquiring. Given Lingyue's Susanoo, there was no need to worry about encountering danger outside of Konoha. Ignoring the two subordinates, Lingyue turned and departed. He was now on his way to find Itachi. The Uchiha's reform was proceeding according to plan. The Infinite Tsukuyami project was also set to be implemented. Chapter 94, Selling Crutches. Uchiha Itachi is the linchpin of the Infinite Tsukuyami project. However, prior to this, he requires a bit of soul-searching. With unwavering will and formidable strength, such a useful tool must not go to waste. Upon arriving at Itachi's home, Lingyue found him lying on the bed, seemingly devoid of spirit. Beside him lay 3 promotional drafts pinned by Lingyue. Clearly, the documents had profoundly impacted Itachi's psyche. Itachi, upon seeing what you hold, what are your thoughts? At the sound of Lingyue's voice, Itachi turned his head. He clenched his fists, his nails nearly piercing his palms. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The true way to protect Konoha should be to unite the strength of the entire village against external threats, safeguarding every villager. It should not be like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who eradicates dissent in the shadows and enriches his own clan with embezzled assets. As he spoke, his voice began to tremble. I always thought it was the Uchiha who were in the wrong. My brother Shursui sacrificed himself for Konoha right before my eyes. Yet, I never considered that Konoha itself was flawed. Itachi painfully closed his eyes. I have been so foolish, living in deception and self-deception. Is that all? Is there more? Lingyue was evidently dissatisfied with Itachi's response. More. Itachi fell into deep contemplation, pondering what he had yet to uncover. Observing Itachi deep in thought, Lingyue remained unhurried. The more Itachi struggles to articulate, the more compliant he will become in the future. After a long pause, Itachi finally spoke. Everyone harbors selfish motives. And what else? Before Itachi could finish, Lingyue interrupted. This is a joke. Today is your day? Open-ended questions do not have correct answers. Even if you answer correctly, it will still be wrong. Itachi pondered for a considerable time, then looked at Lingyue with a questioning gaze and slowly replied, Do not be obstinate. Listen more to others. Lingyue gazed at Itachi silently. And what more? He believed that this single statement was sufficient for Itachi. Itachi now appeared somewhat perplexed, wondering if there was anything he had overlooked. He concluded that his intellect was not particularly sharp and that he should heed the advice of wiser individuals in the future. With this thought, Itachi looked eagerly at Lingyue, resembling a child seeking candy from a parent. Lingyue aimed to complicate simple questions, rendering them sound profound. Issues should be considered from three perspectives: the past, the present, and the future. This entails understanding how the situation arose, how it should be addressed presently, and how to prevent its recurrence in the future. Upon hearing this, Itachi promptly responded, The issue lies here because Sarutobi Hiruzen is selfish, power-hungry, and greedy, leading him to suppress dissent. If we expose Sarutobi Hiruzen's selfishness, it can incite collective resistance. As for future prevention, we could find individuals to oversee the Hokage's authority and regularly replace the Hokage. After speaking, Itachi looked at Lingyue with hopeful eyes, much like a child seeking praise from a parent. Well said. You are indeed clever. The concentration of power in the Hokage is excessive. One individual remaining in this position for an extended period poses a significant test of human nature. Lingyue provided Itachi with the affirmation he desired. Upon hearing the praise, a faint smile appeared on Itachi's face. This was the first time he had smiled in 3 days, radiating joy akin to that of a child over 150 months old. Before Itachi could fully revel in his smile, Lingyue abruptly doused him with cold water. Now, let's deepen this issue. Why does the position of Hokage exist? Itachi's fixation on Konoha's small domain is inadequate. Konoha is close to being conquered by himself, so what relevance does Itachi have? The focus now must shift to adversaries beyond Konoha. Itachi's ideal of protecting Konoha must be expanded to encompass the entire shinobi world. This time, I will not stop you. Anyone who opposes my unification can be eliminated. Itachi was momentarily stumped by Lingyue's new question. After a long pause, he finally mused. The Hokage was initially established to end the chaos of the Warring States period. The first Hokage and the Uchiha jointly founded Konoha. They sought someone to manage, and that person became the first Hokage. Now that we have a Hokage, has the chaos ended? How can we prevent chaos in the future? Uchiha Itachi once again fell into deep contemplation. This question was Lingyue's true purpose for visiting Itachi, and it serves as the key to initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi project. Peace has always been a noble yet arduous endeavor, far beyond the comprehension of a 13-year-old child who has not undergone systematic education. Itachi has been profoundly influenced by Shursui. Imagine a person you deeply cherish, who, after sharing your common aspirations, dies right before your eyes. Anyone would struggle to endure such a trial. It could haunt one for a lifetime. Currently, Itachi seeks clarity, while Lingyue feels compelled to provoke him with thoughts of Shursui. Do you recall what Shursui said to you before he passed away? Of course, I remember. I will protect Konoha and the Uchiha clan with all my might. Shursui serves as a catalyst for Itachi. Merely mentioning his name dramatically heightens Itachi's focus. Lingyue even suspects that, in Itachi's eyes, Sasuke may pale in comparison to Shursui. Is that all there is to it? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Lingyue displays a flicker of disappointment. Uchiha Itachi, did I say something wrong? Itachi feels his confidence wavering once more. Lingyue gently prompts, Itachi, do you remember what you witnessed on the battlefield during your childhood? Lingyue aims to guide Itachi's thoughts gradually, ultimately transforming him into a reflection of himself. Itachi's gaze darkens as he slowly responds. I saw war, bloodshed, and death. Everywhere, there were wails and cries. Lingyue nods thoughtfully. Redirecting Itachi's attention to the ninja world, we have achieved a brief peace between Konoha and the Uchiha, but that is far from sufficient. The flames of war in the ninja world have never truly extinguished. As long as hatred and conflicts of interest persist, warfare will continue. We must eradicate the wars of the ninja world and usher in lasting peace for Konoha and the greater realm. Itachi frowns. Even managing Konoha has left him weary. The entire ninja world? That seems insurmountable. No, if it were Lingyue, perhaps he could devise a solution. Itachi gazes at Lingyue with curiosity. Can we truly achieve this? Lingyue points Itachi in a direction, pressing the accelerator. As long as you believe in me, we can certainly succeed. Itachi, consider what Shisui would do. Shisui, you say? If it were him, he would undoubtedly strive for peace, regardless of the challenges. A glimmer of nostalgia flashes in Itachi's eyes. Lingyue solemnly nods. Indeed, if it were Shisui, he would fight tirelessly for peace in the ninja world. His conviction and courage are precisely what we need. And you, Itachi, have inherited Shisui's will, possessing wisdom and strength that surpass ordinary bounds. Together, we can reshape the future of the ninja world. Itachi inhales deeply. His doubts begin to dissipate, replaced by unwavering determination. All right, I trust you. What must I do? For the sake of achieving true peace, I am prepared to pay any price. Lingyue subtly nods in satisfaction. Itachi's revival is nothing short of impressive. Chapter 95. The Land of Light. The Giants of Light. The tool has been set in motion. Now it is time for the tool to act independently. Lingyue ponders for a moment before speaking. Let me first outline the necessary conditions for achieving peace, followed by how to realize it. Under the premise that social productivity meets the survival and material needs of the vast majority, there are only 3 scenarios that can fulfill the necessary conditions for peace. First, through absolute force, forcibly intimidating everyone to obtain a fleeting peace. Second, the emergence of external foes can divert internal conflicts, also yielding temporary peace. Third, by unifying all nations and ninja villages into one, establishing a common language, shared infrastructure, and standardized education, we can attain lasting peace. Lingyue's words encapsulate millennia of history, which the Uchiha, focused solely on conflict, may struggle to comprehend. However, that is precisely the advantage. Ambiguity can render arguments more appealing. If everyone comprehended your words, they would not continue to listen. Itachi sits attentively, fully engaged in Lingyue's lecture. If he could bring peace to the entire ninja world, Shisui would undoubtedly be proud. Lingyue glances at Itachi, continuing to nurture. To harness Itachi's proactive energy. First, we must establish the premise, ensuring that social productivity satisfies the majority's survival and material needs. This means guaranteeing that the people of the ninja world have sufficient provisions. Picture 3 individuals, an elder, an adult, and a child. However, there is only enough food to sustain one person. What do you think will happen? Without allowing Itachi time to ponder, Lingyue presses on. Currently, Konoha represents the adult, occupying the most favorable environment within the Land of Fire. The elder and child join forces to seize the adult's food. If they do not, the adult will consume the food, leading to the elder and child starving. If humans were devoid of selfishness, the ninja world's resources would indeed suffice. 3 individuals could share one portion of food. While it may not be enough to fill them, they would not perish. But alas, there are no ifs. Wealthy merchants hoard supplies. Bandits pillage, and ninjas seize resources. Without a peaceful environment, farmers cannot cultivate, resulting in food shortages. In the quest for sustenance, wars erupt, and as casualties mount, food becomes available once more, ensnaring them in a vicious cycle. This is a perspective Itachi has never considered. Lingyue's explanation of the essence of war has opened his eyes. However, how can this problem be resolved? Itachi gazes at Lingyue with a look of confusion, eager for further elucidation. To break this cycle, external forces must intervene. Hence the subsequent 3 scenarios arise. The first point is to use absolute force to intimidate everyone. For instance, Hashirama Senju, who commanded respect and pleaded for peace. It may sound humorous, but he possessed the absolute power to deter conflict. Thus, everyone refrained from waging war. The reason this method can only yield temporary peace is that human lifespans are finite. Upon Hashirama's demise, the peace he established would vanish, plunging the ninja world back into chaos. The second point involves the threat of external enemies, exemplified by the current situation in Konoha. The Uchiha refrained from attacking Konoha because, should conflict arise, other ninja villages would seize the opportunity to invade. If a formidable adversary capable of threatening the entire ninja world were to appear, the entire realm would unite against this external foe. Both of these methods have been previously enacted, namely through the formidable Hashirama Senju and the threat posed by Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes begin to sparkle with understanding. He comprehends Lingyue's words entirely, and he recalls the possibility of achieving lasting peace. Moreover, Lingyue has asserted that by placing trust in him, peace could be brought to the entire ninja world. The third point is the unification of the ninja world. The example is the current Land of Fire. Have you ever witnessed towns within the Land of Fire waging war against one another? What if we could integrate the entire ninja world into the Land of Fire? Would the Wind Province attack the Fire Province? Lingyue's words leave Itachi momentarily speechless. Indeed, war is a conflict between different nations. I have never heard of two towns within the same nation clashing. Even if conflicts arise due to interests, they are contained and do not endanger civilians. Itachi's eyes begin to shine. This is a genuinely feasible method to attain peace within the entire ninja world. No longer a nebulous and illusory peace. Itachi gazes solemnly at Lingyue. Lingyue, what should we do now? Lingyue gazes at Itachi with satisfaction. Splendid. The tool is eager to work overtime. Itachi, this is the direction we must strive towards. First, we must empower the Uchiha clan to a point where their might can forcibly subjugate the entire ninja world. With this strength, we will unify all nations, subsequently enhancing productivity and expanding agricultural cultivation to ensure that the entire ninja world is no longer plagued by food shortages. Finally, we will encourage intermarriage, facilitating the movement of populations across the ninja world, synchronizing education, and fostering a shared language and knowledge. Itachi's eyes began to blaze with fire. Lingyue clearly articulated each step of the objective. The Uchiha clan is already the most illustrious family in the ninja world. Possessing a foundation for realization, this is indeed a viable path to enduring peace. Furthermore, Lingyue surely has specific methods for implementation. Lingyue, what shall we do? Command me. I will wholeheartedly support your endeavors. Together, we can usher in peace for the entire ninja world. In that moment, Itachi felt he had discovered the meaning of life. Brother Shursui, I shall inherit your last wish. Moreover, I will bring peace to the entire ninja world. Lingyue observed the tools becoming anxious due to the lack of a concrete direction, and thus painted a grand vision for them. I shall name this nation, which will bring rebirth to the ninja world, the Land of Light. Our Uchiha Susanoo shall be the colossal beacon of hope. Itachi seized this vision. Flames ignited throughout his being. For such idealists, envisioning a grand future is more motivating than mere monetary compensation. Itachi, whether we can bring peace to the entire ninja world hinges entirely upon you. I have a plan. Chapter 96. Infinite Tsukuyami is an infinite cycle of Tsukuyami. Itachi, I have already begun the reform of the Uchiha clan. In the future, more clan members will awaken their eyes. However, the Manjiki Sharingan is not so easily awakened. The preparations I have made are insufficient. I need you to employ Tsukuyami to construct a genuine illusion, allowing our clansmen to experience significant emotional upheaval within this illusion to awaken their Manjiki. We must facilitate the awakening of more clan members. Once we have dozens of Manjiki wielders, true peace in the ninja world will be at hand. Illusions in the ninja world are achieved through chakra interference. The greater the target's strength, the more easily they can perceive the flaws in the illusion. Deceiving children with illusions may suffice, but seasoned jonin can sense the issues almost instantly. The only variable is how long it takes them to break free from the illusion. Unless the illusion is undetectable or inescapable even by a jonin. In such cases, Itachi's Tsukuyami becomes invaluable. Not only must the illusion be convincingly real, but even if flaws are detected, they must endure the entire 3-day process. Itachi, Do you not relish the idea of annihilating the clan? Here's your chance. Wipe them out once a week, until you feel nauseated. Transforming Itachi into a relentless tool for aiding clan members in awakening their Meijiki would be a splendid repurposing. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression grew troubled. It was not that he was unwilling to construct illusions for his clansmen. Rather, he understood that exhausting his own eyes would not lead to the awakening of many Meijiki. Lingyue, using them excessively will lead to complete blindness. My power may. Are you aware of the eternal Meijiki? Lingyue directly interrupted Itachi's concerns. Itachi had not heard of the eternal Meijiki, but seeing Lingyue's confidence in a solution eased his worries. Each use of the Meijiki consumes ocular power, and once that power is depleted, blindness ensues. However, when a Meijiki wielder implants the Meijiki of a direct blood relative, it evolves into the eternal Meijiki, allowing for the restoration of ocular power and the end of the blindness limitation. Itachi had never encountered such a concept before, but he trusted Lingyue's words. The question remained, where would the Meijiki from a direct relative come from? Indeed, the direct relative is your father, Uchiha Fugaku. He has also awakened the Meijiki. You merely need to transplant his eyes to yourself and replace them with ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. At that time, he will have the opportunity to awaken the Meijiki again, and Sasuke will no longer have to worry about the threat of blindness. Precisely, the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan aims to upgrade Itachi to the Eternal Meijiki, allowing for unlimited use of Tsukuyomi to assist clan members in awakening their eyes. When this occurs, we can deploy an entire squad of Susanoo to encircle the enemy village. Which ninja village would dare to resist? Who says direct relatives are confined to brothers? Can I not pass it down to my son? Furthermore, if this plan fails, Lingyue has alternative strategies. Tempting Orochimaru with the prospect of immortality, seeking his collaboration, he undoubtedly possesses Hashirama's cells. The absence of the eternal Sharingan is inconsequential, as long as we can utilize Tsukuyomi without limit. Lingyue, I believe in your words, but regarding my father. Itachi was uncertain whether his father would consent to relinquish his Meijiki. I will address this matter. Your father will be more than willing to do so. Uchiha Fugaku is a leader who would gladly sacrifice himself for the clan. He can distinguish between a single Meijiki and countless Meijiki. Lingyue continued to invigorate Itachi. Itachi, rally your spirit. The entire ninja world needs your efforts. After uttering this, Lingyue felt the air grow significantly warmer, ignited by Itachi's fervent will. Since his fiery resolve is so intense, let him blaze a trail across the entire ninja world. Early the next morning, the Uchiha clan began distributing flyers throughout Konoha. Lingyue specifically assigned Itachi the task of posting them at the Hokage building, confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. The sky has fallen. Humanity has done such a thing to a mere fox. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? From Uzumaki Mido to Uzumaki Kushina, and now to Uzumaki Naruto, the ordinary villagers of Konoha were introduced to the name of the tailed beast-human pillar for the first time. The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the enormous fox within his newborn child on the night of the Nine Tails. They realized that the child they had bullied all along was, in fact, the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Everyone was drawn to the final two questions posed in the article. Why has the fourth Hokage's child been so mistreated in Konoha? And why has the Hokage building never intervened? Where has the inheritance left by the fourth Hokage and his wife gone, allowing Naruto to live such a destitute life? At 10 in the morning, merely 3 hours after the Uchiha released the news, enraged villagers of Konoha began to gather slowly beneath the Hokage building, demanding an explanation. As time passed, their numbers swelled. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat silently in the Hokage's chair, not uttering a word. No one knew what he was contemplating with his head bowed. Standing beside him, Jiraiya could faintly see the dark cloud hovering over his teacher's face. He was aware of Naruto's troubled past, but he never anticipated that the Uchiha would expose this matter directly, thrusting the Hokage building into direct confrontation with the villagers of Konoha. Teacher, what should we do now that the villagers are surging outside the Hokage building? Seeing his teacher lost in thought, Jiraiya suddenly felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness he was not yet Hokage. He would not have to shoulder the blame for this incident. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his head, extending a trembling hand to grasp his pipe. Yet, he inadvertently lost his grip, causing the pipe to fall to the ground. A strange force caused the newly acquired pipe to shatter once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand froze in midair, gazing at the fractured pipe on the ground. His heart jolted. This scene felt eerily familiar. Where had he seen it before? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the last time he learned that Danzo's Sharingan had been exposed. He had also broken a pipe. That time, Danzo had perished. He had also lost the ability to suppress the Uchiha. And now, ignoring the shattered pipe on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed his chair aside and stood up. Uchiha, it was promised to be a month, yet you couldn't even wait a week. Is such inconsistency in words acceptable? I merely wish to exit with dignity. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath with his eyes closed, still able to hear the tumultuous cries from outside the Hokage's office. Let us go? I shall provide them with an explanation. He summoned Jiraiya, the only ally left, as both Tsunade and Mito hadn't shown up thus far. Hiruzen walked slowly to the entrance of the Hokage building, gazing at the fervent villagers of Konohagakure, including a child clad in a pristine yellow outfit. He saw anger and resentment reflected in Naruto's eyes. He raised his hand to signal for silence, and the villagers complied. Villagers, I am your Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I understand that many of you have questions regarding the treatment of Uzumaki Naruto. My actions were guided by my own considerations. However, I want to convey this. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. As Hiruzen proclaimed these words, his confidence surged, while the listeners' discernment seemed to diminish. The villagers of Konoha listened intently to their Hokage's explanation. As Hokage, I must uphold the rules and order of our village. I cannot grant special treatment to Naruto simply because he is the son of the fourth Hokage, as that would undermine the village's fairness. Moreover, I hold high hopes for Naruto. As the child of the fourth Hokage and a host of the Nine Tails, he possesses both potential and the obligation to become a top-tier ninja. My decision to withhold his heritage and disregard the villagers' ostracism stemmed from my desire for Naruto to develop independence and learn to confront challenges and setbacks. Overprotectiveness would only render him weak, depriving him of the true understanding of a ninja's pain and responsibility. The legacy of the fourth Hokage is something I safeguard for Naruto, as he is not yet capable of managing such a vast inheritance. When the day comes that he becomes a true ninja, I will reveal everything to him. His father was the fourth Hokage of our village, and I believe he will one day become a Hokage who can protect this village and its people. At this juncture, Hiruzen closed his eyes in anguish. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Yet, I realize now that I overlooked the fact that Naruto is still a child. I should not have imposed such a significant burden upon a mere child. The flames of Konoha shall continue to burn brightly. The fire will illuminate the village and nurture the budding branches. The responsibility of safeguarding Konoha should rest upon us adults. Naruto deserves a joyful childhood. The kind of person he becomes should be his decision alone." The villagers fell silent, realizing the truth of the situation. So, this was the essence of the matter? All the Hokage's actions were for the benefit of the village. They had misjudged their Hokage. Ignoring the villagers' reactions, Hiruzen, seasoned by years of leadership, was no stranger to tumultuous situations. The villagers were unarmed. The true threat lay with the Uchiha clan. It was evident they were pressuring him to abdicate. With matters having reached this point, he had resolved to step down. The Uchiha were gaining strength. The sooner he acted, the better. However, Uchiha, this grudge shall be remembered. A ninja cannot act with impunity merely due to strength. How dare they brazenly exploit the guards for their own gain? Just wait. Konoha's white fang shall be your fate. With these thoughts in mind, Hiruzen continued, "Villagers, my neglect has resulted in Naruto facing unfair treatment. I am willing to resign from my position. Uzumaki Naruto shall regain his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage and will enroll in the Ninja Academy to receive the finest education Konoha has to offer. Naruto, will you forgive me?" He looked hopefully at Naruto, who was already in tears. As a competent leader, one might lack capability but must master the art of performance. Naruto nodded vigorously through his tears. So, this was why the Hokage encouraged him so often, believing he could become Hokage. Perhaps the village's ostracism was merely the Hokage's test for him? Rest assured, Hokage Grandpa, I will become the greatest ninja, a Hokage capable of protecting everyone and the village. Hiruzen's heartfelt display rekindled the villagers' trust in Konoha's strongest Hokage. Before Naruto could speak, several leading villagers, hearing the Hokage's intention to resign, immediately opposed him. "No, Hokage-sama. Your reasoning is sound. Naruto possesses the potential to become the finest ninja. Thus, he must strive towards the pinnacle, for only then can he truly protect our village. Indeed, Hokage-sama, you cannot step down. You are the strongest Hokage in our village. Who will protect Konoha if you resign? Others gazed at their revered Hokage, their eyes filled with hope. Hiruzen stood on the platform, observing the villagers' renewed trust in him. If it weren't for the Uchiha, perhaps this matter could have concluded here. Raising his hand to quell the noise once more, he gently stroked the wrinkles on his face and spoke softly, "My friends, I am no longer young. Managing the village has become increasingly challenging. I have devoted my life to Konoha. My wife, Sarutobi Biwako, has passed, and my eldest son, Sarutobi Asuma, is gone as well. My second son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, is still striving for Konoha's welfare. I am weary. I wish to step back and quietly observe Konoha flourish under the guidance of us elders. However, do not fret, for I will recommend my disciple, Jiraiya, one of Konoha's legendary three, to assume the role of Hokage. I shall serve as an advisor, continuing to illuminate the village and nurture its new leaves." The villagers gazed at Hiruzen's wrinkled face, falling into silence. So, the Hokage had sacrificed so much for Konoha? In 3 days, Konoha would hold the Hokage election ceremony, inviting those who aspired to the position to participate in voting. With that said, he disregarded the bewildered villagers below and turned to leave. Hiruzen did not wish to abdicate. However, he had no choice. The Uchiha would not allow it. Nonetheless, Hiruzen rated his performance today a perfect 10. He had placated the ignorant villagers and managed Naruto. Now, he could rest easy about stepping down and seek opportunities to address the Uchiha, ignoring the Uchiha distributing flyers in the village. The returning villagers would soon contemplate the clan's divisive behavior. As the snow piled higher, a collapse would inevitably occur. Uchiha, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Do you truly believe I, as Hokage, am easily manipulated? My resources are not so easily acquired. Truly, the one who embodies the will of fire. I rate today's performance an 82, with the remaining 18 points given to you in a rather unique manner. Lingyue, accompanied by several Uchiha, stood on a nearby rooftop, observing Hiruzen's performance. The Uchiha behind him stared in disbelief at the retreating Hokage. The crowd before the Hokage building had fallen into silence. Not a single soul uttering a word. Now they began to understand the young clan leader. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi possessed an extraordinary ability to invert black and white. A profound talent for manipulation. Were they to have taken his place, they likely would not have fared any better. Had they not been informed of Hiruzen's embezzlement of village funds for personal family development, they might have truly been deceived. Lingyue, what shall we do next? A member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Minghui, whispered. He was a loyal aide to the elder and the first chosen test subject of Lingyue. Now, he had been assigned by the elder to serve as Lingyue's subordinate. Lingyue's strength was acknowledged by all, and despite being younger, no one dared question his authority. Of course, we shall continue to observe the spectacle. The villagers of Konoha may dare to encircle the Hokage building, but they would not dare to approach the Uchiha. Tomorrow, we shall issue the second round. I am eager to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen will explain himself after delivering such an impassioned speech today. Once the name of the Sarutobi clan emerges, a mischievous smile crept across Lingyue's face. Sarutobi's words today were so heartfelt. The thought of the 3,000 Sarutobi warriors being revealed tomorrow was truly thrilling. Chapter 98. Patting heads. The villagers of Konoha certainly would not dare to surround the Uchiha security department. The Uchihas were not as easily bullied as the Hokage. They were genuinely capable of violence. The security department would apprehend anyone without hesitation, and it was rumored that they had recently begun imposing fines as well. Thus, the villagers could only mutter within their hearts about the inherently malevolent Uchiha. In just a day, the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha had plummeted. Lingyue returned to the Uchiha compound, ignoring the trivial matters at hand. Today, he had accrued a significant amount of points, restoring his total to 200,000, with further increases expected. His spirits soared, and he immediately spent 50,000 points to enhance his physical strength. After 2 bouts, Lingyue discovered that a direct, physical approach suited him far better than ninjutsu. While ninjutsu could serve as mere cannon fodder, it was challenging to land hits on stronger foes. The hand seals required time, and the ninjutsu itself took time to deploy. In battles against skilled opponents, every second counted. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of power coursing through his body. With ample resources, increasing strength, expanding influence, and even a girlfriend, everything seemed to be progressing favorably. He playfully tugged at Xiaowu's cat ears, savoring the delightful texture, and nodded in satisfaction. Life was becoming increasingly promising. Meow, Jiraiya. The mantle of Hokage is to be entrusted to you sooner than expected. You have observed the state of Konoha, the Uchihas. Having been suppressed by me in the past, do not wish for me to continue as Hokage. For the stability of Konoha, it is imperative that you take on this responsibility. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to discuss the succession plan. He mentioned that those wishing to become Hokage could participate in the election 3 days hence, which was merely an official statement to appease the public. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have named you. Who would dare to contest Jiraiya for the position of Hokage? The Uchihas. Regardless of others' willingness, do not forget that the voting rights rest in my hands. Jiraiya opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his thoughts, surprised by the unexpected turn of events regarding Naruto. However, he genuinely did not wish to become Hokage. Do not worry. I will assist you in managing affairs as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, mistaking Jiraiya's hesitation for concern about his capability, reassured him. Teacher, I want to bring Tsunade back quickly. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya expressed a sentiment that saddened Hiruzen. Indeed, Sarutobi had forgotten about locating Tsunade. How wonderful it would be for Jiraiya to become Hokage. With Tsunade returning to keep me on my toes. Tsunade is not as easily controlled as Jiraiya. Right now, the priority is to maintain the stability of Konoha and ensure a smooth transition of Hokage power. The matter of finding Tsunade can wait until you are Hokage. You may send the Umbu to handle it. What if issues arise? Sarutobi Hiruzen advised, make excuses to delay. Eventually, everything will resolve itself. First, I must pacify Jiraiya. Once he is Hokage, he will no longer have the liberty to leave the village at will. Entrusting the task of finding Tsunade to the Umbu, Tsunade would be unlikely to return obediently. Reflecting on the events of the day, Jiraiya could only nod helplessly. Others aspiring to become Hokage was their business. He merely wished to seek out the child of destiny and the gentle maiden he encountered along the way. Seeing Jiraiya's resigned demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. It was for the best that Jiraiya did not want to become Hokage. He stood on tiptoe, reaching out to pat Jiraiya's head, offering comfort. Do not worry. My assistance will ensure you excel as Hokage. Yes, teacher. Naruto, I am truly sorry. I only wish to help you become a great ninja, just like your father. In the home of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen apologized to the emotional, tearful boy. Now, Naruto's circumstances had greatly improved. Jiraiya had tidied up his home and provided new clothes and sufficient food. Thus, when the villagers returned Naruto home, they were surprised to see his improved living conditions. After all, Naruto had been too embarrassed to let others see him eating expired food or scavenging. Naruto grasped the hand of the Hokage with intensity, nervously declaring, Hokage Grandpa, I do not blame you. I know you mean well. When everyone else despised me, you were the only one who did not, providing me with living expenses each month. When I expressed my desire to become Hokage, others laughed at me, but you supported me. Rest assured, Hokage Grandpa, I will train diligently and become a Hokage capable of protecting the village. As he spoke, he pounded his chest in promise. Hokage Grandpa, was my father truly the fourth Hokage? Naruto cautiously posed this question. The events of the day felt almost surreal to him. In just a morning, he had transformed from the ostracized child of a demon fox to the revered child of the fourth Hokage. Today marked the first time he had felt the villagers' warmth, making it the happiest day of his life and a turning point in his destiny. From now on, he would no longer have to be that despised child of the fox spirit. Indeed, your father and mother were both great ninjas. They sacrificed their lives to protect Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted the tale of the fourth Hokage to Naruto, slyly intertwining his own agenda, diligently nurturing Naruto to become his most obedient follower. This had been his covert endeavor for years, now laid bare. The Uchihas were indeed audacious. However, no one could triumph indefinitely. When the host of the Nine Tails could control its power like Mito and Kushina, it would be time for the Uchihas to pay the price. I shall safeguard your father's legacy for now. You are still too young. Once the time comes for you to attend the Ninja Academy, I will ensure you have all the necessary tools and scrolls for your training. With a firm tug on Naruto's blonde hair, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, feeling that everything was well within his grasp. I will heed your words, Hokage Grandpa. Chapter 99. The new first noble clan of the ninja world. The following morning, at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in high spirits, having resolved Naruto's troubles and devised a plan to contend with the Uchihas. Early in the day, he sat closely with a crystal ball, fixated on its image. The crystal ball projected scenes from a hot spring establishment where several graceful maidens frolicked and laughed. Undoubtedly, as Hokage, he was assessing the sentiments of the people. The chair beneath him could only endure for 2 more days, and Sarutobi Hiruzen yearned to experience the pleasures of Hokage power one last time. After this, he would no longer be able to act so openly. Thus, he sought to reclaim the joy he once felt when he first became Hokage. After a brief shiver, he set the crystal ball aside and embarked on the genuine task of inspection. Witnessing every street and every house in the village thrive under his protection fills his heart with pride. Indeed, this is all his doing. The teacher was right. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. They seek to disrupt the hard-won tranquility of Konoha, but I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shall not permit it. As he brought the crystal ball closer to the Uchiha guard station, he observed one of their members affixing something to the walls, accompanied by a group of Uchihas dispersing with a stack of flyers. When he focused on the content of the flyer, Hiruzen was utterly unsettled. What? This is... The crystal ball slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces upon the ground. Hiruzen had envisioned a well-structured plan, but reality often diverges from expectation. He had not anticipated that revealing Naruto's identity would merely be the first step. The Uchiha's aim was not merely to hasten his resignation as Hokage, but to utterly tarnish his reputation. The Uchiha were on the move once more. Familiar faces. Familiar shocking headlines. Yet this time, the content was astoundingly explosive. Shocking. The true first noble clan of the ninja world is. Training ninjas is an expensive endeavor. The Sarutobi clan had evolved from a minor ninja clan to the most formidable clan in the ninja world, surpassing the Uchiha in numbers in just 30 years. Where did the Sarutobi clan's wealth originate? Why did they not utilize their numerous ninjas during the most perilous times of war, opting instead to send their children to the battlefield? What of the will of fire espoused by the Hokage? As the Uchiha continued their actions, more and more villagers encountered the content of the flyer. Doubts regarding its authenticity were set aside, as Lingyue thoughtfully included a list of Sarutobi ninjas. The villagers were aghast at the extensive list, spanning several pages. Thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarkable performance the previous day, the villagers, though filled with confusion and shock, refrained from immediately storming the Hokage building. After all, the flyers were distributed by the Uchiha, who were not well regarded in the village. Having recently attempted to tarnish the Hokage's reputation, could there possibly be an undisclosed truth behind today's revelations? What if the Hokage had compelling reasons for his actions? Their hesitance to invade the Hokage's office did not imply unwavering faith in him. Rather, it concealed their doubts. This much was evident from the surging points on Lingyue's system panel, indicating just how sensational this news was. The villagers had no inkling that Lingyue, indifferent to their concerns, had achieved what he desired. The points accrued in a single morning skyrocketed from 190,000 to 600,000. Moreover, this information would undoubtedly be relayed to spies, and with time, the shockwaves would extend beyond Konoha. Uchiha, what are your true intentions? The Umbu had already been dispatched to halt the distribution of the flyers, while an enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen led a squad of Hokage bodyguards to the guard station. Lingyue, Fugaku, and Uchiha Shana, the 3 Uchiha leaders, awaited the spectacle at the guard station. To their surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen had come directly to confront them. Yet, it was not unexpected. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no ordinary bear. He would not idly endure an assault on his very foundation. What should be done? Senju Tobarama had taken 6 disciples, and after his passing, only one, Uchiha Kagami, had perished. What should we, as Uchiha, do in response? Lingyue wasted no time, asserting that excuses were unnecessary, whether true or false. If clarity could not be achieved, it would be deemed true. Enraged, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely simmered in fury. Uchiha Kagami died in battle. There was no conspiracy behind it. Through gritted teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered these words. The Uchiha were severing the roots of the Sarutobi clan, and should they persist, he dreaded to contemplate the consequences of their actions. As Hokage, he could not stand idly by while the Uchiha jeopardized the peace of Konoha. No conspiracy? As Hokage's guards, You were entrusted by the Hokage himself. Why did you survive while he perished? Consider whether there might be something amiss in this scenario. Furthermore, why was it that only Uchiha fell among the 6 Hokage guards? Lingyue's words began to sow doubt in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Had he not been directly involved, he too would question the integrity of the situation, especially concerning the Uchiha. However, I, in the name of Hokage, swear that there is absolutely no conspiracy involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearing the brink of madness, yet he was unable to provide evidence, and the fact that the Hokage fell while safeguarding his guards remained an undeniable truth. Leaving him at a loss for explanations, Lingyue languidly interjected, "Your credibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen, holds no value among the Uchiha. I care not for Senju Tobarama's fate, but you must provide an explanation for Uchiha Kageme's death." In a fit of rage, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "I swear, there is absolutely no conspiracy. I have no evidence to present, and while I cannot fight back, I find myself in a precarious position." Lingyue provocatively replied, "Your head is not worth much." What is the bounty on the Hokage's head?" He turned to the elder. Lingyue intended to assert its insignificance. Yet he suddenly recalled that the value of this particular head was indeed considerable, complicating his ability to speak freely. The esteemed Hokage is renowned as the strongest in Konoha, and his bounty currently stands at 350 million ryo. Quite a substantial amount. Uchiha Shana beamed with satisfaction. The situation was evidently skewed in favor of the Uchiha. What could be more gratifying than witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's downfall? "So, your head is worth that much. Why not send the money to the Uchiha first? And then I shall believe your words," Lingyue exclaimed, astonished, realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's worth exceeded that of 10 Asuma Sarutobi. Quite reasonable. Chapter 100 Thought-provoking. Is the Hokage's role one of responsibility or authority? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sharp pain in his chest, recognizing the mocking tone in the words. 350 million? Setting aside the fact that the Sarutobi clan lacks such wealth, do you think I have forgotten how you Uchihas took the money and then denied any responsibility just days ago? What exactly do you want? Speak plainly. What must I do for you to cease this behavior?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked darkly, genuinely wishing to resolve matters with the Uchiha, but he knew he could not overpower them. "It's quite simple. I want the scroll of seals." Lingyue thought long and hard, concluding that Konoha's only remaining leverage over the Uchiha was this artifact. Why resort to theft or robbery when he could simply request Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand it over? Should he refuse, he would merely need to employ his eyes to compel compliance. That is impossible. The scroll of seals is the village's property. I have no authority to hand it over to the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, agitated at the very suggestion. Observing Hiruzen's animated response, Lingyue remained unfazed. Impossible? You must be well aware of how Konoha has dealt with the Uchiha over the years, right? Should we, the inherently malevolent Uchiha, not retaliate? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, recalling that the 2 billion ryo were not compensation from Konoha to the Uchiha. If he acquiesced this time, what would stop them from returning for more in the future? He understood all too well that the scroll of seals contained numerous jutsu specifically targeting the Uchiha, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, the Dark Walking technique, and the Explosive Tag technique. He could not simply entrust such power to those who would use it against the Uchiha. Either surrender the scroll of seals, or we shall sever ties with Konoha. Fugaku Uchiha, why not reveal your kaleidoscope for our esteemed Hokage to behold? Upon hearing Lingyue's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively glanced at Fugaku Uchiha. He was met with the sight of a six-pointed black pupil slowly rotating within Fugaku's crimson eyes. Realizing that the ninja opposite him belonged to the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi promptly lowered his head, averting his gaze in fear. Internally, Sarutobi raged against the inherently malevolent Uchiha boy, who had dared to deceive him into looking at the Sharingan. However, the Uchiha possessed 3 pairs of Manjiki. No wonder they exuded such confidence. No wonder he could declare war on Konohagakure. Sarutobi found himself in a state of disarray. What should he do now? 3 pairs of Manjiki, not merely 2 children. Moreover, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader, had awakened his Manjiki as well. What could Konoha possibly use to counter the Uchiha? If a conflict erupted, Konoha would surely face utter destruction. After pondering deeply, Sarutobi finally raised his gaze to Lingyue. He understood that the Uchiha before him was entirely under the control of this young boy. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "How can you assure me that after I hand over the Book of Seals, the Uchiha will not continue to target Konohagakure? Otherwise, I shall destroy the book rather than leave it for the Uchiha. To yield in the face of adversity was Sarutobi's ninja way. For many years, he had relied on the betrayal of his village to survive. A book of seals, the techniques within had long been replicated by the Sarutobi clan. Giving it to the Uchiha would not cost him dearly. His reluctance stemmed from the fear that the Uchiha would become even more formidable with the book in their possession. Yet now, Sarutobi, consider this. The Uchiha have always targeted you for. Their desire for revenge has consistently been directed at you. Once you step down, with the pride of the Uchiha, they would not hesitate to strike against a few defenseless civilians. Lingyue's words rang true, and Sarutobi recognized their veracity. Yet, he still found it hard to believe. After all, this young boy had already deceived him out of 200 million. Nevertheless, what could he do? The Uchiha had revealed 3 pairs of manjiki and had even given him a way out. Sarutobi could only deceive himself into believing that the Uchiha would honor their promise. Very well, I shall surrender the Book of Seals. However, the Uchiha must cease their distribution of flyers. Sarutobi sought to negotiate further. Seeing Sarutobi finally willing to take a step back, Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. Since you have retreated, I shall press forward. Itachi, go fetch a copy of tomorrow's content for our Hokage. The elders standing behind Lingyue and Fugaku Uchiha had already been overjoyed to witness Lingyue so effortlessly extracting the Book of Seals from Sarutobi. But little did they know that the situation was far from over. Upon realizing that Lingyue had not directly acquiesced to his demands, Sarutobi felt a sense of foreboding. When Uchiha Itachi returned with a flyer, Sarutobi's pupils constricted to pinpoints. Without needing to look, he knew it would certainly contain secrets about himself. Hokage, you should take a good look. The content is quite riveting. The trembling hands of Sarutobi received the flyer, revealing a headline that made his spine slump further. The more he read, the more his hands quivered, almost unable to grasp the flyer. No, this could not be real. Sarutobi could hardly believe that during his tenure, he had committed so many errors. The first Hokage quelled the wars and established the ninja villages. The second Hokage founded the Ninja Academy, invented numerous jutsu, and sacrificed his life for his comrades. The fourth Hokage was invincible on the battlefield and sealed the Nine Tails with his life. Yet, since becoming Hokage, he had not set foot on the battlefield. He allowed their ally, the Whirlpool Village, to be annihilated. He sent children to war, leading them to their deaths. He permitted Orochimaru's human experiments, resulting in the Senju clan's extermination. He stood by as rumors drove